Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Nullform No. 4 by Dem Mikhailov, translated by Colin Parker, narrated by Jeffrey Kafer. Chapter 1. And what are you smiling at? Yorka's interest was infused with deep suspicion. I just like the morning after a fight, I muttered. Who is she? Who is who? Whoever's all-night rumble with you could be heard along the whole corridor. Yeah, right, and the locals don't like shouting, I said sarcastically. That's the whole point, Rek laughed. The local suckers were herring around in search of the lucky lady in their ranks. We've been approached 5 times. Nobody can find her. And tell them they won't, I said, waving a dismissive hand and piling my plate with cold fish and green puree. I wasn't with anybody. I was gratifying myself, hence the orgasmic shouting. Don't talk bullshit, Goblin. I don't know who it was, I admitted sincerely. I was drunk. I didn't get a good look, and she was the first one who came along. I don't see why you're so interested, Goblin. I'm just fed up to the elf's teeth, Yorka shrugged, with all these whorehouse questions. Oh, here he comes. He was particularly interested. Except the only thing he didn't do was ask directly who exactly Elb the Goblin had fucked. How rude you are, I said and clicked my tongue. Were you born in the outskirts or something? Or something? We were approached by a bordello chap, a young lad with a blinding professional smile, who pushed a cart bearing my possessions. Good morning, Master Elb. Good morning. Thank you for the delivery. I'm told my bedroom life is of interest to you, no? Oh, come now, not at all. That's what she says. I pointed at the choking Yorka. I asked a few questions, the lad admitted, but I personally am not remotely interested in your bedroom life, Master Elb. An honest reply, I chuckled. Can I be of further service? What's the weather like outside? It's bucketing down piss and shit, he reported nonchalantly. The weather has gone mental. The water level is twice higher than usual. I understand. Dismissed, I said, and turned towards a huge wall screen displaying seagulls wandering about on dirty wet sand. Bowing low, the lad retreated, but he hadn't managed to exit the hall before a dozen hetero streetwalkers waltzed in. And how they waltzed. Shoulders and heads lowered, hunched backs, heavy plodding gaits, hoarse-tired voices, makeup-streaked faces, lusterless rags hanging like withered, crumbling leaves from frames that had seen no little action during the night. And this was the elite, seeing as how they were allowed to eat in this hall. Lip-smacking elite suckers after a full night's work, haggard, bedeviled, hating everyone and everything. Why did the sight seem so familiar? Tired hookers returning home from a night of simulated bliss. Why did I not find the sight repulsive? It was more familiar, but from a long time ago. Had I been a pimp in my previous life? I doubted it very much. Mine was a different skill set and character. Yet there was something decidedly familiar about those drawn and exhaustion-grayed faces with the messed-up makeup, which made the suckers look more like blackballed, unfunny clowns stepping disharmoniously into the mouth of an incinerator. Elba! Yes, you rambunctious goblin girl. I frowned. I'm listening. The girl faltered, took a short pause to glance at Bask, and continued decisively. Bask and I have talked everything through. We're with you. Ah, the secret negotiations of the rank-and-file behind the commander's back. I nodded my head regretfully. You ought to be stood against the wall for that. Not shot, though, but rather smiled at lovingly before being hammered into that same freaking wall with needle gun butts and hard enough to leave the surface perfectly smooth afterwards. Commander. The blind zombie's usually impassive face displayed a whole sea of emotions. Don't think. Only kidding, I said. I did order each of you to give it close thought and weigh everything up before you made your decision. Well done for bringing it up yourselves. So, what has the dashing infantry decided? I was listening, but could you just repeat it? So, we're staying, Yorka blurted out. In the brothel? With you. I see. I looked up from my near-empty plate and fixed the Lady Goblin with a long and thoughtful stare. You're staying with me? Highfalutin words won't cut it with me, you stupid girl. I need hard and sure specifics. You are with me where? Why? On what conditions? Will you be with me until it gets too hot, at which point you slip away unnoticed with your few thousand saved-up soul? Will you be with me until your wholesome goblin principles consider Elb has become a stone-cold psychopath and it's time to ditch him? And if in 5 minutes' time somebody shoots Bask in the head and he snuffs it in a puddle of brains and blood, will you stay with me then? What about you, Bask? If Yorka croaks it, will you remain in step with me, or will you go off and haul gray slime during the daytime and dull the anguish with moonshine and drugs in the evenings? Or are you willing to accept any possible loss in any act I might commit, obey my every command, and travel the road with me to the very end, no matter how long and terrible it might be? Silence. I nodded my understanding. You weren't expecting that, huh? You thought you would simply express your agreement with weary nonchalance, Elb would smile joyously, and the question would be closed, yes? Silence. Well? I piled on the pressure. You had plenty of time. You were discussing it all night, so what have you decided? The zombie stepped forward, felt about with his hand, and finding Yorka's belly, pushed her backwards out of the way. Raising a slashed face, he fixed his open, empty eye socket on me. We are with you, Commander, to the very end, no matter what that may be. Are you willing to obey my every command? Yes. Yes, Yorka seconded Bask. Wreck the Orc snorted quietly as he busied himself with the most important matter, the depositing on a neighboring table of a tray bearing the remains of some fish, while simultaneously shoveling the fattiest pieces into his gob and the rest into a plastic container of puree snaffled from the same long-suffering common pot. Well played, Orc. Quality grub is no small thing for a soldier. Well, that's fantastic, I said, beaming a wide smile and leaning my head once more over my plate, ordering unassumingly. Yorka, Bask, that inker and those two suckers sitting at that table over there are slurping too noisily. Vampires like that are a lost cause. Kill them. Huh? Yorka's eyes nearly popped out of her head with a shock. What? Kill them, I repeated. Right now. Silence, and exchanged glances. A reminder was in order. I have given you a command, the kind of command that might be filed under the heading every. Why are you just standing there? You may use your awls, knives, and bare hands, or you might shove their freaking fish down their freaking gullets to choke them while we sit here eating and watching. Quit joking around, Yorka said wanly. I looked at Bask. The blind zombie was wavering. Unlike Yorka, he at least turned in the direction of the chewing sucker's table, leaned his head to zero in on his target, and reached for the handle of the awl tucked into his belt. Yet he remained sitting. Go on. I gave him a verbal nudge. Go on, zombie, forward. Kill the suckers. Commander. Without turning back around, the zombie took a short step towards the target. You're not I am not joking. I gave you an order, and I'm being forced to repeat it. Kill the suckers, zombie. Stop kidding around, Elb. Yorka's reminder of her presence was much louder this time. We trust you, with all our souls, and you... What the hell do I need with your soul, you idiot girl? I stared at her, amazed. Wake up. Get a grip. Think. Why would I need your soul? Shove it up your goblin ass and compact it down as hard as you can. I do not need your soul. I need capable, malicious, and compliant fighters. Not fighters who are going to wonder whether it's good or bad, acceptable or not. I need fighters who, upon hearing the command to kill the freaking suckers and the shitting bald inker at that freaking table by the artificial riverbank, immediately go and kill the freaking suckers and the shitting bald inker. That is how you show your faith in me. Action, not reasoning. The precise and timely execution of an order. That is evidence of faith in your commander. All eating had ceased. One by one, the weather-beaten ladies and gents of the night raised their heads and turned their surprised and rather frightened faces in our direction. Especially shell-shocked and truly petrified were the freaking suckers and the bald inker sitting at the table I had indicated. "But why them?" Yorka exploded. "What have they done?" "That should be of no concern to you." Tossing aside my empty plate, I rose, and with my fists on the table roared angrily, That should be of no concern to you. The only thing of concern to you should be the execution of a command. The chain must be simple. Order, navigation, execution, report. End of story. Hey, man. The bald youth, whose eyes and lips were thickly made up, rose from the table and said ingratiatingly, "Don't joke like that." "Sit down and shut up, meat boy." Rek tore himself away from his fish to produce an ursine roar, and the inker flopped back down onto his chair so quickly you'd think his hamstrings had been cut. "I'll do it," Bask said. "By myself, all of them, right now, but don't drag Yorka into it. She has a delicate nature." "You don't say," I said derisively. "A delicate nature? So in a real battle situation where she has to run an innocent old lady through in order to skewer the liver of the bastard using her as cover, will her delicate nature not be a hindrance then too? And will we not all die because the bastard manages to reload his needle gun and spike our heads? Enough of this freaking comedy. Have you eaten? Now get out of here, both of you, and either disappear forever or come back here genuinely prepared to execute my every command. Every single one, no matter what it is. Commander, scram! On the double!" The trembling Yorka stepped back and snatched a backpack from her chair. Bask followed her, and they marched off together. "Hey!" I shouted after them. They turned back and froze in expectation. "Should you decide to return, know that you will immediately be dispatched to kill those two freaking suckers and the bald inker. That is all. No more joking, guys. No more child's play. From now on, it's strictly adult fuckfests, and I want to be sure of each of my fighters. Now get out of here and think about it." Yorka about-faced and strode sweepingly away. Bask gave a short nod and hurried after her, catching her up by the exit and disappearing through the doors, next to which stood a smiling lad with slicked-back hair. "So what about this lot?" The chomping orc poked a puree-dipped finger in the direction of the victims cringing behind their table. "Stick it to them? Maybe slam the bald one's mug into the table a dozen times? They really are slurping, the bitches, and they took the best bits of fish. One of the suckers, a thin, dark-skinned girl in her early 20s, squeaked her fright. "We didn't." "You just go on eating," I said, waving a hand. Snatching up my empty plate, I strolled over to the table bearing the remains of the viands. "There's only violent puree and jugs of nuts left." "It'll do," I replied, taking the last protein bar from my belt bag. When I returned and sat down next to Rek, who had packed the remains of his food into his backpack, he slapped me on the shoulder with his typical lack of ceremony and said, "Fuck it." "Fuck what?" "Fuck everything. You did the right thing, Commander. What's the point of dragging people like that around? Strange. And besides, they're in love, and that really sucks for me and you. In battle, they'll be looking to cover each other first and foremost and will get killed because of their freaking love and pink milk suppery. Why bother? Let them disappear. They can find themselves a steel there and settle down. Copula will watch over them, and we can continue." "Some hot fish is on the way, gentlemen," said the lad by the door, "and a carafe of excellent moonshine. Perhaps I might interest you in some tablets. I have a wide selection." "Sure," I replied, taking 5 baggies from his extended hand. "The moonshine in a bottle and the fish in a container. We'll take it with us if that's not a problem." "Not at all. Never. We'll wrap everything up. Might I also be allowed to add 30 protein bars and a couple of bottles of excellent nuts?" "That would be great. Everything will be ready in 10 minutes." The lad bowed and laughed. During the time of our short conversation, all the creatures of the night had vacated the hall, and the two of us were left alone, poking lazily at our breakfasts and watching the wet seagulls on the screen. The ever-so-professional servant boy kept his word and personally delivered what he had promised. Noting his approach, I finished off my second huge glass of water and stood. "Time to move out. Let's go." "Why are you looking so pleased?" I asked, looking askance at Rek. He flashed a broad grin full of teeth. "Why not? Blood, sex, drink food, blood, sex, drink food, blood, sex, drink food, pleasure on loop. Have you been to the med block?" "Not yet." "Forward." "Roger, Commander." The lad placed a hefty bag with a wide strap on the table. The nymph Copula has asked me to remind you to check the nearest ATM. It's 60 yards from here. Uh-huh. She added something else, but I don't know if it's worth... The old woman asked you to pass on these words to me? I can't be sure. Let's have it, I said. Leaving aside the unduly emotional content, she said that despite the self-loathing involved in giving somebody the chance to choose their own fate, in giving them the chance to quit the blood and the death gracefully, proudly, and with no loss of dignity, one might inadvertently be placing one's scrotum on the block beneath a rusty sickle and leaving oneself without any right-hand man just when you need them most. The all-seeing, all-knowing wise old woman with a hole in her head? I chuckled coldly. Who loves sticking her nose in others' business. She's made a mistake this time. The nymph Copula is a generous and kind mistress, and she is rarely mistaken. I can't argue with that, I sighed. Next up, medical procedures. And where did you say the nearest ATM was? Current time, 10:44. Balance, 4,920. Looking thoughtfully at the little fella revolving slowly in the window, I realized I was going to acquire it anyway, but that did not stop me raging against the obvious shortcomings of the not inexpensive item. A piggy, a.k.a. pig, piglet, oinker, was a shortened needle gun which fired less powerfully and with a shorter range, but was capable, with one press of the trigger button, of instantly discharging a whole magazine, sending a fan of piercing needles towards the target. It had two types of magazine, 5 and 10 round, but you could only buy the 5-round version, and you were limited to 5 of them. And that, come to think of it, was as good an argument as any for snapping them up quickly, for there were only 2 piggies in the window. I was able to obtain all these goodies just as soon as I reached the rank HFL B+2, which I had done yesterday. Price, 5,500 sol. The price of a magazine, a tenner. Recharging was charged at the usual rate. The system had not been stingy there. Pressing a finger to the dark sensor, I confirmed my purchase and watched as one of the little fellas slowed its rotation and began to move towards the ballistic glass of the weapons trade-mat. "Congratulations on your new toy, Commander," said Rek, who was sitting by the wall and lovingly stroking the just-purchased needle gun that lay on his knees. "Shall we set up a firing range in that shit-swamped corridor?" "And do the whole assault course 4 times each?" I replied, nodding and holding out a hand to take the 5mm needle gun. "I'll just buy some spare ammo and we can move out." I acquired 20 clips of different kinds and put some in my belt bag and the rest in my backpack. Now that I had 2 shooters, I would have to sweat for a while to get the hang of using them simultaneously. Balance, 4,320. "Who? Pfft, shit!" Rex shouted hoarsely, resurfacing and clearing his throat after a wave of thick sewage had caught him up and washed over him, knocking off his hood, mask, and goggles, and washing his eyes and filling his mouth with corrosive green-brown muck full of black lumps. "Hand!" I shouted, stretching out on the jerking plastic crates and extending my left hand to the orc, who was being carried away by the next wave. "Come on, pull!" Rek heaved and managed to catch hold, but his wet fingers slipped. Then he threw his needle gun, striking my shoulder, and held on to the strap. Digging my boots into the raised edge of a crate, I arrested the orc's advance, and slightly shifting the stock of the piggy which was propped against another crate, I let off all 5 needles and shredded a leaping gray, scaly beastie. The plucks fell noiselessly into the shit, and I rolled over, hastily reloaded, and spent another 5 needles on the next one, which dropped straight out of the sky and landed on its side on a wall ledge, but nonetheless managed to find its feet. "Wreck, left." "Fuck!" The orc rolled around the raft, shrieking furiously. His mouth skewed. He was trying to pull out his freaking eye, which wouldn't let him see anything due to the caustic crap that had gotten in under his eyelids. "I can't see! I can't fucking see! Where is it?" His knife appeared in his hand and his needle gun flew behind his shoulder. "Where is it?" "On your own," I replied, dropping the piggy and retrieving my trusty old needle gun from behind my shoulder. 2 shots and a limping orange lump stopped about 20 centimeters short of the orc. The tangerine, which had fallen from the sky, had been burned by something and was already perishing, which was why it had gone on the attack. Taking up the smaller weapon that hung at my wrist and scarcely aiming it, I released a fan of needles and stalled an onslaught by two large, robust, and strangely yellow pluxes, splashing their grubby scales with crimson blood and slowing their progress towards two screeching zombies on a wall edge. Although what zombies have 2 legs and 3 arms between 2 of them, they're almost worms. I had no pity for them. I was merely slowing and killing everything around me that was of potential danger. The freaking siren wailed and wailed from the heavens, unable to desist from its prolonged moans, which worked their way inside and gave you the willies. The lights above us became manyfold more, and we could hear distant shouts and the clang of metal on metal. Some of the lights even grew in size. Fuck. I rolled again onto the back of the expectorating orc, and a corpse tied to the end of a cable crashed down in the place where I had just been peacefully warming my goblin tush. It sprayed. Wiping a mixture of muck and blood from my face, I helped Rack, who was groping blindly for a bottle in his backpack. "Wipe your face." "Shit! Where is this shit coming from? And what just happened?" "All this shit comes from the sky. That's another corpse just fallen. Stop fucking squealing. Rinse your eyes and let's fight." "I'm trying." "Hand on your needle gun, finger on the trigger." Rek was able to carry out the commands quickly, and in a trice he had hold of his needle gun and gently lowered his finger over the trigger button. I gripped him by the sleeve and pulled him to the side. "Go on." The orc pressed the firing button savagely and sank needle after needle into the forehead of a red Plux crawling out of the shit. The brain suckers were here, and they were big. "Reload!" After reloading myself, I rolled over to the fallen corpse and looked at its back. Had I imagined it? No. Freaking elves. The man was missing a huge chunk of his back, which had been ripped out together with his spine. The head seemed to have been deformed by a powerful blow or a hefty tug on the spine, and the skull had almost been yanked from its rightful place. "I can see!" Rek exclaimed joyfully, half standing. "Well, I say I can see, but it's all blurry, and it fucking burns. It's burning madly." "Shut up." "Yes, sir. And get down. Lie down." Were they being drawn to us or something? Another star fell from the steel sky right onto our raft, which was barely holding afloat. Noting its size, I frowned to realize that diving into the shit was not an option, for we were being carried by a river that soon became a crashing waterfall, and I would not be able to catch up with Rek by swimming through the shit. But we got lucky. Relatively lucky, when a double star that was heading directly for us stopped a meter above us with a protracted jangling sound. Crack, squelch. Half a freaking woman with an elephantine face and a ripped-open chest fell right onto my chest, her lower half remaining dangling from a short wire, along with a wheezing man snapped in half at the waist. Then we got lucky for a second time as 2 Pluxes fell from above. One got its teeth under the poor wheezing guy's thigh, while the second landed on the half-spider-woman lying on me. It didn't manage to get a taste of her sweet belly fat, because I stabbed it 5 times with my awl and flung it into the shit. I threw the half-fatso in after it, but not before removing the brightly shining head torch from her sticky, sweaty forehead. Our raft swung around, hit a wall ledge, and came to a halt. Shouldn't we climb out onto a firmer and more dependable surface? No, we stay here, and we use the next falling waif as a heavy sticking plaster to connect us with a ledge by hooking the fucker's teeth onto it and leaving its rear end on the raft. And that is exactly what we did. At first I thought it wouldn't work, but then the raft held fast, albeit tilting slightly. Great. I quickly checked my weapon, placed one torch on the ledge and another on the edge of the raft, and kneeling down on one knee, I was still. I wanted to lie on my front, but I wouldn't have been able to control the situation above properly, and that was where the heavy, fat spider ladies were falling from. "Me eyes are getting better," Rek reported. "What the fuck is all this, Commander?" "Something's burst up there," I replied, shifting the stock of my needle gun slightly and aiming at the glorious city of Drainagetown's latest visitor attraction, which had appeared but 5 minutes ago. "What about that banging sound?" "Something's exploded up there." I corrected myself, throwing a brief glance upwards to check there wasn't a dead star careening down upon us before surveying the flooded corridor. Or rather, they've exploded something up there. Ah, shit. What now? Pluxes? Worse. That shit has widened. I wasn't lying. The blue-green jet spurting from the sky was now twice as wide, yet its thrust had not diminished at all. The menacing sound of remorselessly cascading water wafted slowly and heavily into our ears. Everything happened quickly. Very quickly. We had just reached the backyard of the House of Copula, where we had recently done some swim training. Taking a good look around, we picked our targets and agreed who would go when and how, deciding it was time to practice solo runs, since the foray into the cesspool had revealed the importance of being able to act alone. That was when Rek had run to the swamp and back collecting corpses, doing battle on the way, skipping aside to avoid ambushes, and inflicting serious damage with his club. I relayed to the attentively listening orc all the mistakes I had noticed back then. He took them in, mulled them over, clarified them, and eventually nodded, giving me to understand that he was ready to act. I showed him the first 3 control points and had begun to back away when we heard a long, dry cracking sound. At the same time, a tight blast of air crashed down, followed by a cascade of shit, which, needless to say, flowed right into our corridor. And there we were just swimming along. "Elb! Elb, hey!" A familiar figure was jumping and shouting on a barricade, which was now nearly lost beneath the rising sewage. "Elb, you freaking goblin! Rek, are you alive?" "Commander!" The zombie clambered up after her, and now shouted over the noise of the waterfall. "Are you alive?" "That's enough stupid questions, you idiots," I shouted in response. "Over there, look over there, you idiots. Pluxes, to the left. Yorka." "I see them," the goblin girl replied before a needle gun appeared predictably in her hands. Click, click, click. 3 misses. An enormous gray Plux crawled out of the shit, gave itself a good shake, and scuttled towards the trembling Yorka, who was struggling to reload. "Ah, shit!" I cried, pressing the trigger. "Stupid idiot!" "Takes one to know one, you fucker!" 1 miss, 2 on target. I didn't kill the Plux, but one of its paws buckled and it fell, rolling along the slippery metal almost as far as Yorka's feet. She was hardly likely to miss from point-blank range, and she sank 3 needles into its forehead and neck before smiling calmly and lowering her weapon. "Reload, and lively!" I shouted as my free hand, acting all by itself, reloaded my needle gun. "Lively!" Shuddering, Yorka hastily clicked out her spent clip, and not without a certain amount of trouble, inserted a new one before yelling an angry response. "It's already—" She did not finish her sentence, for the river of shit exploded a meter from her, and from the syrupy depths emerged another 2 Pluxes, orange and red, both large. Very large. Basque's club thwacked the orange one in the middle of its humped back. The zombie then fell to his knees and fearlessly embraced the beastie with his left arm, while inflicting all stab after all stab with his right at sewing machine speed. The red one took 4 needles, 2 from Yorka and 2 from me. I lent the zombie a hand by unloading my 3rd needle into the side of the orange one. There was no further need for reminders, as the goblin girl reloaded, took aim, and pumped needles into the orange Plux's back, after which it eventually collapsed. Standing tall, she slung her needle gun behind her back and raised her hands in desperation. "I'm out of rounds!" "Fuck!" I shouted, seeing another 5 Pluxes, which were flattened against the wall by the current, clamber up onto the barricade. As ill luck would have it, they were all of different sizes, and a couple were so small that the chances of missing them were very high. "Rek!" "I'm on it!" Bending low, Rek rated himself to dive into the river of shit, but I managed to check his impulse. "Hey, it'll be quicker to take the ledge and jump onto those 2 orange crates. From there, take a sharp left onto that white thing the shouty broad is clinging to, and from there onto the barricade. When I'm done shooting, I'll follow you." "Gotcha." Stomping heavily with his dirt-caked boots and spraying muck all around, the half-blind orc ran along the wall edge. I checked the ceiling and found no dome before sinking a needle into the chest of an emaciated, shrieking zombie girl with 1 arm, whose stomach was eaten away, and who had several small Pluxes clinging to her. She squealed her relief and was silent, allowing us the opportunity of at least some kind of communication. I immediately yelled, Retreat to the wall. Yorka, just as I taught you. Club. Okay. What the hell are you doing here anyway? Rescuing you. We don't need rescuing, I replied, sticking 3 needles in the side of the biggest gray Plux and reloading. We are with you, Elb. They explained to us in the brothel that you just wanted to give us the choice. Have you completely lost it? Copula needs us as a team. She doesn't want to lose us and will say anything to keep us together. And what do you say? I say, where are the heads of the bald inker and the 2 suckers? Are you taking the piss? Just a little, get clubbing. Yes, sir. Her descending club skewered the spine of an approaching Plux, and she kicked a small one off the barricade, while Bask rolled around in a puddle, embracing 3 Litlans and instinctively pressing his jerkin-protected torso to their mouths. And his hand, all the fingers of his left hand, disappeared into the maw of a gray Plux. Shit! I said through gritted teeth, leaping up and sprinting along the wall ledge just as the orc had recently done. Ledge, stop, 3 shots. Needle gun behind back. Jump, jump. Past dead broad, jump. Piggy in hand, fire. Having spat 5 needles, oinking each time, the little fella fell silent. Though not for long, as I fed it another clip, and finding myself at last on top of the barricade, began to dance around, shooting the Pluxes that kept arriving, smashing their spines and launching them back into the corridor. Busy with our more pressing task, we ignored in unison the approach of the whining dome that was shooting laser beams out in all directions. We were trying like grim death to survive. Spinning around, I threw Yorka 2 magazines. She saw them but didn't understand, and the ammunition ricocheted off her dumb head and plopped down into a puddle of blood. Frick! Fuck! I concurred, crunchingly pounding the head of a baby Plux. Wreck, forget the needle gun, club it, cover Bask. I can cope by myself, the zombie said. What with? I said, disagreeing and throwing a glance at the bloody stump of his left hand and the remaining 3 fingers on his right. His legs were shredded into the bargain. The zombie would soon be a worm. I can cope, Bask repeated stubbornly, falling belly first on top of a wounded Plux and stabbing it beneath himself with his awl. I can cope. Well, since you can cope, I mumbled, reloading hastily and waving away the dome's beams. I cannot provide a report right now, it's impossible, but in short, this is an utter nightmare. That was sufficient for the dome, which had descended from the ceiling and stopped moving, to adjust the direction of its laser beams and rattle off a protracted volley of dozens of needles, which thrashed the muck to a foam. It was left to us to clear the barricade. Bask lost another 2 fingers, but in compensation developed 2 fabulous furrows in his right cheek. Yorka clubbed her way through the gaggle of Pluxes and fussed around the zombie, picking frenzied Pluxes off him. Shit, 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 I said with feeling, fishing the magazines from the puddle of blood and inserting them into my needle gun. I lowered the weapon and discharged it into the head of the orange Plux pinned beneath my foot. Shit! We're going to make it, Rek reassured us, squinting his mercilessness at anybody but us. Shit, I concluded, reaching for my axe. Well, yes, I suppose somehow we're going to make it. Chapter 2. So, what do you think? Bask asked, showing me 2 5s. Massaging the bridge of my nose, I looked at the new fingers being presented for my inspection and sighed heavily. So long as they bend. They're all different colors, Yorka said, removing her goggles. Each finger from a different person. Blow up and die. So long as they bend, I repeated, regarding the rainbow of fingers impassively. Bask, why did you not scream in pain when your fingers were being chewed off? What? Well done, I said. Well done. I could hardly feel anything, Bask said. Adrenaline, or the chemicals they pump us up with? I don't know. Are the fingers really so multicolored? Hell yeah, Yorka confirmed, adding pitilessly. Don't touch me with them. Gross. She'll get used to them, I said, comforting the blind zombie. What have you got to be so happy about? My eyes. I'm not with you, I said, peering into the gaping hole in his disfigured face. Not that. Bask understood me correctly. Have you seen the interface? I've been promoted a rank. I've got a bonus for valor. They give me a painful injection in the eye, which made me scream and scream. Although I always thought there were no nerves in the eye. Did you hear me?" "No." I shook my head. "So what's happened with your eyesight?" "Nothing yet, but I was told to wait from 10 to 23 minutes. Can you imagine? Wait from the 10 to 23. Sit down somewhere and wait from 10. I ordered, leaning back against the wall and opening my interface. I wanted to check the system's generosity, and a second later I understood that on occasion it could be more than niggardly and calculating. Bask was the only one to be promoted and to receive the same bonus as me, so presumably the system considered him worthy for continuing to fend off the Pluxes stampeding over the barricade even with lacerated hands. Despite their similar levels of heroism and gallantry, the remainder of the group were apparently not deserving of extra bonuses. Although the system was not begrudging in other areas, accounting for numbers of exterminated Pluxes, ranking them, fixing a bonus for each one, and dividing them equally between us. Membership of Group 11. HFL B plus 2N. Leader of Group. Status Normal. 91. HFL B plus 1. Member of Group. Status Normal. 13. HFL B plus 2N. Member of Group. Status Normal. 714. ORL B. Member of Group. Status Normal. Bonuses. 1. For Valor. Material bonus, incentive. Daily payment of 4 soul. "How are you feeling?" I asked, intentionally not using his name. Bask understood, however, and hastily nodded. "Everything's fine. It smarts a bit here, burns a bit there, prickles a bit here, itches and tickles a bit there. Nothing out of the ordinary." "Nothing out of the ordinary," I confirmed, looking at my own hands, daubed generously with medical glue. In the dying minutes of the battle I had all but lost my left index finger, and now, thanks to the transparent glue, I could distinctly make out the healing flesh and the albescent fibrils of something. "So what's up with your eyes? Did you get a concrete explanation?" "A little. The system said stabilization, cleaning, healing, and another couple of words I didn't catch. The injection set me back 100. "Zowie," I said with a whistle. "Okay. We wait 10 minutes. What if I start seeing even just a little bit?" The zombie's lips spread into a smile, but he didn't ride the tenuous cloud of hope for long, hurrying to return to the solid steel of the ground. "And if not, fuck it. Shit's not too bad as it is." "Not bad." I pulled a wry face. "But it could be 3 times better." "With my eyes?" "No, with your brain. You made a bunch of mistakes today." "But he—" Yorka squeaked, but found herself unable to continue when I looked at her lazily and said, "Butt out." "I can cope," Bask said for the 4th time today, and the 5th. "I can cope." "He can cope." Yorka blurted her chagrin and, circling us once, attempted to say something else, but once again stumbled at my words, which acted with unexpected force and threw her 5 yards from the medblock door. I didn't even say anything particularly offensive or serious. "Bask can sort himself out. Meanwhile, you run along and get the head of that bald inker. Oh yes, and perhaps you should wash your face. What if Bask regains his vision and the first thing he sees is the filthy mug of a frayed-at-the-edges goblin girl?" There was no point going on. Jigging up and down petulantly by the door to the shower block, Yorka shouted back, "Drop dead, you fucking goblin! I'm not frayed at the edges!" before disappearing through the door. I'd been joking about the dirt. We were given a good wash in the med blocks before being examined and injected. The system did not tolerate dirt. "They keep wrecking the med block longer than everybody else," I said thoughtfully after a short pause, looking at the yellow color of the York's status. "If he goes blind, too." "Nah," I said, shaking my head. "They'll wash his eye, buff it up, and he'll be good to go. This is something different. He got one hell of a mouthful of shit from the sky. They might even replace his esophagus and stomach." "Very possible," the zombie agreed. "They'll clean his blood while they're at it." "Ah!" "What is it?" "Sparks in my eye. Bright ones. I'm scared. Funny, huh?" Paling rapidly, Bask grabbed at the air with a hand but found no wall and began to sink to the ground. Quivering lips, blanching face, glassy eyes, shallow breathing, buckling legs, the zombie was having a panic attack. I caught him, leaned him against the wall, sat down beside him, and let him rest against my shoulder. I didn't say a word. Why would I? Let the poor unsighted thing sit and slowly come around and assess his own condition. If sparks in his eye had frightened him, then what would happen when the system fitted him with 2 fully functional new eyes? Would he go cataleptic? What is catalepsy anyway? It's kind of like this and kind of not, and I can't explain the meaning of the term anyway. When Basque's breathing became more even, I figured it was just the right time to say something encouraging to him, and so warm as to send gentle shivers throughout his entire quickening body. When you're feeling yourself again and everyone's patched up, we'll go and find that freaking bitch Eve and cut her into small chunks. Drink this, I said, wrapping his fingers around an open bottle of water. And try to forget about the sparks in your eye socket. We'll get your eyes done sooner or later. Don't kick us out. I didn't kick you out, you left by yourselves. Do you have a problem with me and Yorka being together? Why did you kick us out? Ah, shit. I frowned. I definitely wasn't expecting this. I don't give a shit if you're a couple or you're just having sweet, moist, no-strings-attached sex. Are you relieving stress, distracting yourselves from recalling images of blood and bubbling pus on dead bodies? Because if that's the case, it's just fine and dandy, but that's not the reason. Okay. Basque nodded weakly. Okay. It had already occurred to me that you also had your eye on Yorka. If that ever occurs to you again, our ways part. I warned, and the metal in my voice made the blind zombie squirm and nod again. Sorry, Commander. I've just had lots to think about this morning. What do you actually want, zombie? A calm and cozy life? In that case, we really had better go our separate ways. The thing is, you see, I sense that you don't believe me. About what? I speak openly with you and you don't believe me. If you come with me, you will perish, and I'll just step over your bodies and continue on my way, and I won't even fucking look back. Fuck. How can I convince you I'm telling the truth? You have no future with me. I don't know what old Copula blathered to you, but maybe there's a grain of truth in her words, that I want to give you the choice. Leave before it's too late. Why aren't you driving Rek away, then? Rek? He's in for a grisly death anyhow, I replied offhand. The fate of folk like him is predestined. Death in a bar fight or death in battle. Any death except old age and his sleep at home in a nice warm bed. Rek is the walking dead, as am I. We're coming with you, it's decided. We've decided. Yorka as well. The 2 of us, we're coming with you, even into hell. Although we've already... Oh no, I sniggered. You have not seen real hell yet. I'm fading again. I'm going to catch a few Z's. Don't you want to know what happens with the sparks in your eye? I couldn't give a shit. Correct answer, sleep warrior. The zombie lowered his chin to his chest and was silent. After scratching my itchy chest beneath the new t-shirt I'd bought a few paces away, I wrapped my new rain cape tighter around me, looking at the tiny observation dome hanging above my head, and closed my eyes. Not out of sleepiness, mind. I sensed the soft wave of an impending blackout and had no doubt that another flashback was on the way with the swiftness of a frozen corpse plummeting into an abyss. She sits across from me, beautiful and smiling, her hair tumbling to her breast in a gorgeous golden wave. Her graceful hands work her chopsticks deftly, bit by dip nipping the juicy white flesh from a piece of fish. A summer garden blooms outside the tall windows, young Japanese pines sway just noticeably, a shishi-odishi clacks in the distance, and a cicada takes up its chatter. A soothing, prandial atmosphere. The 2 of us are alone in the room, seated at a low table at least a century old. I, and the green-eyed Mocha, who had one day decided that this was in fact her real name, and forgotten that bestowed by her parents. Mocha, who is in love with Asian culture, who follows fanatically the enigmatic fashions of the kimono, who sleeps on a tatami, who practices with a katana, who works on her kata, who grows miniature trees in clay pots, and who drinks unbelievably expensive green tea grown on the best heavenly farms. And it is just the tip of the iceberg that is known to me. I am also reasonably well acquainted with the landscape, hidden beneath the silk of her kimono, of her superbly toned body. Today we awoke together, having gone to sleep late, and we basked in a long embrace before rising. After a collaborative and somewhat prolonged morning shower, I was sent to a small pond in a distant part of a yard protected by a high stone wall, where I caught 2 fat carp with golden scales and brought them to a stylized old-world kitchen that was in actual fact utterly modern, smart, and capable all by itself of rustling up such quantities of such fine food that it had been nicknamed the Chef Killer. But today Mocha has done everything by herself from start to finish. Biting her lip and squealing at a lock of hair falling down over her forehead, she worked skillfully with a sharpened knife, and impressively soon the scaled and filleted fish lay on the grill, whence it was served onto 2 plates that lay between us on the low, narrow table. The soothing Prandile atmosphere. And the music. From unseen speakers comes the sound of rhythmic music, and the voice of an unfamiliar female singer asserts gamely that all the shit in life is ephemeral. We are all endowed with wings, and all we have to do is learn to use them, and we can soar into the distant heavenly blue and look down from up there, and all our problems will appear teensy and piddling. Fly, fly, my dream. This house has never before heard the sound of dumb pop, only instrumental music, sometimes melancholy, sometimes optimistic, but never pop. But I know that Mocha listens to it at work. Somehow that mawkish rhythmic crap aids her brilliant intellect in its work. But right now, eyeing me over her glass, Mocha takes a sip from it and smiles as only she knows how. It is her regular smile, and it makes others smile too, but my heart skips a beat. Lowering my chopsticks slowly to the table, I interlock my fingers, not noticing my right thumb brush my left wrist, nor my eyes blink quickly twice. The balloon is up. Play has commenced. What's happening? My question sounds casual, lazy, befitting the artificial weather that prevails here. I love you. She presents me another smile and leans in closer, taking my hands and unlacing my fingers, before pulling one hand towards her. In doing so, she knocks her plate, and spots of fish oil appear on her summer kimono, while small lumps of perfectly cooked rice cling to it. And perennially immaculate and obsessed with refinement and cleanliness though she is, it is of no concern to her. Something jolts suddenly in my soul. Something is very wrong. And the first evidence of this is her pulse screaming, uneven, fast, accelerating, making itself known in the tips of her thin fingers. Her fingers are immobile and clamping my hand vice-like, but her pulse is so strong it beats a tattoo on my skin. What's going on, Mocha? This time my voice rings with metal. For the first time. Never before have I raised my voice, and never before has it contained notes of strictness. Yesterday afternoon a report was received. The corporate security people managed to crack your cunning legend. You're no fighter escort. You're a spy and a saboteur sent to us from the consortium. I've been tasked with luring you into a trap, and I've had to use all my influence to squeeze another day out of them. One more day for us, for you and me. And it's already over, for me at least. My last 4 minutes... Don't worry, I told them I wouldn't reveal the plan to you. After lunch we were to go for a walk in the Sky Park. That's where everything was supposed to happen. But it won't happen now. I do not have to look for a clock, for I always have one with me, and the green digits indicate there remain 3 and a bit minutes until midday. Until midday. But right now I am concerned with something very different. What have you done? My question has nothing to do with the security service or her corporation. Indeed, it has nothing to do with work. I am concerned about Mocha, and Mocha alone. What have you done? I repeat, gripping her fingers tightly and inflicting the first pain on her. You're running a fever. What have you done? A tiny tablet containing an unusual chemical compound, Mocha says with a smile, making no attempt to free her hand. It's already kicking in. And soon it will annihilate my brain, boil it in a remarkable chemical reaction. It's been nice being with you. I understand I'm just a target for you, but I love you anyway. Oh, shut up, I bark, jumping to my feet and hauling her towards me over the table, smashing antique crockery to smithereens. Crunching shards beneath my feet, I turn around, throw Mocha over my shoulder, skip out through the sliding paper doors, and hot-footed along the gravel path. Stop! Stop, I've thought of a way to help you escape. Turn back, you need to go to— Shut up, I repeat, coming to an abrupt halt 6 paces from a lean Japanese man who steps into our path with the sword lowered to the ground. "Put the lady down," the Japanese man says in an even voice, "and then I shall kill you quickly and without—" "Shut your freaking cake hole, you pompous cocksucker!" I sneer and take a step forward. "I shit on your civility and your pledges. Get out of my way. Mocha has taken some shitty chemical seppuku. She needs saving. I know where to take her, and I don't want to waste valuable seconds shoving her katana up your ass. And I will do it, you dumb motherfucker, with your distinguished bloodline of castrated guard dogs, which is of no interest to anybody at all. So let me through or die." "It's pointless," Mocha scoffs, and her raised head falls and knocks against my upper arm. The guard makes his decision lightning quick. He throws aside his katana and leaps, a single leap, 3 and a bit meters away from the path. His second leap doubles that distance. "Hurry up!" That's all he says. But I know all about the guy and understand he will nonetheless try to kill me at some point. What has stopped him now is merely his infinite devotion to his mistress. But later he will find me, and I do not care. Skipping through the gate, I jump into an abyss enwrapped in a charitable cloudy fog, and the air roars malevolently in my ears as it parts before me in mock reverence to watch me crash to the distant earth. A bluish spark appears very briefly to the side, and a preemptively requested car hurries to intercept us with its sunroof open. Knowing that nobody will hear me, I whisper, and each of my words are whisked away on the howling wind. "You dumb broad with your coffee name. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Screw your corporation and its secrets. It's you I need. You dumb broad." No response. Only the abundance of green lights on the dashboard of the approaching car, flashing in greeting and mockery. Tumbling onto the seat and throwing Mocha beside me, I hit the screen and we plummet. The engine begins to hum, and in scarlet lights on the windshield flashes a warning that we will not fit between the 2 vehicles traveling on the level below. I'm about to find myself smooshed on either an armor-plated trough for VIP loads or a thin plastic low-coster gumboot for the proles who naively consider themselves almost middle class. A detour maneuver will lose me 10 precious seconds. No, I will not dial back. My next move is inevitable. Baring my teeth, I shift the tiny joystick sharply while simultaneously revving the engine. I am not going to lose a single freaking second. Not a single. I returned shudderingly to reality, blinked and felt my eyes exude a strange moisture, which collected at the bottom of my goggle lenses. I yanked them off and wiped them with my glove, cursing angrily. I was sweating like a pig at the Pamupoka farm. "Are you okay?" "Absolutely," I replied to the zombie's question with nothing more than firm indifference. "Weren't you going to catch some shut-eye?" "Too much noise upstairs." Bask frowned and lowered his head back to his chest. "That's the first of today's excellent news," I sniggered, looking up at the gray-brown mist carpeting the ceiling. The steel heavens were darkening. The steel heavens were rumbling. The steel heavens were sparking. Dead lightning bugs filled with meat were drifting down from the steel heavens, and hot blood together with piss and shit began to rain down from up there. And it was simply wonderful. "How is it excellent?" It turned out that Bask had still not drifted off. "For many reasons," I replied, pulling my fingers away from the internal pocket of my rain cape and the baggie of tablets therein. The more hubbub and bother, the easier for uninvited guests like us to get through there. That's the main thing, and the more losses they incur, the fewer holes they can plug, and judging by the noise, they now have a good many holes, allowing filthy piss-soaked goblins like us to become perfectly invited guests. But we must hurry, for there will be many wanting to use this perfect opportunity. And what opportunity is that? To evolve. I burst into laughter, pointing first at the brown, gloop-covered floor, and then at the distant steel vault flashing with sparks. To evolve from a wet goblin into a proud and predatory heavenly spider. They've sustained heavy losses. Bask checked the data, and will have to recoup. There's a chance to be of use, and if you carry out all their errands, they might accept you into their ranks permanently, and you won't have to stomp gaily through puddles of shit anymore and breathe the vapors from elf piss." "Highly unlikely," I said. "There's plenty of shit everywhere, even up in the heavens. On your feet, zombie. Lady Luck has rewarded you with a game challenge." "Whoa!" Bask leaped lively to his feet as though he'd been given an adrenaline shot. "What's the game?" "Oh, you'll love it," I said, sighing and peering at the large screen displaying the number 13. "Today, Nullform, it has fallen to you to play—" "What is this freaking bullshit?" "What? What is it?" The zombie was pining with impatience and had forgotten all about his fatigue and the recent sparks flashing in his damaged eye socket. "What is it?" "A text quest," I said, reading thoughtfully from the screen. "You have to give a minimum of 50 answers and make a minimum of 50 decisions to get to the final. The prize will depend on the decisions you make and their consequences. Attention, even seemingly inconsequential trivialities have serious consequences in the future. Keep a level head. Shoot. Now that, I understand, is good fortune." Bask nodded slightly, lowering himself in front of the screen and pulling his hood down further as he was now directly beneath quite a heavy greenish-yellow trickle from the sky. "Help, Commander. Read it, and after that—" "After that you're on your own," I said, raising myself reluctantly. "That damned Yorka. She certainly picked the right time to doll herself up. Never mind. Ready? Ready. Let's go, then. The start seems bubbly enough, so—" "You are standing in front of a lowered steel grill which is blocking your path. The only way through is to solve a task. Hovering in front of you are some glowing words which assemble to form a text. Lucky Bloom finds 3 apples, but one of them is rotten and must be rejected. How many apples does Bloom have left? Possible answers: 3, 1, 2. You have 6 seconds left to answer. 2! Superb, I chuckled. Choose the third answer. Ready. With a rattle, the steel grill rises reluctantly and opens your path for you. 3 objects fall to the desiccated ground, and you may take only one of them with you. They are a Passepartout, an axe, and a recorder. Choose your object. You have 5 seconds. The Passepartout, Bask said, rubbing his hands excitedly. The Passepartout. I heard you already. Answer number 1. Ready. Congratulations, you have gained a Passepartout. Moving further, you find yourself in a small corridor, freezing in horror as an enormous cobra rises slowly in front of you, hissing diabolically. You have 3 seconds. Choose. Kill the cobra with the axe, play a relaxing melody on the recorder, run past the cobra, retreat, or answer the venomous beast's question. Are you sure you were right to choose the Passepartout? I'm sure. I choose to answer the snake's question. Answer number 5. Uh-huh. A little lower. Press. Got it. Opening its jaws, the cobra hisses angrily, and you hear a soul-chilling voice. A soul-chilling fucking voice! The normally unflappable Bask shook his head feverishly. A soul-chilling voice! The clock is ticking, I reminded him, and continued. The scaly beast's question reads thus. Answer the riddle, Wayfarer, and I will let you pass. If you make a mistake, you die. And that's how it went. I read slowly, Bask chose answers and made decisions, and we gradually progressed through the rooms of an imaginary mansion full of monsters, riddles, and treasures. When Yorka returned after visiting the shower block twice, instead of her habitual baggy and comfortable pants, beneath her rain cape she wore yellow hot pants, her baseball cap had disappeared back into her hood, showing off her brushed and untangled hair, and her goggles rested on her forehead. Well, yes. To hell with the acrid shit all around, one had to show oneself in all one's glory. Sidling away from Bask, I surrendered my seat to her and muttered quietly, See that your ass is hidden back inside your pants within half an hour, fighter. Half an hour. Otherwise I shall dip you in the deepest puddle of shit I can find. I understand. Where's your gear? I threw it in the capsule. Half an hour. I repeated and returned to my place, where I stretched out and snoozed, half an ear on my fighters who continued to overcome the dangers of the game challenge. It must be said it was an unusual and engaging choice. Such an interesting game was highly unlikely to be offered to a rank-and-file goblin or orc. Not every halfling would be so lucky. Wreck is held up somewhere. Sleep. I awoke suddenly, pried my eyes quickly open, saw the orc trudging along the wall, and realized he hadn't gotten away without minor consequences. He held his belly in both hands in the same manner as one holds a sack with a hole in it, so as not to lose the small stuff. I looked at Reck's status and saw that his yellowish level was now dark yellow. I did not move from my spot, instead waiting patiently for him to limp over to me, lean back against the wall, and creep ever so slowly down it until his backside touched the floor as cautiously as if his pelvic bone had been replaced with fine glass. Behind the lenses of his goggles was a gaping hole, and a red, inflamed eye covered in something gray and betraying tears and pain. "How's your shitty life?" I asked, looking contentedly at the greeny, blackish-red skin of his face and neck. "They fucking cut it off. No more fun and games with suckers? Pfft, that, by the way, I hear they don't replace." Reck trembled in fright. "Oh, no. I heard that the thing you most worry about, that's what you lose," I said coolly. "What did they cut off?" "Have a look." Reck carefully lifted the hem of his rain cape, and on his glue-lathered belly I saw a long longitudinal incision stapled closed. "They mashed up me insides. And look." He raised his head to show me his throat, which the system had cut open and sewn back together. "They had a good poke about in there, too. Went all the way around it with a scalpel like they were cutting the rotten bits out of vegetables. I thought they were going to cut my tongue out, too, but I got away with an acid marinade. And I tell you absolutely sincerely, when that sharp whatchamacallit was nearing my bulging eye, I thought that was it. One more blind man in the team. But I was spared. They squirted something cold, wiped something hot, and at the end sprayed something neutral." "You're not a fighter yet," I concluded. "So, I'm with you," the orc croaked, his one eye fixing me so savagely that I was reminded of another mythical race. "Reck, we are not going to be plodding along the horizontal," I said and pointed upwards. "We have some climbing to do." "I don't give a shit. I'm with you." "And what if your stitches come apart on the way and you start losing your innards? What if we can't manage to get you to a med block?" "I'm with you, Commander," Reck repeated, and judging by his stubborn, hoarse voice, I figured he wasn't going to be talked out of it. He would follow us even if I forbade it. Shuffle, hobble, crawl, repeat to fade. My authority as commander was somehow working lousily and selectively. "I don't seem to be able to cement my strict dictatorship with you," I admitted to Reck. "I will chew out anyone's throat for you," the orc shrugged. "I can't help with anything else. What are those up to? I don't see any pictures." "A cryptic text quest." Rex screwed up his face. "Shit for unshaven children." "I wouldn't say that," I said, smiling wryly. "I wouldn't say that." "What else is there to say? It's a game, although it does pay out if you win, but it doesn't really do it for me. It's much easier caving someone's head in or umping 100 buckets of muck around." "It isn't all that simple," I said to myself now, looking at the screen filled with lines of green text. Bask and his sighted guide Yorka were so far managing to survive, and they were progressing from one game zone to another, answering endless questions and selecting and using various objects. The questions became less children's level, and the difficulty of the tasks increased from screen to screen, but Bask was coping. Yorka had stopped giving him advice and was now simply trying to read him the text as quickly and clearly as possible, repeating if necessary and listing the choices available. After working everything through in his head, the blind zombie would call out his answer, and so far he had made no mistakes. "Commander." "Yes." I was concentrating on the stretching orc. "Do you need me to bring you something?" "I'm not allowed to eat or drink for another 2 hours," Rex said, smiling unruffled. "The painkillers are working." "So what did you want?" "Why do we need to go up there?" "The answers are up there." "The answers? The answers to what?" "To all this shit," I said, sweeping an expressive arm over the hideous scenery surrounding us. "What makes you think that? They consider us authoritative gnomes here, and they're below us. We even have the wherewithal to pay for entrance. We can give them Yorker's tattooed claw, have a chat with a couple of their big shots, do some networking, take the rewards." "Uh-huh," I laughed. "Do, take. All the shittiest shit in the world begins like that, Rek. When you try not to establish and earn, but to do somebody and take something, you give away others' hands all too readily like access passes to your sweet life. "We'll sew her on another one," Rek barked. "Surely that would be better. The hunt will be called off and all the catfighting will disappear along with the gnomes. They might even tell us something useful in return. Just don't tell me you hadn't considered that possibility." "I haven't considered many possibilities, but I do not believe the gnomes govern this bedlam. They play their part, an important part, but that is all. Although it is possible that one day we will have to pay them a visit, but we shall not be looking down there just yet. It's too peaceful and quiet at the moment, but up there is a whole pile of problems." "So maybe we shouldn't be paying a visit up there. We'll only end up in the hands of the bad-tempered spiders. Don't think I don't give a shit. Just say the word and I'm with you. Down, up, I don't give a shit. I just want to understand your reasoning. We have a key to get to the gnomes, but what key do we have to the spiders?" "A small one," I frowned. "We helped out the nymph Copula in a small matter and she's friendly with the spiders." "So what?" "That alone is not enough," I agreed, "but the spiders have big problems." "So what?" "Well, when problems occur in a territory entrusted to you, you need to liquidate them urgently, and preferably before they who entrusted you the territory hold you accountable. The spiders are working their asses off right now in an attempt to fix everything. Take a look up there." We both leaned our heads back and for a short while contemplated the abundance of new constellations, feverishly winking constellations, that had appeared in the steel sky. Up there beneath the vault, welding apparatuses sparkled, dark spots of something being transferred on cables flickered, the waterfall plunged down as ever, and the odd scrap of something obscure was strewn around. The sky was literally ablaze with the spider's dancing legs. "Now look over there." I poked the orc in the leg and pointed to the knee-deep flooded side street. "A celebration of corpses," Rek replied after a brief pause. "Puny spiders flying to the slaughter." He was right. A parade moved along the street, mangled corpses borne on shoulders. Goblins, orcs, and halflings, all the city's detritus, smiling widely in their joy at the unexpected extra earnings, waded through the shit, all but dancing, dragging dead bodies, whole and parts thereof, by the scruffs of their necks. Sections of sliced-off cable dragged in the water, intestines peeked coquettishly from stomachs ripped open by Pluck's claws, distorted and gaping spider mugs faced upward to their sky. The occasional wind-felled or misplaced limb would drop into the gloop, and heads sank and had to be groped around for in the murky mass. The corpses were naturally naked, stripped of anything that might have been of use or sold. And all this, the cargo itself and the jolly porters, was generously irrigated from above with elf piss. "Yes!" Bask yipped in jubilation. "Hooray!" Yorka responded. "Got your sight back?" I asked. "I won!" "Ah, 500 soul bonus!" "How much?" I asked in surprise. "Not bad." "I just bet you want to treat us all, right?" one of the burlier townies asked as he gripped a ripped-off leg by the ankle. "What do you say to a couple of bottles for the glorious citizens?" "Piss off, you dumb bastard, before I insert that leg up your butt," Yorka snapped, managing to display an unusually large number of teeth in her sneer. "Not bad," Rex said, raising his head. "The chick is hardening." "And you can shut your mouth as well." The goblin girl did not hold back. The corpse bearers had something to say, but all I had to do was hold my piggy silently in the air and wave it about, hinting they had better not tarry, and I was instantly understood, and the procession continued its merry way to the med blocks. "Whoa!" Bask jumped up and inclined his head much more pronouncedly than usual, and slowly lowered himself right down into a puddle. "Shit! Feet!" "What about feet? What have you got there?" Yorka gave a start, and in a wink her voice changed from rat to cat. "It's not me, it's you. I can kind of see them. Bare knees." "And? How do you like them?" "That's the dumbest question I've never heard." I sighed and rose with a grunt. "Fighters on your feet, it's time we took a little stroll. Approximately 5 kilometers. That's on the flat. Then it's up to the very top. If you don't think you can make it, you'd better say so right now, and we'll leave you in the capsule to get some sleep." I looked at each of them and saw no one yearning to be left behind. Excellent. "We go this way," I said, waving an arm. Bask especially for you, since you can only see bare knees. There's a wall, and by the wall is a huge kind of staircase thingy, covered in nets and meshes and trussed up in fairy lights. And what about tasks? Yorka tried to change our course. I haven't looked yet. When we get up into the sky, I'll have a look. And if the tasks are down here, or even in the outskirts, then we go there, I said, encouraging the goblin girl and hanging my piggy on my belt. Let's move out, goblins. Wreck, get up. I'll try and make it. That was a joke, I chuckled, walking out into the middle of the street and raising my hand in a signal to stop. We're catching a lift. The wagon, rolling lively down the street with its windows smashed in, produced an unpleasant ring to announce it was not going to stop. I had to back up my hand signal with another universal gesticulation, so I reached for my needle gun and aimed it bang in the center of the chest of the wagon driver in his elegant blue trench coat and trendy dark goggles. Ringing more unpleasantly now, the wagon began to slow, while the driver merely built up steam, sticking his head out into the rain and yelling irately, "Who the fuck are you to be stopping me with a hand cannon? Reckon yourself hard-boiled, do you fucker? Membeck lifted your spirits, has it? Speak your street name, cocksucker." "I am Elb," I said calmly and lazily toward my needle gun. "What were you saying about cocksuckers?" "I said any sucker in the city would suck you off for free. You're a hero. Hop in, Elb. Need a lift somewhere?" "Uh-huh. As far as that staircase over there," I said, taking hold of the grab handle. "Climb aboard, fighters. This nice man is going to take us for a ride." "And with pleasure," said the man, nodding and pulling off his goggles to show us his tiny, close-together eyes. Listen, just one question." "What is it?" I asked, watching my guys take the few seats there were in the front part of the wagon. The rear cargo section was jam-packed with closed containers. "Is it true you ate the heart of Pontus the Heart-Eater? Cut it out while he was still breathing and ate it? Cut it out with some kind of elven flower?" The man's eyes roamed me furtively up and down. "Huh? Is that what they say?" "Hell yeah!" "It may be true," I sighed, also sitting down. "A lot of shit has flowed under the bridge since then. It's difficult to remember." "You're a tough cookie, Elb. You're just tough. You're all tough. Will you have a dram of moonshine with me, guys? I'll crush some nuts into your bottles. I've got a couple of red energies somewhere. They're sweet and reviving. What do you say?" "Sure," I nodded. "Thank you." "Oink, oink, 6668. "That's a big number," I noted. "Indeed, I'm from the outskirts. Got to Halfling by a long, hard slog. I started out in that distant district." Without putting aside his primitive steering organs, the man put his hand in a small plastic crate. "And life was shit. Shall I tell you about it?" Figuring he was doing us a favor, I shrugged my shoulders, and Oink launched joyously into his narrative. And thus we rode around the rain-drenched streets of Drainagetown, sipping our mildly moonshine-enhanced, sickly-sweet energy cocktails, and hearing the heart-rending story of Oink 6668's difficult past. Asking the occasional question, I would return Oink momentarily to the subject of the stench, specifically how the cleanup had gone, what they had found of interest aside from tons of bones, whether there had been any bizarre deaths, whether any exotic pluxes had been discovered, or an evil bog monster. We gleaned nothing new, however. One entire group had died when they stumbled into a bogman ambush. Another 2 individuals had sunk but then been fished out, and 3 had vanished for good somewhere in the side corridors where they had been sent on a reconnaissance mission by the system. One surprisingly dexterous girl had sliced the throat of a certain inveterate citizen Lothario who, it was rumored, was able to divine a lip-smacking figure hidden beneath even the most oversized of rain capes. It was bullshit, of course, and while it's true they found the Lothario face down in a puddle of bloody piss, it was anyone's guess who actually whacked him. Where had it happened? Elf knows. Oink had not been there and was mighty glad about it. It was no place for a man with a name like that. The wagon rang with laughter at this as we, creaking and clanking, rolled up to the foot of the steel staircase, which was fitted on both sides with capacious elevator cabins. We piled out of the wagon and Oink drove away, waving for a long time from the side window and joyously rubbing his left cheek, which I had punched at his request. Not so hard as to knock any teeth out or break his nose, but making sure there were 1 or 2 witnesses around. Why, you might ask? Well, today he had the chance to entice a certain top-draw roly-poly girl into his bed, and it surely couldn't hurt to enhance his arsenal with a story about how he'd risked picking a fight with one and only Elb, and earned a slap round the face for his trouble. I did not bother returning Oink's wave, but as I was examining a disagreeable-looking construction, whose excessively numerous and narrow steps were slippery with thick, gushing slurry. Also none too agreeable-looking were the faces of the 2 guards on the first landing. "Skedaddle, goblins!" The order was croaked by a tall, lean somebody in a black rain cape who leaned against a steel upright. In order to croak his command, he'd had to desist from his dry cough for a short time. The second figure, which was far more broad-shouldered and chunky, stepped forwards and seconded his partner's sentiment. "Go catch the wagon up and get out of here." "I'm sorry," I said politely, stepping closer and climbing up a step. I didn't quite catch that. "I said get the fuck out of here, bitch!" Advancing on me, he tried to give me a ferocious poke in the face with his spiked mask filters. "Get out of here, Sharpish. The gun behind your shoulder doesn't frighten me. We know what legit hard cases look like. Get out of here, goblin." The spikes did not actually touch my face, because I shimmied backwards, at the same time reaching underneath my rain cape to remove my needle gun from my belt. "We're here on business." I figured I'd try a friendly approach first. "I pissed on your head today," came the roared response. "And shat. Get it, business boy?" "I get it." I nodded, holding my piggy against his crotch. "What's that teeny little thing I can feel with the end of my weapon? Is it your sweaty little animalcule? Does it have enough air in there?" "Do you think you're scaring me?" His voice quavered treacherously. "You're not going to shoot. I'm a spider. People like you... Bending double, he grasped his groin and collapsed on his ass, clattering the heels of his boots against the steps at a frenzied rate. "Shit-eaters, what's going on?" The voice from above sounded far more imperious. I looked up, removed my mask, and smiled widely. "Hello, I am Elb, and this is my group, Yorka, Bask, and Wreck. We decided to pay you a visit. Are you in need of any assistance?" A short pause was followed by a throaty whimper from the mildly becalmed bruiser. "Come on up. We wouldn't mind taking the elevator," I said, once more smiling into the urine splashing down on my face. "We've had a hard day, corpses and pluxes falling from the heavens. I nearly got squished by a big fat ginger woman. Well, her top half, which was at least her better half. Farty Susan, her final web's already been woven," the invisible owner of the voice said with no hint of sorrow. "Left-hand elevator, you will be met." The door of the left-hand cabin opened with a rumble, and without any misgivings I stepped inside. What was there to be afraid of? I had already noted that we were in twilight, so if the spiders wanted to shoot us, they'd already had plenty of time to do so. My fighters followed me in, the doors closed, and soon we were traveling up, watching the darksome panorama of Drainagetown disappear beneath us through the cage. Chapter 3. Spiders. Yes. There was no more suitable name. Although it wasn't really a name, or even a nickname. It was the very essence of the folk that inhabited the celestial steel spiderweb. This I realized approximately 30 seconds after the elevator cage had spat us out with clanking contempt, slamming its grill doors behind us, as if to make it perfectly clear it was not about to take us freaking earthlings back down. It left us standing on the edge of a large grill floor of sorts, approximately 20 meters by 20. The heavy grill beneath our feet was dry, the air clear, and the ceiling not dripping, although it did produce an even flow of air. I saw the first to remove my mask and goggles, and I understood the air here was no worse than in the outskirts. Then I saw the spider. Hanging upside down from the ceiling 6 yards from us, a spider was expertly extending his supporting thread, while simultaneously clinging on with 4 legs to a pipe that was leaking steam from holes. Its foremost right leg held a brightly sparking welding apparatus, and the left held in place a steel patch that was being welded over a hole. The rear legs, fixed in position on odd-looking foot pedals, controlled a compact winch with a thin steel cable. Just 8 legs, half of them made of steel and fitted with oval magnets and incurving hooks, allowing the beast to cling firmly to any grill while easily smashing in the skull of any half-wit who stumbled into the web. The spider's muzzle and skin were also striking. When I realized I was lost in entranced contemplation of a many-legged sentient creature, I closed my eyes for a few seconds, and when I opened them and looked again at the spiderweb, what met them was a much more familiar picture. Hanging up at ceiling level was a strapping man in a figure-hugging gray suit that covered him entirely from his chin down to his heels. He wore no shoes, and his feet were fastened by loops to the pedals of the winch. His body was engrasped in an open-work metal construction with a bunch of appliances attached to it, such as 4 long multi-articular mechanical arms, 2 of which ended in magnets and 2 in hooks. 2 of the arms were fitted with fairly bright lights. On his lower back was a rectangular unit with thick insulated wires protruding from it, presumably an accumulator, and above this, from his shoulders, hung a sizable backpack, from which 2 tubes led to the mouth of the worker engrossed in his work. Broth? Lemonade? Energy? Fill it with whatever you wanted. Strapped to the sides of the backpack were 2 rather small gas cylinders with hoses attached. On the front of this amazing waistcoat hung 2 overstuffed belt bags, a string of steel patches, and reels of wire. A needle gun hung by its strap. 2 thick steel strips stretched from behind the accumulator, holding an arm winch, and a thin jangling cable went up to the ceiling, where, as far as I could discern, it was attached by hooks and magnets to an open-work girder. Double security. The man's head was protected by a helmet bearing a head torch and fronted by a visor that revealed a dully illuminated face, bearded, sweaty, and concentrating intently on his welding arc. His gray overalls were decorated with complex black patterns, and the metal construction surrounding his torso created the illusion of a bloated gut. In short, a real spider was hanging from the ceiling. An octopedal creature stuck to a pipe, producing a thin, ringing thread from its asshole. Zowie. And it was not alone. Turning slowly around, I rapaciously scanned the incredible panorama that opened up from this height, noting the hanging spider's lights. We were in a nexus of pipes. I had known about it before, and it was one thing looking up through the rain at a far-off, mist-obscured and nearly 2-dimensional picture, but quite another to be situated inside it. Pipes. Pipes. Big pipes, little pipes, more pipes than you could shake a stick at. The fractured outlines of this bizarre world were hard on the eyes. Pipes manacled in open-work constructions stretched in all directions, differing in diameter and color and merging and parting at angles acute and obtuse. Staircases, also plentiful and also positioned at the most dizzying angles, allowing passage between the levels of this suspended world. Spiders scuttled along these flimsy-looking walkways, transporting various cargoes, conveying limp bodies and stretching wires. "Stay here, goblins," a red female spider warned us, descending from the ceiling and flashing balefully the thickly made-up eyes behind the visor of her helmet. "You will be met and told what to do. All clear?" "All clear, heavenly Bwana," I replied for all of us, before the scarlet spider-woman worked her petals and disappeared back up to the ceiling, winding her thread back in. "Wow," Rex said, mirroring my own thought and watching the spider go. "Can we fuck them? Or is that considered perverted and awk with the spider?" "Are you an idiot or something?" Yorka asked rhetorically before turning to me and asking, "Why did you shoot that fool's balls?" "That wasn't his balls," I said, correcting her. "That was the doorbell. I rang it out of politeness, and here we are." "You should have booted him." "Don't waste time and nervous energy worrying about the health of minor dipshits," I replied, turning as I heard the sound of the elevator cage approaching. "It's all hands on deck up here. All the capable and competent are here performing damage limitation tasks. And the pathetic losers got put on elevator watch. That was where they slipped up, deciding to greet visitors with a good butting." After thinking for a moment, Yorka shrugged and nodded. It was a rare occasion when she could find nothing to counter with. The same 2 guard spiders emerged from the elevator, the softly whimpering injured one supported by the second, who favored us with a sepulchral look but did not say a word. Probably the first wise decision in his entire stupid life. "And the message was passed on via his ball sack," I added, watching them hobble away. "And what was the message?" Bask asked, staring at his palm. His bleeding and ineffectual family jewels announced loud and clear that the recently arrived goblins were aggressive and fearless, and requested that they be assigned appropriate work, for they would surely cope. I shall remember that. The zombie nodded and resumed wiggling his various colored fingers in front of his eye, which was beginning to creep to life. He was so engrossed and happy that he even let a dribble of spittle spill from the corner of his mouth. You see that drooling fool with a contented grin gazing at his own fingers? You think he's spent? You'd be wrong. He's a veteran, distinguished for valor. Hey, fudge packers, move along that thread to the end, and quickly, otherwise you'll find yourselves on the end of my boot. A spider had emerged from the liquid mist, and now hung 2 meters above our heads, one set of hands on hips, straightened legs slightly apart, and trying with all his might to look like a figure of importance. The cable from his foot-controlled winch went upwards, passing through a simple pulley block fastened to his back, enabling him to hang upside down and regard us haughtily through the transparent visor of his helmet. His tight-fitting yellow overalls did nothing to conceal his considerable abdomen and thick appendages. We have been most fortunate with cretins today. Would you like me to shoot you up the tuchus? I asked idly, raising my eyes and needle gun in a leisurely fashion. Listen, you... The spider jerked its feet a couple of times and drew back up, simultaneously reaching for the stock of the needle gun hanging from his belt. Shut your mandibles, leper! A truly severe and commanding voice roared throatily from out of the fog. You were told to get your ass to Warehouse 7. What are you doing here? Showing the goblins how charismatic you are? Making yourself look important? I just heard them in passing and decided to call, Get the hell out of here, the senior spider said, materializing from the fog in a long red trench coat over black overalls. I saw no winch, but likely as not it was attached to his back and electrically powered. 4 remarkably long steel legs dangled freely beneath him, and behind the enormous transparent visor was a face with prominent cheekbones that was lit up in bright white. And to you, goblins, good day. I have already seen you in action. We caught a cursory glimpse of your recent carnage down below, and you dive not half badly in shit. The spider noted with a slight grin to the softly growling rack. A veritable swimmer, and you fight not badly either, as do you all. Turning slightly, the spider motioned towards a practically horizontal pipe fitted with handrails. Just as that retard said, move along that thread to the end. There you'll find an open area. You will be met and shown what to do. The payment is generous and the food plentiful. The work is dangerous, but you are no strangers to that. And the work is plentiful as well. So what's it to be? Do we step forward or back down? We are already stepping, I said with a smile, along this thread and right to the end, to where the work is dangerous and the food plentiful. Nodding, the red and black spider wiggled his fingers and, with a barely audible hum of an electric motor, rose and vanished into the mist. Not wishing to waste time or linger too long at the beginning of such an unusual journey, we made a beeline for the pipe. Taking point, I held the thin railing and moved forwards, placing my feet in their heavy boots carefully. Cursory note to self, if you feel yourself slipping, better not rely on the railing. Looks cool, the panting Yorka exclaimed unexpectedly, setting off behind me, the blind zombie falling in behind her with his hand in its habitual place on her shoulder. Turning back, I received a small nod of acknowledgement from Rack, who had found himself in an unfamiliar situation, bringing up the rear. A bunch of legs and technology, the orc said thoughtfully. Mean, their helmets are awesome too. I spotted their helmets as well, I agreed, stepping carefully over a slippery section of the pipe and not omitting to point it out to the others. They just need that internal light turning the hell off and they'll be a good bit of kit. If they'll withstand a shot from a standard needle gun, that's just wicked. They're steel, but the visors are plastic, I said, and looking to the side, added, Look, that certainly does the spider swagger no favors. It was quite a sight. Beneath the pipe running parallel to our thick gray one hung 2 spider welders, one upside down, one the right way up. They hung there above Drainagetown, which was overcast by the brown fog, busying themselves with a tremendously important item of business, the depletion of their bladders. The sparkling yellow jet sprayed festively down upon the city. What did that half-wit say? I pissed on your head? Well, yes, you could argue that he hadn't been lying, and it was eminently possible that his urine had dripped from a cloud onto my head while we'd been wandering around the steel streets of Drainagetown. "Fuckers!" Yorka yelled angrily. The yellow jets desisted for a moment, and their owners, illuminated and frightened faces, turned towards us. But when they realized it was not their superiors walking along the neighboring path, but merely earthlings, they smirked and resumed their business. "In all up your ass!" the implacable goblin girl shouted. "We walk around down there and you—" "And where am I supposed to piss, goblin?" came the unexpected reply from one of the workers with gray stubble. "I spend 20 hours of every day hanging here. I eat here, I drink here, I sleep here, I get sick here, I recuperate here, I live here, you daughter of a bitch. And when my time comes, I'll die here too. I rise to my feet exclusively to replenish supplies, receive job details, and recharge my battery. Then it's back here to swing around on a thread. So what am I to do? Piss in my own mouth? Not piss at all? Piss off, you stupid bitch." We covered the next 40 meters in silence. Then everything was spoiled by Rag, who could not hold back and began to guffaw, bending double and grasping his shredded belly, incapable of stopping. I also had a silent chuckle to myself, but what really riled the sulky and gloomy Yorka was Bask having trouble controlling his laughter. "Screw you all," she said in conclusion, and pushing me out of the way, squeezed past and stepped decisively forward. We followed, Bask now holding on to me, and were chased by the hoarse yells of the old spider welder, who had also found his voice again. "Such is life. Everyone pisses and shits on everyone else's head. You want to be clean and not covered in shit? Don't go around being born a Nullform if you want an elf's life." I shouted back over my shoulder, past the twitching zombie, at the carping spider dangling on his thread. "Give it a rest, man. We heard you already." The spider waved a dismissive hand and turned his attention to fastening the flap of his old overalls. His partner shrugged his shoulders and waved a mechanical arm with a torch at us, as if to say, "No offense." Things were bubbling up in the spider's soul, and they just bubbled over. "The brothel!" Yorka shouted out of the blue. "Where?" I asked for confirmation, encouraging her ability to forgive and forget. "Down there, they painted—" Looking down through the clouds of brown fog, I saw the streets of Drainagetown. Then my eyes picked out the house of Copula. The lurid dome towered above the streets like a sarcophagus. Streams of sewage ran down the dirty steel, and on top of the dome, appearing then disappearing in the vapors and precipitation, could be seen a poisonous yellow painting of two spiders nestling together with their legs intertwined. Only in place of their spider muzzles were faces distorted in delicious languor. "Advertising is advertising," I said before we resumed our journey along the steel pathway rumbling beneath our feet. "Closer to your shoulder," I ordered, observing Yorka. "And wait, I said." "But it's running." The lady goblin's leg twitched, deflecting her aim from its target. "It's going to jump." "Wait." I added a note of harshness to my voice. "Wait. Now!" Click, click, click. 2 needles missed. The third hit the attacking gray Plux's scaly side and was lost somewhere beneath the skin, inflicting no injury whatsoever. Without needing to be reminded, Yorka swiftly reloaded and aimed the needle gun once more, but she had no time to get a shot off, because Bask struck the creature with his club and nailed it to the pipe. "Shit," Yorka said of her result. "You'll get used to it." I did not agree with her categorical conclusion. When taking aim at a Plux, it's better to adjust your whole body slightly than to move only your arms, and move fluidly rather than jerkily. "Is the next one mine too?" "Sure," I said, throwing my feet up on a plastic crate and leaning back against the warm pipe. "Bask, you need some healing sleep." "Yes, sir, Commander." "How's your eye? Still the same?" "Uh-huh, but that's good. I can see. I can even make colors out a bit." "When you struck that Plux, you were aiming by ear, right?" "Uh-huh, by ear," the zombie confirmed, clambering into his hanging hammock. "I'm not quite used to it yet." "I see. Sleep. York and I will keep watch." Bask was silent. Not far from him snoozed Rek in an identical hammock and under his rain cape. The guys needed some quality shut-eye in order to recuperate just a little bit, and now is as good a time as any, what with us being currently occupied with unchallenging and cushy work. I'm drifting off too, Yorka admitted. Another hour, I replied brusquely and closed my eyes. We're relying on you for the moment, warrior. I'll relieve you later. Fine. Yorka sighed and without taking her eyes off the only Pluck's access point, began bandaging her tattooed arm. It was hot up here. The men of the group wore only vests, yet Rek was shivering and had wrapped himself in his rain cape, despite the beads of sweat trickling down his face. Yorka preferred a t-shirt, but had nonetheless decided to hide her inked arm from curious eyes. I don't want to give it up, she announced suddenly, glowering at me. It's your arm. Lazily and momentarily, I opened my eyes a crack. It's up to you. Exactly, it's mine. She clenched and unclenched her tattooed fingers several times. Mine, and the patterns are beautiful, and it's strong, twice as strong as that, the goblin girl said, pointing at her old arm. Seriously? I was surprised. Twice as strong? You're not exaggerating? Not at all, it's a powerful arm. Interesting, I said, chuckling. Well, since you like it, don't give it up. But what if we're attacked again because of it? Then we shall kill our attackers, I replied matter-of-factly, crossing my arms on my chest and slowly slipping into slumber. And any who came after them. Don't stop people sleeping, goblin, and don't worry so much. We're all going to die anyway. How wonderfully encouraging. You're not going to sleep, are you? You're helping me keep watch, yes? I am, don't you worry. That's easy for you to say. You're made of steel. I've never met anybody as hard as you in my life. Don't care about anybody or anything. I'm not like that. I don't not care about you. I know that. You'd kill for us. You already have. But you can easily shoot a man in the balls for no reason. And you don't care if he dies or not. Blow up and die. You just don't care. And I understand that's the way to go. That's the way the world is. That's life. That old spider shouted at me, didn't he? And I just couldn't. How can I learn? By shooting, I replied. Aim and shoot. Aim and shoot. You'll learn not to care about goblins writhing in pain. But you can't do that. Says who? Well, nobody, but... Remember Johnny the Lion? I raised a questioning eyebrow. He was nobody, just a fat slug. But he and his motley crew managed to milk people like you, and you know why? Because I'm scared? Because you're soft, I corrected her. We're soft. If you went back to the past now, Johnny the Lion wouldn't dare touch the new-look Yorka. He wouldn't walk on the same path as you. Because lice like him have highly developed gut instincts, and he would immediately realize you were out of his league. You'd give him a taste of his own medicine. I'd put my gun stock in his teeth, Yorka snarled, 10 times, 20, until his jaws and gums got smashed up into a bloody bolus and forced down his throat. I wouldn't think twice about it. Strike, strike, die! You're changing, and you're changing quickly. There are 2 ways you could go. Either you continue changing and become like me, or you give up and prefer to disappear into the background to live a peaceful life. You and Bask had the chance to leave today. Why didn't you? Because you're a douchebag. Well, that's succinct. I've heard that somewhere before. I don't know why we didn't leave. I don't know. I don't know why I'm going on with you. What's wrong with our lives now? What's wrong with our lives now? I repeated and laughed quietly. Are you serious? What if I am? If you want a real warm bed, just ask. Exquisite food, fish, goblin, fish. We get to eat real fish. We have pretty good weapons now. I learned to shoot, and fighting Pluxes will be even easier. Cast your mind back, I said. What do you mean? Remember what you were like not so long ago when we sorted out Johnny and his band of punks, when we got the group together, when we met Bask, when we began to earn regular money and stopped being in the red. You were happy then, remember? Of course I remember. My nosedive in life eventually took an upward turn. Thank you for that. If it wasn't for you, that's not what I'm talking about. You were happy back then, yes? I told you, yes. So let's go back to then, I suggested. Are you having a laugh? Is this one of your stupid jokes again? I was being serious. Shut up and listen, I barked. What jokes? I'm being totally serious as well. Let's go back. To the outskirts, to our quiet home Clux, where we were the toughest of the tough. We can schlep buckets of gray slime, clean up Plux nests, get additional tasks from the system, pay the occasional visit to glorious Intersection 17 to do some hauling just for fun. Let's do it. Get your gear together, wake the guys up, and let's go. Let's go back to happy times and happy places and put permanent smiles on our pale faces. Ready? Silence. I did not hurry her, fidgeting instead and shifting in order to get a view of the local attraction. Predictably, we had been given a combat and outskirts job in an area with a steel grill floor in the outskirts of the spiderweb. The area had a wall along one side and was used as a storage space for empty containers, stacked accurately with empty plastic crates. Our task was to monitor the hole around a hot red pipe with yellow drop-shaped markings which came out of the wall. I don't know what liquid was flowing through the pipe, but at times it shook convulsively and vibrated, making the end that disappeared into the wall clang against it like a bell clapper. Squeak, ring, groan. The pipe would jigger about inside the hole, then freeze for an unspecified amount of time. I figured that was precisely the reason for the gap between the pipe and the wall not being meshed over. The meshwork would disintegrate, or the pipe would fracture, and it was through this hole left around the pipe that the all-pervasive Pluxes would crawl. Only the small fry, mined for a heavy weight, would not squeeze through. The odd, scaly scumbag, occasionally 2, rarely 3, would creep out and immediately attack, but what happened most frequently was a shudder of the pipe, a juicy slurp from the darkness behind the wall, and a trickle of green blood mixed with clods of teeth-minced flesh running down the wall, followed by all this shit plopping onto the mesh beneath the pipe and slowly draining downwards. If only it really would drain away. But no, beneath the pipe stood a large crate lined with plastic in which the bloody cocktail collected. Nearby were another 2 crates, as yet empty. When the first one was full, it was supposed to be replaced by an empty that would continue collecting the yumminess. But first you had to use the hose provided to thoroughly rinse the pipe, wall, and mesh with boiling water to wash away the bloody streaks and the shit squeezed from the Pluxes. Hygiene was up to par. And all the Pluxes we shot were meant to be handed in to our employers. In a word, we had been detailed to guard a meat grinder for a 5-hour shift, 1 hour of which was already behind us. I was very pleased. My fighters were chilling, the work was pretty much doing itself, and we really were being quite generously paid. The spiders had offered my fighters 100 sol each for 5 hours' work, and myself 150. Plus lunch and, as they expressed it, a fitting R&R spot. On top of which, this unremarkable storage area offered a fantastic view of Drainagetown and Licht Castle, which hung above Drainagetown and was the home and bastion of a tribe of spiders and looked like an overripe and deformed fruit with most of the skin removed. One look at Licht Castle was sufficient to understand several important truths. It was a permanent building of steel and plastic, yet it had not been a planned permanent building. It looked as though many moons ago someone had started from next to nothing and finished with a present citadel that hung over the city. A good dozen low stories, hundreds of lights, a few walls, a lot of transparent plastic, and a number of enormous fans blowing air down through a fine meshwork onto the spider's nest that hung beneath it. I knew the minimum number of not overly powerful explosive charges required, where to place them, and what order to set them off in, to make the entire behemoth that was Licht Castle break from its roots, disintegrate in flight, and rain crashingly down on Drainagetown. While I almost knew, it remained to look around the other side, although the fast-tightened cables were enough to convince me that the spider nest had no anchorage to speak of. I also knew that from yonder annular open gallery which encircled the whole massive structure opened a superb view of not only any corner of Drainagetown, but also of Cursed Bridge, the stagnant cesspool, and the entrance to the stench. Also visible was the second outskirts, a district separated from Drainagetown by another gorge, above which hung in the smile above the abyss, a bridge that sagged in the middle and looked as though it was going to collapse at any moment. From where I was standing, I could see that the second gorge, the abyss, was much deeper than the former cesspit. Licht Castle, a spider fortress, a cluster of lights and platforms interwoven with steel threads. This was the dwelling of the spider chief Mimir and his fair spider lady White. "I don't want to," Yorka said. "Huh?" I crept from my reverie, returning with difficulty to the subject of the conversation. What are you talking about? You said, let's return to the outskirts for a chilled life. My answer is no, I don't want to. You couldn't anyway, I said, only by really seriously forcing yourself, and you would then suffer for the rest of your life. Returning to the boondocks' outskirts would represent a failure for us. Yet those were happy times in the Jolly Plucks, slurping lemonade and broth and getting our teeth into chunks of fried meat. But if you were given the choice to spend an evening in the house of Copula or the Jolly Plucks, which would you choose? Copula, fish, bed, beauty, security. There you go, you see? I said with a sad smile. We get used to the good things quickly, and to lose them is very disheartening. Don't let yourself get used to the good things, Yorka. Do not allow it. If you want to enjoy something, enjoy it. Live in the moment. But do not get used to anything, although it's difficult not to. Under Copula's wing, it is too peaceful, too satisfying, and too sweet. So why not stay there? How is she a bad leader? Or do you just want to be the real head honcho? Maybe you're just a cantankerous twat. Maybe I am, I said, chuckling, and raising my needle gun, I shot off a single round. A gray Plux that had managed to slip past the masher pipe dropped into the crate of bloody porridge, where it scratched around for a while before being still. A second Plux took 2 needles at nearly point-blank range from Yorka and collapsed, but remained inside the hole. Yorka went over and pulverized the beastie, sweeping its goopy remains down into the crate, before cursing and wiping splashes of blood from her face. "Don't get too close," I warned. "I'll miss otherwise." "Don't get too close," I repeated evenly. "Understood, Commander." Yorka sighed and took a few steps back. Taking a crate from the top of a stack, she turned it upside down, lowered herself onto it, and fell silent, looking at the temporarily pacified pipe. "I'm not averse to subordinating myself," I continued, "but not to just anyone. Do you know in what way Copula is a bad leader?" "How could I know that? I'm a dumb goblin girl." "I'm aware of that. Drop dead. Copula has stopped. She is old, and her soul desires only one thing, unswerving calm in all things. She doesn't want to develop further. She yearns to go nowhere. She's content with everything. And since that is the way, then her way and mine must part." "And you yearn to go where?" "Freak knows," I admitted. "But for a start there," I said, extending an arm and pointing at the brightly lit arachnid residence. "Licht Castle," the goblin girl said. "And who's going to let us in there?" "What do you mean, who?" I asked in surprise. "They owe us a pile of soul." "What for?" Yorka stared at me, confused. "For shooting Pluxes up here? So what? Some goblin spider shows us which ATM to take the money from and we get sent back down there? You're not banking on a ceremonial reception, are you?" "As it happens, I am," I nodded. The girl laughed, but I remained absolutely serious, and she stopped herself short. She stared at me for half a minute, puffing, but in the end could not contain herself. "Spit it out." "The Spider Chief Mimir publicly promised 50,000 soul for the head of Pontus the Heart-Eater," I said. "Damn, so he did. I heard that." The girl leapt up and described a nervous circle around a stack of crates. "Definitely. Pontus promised the same thing, but we don't have the head." "Not technically," I said. "But we did kill Pontus. We dragged his body out and presented it to the system, and I'm sure we were being closely observed at the time, just as we're being observed right now." "Are we?" Yorka twitched. "By who? Where from?" "A male and a female spider." Once more I pointed towards Licht Castle. "From over there." "He'll keep the money." "He won't be able to," I said. "No chance. He's the chief, and he promised. And what's more, it's not only the spiders who know about it, but all the local goblins. There's only one way he can avoid coughing up. And that is? By killing us. Corpses have no use for money. And knowing that, you lead us right into the spider's lair?" "Uh-huh. Take a look at the pipe. The tangerines have arrived." "Have arrived" was not exactly the correct expression. The clever orange beasts understood that the space around the temporarily stationary pipe was deadly dangerous, so they had to act quickly. They attempted to skip through, leading 1 red and 2 grays with them. When I saw the cohesive way in which they moved, I took my little piggy from my belt and spent 5 needles on assessing my accuracy. York added 3 of her own, hitting the target with 2 of them. The last perishing plucks clambered out of the crate, all splattered in blood and scraps of flesh, and balanced on the edge for a second before slopping back inside, where it ceased its struggle. A wall dome approached with a hum, scanned us with green beams, blinked its lights, and left. I chuckled, entered the task menu, and nodded my satisfaction. Now this is what I call mutually beneficial teamwork. I was sure that half a minute ago there had been different tasks in the menu, but I would never know. Now there was just the impressive task of guarding Technical Platform 229BA for the next 3 hours. Start time in 15 minutes. We had just been enlisted to do an already paid job for additional payment of 80 sol per head, and the spiders paid 100, that is, not much more, but still more, plus food. "He won't pay up," Yorka barked, reloading her needle gun. "He won't." "Why are you making his decisions for him?" I asked in surprise. "Let him make his own decisions, or let someone else make them for him." "Who? Are you ever going to calm down?" "I want to sleep." "So sleep," I said, relenting. "I'll keep watch." "Sure you won't fall asleep?" Yorka looked at me suspiciously. "Maybe I should keep you company after all." That was all very well. Touching, even. As she spoke, however, she was already stretching out on her nimbly fabricated couch of crates and turning on to her side with her back to me. Fail. I retrieved an opened bottle of water from my backpack and unhurriedly crumbled an isotonic tablet into it before popping an orange energy disc under my tongue. Then I pulled the peak of my baseball cap a touch lower, kicked my feet up on a crate, and froze, with my needle gun at the ready, taking small sips and not taking my eyes off Licht Castle. Let's see how this goes. Let's just see. In the end, we spent 13 hours hanging around the back alleys of the Heavenly Kingdom. We hadn't even finished the spider's first job, and they were already proposing we take a second shift straight away. Without a break, they would deliver us nutrient briquettes and nuts-infused water at the location. The proposal was presented by a quartet of rank-and-file spiders, who also removed the full crates of blood and guts and dead pluxes. Each of them carried an injury. 2 lacked the full complement of fingers. Number 3's face was bandaged entirely, bar the seemingly intact nose, and the 4th had a limp in both legs. They were dressed simply, in pants or shorts and old t-shirts. None of the usual spider harnessings with winches and steel arms. No helmets. In short, dime a dozen goblins who merely happened to live on the next floor up. The most garrulous of them turned out to be the guy with the bandaged face. He was also the most obnoxious, and he began by ordering us in a commanding tone to stay for the second shift, before dumping on a crate 2-liter bottles of water and 4 of the very cheapest-looking and somehow drooled-on food cubes. Then, after slapping himself in the crotch with a fair backswing, I fancied I felt the pain myself, he stamped his foot, jerked his head, hawked a masterful loogie on the city spread out below, and announced croakily that we were to remain here for another 6 hours, for the same money, and here was our chow and water. After assessing the offering, paying particularly close attention to the food cubes, which really did seem covered in a crust of dirt, I fixed the spiders with a stare. I was just testing whether this was the extent of these rank-and-file sprats' audacity. Or, as it turned out, it wasn't. Taking my silence as an inference of consent, the bandaged one spat again and, turning his back to us, ordered 2 of us to absent ourselves for a while, to take the crates full of scarlet porridge to that pipe intersection way over there. Our motivating factor was the injuries borne by the Heavenly Warriors, and I did not understand immediately that what this incoherent prick meant by Heavenly Warriors was actually his freaking foursome of heavenly clowns with their minor scratches. Sighing heavily, I looked at Rek, who had been simmering for some time now, and calmly uttered a few short, kind words. "Smash that bandaged fucker's nose into his face." Snarling his delight, the orc reached for his club, took a couple of paces, and smashed the bandaged fucker's nose into his face, without missing. Flattened it. The bandaged fucker didn't even cry out, preferring instead to black out and crash to the grill floor like a clot of resinous poop. I looked at the flabbergasted and immobile wretches and told them to recount exactly what they had been ordered to do, and while they were at it, to give us what they'd been ordered to give us. The spiders faltered. In stepped Yorka, testing a move I'd shown her on 2 of them, a stinging club strike below the knee. No spikes, naturally. Banging their kneecaps against the grill and screeching in pain, the 2 newly damaged spiders set a fine example to the 4th, the limping one, who burst into grotesque nightingale song. They had in fact been ordered to pass on the request to us politely, and to wait for our consent. And if it was not forthcoming, not to insist, but to invite them to lunch on the lower deck of Licht Castle. In addition, the order included giving us 12 top-quality red nutrition briquettes, 8 salt tablets, and 4 bottles of water. Unfortunately, the spiders had decided to share the goodies among themselves and give us just 2 bottles of water and 4 old food cubes. The cubes had clearly passed through dozens of sweaty paws, used as chips in games of chance, no doubt. They had also been ordered to take the crates of gloop to the Great White's menagerie themselves, but the crates were heavy and the destination not close, so they had decided it would be fair if half the journey were undertaken by the filthy goblins. Oh yes, and finally they were to tell us that our pay would be increased by 20% for the 2nd shift. They had decided, however, not to pass on this good news, but to brag later that they had worn down the goblins, who would then happily agree to continue the work for the same money. After hearing them out, I nodded to Rek, who, grimacing slightly at the pain in his belly, delivered a crippling kick to the nightingale's balls. Another strike. No shriek, just immediate loss of consciousness. Interesting. Where are all the tears, pain, and demonic writhings? I waited a few minutes before politely asking the spiders to stand, motioning towards an upturned crate, and telling them to put on it anything that was owed to us. I also warned them that if I found a single speck of dirt on our food, I would break a random arm. By the time we saw them off, first relieving them of their burden, which had begun to whiff mildly, each of them was sporting a broken limb. 1 speck of dirt, the 5th, I magnanimously waived, limiting myself to breaking the bandaged spider's 2 little fingers. It would now be problematic for them to carry everything without dropping it on the already shit-soused Drainagetown, but that was scarcely my problem now, was it? On the plus side, my fighters got to do a little warm-up exercise as I made them break 1 arachnid leg each. I played my own part as well as noting who was doing what and how. There was much to be learned about character here. Rek did not surprise, pummeling with his club and a long backswing. He was lucky not to break his poor victim's ribs into the bargain. Although on second thoughts, who gave a shit? These bastards had taken us for shit and tried to feed us with shit. Bask, on the other hand, did surprise. In a polite voice and with a smile, he asked his patient to kneel down and put his arm across 2 crates standing slightly apart. When the frightened spider, realizing that this was no joke, began to shake his head in panic, Bask, in the same tone, asked Rek and Yorka for their assistance. The obstinate fucker was made to kneel on the metal floor with his arms stretched out. Then the zombie had one little feel, requesting in his doctor's tone that the patient not move, and whacked it with his club, breaking it cleanly first time. Yorka did not surprise either, hesitating again. She began well enough, following Bask's method, but when the moment came to make the strike and maim the helpless victim, her block kicked in. She needed a couple of minutes to overcome her internal safety catch and deliver a weak blow. Contusion, but no breakage. Second time around, she did it. As a result, her victim was twice as scared as the rest of them and shat himself for good measure. Geez, we've only just got rid of the incessant stink. My own victim took off and tried to make a dash for it. Catching him effortlessly, I knocked him down, broke 1 of his arms, dragged him back to his feet, and sent him to get loaded up. When they eventually left, I made a system report concerning the completion of the platform protection task, and I accepted another one just the same, once more lifting the general mood which had been spoiled by those greedy slugs. After a tasty lunch, I sat my well-rested fighters on some crates and sauntered to and fro in front of them, giving a short lecture on how one should never pity wretches who steal others' food and don't show respect. Following this, while my listeners' attention had not yet waned, I acquainted them with our new tactic, which had come about in the light of the increased numbers of archers and searching eyes. Then I bade them hide behind the stacks of crates and practice this new tactic, breaking only to shoot pluxes. The following 2 hours were spent on physical exercises. Then there was more sleep, and this time I was first to crash out, allowing myself 90 minutes full-blown rest on a full stomach. When I awoke, I sent the rest of the team to get some sleep, while I spent some time in contemplation, watching Drainagetown wallow in its eternal rains, and the worker spiders running themselves ragged in their steel spiderweb, and trying to guess what sort of menagerie the great spider lady White might have. I also studied that part of the heavens whence the waterfall continued to plunge. What had happened there? Upon completion of the second system task, our shift came to an end and we handed over the position to the next shift, 4 absolutely pooped-out spiders in heavily scratched armor, before being sent in the right direction, the one that led directly to LitCastle. Skipping from one pipe to another, ascending, descending, and rarely walking the horizontal, we arrived without incident at the edge of a very wide and obviously homemade, albeit enormous and firm-looking grill platform, which ran along the lower edge of the spider citadel. From this vantage point, LitCastle no longer looked like an overripe fruit with the skin removed and its transparent filling laid bare. No, now it looked like what it was. That is, a practically formless pile of metal and plastic hanging in the air, appendaged with a plethora of cables, wires, and lights. It was the cables I didn't understand. There were hundreds of them, approximately half of which were pulled tight, while the other half hung limp. Observation domes? Check. 2. One hung in front of the entrance to the steel fortress, the other ran around on a rail. As we walked, I counted and I calculated that it took 4 minutes for the small mobile dome to complete one full circuit. It moved quite fast, although it was possible that it stopped in certain places to make a closer inspection of something. It was also possible that there was another stationary dome on the other side of the structure. We descended yet another slope, which vibrated under the pressure of liquid passing through a pipe, and stepped onto a wide path paved with sheet steel, which led right to the main entrance. A tall triple arch decorated with patterns carved into the metal. An expert welder had put some effort in here, or a whole brigade, and shown that their skills went beyond patching holes in pipes. Following the path as far as the first junction, we turned onto a much narrower and more unsightly path, which led us to the modest and hospitably wide open door indicated, where we were struck by a wave of warm air saturated with a kitchen smell. The smell also contained elements of sweat and moonshine. After passing through a double curtain fashioned from strips of green plastic, we found ourselves exactly where we expected to be. In a canteen. Dozens of tables and stalls, and a second floor accessible via wide, welded staircase. To the left of the entrance was a long, wide room that appeared to be empty. On second glance, however, the appearance of its emptiness was exposed, for there were hooks hanging from the ceiling and long benches bolted along the walls. Here the spiders could eat unhindered by their forearms' steel harnesses. And here sat 3 ultra-gloomy and ultra-wrinkled old men with needle guns resting on their laps and piercing hawk eyes on the lookout for goodies. Which was perfectly understandable, since all sorts of goodies, bags, backpacks, weapons, etc., hung from the spiders' harnesses. What if someone had a hankering for something and decided to steal it? Not a good thing for the establishment's reputation. "Dear guests, please step this way." We were approached by a young man whose inconspicuous appearance and manner were so familiar as to make me shudder. I thought it was the well-disciplined servant boy from Copula's brothel come to earn a bit on the side, the accommodating lad who would courteously show the way to the breakfast table and offer us a baggie of drugs. "The table is set," the boy continued. "You may leave your weapons and belongings here on any hook. They will be looked after. Nothing ever goes missing here in Sky Boobs, I can assure you of that. But you may keep your belongings with you if you so desire. I have been ordered not to insist that you leave them." "Why?" I smiled. "We'll leave them. The old guys can look after them. Is there anywhere to take a shower?" "Just over there." The innocuous-looking boy pointed towards 3 even more innocuous-looking narrow doors in the spider's cloakroom. "Is the nearest trade point far?" Yorka asked. "A couple of minutes up in the lift," the servant replied, prudently not asking exactly what it was that a dirty, sweaty girl besmudged in green and red blood might want to buy. "However, there is somebody I could call to come here. A lovely lady spider who has various items for sale. Her prices are quite affordable and her markup no more than 10%. "Call her," Yorka said, taking a seat on a bench after evidently deciding to delay her shower. The rest of us, on the other hand, did not delay. I wasn't exactly itching from the dirt just yet, but I was moved out of curiosity. The cloakroom was makeshift, clearly welded together from pieces of sheet metal, pipes, and other random fittings of varying sizes and shapes. The workmanship was good, but it still had a homemade feel about it. What about the showers? After leaving my gear and clothes, excepting my underwear, hanging on two hooks, I approached the door. It was immediately clear that the showers were also not professionally made. The door opened by itself and was fitted with a small handle. "Catch!" An old spider waved a claw, and I was only just able to catch the accurately launched cube. I sniffed it. Soap. A very faint, flowery scent. The old spider gnashed his few yellowed fangs. "Made from goblins' fat fucking asses." My favorite. I smiled with emotion and pulled the door. A reasonably spacious cubicle, steel all around, grill underfoot. I was not remotely surprised to see the roofs of Drainagetown beneath my feet. By the wall furthest from the door stood a DIY steel toilet. Above my head was the shower nozzle, a hanging hose with a nut at the end. I pulled it, and a generous stream of warm water broke over my head. That's all clear, then. But what was clear? That the spiders not only pissed on the heads of the city's inhabitants, but also washed directly above them. What could you do? Exhibit moral principles? Indeed, with the prospect of a tasty and nutritious feed on the horizon, I had just sensed my body demanding the urgent liberation of intestinal space. Turning off the shower, I scratched my wet head, looked down beneath my feet, and shrugging my shoulders, sat on the wet steel of the toilet bowl. What difference will my pathetic ploppings make to the tons that rain down eternally on Drainagetown? It appeared I was learning the ways of a society that excreted on the heads of the lower levels of that society. So what? Did that mean I counted among the elite now? What was this nonsense? Whose schizophrenic nonsense was this? A filthy goblin takes a piss in the heavens and rinses green blood from his face, and all this pours down onto the umbrella of a beautiful geisha stepping daintily in high gaita, hurrying along the dismal streets of Drainagetown, runs through the fingers of chthonics prospecting the putrid sewage in search of soil for graves in the chartreuse cemetery, sticks as slurry to the goggle lenses of an exhausted sucker leaving Gleet in the hope of seducing a working man with a view of her shriveled naked beauty through her transparent rain cape, splat on the naked back of a weeping worm who lost his last limb today and was now learning to crawl. What is wrong with this freaking world? Or was nothing wrong? Perhaps it was me there was something wrong with, seeing how it was me who thought it was wrong, while everybody else just got on with living and took it in their stride. Perhaps it was better to stop thinking about the fate of the world while I sat on a wet steel toilet rim, looking down from on high at the city beneath my feet, my chin buttressed by my bloodied fist. I was better off having a good wash and seeing what the spiders were going to ply the heroes of the cesspool and the stench with for supper. Chapter 4. "It's fantastic here, just fantastic," Yorka exclaimed, burning her fingers, spluttering every other word, dousing herself in green spittle, and while she was at it, pebbled dashing Basque's cheek with a complex mixture of her recently consumed main course and manifold appetizers. Behind the rambunctious lady goblin towered a pile of parcels and bundles wrapped so carefully it was impossible to even hazard a guess at their contents. "This is where we should be living," Yorka stressed, swallowing the contents of her overstuffed mouth with great difficulty. For a brief moment I thought I could literally see a bolus of chewed food passing down her distended and perspiration-beaded throat. "Blow up and die. They live like frickin' kings here, like pigs in shit. This is the life." Chewing unhurriedly, I chuckled and forked a tiny treat that had particularly caught my fancy. I had already polished off my 5th substantial serving and was about to request a 6th. My face dripped with sweat, my nose was bedeviled by aromas, my throat and eyes burned from the insanely spicy food, and something was crackling in my ears. I had no idea what state my stomach was in, as it had been overwhelmed with food and fallen helplessly quiet, exhausted and slowly releasing gastric juices. I was not afraid of indigestion. I was a goblin. I would digest. These multi-limbed bitches are awesome, Yorka continued, unable to calm down, shunting an enormous dish towards herself and looking over her shoulder to check that our purchases had not been snaffled. A sensible outskirts legacy. Aside from us, there were no fewer than 15 spiders gorging themselves in the canteen. Tired, or to be precise, exhausted, or to be even more precise, absolutely frazzled from all the back-breaking toil, they dug their elbows into their tables and ate slowly, but ravenously. Their grim faces had much to tell, but chiefly, just don't give us an excuse. We're so beat, give us the tiniest excuse and we'll whip your butts big time. So I was not at all surprised when 2 burly but temporarily partly dismembered spiders rose from the nearest table and, arms spread menacingly and lolloping kind of theatrically, approached us with their sights set on Yorka, whose excited, multi-limbed bitches had been loud enough to be overheard. The local servant boy, a lean but otherwise nondescript youth who had already organized so much for us, peeled himself away from the wall, but not in time to head off the spiders, who had taken it upon themselves to set things straight. Rek raised his scowling and green-spattered mug from the table, fixed the advancing beasts with a contemptuous stare, and hissed darkly. "What's up, bitches? So offended by our fair lady's words that you have to organize a handbag slinging match? I trust you haven't forgotten to touch up your bitching manicures, you whores." The blade of Rek's knife, one of our frightful pig-stabbers, glinted toxically in his paw. "Lipstick done? So don't just stand there, you touchy bitches. Come and get it, you heavenly motherfuckers. I'm going to disembowel you bitches." The spiders clearly had nothing against a fistfight, perhaps even a knee to the teeth or a head slammed against a polished metal tabletop, and they were prepared to strike as well as give. But sharpened steel against a feast-bloated belly? "Get rid of the knife," the old spider said. "Get the hell out of here and stop disturbing guests in their rhapsodies," I said in a reciprocally calm manner, while easily holding the spider's appraising look. "And if I suggest you answer for your bitch's words, one-on-one?" The voice of the spider, who was evidently unaccustomed to backing down, rang with metal, but feebly so, like a stream of piss ringing against a thin sheet of iron. "And if I suggest you cut out your own tongue right now, stick it up your ass, and dance away into the sky, wiggling your fat butt rhythmically as you go, and promise not to follow you and break your freaking spine, is that not generous on my part?" "Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm Frez the cook, spider." "Common or garden goblin," I replied lazily, lowering my eyes to my cold food. "Disappear, ghoul boy. There are 1 or 2 faintly masculine things about you, and if you stop clinging to ladies' words, you might get closer. Think about it." "I'll just go get my arms," the spider sniggered. "Put them on and do up all the carabiners and fasteners. Then I'll grab my favorite razor-sharp goblin fucker and I'll be back. You wait here, goblin, whatever your fucking name is." "His fucking name is Elb," the servant boy interjected, approaching unnoticed, or at least unnoticed by the spiders. "He killed Troll and Pontus the Hard-Eater, and with him is his team. The 4 of them cleared the stench, immersing so many corpses in the shit that the gutter was totally blocked. You are one seriously brave man, Frez. If I heard correctly, you're throwing down the spider gauntlet, yes? A grapple to the death? Tell it like it is." The spider said. "That's what it sounded like to me," the servant boy continued, suddenly clapping 3 times, locking his fingers and raising his hands above his head. "Frez the cook has challenged Elb the goblin to a duel. Are you listening, spiders? A grapple to the death." "No." The sound of tinkling metal had disappeared tracelessly from the spider's voice. "I did no such thing. I... He merely wanted to show the guest his arms and weapons." The younger spider came to Frez's rescue, and taking him firmly by the shoulder, led him back to their table. "You just didn't understand him correctly. We're spiders. Nobody wants any blood spilled. Frez just wanted to show off. The Heavenly Beavers Brigade does not pick fights. You know that. Frez wishes nobody any harm. You know that, too." A light buzz of agreement ran around the canteen. "He merely wanted to show them his hands and weapons," the spider repeated, sitting his companion back down at the table. 2 bottles of the finest local booze on us. We treat our guests from our hearts. No offense." "Is the matter settled?" the servant asked me. "He threatened you with his arms. That's serious around these parts." Filing this away in new information of which there had been much of interest recently, I waved a lazy hand. No complaints here. Bon appetit, everyone. He wanted to show you his arms, Rex snarled loudly. Still, that's better than his bare ass. Now that would have raised a red flag. Still, it's great here anyway. Yorka steered the conversation back on course and poured herself and Bask a shot of the spider's plonk. Hey, Frez the fuck, this is a good place you live in, you dumbass. Rejoice. There's a good lad. Thank you, the spider said with a smile, his cheeks flushing. He was one flustered spider. The new-look Yorka bulked up, rid of her morbid emaciation, and standing tall with sparkling eyes and her hair down, was undeniably a beautiful flower in this steel trash heap. She was dressed, or rather had delighted in getting less dressed, in even scantier hot pants, an even more cropped top, sneakers with no socks, and a thin yellow bracelet. Hey, Bask said, unclenching his fist and dropping his awl on the table. Give it a rest. Get eating, Yorka, and let me eat in peace. The blind, already not quite so blind, zombie's voice was absolutely calm and absolutely sincere. He was, in fact, waited patiently for a reconnaissance mission and was ready to leap into action at a second's notice. But that was no surprise, for Bask had studied at the outskirts school of hard knocks, and blind at that. And it just so happened that we were gearing up to go looking for and generously thank the very bitch on whose account it had all happened. I wondered whether there was even the tiniest amount of room left in my stomach. Then I decided that the recent short and pointless brouhaha would have no aftermath. Why would it? Tired working men also have every right to growl, bare their small, crooked fangs, and give others to understand that they have feelings too, and they are welcome to them. But I was mistaken. Aftermath there was, and it made itself known approximately 5 minutes after the brouhaha, when a small group of official-looking spiders entered the canteen. Nothing unusual in that, you might think. Perhaps they just popped in for a bite to eat, except that the front man held very carefully in front of him a sparkling steel casket. I observed with interest and immediately understood that it had something to do with us, for we were being treated to many a telltale glance. The group of well-groomed spiders took seats at a free table and began to whisper, as the looks in our direction became more frequent. And that was annoying. Here I was, eating and drinking at my leisure, relaxing, when I felt a mute pressure from a little way away saying, "How much can you eat, you dumb goblin? That's enough already." Unable to help myself, I rose and with a polite smile asked, "Are you looking for us?" "We are." A spider of indeterminate age jumped up and, showing us he was unarmed, came closer, stopping 3 paces away and allowing himself to be checked out. Buff and youthful, he might easily have been 40, or 50. The breast pocket of his snow-white shirt was adorned with a striking red emblem depicting a spider with 6 legs entwined around a large closed book, and the last 2, human legs, standing firmly on somebody's slightly flattened corpse. Oh, how much there was to the image. The arachnid's thorax and head, serrated mandibles hanging down over the folio, beclawed and bespiked feet clutching the book tightly, and powerful rear legs and work boots trampling the squished body in a puddle of blood. Whose emblem could it possibly be? Got it. I clicked my fingers. You're from the goblin population census, people. Getting the joke, the spider smiled widely. Unfortunately not. We are from Spy Mem. Come again? Bask asked. The spiderweb of memory, the spider explained patiently. We chronicle, we register memorable world events, along with the names of the leaders, miscreants, and heroes involved in them. A few minutes ago we were informed that those very same celebrated outskirtsians who had accomplished so many recent deeds were having lunch in Sky Boobs, and we hastened here forthwith. Uh-huh, I nodded. And we have a small but still functional relic, a camera, instant snapshots. Roll film? I asked, frowning and trying to recall even the tiniest thing from my memory. I knew what a photograph was, a piece of plastic with an image on it, and so I slowly nodded, my mind feverishly racing through the interesting prospects opening up before me. Meanwhile, the spider continued. We diligently record all significant events. Have you been recording long? Well, I took up my post 2 years ago. Before that, the camera was rarely used. It was considered lost for some time until it was found among the belongings of the old Spider-Woman Koshara when she died, and in those 2 years we've been trying to keep our chronicle. 2 years. I pulled a face, making no attempt to conceal my disappointment. But others have been taking photographs for many decades. Where did the camera come from? It was found by accident, in a pipe blockage. Basically, the reason for the blockage turned out to be a large container containing a camera, a set of spare parts, and some expendable materials. It is a miracle which accidentally materialized in this shitty and cold, albeit beloved world. Did the container leak? Not a single drop of shit. Some short-ass piped up as gleefully as if he'd witnessed it himself. Not a drop, the main man confirmed. Take a seat, I said, indicating the bench in front of us, and not forgetting a wide, welcoming smile. He did not argue and took a seat. The remainder remained at their table, only the short-ass standing behind his leader's shoulder. A faithful assistant who listened to a request from his boss and immediately darted off to see the servant boy. A miracle, the spider repeated so as to rekindle the conversation. I chuckled and said, a hermetically sealed container holding a camera, spare parts, and expendable materials was found in a pipe. If you consider that a miracle or happenstance, you are nothing but a dumb ghoul in a clean shirt. It is silly to expound theories, for they cannot be confirmed, the spider replied calmly, demonstrating that he was endowed with intelligence and patience. So what do you want from us? A retelling of the events in the cesspool and the stench, and permission to have a photograph taken with you, a group photograph. For your chronicle? Yes, your names will go down in history. And what do we get in exchange? I inquired. Your names, I don't give a shit, I frowned. Well, what would you like? To see the photographs, I replied. Every last one. The spider smiled his relief. You shall see them all, it will be our pleasure. Every last one, I repeated forcefully. The spider's smile wilted a tad. We do keep some of the photographs. They are historical documents, but showing them... The photographs document certain spider secrets which might cause you harm. Certainly not, I'm talking about very old photographs. Excellent. So can I see them? Right here and now? In exchange, you will receive from us a detailed account, complete with colorful, bloody particulars and a smiling group photograph. That seems perfectly reasonable, although I must warn you we very rarely take photographs, and when we do so, everybody who possibly can tries to squeeze into the frame. So we take the photographs from as far away as possible so that only faces are discernible. You must understand correctly that this is a chance to record your faces for future generations to see. Well, yes, it was true that in this steel world there was no opportunity to record one's appearance. No problem, I nodded. Bring the photographs, every last one. Certainly. Here they are. I poked Yorka and Bask, who had at long last eaten their fill. They will gladly tell you the details of our trip to the stagnant cesspool. Huh? Yorka was not exactly overflowing with enthusiasm. Why me? I can't be bothered, the zombie said. But if we must, you must. Then we'll tell them, Bask sighed. Do we begin? Just a second, I have to call the rest, to record and remember. The spy mem spider began to wave his arms, but I stopped him. Maybe we should come to you? That would be easier, he said, eyeing the plates piled on our table. A few minutes later, everything was organized. Rex stretched out on a bench and zoned out. York and Bask moved to the spider's table and were immediately surrounded. Then the remainder of the canteen's customers shunted their tables over to join them. The result was a dense ring of spiders surrounding the goblins in the center. A number of bottles and jugs were placed on the table so that the narrators had something to wet their whistles with, and they were off. Not counting the slumbering wreck, I remained alone at our table. And I remained there alone for a reason, which was to give the servant boy the opportunity he was clearly waiting for to speak up at last, as well as to digest the food and information I had recently taken on board. There was food for thought here. The spiders were a step above Drainagetown, in everything including food, commodities, everything. Needless to say, this was noticeable only to the well-to-do or at least the not badly off spiders. As I understood, Sky Boobs, the establishment that was feeding us, was not of the cheapest. It was unlikely the average working man could show up here able to afford the lunch we just had. The lunch had consisted of 2 enormous dishes of stewed meat, as a main course, surrounded by a mind-boggling array of small bowls, saucers, and other receptacles laden with multicolored appetizers. Sweet, sour, spicy, you name it. 2 trays of nicely browned, thin flatbreads were placed at the edges of the table, and as a result, nobody used any cutlery other than to reach the plate further from them. Indeed, why use a fork when you could pop a chunk of meat onto a piece of flatbread, pile a bunch of sizzling hors d'oeuvres on top, and shovel it in? I was most impressed as it was, but when a massive flat plate of fried eggs was delivered to our table— real eggs, gigantic ones, each as big as both my hands spread out side by side and a finger thick. The heavy and light green albumin tasted wonderful. I was in 7th heaven. Eggs, real eggs. We ordered another 2 lots. There was nothing to worry about since we had been warned several times that the feast had been paid for up front, and we were to drink as much as we wanted. And so we did. Afterwards, I realized that eggs had to become a regular part of my diet, and also that my desire to see White the Spider Lady's menagerie had grown. What else? Rituals, customs, cliquishness. The spiders had it all in spades, overemphasized way more than in the outskirts or Drainagetown. It would take no little time to puzzle it out, and I had no desire to do so. I merely made a mental note of the fact. I also made a mental note of how they served food, the widest range of flavors and dozens of tiny bowls. That could not be coincidence. It was a throwback to somewhere in the past, and it seemed familiar, very familiar. Photographs. A small container with a firmly shut lid was lowered carefully onto the table, now cleared of plates and wiped clean by a waitress. I must warn you, some of these photos we shall see. I smiled and shifted closer. We shall see. The servant boy chose precisely this moment while he was clearing away the rest of the empty plates to whisper quietly, "In 2 hours' time you are invited to meet Chief Mimir. He's holding a ball." A ball. A ball. The slick-haired youth nodded and stepped away. "Your costumes are being prepared." "Fantastic," I said. "The higher the weirder." As it turned out, the news had been passed on not only to me, but also to my fighters. Rek continued to snooze, while York and the zombie returned briefly to me, interrupting their story about our adventures. "A ball? That's a wild, posh, swanky event with dancing and delicious grub, isn't it? The ladies twirl their lacy backsides about, and the men wear shirt frills and tights, yes? And we all have costumes?" "It would seem that way," I said, furrowing my brow. "Perverts." "Costumes? And we have to put them on?" Yorka's eyes sparkled. "Are they beautiful, elegant, a sequined dress, huh? If I'm being honest, I would very much like a sequined dress. I had a dream about one once, black sparks exploding on a silver dress. It was so beautiful." "I had no idea," I replied absently, taking another peek at the parcels and bundles behind us. "Elb, I very much want a sequined dress." "Dreams like that are a shortcut to death, goblin." "Drop dead yourself," the girl snapped. "How dare you dump on my dreams like that? I tell you about my dream—" "Have you forgotten about the streets flowing with shit, piss, and blood?" I parried. "Are you thinking of walking around Drainagetown in a silver dress?" "The geishas do. It doesn't look so bad. Sneakers with platforms." "I suppose so," I said. "We can stick an inviting green fairy light back up Basque's tush, and the 2 of you can walk around together. How does that sound?" "No!" The zombie cut in, looking at me with his blurry eye, which was coming very gradually to life. Too blurry. "What's up with your eye?" "Everything's gone blurry again," Basque replied, and immediately held up 2 mollifying hands. "But don't worry, Commander, it's coming in cycles, as if my eye is being tuned. Adjust the focus, shift it, adjust it again. I get a clear color picture for a while, and then suddenly everything goes blurry for a while. To tell the truth, it seems to me like they've put something alive and sentient in there." "Brr," Yorka shuddered. "Basque, your fingers are multicolored, and there's something alive and sentient in your eye. My uniqueness is growing." The zombie smiled, not hiding his joy. But his joy had nothing to do with his uniqueness. His joy was exclusively a reaction to his returning eyesight. "Go and continue the story," I said, sending them back, "and tell them only what you saw." "You mean don't lie?" "I mean tell them only what you saw in the cesspool and the stench. If they ask any subtle questions about the inner workings of our group, our interrelations, or plans for the future, you reply politely, 'What does that have to do with you, you freaking troll-fucked rat?' Don't leave it at that either. Apply some mental pressure to the curious bottom feeder, too. If they keep pressing, squish them physically as well. Make them understand from the off that under no circumstances are they to stick their arachnid noses into our business and plans. All clear? All clear. Off you pop, then." "I heard all of that," the spy mem spider said quietly, taking a seat opposite me and not removing his hands from the lid of the photograph box. "I know," I nodded. "And that doesn't make you feel awkward?" "I don't care about your feelings, Spider," I replied candidly. "I don't stick my nose in your business, so don't stick yours in mine." "We weren't going to. My spiders know when to stop." "Your spiders, perhaps, but are they all yours?" I narrowed my eyes. "Do you think Mimir and White don't have people working for them? Don't have people writing reports about what goes on in your brigade of historians?" "Nobody cares about the past." "But they do care about information. Well, my fighters are singing their gruff song, telling the story. It's your turn." "Of course, here are all the photographs, but I must warn you that some of them are very racy." "Racy?" I repeated the word with an ironic smile. "What an interesting word. Do show." "Of course." Removing the lid with a click, the spider took out the first pile of photographs, and with practiced dexterity spread them out in front of me on the table, which was freshly wiped clean. Racy. Pornography. The first 10 photos depicted the same people, fucking and smiling into the lens. In some shots they were naked, while in others they wore full battle dress. What interesting role games. I carefully picked up one picture and drew it closer to my eyes. "Ah," the spider coughed his embarrassment. "I didn't know you were a fan." "Hell yeah," I said, inspecting the picture of a spider hanging up near the ceiling, who had somehow found a way to hoist his sex partner up there, too. I couldn't have cared less what they were up to, but the hand cannon dangling from the spider's shoulder was of utmost interest. A rifle. With a gun sight. With an unusual gun sight that was, in essence, just a long, knot-high bulge running along the top of the body of the weapon. No hint of a lens. A long barrel of respectable caliber and a slightly oversized stock, beneath which projected a very wide magazine. After checking out the rifle, I returned the photograph to its place and indicated with a gesture that that particular pile of photographs could be put away. "Ah," the spider clocked my interest. "You're admiring not the thighs, but the rifle. A needle-long gun, 1 of 3, lost." 1 of 3? I raised an inquiring eyebrow, carefully concealing my disappointment. "Lost?" "There is no secret here," the man nodded. "There are only 3 rifles. Chief Mimir has one. Our sharpest marksman, Lost to the Sour, has the second. The third belonged to Cocker the Seven-Legged. That's him in the photograph." Just a second. I picked the picture back up and looked at the spider's face, distorted in its sweet grimace. "Cocker the Seven-Legged?" "The very same." "What's with the name and moniker?" "His harness only had 3 legs, always did have. When he leveled up and began earning, he didn't bother adding a new one. He was so used to life with 7 legs. Something like that, anyway. And Cocker? That's obvious, too. He couldn't live without fucking, demanded a female every day and preferably a different one." "An insatiable 7-legged spider," I said reflectively. "I see. So what happened to him, and his rifle?" "They just vanished one day." The spider shrugged his shoulders. "That's all we know." "They?" "Cucker and his squad, 10 malicious fighter spiders armed to the fangs. They just disappeared." "Wow. And nobody knows where they went?" "No," the spider said, shaking his head. "There are rumors, but no proof." "What rumors?" "That day." "When was that day?" "About a year ago." "Continue." "Is this an interrogation?" the spider asked in surprise. I just suddenly sensed fear, even. No, I smiled. I'm just interested. I didn't mean to strike a nerve. Uh-huh. You're an interesting goblin. I'm nothing special. What were you saying about that day? That day, the spiders had the usual massive scrap with the bogmen, which all started with a sweet young sucker in Copula's bordello, Helen. 2 commanders were arguing over her, Cucker and one of the bogmen leaders. She was ready to serve them both, but they both wanted to go first. As a result, the sucker got sliced up, the spiders and the bogmen predictably locked antlers, and Copula booted them all out onto the street, where the fight continued. More blood was spilled, and then the threats began. Bloody argy-bargy between chiefs over gorgeous Helen? That sounds somehow familiar. So anyway, Cucker was there and unable to quench his thirst for fucking, right? Right. There were lots of them there. Did it turn into a shootout? No, Mother is on guard. Mother is on guard, I repeated. So what happened? Cucker swore that wasn't the end of it. He also swore that by the following evening he would hang a garland of 15 decapitated heads in the heavens. In front of everyone, he swore to kill 15 bogmen, remove their heads, and make a garland out of them. Did the garland appear? No, Cucker and his squad disappeared, but everyone knew that 7 Legs always fulfilled his promises. After that scrap, the bogmen went to ground in the stench, and when the garland didn't appear and Cucker disappeared, the spider shrugged. They went down into the stench and didn't come back, the spider nodded. No. Are there any other possibilities? The cesspool. Why would they go down there? The cesspool and the stench are connected. I see. With a twitch of my cheek, I took an unhurried swig of lemonade. How simple everything is with these people. A squad of fighters disappears, armed to the teeth, and we don't know where. So they must be in the stench, or the cesspool. Why? Because everything there was shrouded in mist. You couldn't see anything, making it a dangerous and foreboding place. That's where they vanished to. It wasn't proof, of course, but who needed proof when everything was clear without it? The embittered Cucker had set out on the path to vengeance, and it had led him to his death. And the squad's gnawed, clean bones were now either at rest on the bottom of the stench, or had been added to the mounds of bones in the cesspool. Their mortal remains would not now be found, nor homage paid to them. The only thing was that it was bullshit. We cleared the cesspool, the 3 of us. No, I lie. I cleared it on my own. The whole freaking stagnant cesspool, which at the end of the day was merely an overhyped mirage. The entire cesspool, the fat, cyst-ridden troll and the legless cripple on his shitting cart, that was the extent of their combat forces. Were a squad of spiders to have entered the cesspool, it would take them 5 minutes to clear it. And of those 5, 4 would have been lost to disorientation in the fog and leisurely appreciation of the local sights. There was absolutely no way a spider squad could have just vanished in the cesspool, even if they ran into pluxes. I remembered the winches with the safety webs. If the spiders had entered the cesspool, they would have entered it from above, and they would not have unclipped themselves from the ceiling. Just start pounding away with your feet and you were winched to safety. Even if 100 pluxes had attacked at once, at least one spider would have escaped and survived to tell his clansmen the story. And anyway, the spiders wouldn't have gone anywhere near the cesspool. After all, what were the chances of finding or having the time to lie in wait for 15 bogmen? It was nonsense. They would just have sat there in the acrid mist until they went blue. That just leaves the stench. Also no. Also nonsense. 10 able-bodied and viperous spiders dressed cap-a-pie in armor with winches, multi-legged, capable of motion along ceilings and walls, and every man jack of them dispatched by the bogmen armed with clubs and pig-stabbers. What horse feathers? I can't believe that. Not a chance. Even if the spiders really had decided to lie low in the stench and suddenly all shot each other at the same time, or died in a synchronized drowning in the shit swamp, the news would have gotten out. By the next day, their heads would have been hung up by the entrance to the stench as though in vainglorious warning. There, see how hard we are? Pontus would never have been able to keep it secret. A couple of trips, and the suckers would soon have discovered all the details of the recent battle from the loquacious drunken bogmen. Was the fate of Cucker the seven-legged of importance to me? No. And yes, if the information concerning only 3 rifles was bona fide, then yes, his fate was important to me. What are the chances of relieving Chief Mimir or his top shot lost to the sour of their rifles? 0. I might risk it if the chances were higher, but they really are 0. Although perhaps I'm looking at this the wrong way. Only 3 rifles? I asked directly. Or are they just not allowed for other ranks of fighter? There are only 3 rifles, the Spider replied. There used to be 5. The Spiders owned them all. So what happened to them? 2 were destroyed in a single day, at the same time, in an explosion, a long time ago. A long time ago? A very long time ago. In an explosion like today's? Today's was nothing, the Spider said, waving a dismissive hand. Lots of our guys were killed, mainly lower down, but believe me, Elb, it was nothing. What happened exactly? I am also able to keep my own counsel concerning our internal affairs. I shrugged my shoulders and drummed my fingers on the table, and the next pile of photographs was spread before me. They also looked to be not too old, but they did display from various angles an extremely unprofessionally captured, yet extremely bright, graphic, and scintillating spectacle. What dumb fuck took these? I asked, failing to make out even the slightest detail in the multicolored and formless jumble. It was the square in front of the main entrance to the Spider's Licked Castle Citadel. A massive crowd of people, garish apparel, arms, both flesh and steel, sticking out in all directions. Plates of food floated above heads, while in the foreground danced a couple of naked floozies of uncertain, though certainly not svelte, contour. But the shot was taken from too far away, and you couldn't make out the faces. In fact, you couldn't make out any detail. Garbage. I gathered the pictures together, pushed them back to the Spider, and raised my eyes. The Spy Mem Spider sat and bored his eyes into the tabletop. The penny dropped. It was you who took these photographs, wasn't it? Yes. The Spider's admission was accompanied by a crushing sigh. But they're a pile of shit, I said. Are there any more? No. There's a rule, no more than 9 photographs in any 6-month period. Otherwise, we'll use up all the film. I counted quickly in my head and chuckled. 9 exactly. 9 valuable and hopelessly botched shots. You are one ace photographer, Spider-Boy. It would be funny if you'd made up that rule, I said. The Spider's head lowered still further, his drooling mandibles nearly touching the table. He said scarcely audibly. Let's see the next batch of photos, I said, once more tapping my fingers on the table. Shuffling the photographs, the embarrassed Spider could not help himself asking, Don't you want to ridicule me? I've already said I don't care. It was the honest truth. I don't care about your successes, your failures, your constipation, or your diarrhea. If you drop down dead right now, I shall simply call another Spider to deal me another game of solitaire from your pathetic snapshots. That's what we'll write in the Chronicle, the Spider muttered, offended. You're a freaking goblin. How do you like that for a headline? Or even better, drop dead freaking hero fucking Elb. If you write that, my opinion of you will change for the better, I replied, again not lying. And what's this? Victoria, the Supreme Spider Lady. She reigned gloriously and wisely for many long years, the Queen of Queens. The photographs depicted a dame of middle-aged spread years. Bewhiskered, sullen, bloated face, short, lumpy nose, lips pursed in peevishness, neck shoehorned into a high, narrow collar. On her back a harness with 8 vertically raised steel arms. 12 arms, I asked for confirmation. That is correct, the Spider replied proudly. The great Victoria of the 12 legs. And she was able to manage everyone? She was more like a symbol of authority. With a halo? Listen, Goblin, everybody loved Queen Victoria, and she is venerated to this day. Keep a lid on your jokes. How long ago did she roll a 7? Huh? How long ago did the fat biddy kick it? Hey, I told you, but you don't hold her in very high regard, do you? I said, leaning forward. Why are you shaking like that? Other folk do. The spider snapped, also leaning closer. "In very high regard, and I don't need superfluous problems. 95 out of 100 spiders here consider that the spiderweb of memory is of no use to anybody, and we should be sent out to do menial jobs like shooting pluxes in the outskirts." "Just like us today." "Exactly, and without offending anybody." "Well, yes, I'm a filthy goblin and you're a celestial spider." "True enough." "Were you born here?" "Of course." "So what about the stiff, fat, clucking hen with her bunch of arms? How long ago did she die?" "A long time," the spider hissed through his teeth. "Show some respect, goblin. She's a revered and illustrious spider lady." "She was a chief for many years, and that means she was up to her eyeballs in blood and shit. It cannot be any other way, ever." "Oh, I beseech you." "Beseech away," I said, "and while you're at it, show me the next round of photographs." Although what is there to see? The fat supreme spider lady from all angles and at all angles, from dubious youthful desirability to mustachioed butterball overmaturity. "You're the first to spend so little time beholding the queen." "What is there to look at?" I asked. "The queen standing, the queen sitting, the queen standing again, the queen smiling, the queen holding a rifle in her hands. It's nonsense. Add the cucker seven-legged behind her with his trousers down, and then— Quiet! The hiss was so long and vicious that it could only belong to a spider, if, of course, spiders could actually hiss. "Show me some decent photos," I said. "Time is short, and I'd be better off getting some shut-eye than struggling through pictures of long-dead biddies with halos." "They're all like that, in which case our deal is not happening." I shook my head and stood up. "I'm recalling my fighters. That's quite enough stories for one day." "Are you really so begrudging?" "Me? Yes, I am," I said. "You'll gain from our stories no matter what, but I've gained nothing from you but an eyeful of a spider who's vanished from the face of the earth." "But wait! Here are the oldest photos, from spider hunts." "Okay, then." Reluctantly, I sat back down. "Let's have a look." Hunts. I was expecting to see the grinning mugs of hunters holding dead pluxes by the paws, or standing with their feet up on them. I was not mistaken. Hunters stood on pipes and hung from the ceilings and walls, garlands of Plux corpses hanging from their belts. By the looks of things, the spiders had a garland fetish. Garlands of Pluxes, garlands of heads, garlands of— Whoa. One of the photographs showed Cucker again, his favorite rifle slung behind his shoulder and a necklace in his hands. A necklace made of severed ears, noses, and members, all very delicately beaded. He had made sure his own junk was also on display, and a joyous smile was spread across his mandibles. "Did you not show it to the doctor?" I asked, throwing the picture down on the table. "Cucker's cock?" "Uh-huh, together with its two-legged appendage." "He was totally sick in the head," the spider said, screwing up his eyes as though suffering from toothache. "I told you he couldn't live without fucking. That's why he only had men in his squad, and all the chicks used to avoid him like the plague, even the ugliest ones." "Well, naturally. Out on a long expedition, it would be nigh on impossible to fend off a monster like that." "Stands to reason," I said, nodding and not giving away the fact that I had just learned something extremely important. "You just try pairing the advances of a hungry male for a whole day." "Exactly. I've heard so many stories like that. One day might be just about bearable. But what about 2, 3? Everybody knew Cocker would go ballistic if he went without sex, and it wasn't beyond him to use force. He would only accept you into his squad if you weren't the sort to refuse him. Although maybe that was normal. Male, fighter, in the front line all the time, shootouts, bloodshed, fatigue, stress. Everybody needs some way to vent." "Of course," I agreed. "How could we live without venting? You just take a female squad member and force yourself upon her. After all, she can't be as exhausted as her leader, right?" And what's this?" I changed the subject sharply as I looked at the next photo. I didn't say a word concerning the long expeditions that had so piqued my interest. In fact, I gave no sign at all that I had heard the spider's indiscretion. What freaking long expeditions lasting 2 or 3 days? And as for shootouts, bloodshed, fatigue, and stress, Don't make me laugh. Where could you go for that long around here? The longest route I was aware of was down from here over Cursed Bridge and along Main 29 to the end as far as the furthest goblin cluxes. But what was there for spiders to do in the outskirts? And where would they find a shootout there? Added to which, it wasn't exactly difficult in the outskirts to find a goblin chick or a worm chick who would agree to anything you wanted for very little recompense, and you wouldn't end up at loggerheads with the fighters in your own squad. And there was nowhere else to go, for Drainagetown was not a big place. Except lower, down to the gnomes. Or higher. I saw no other alternative. Or rather, other alternatives doubtless existed, but I did not know of them. The spiders knew, however, and it was these routes that they followed on their long, exhausting expeditions. A record-sized tangerine, the spider explained in the meantime, pointing a clean finger at a photograph of a dead orange plux. The creature's size really was impressive, but I was more interested in the weapons. And the harnesses. I was particularly impressed by the full utility of the spider's harnesses. Everything was attached to them. Armor, mechanical arms, battery, winch, backpack, belt bag, flasks and bottles, weapons, and the weight was spread evenly over the whole body. Some of the arms were fitted with hooks, others with magnets, all connected to the battery by wires. I wasn't so sure about the extra limbs, but I would not have refused one of those harnesses minus the mechanical arms. I would have to inquire if it was possible to buy 4 sets, even the very simplest. They would open up a truly wide spectrum of tactical opportunities for expeditions. Expeditions. Long spider expeditions. Fuck. It was stuck in my head like a mofo. I still seriously wanted to ask a direct question, and when the answer was not forthcoming, to grab the historian by the scruff of his neck and imprint his smiling mandibles into the tabletop. Then ask the question again. Then do some more imprinting. And so on until, peppering me with teeth and blood clots, he gave me some answers. But I couldn't. For only goblin trash might allow themselves to behave that way, and we had been invited to a spider's ball and were not, therefore, trash. Or had we been invited as spider food? I was confused, and I wanted to take half a gray membac tablet, or at least a quarter. Elb. Yes, I said, giving my head a shake. Look at this mountain of pluxes. We cracked a nest up on the ceiling. You cracked a nest using an explosion, like this time? What are you talking about? Never. This time we had absolutely nothing to do with it. Hey. His spidery voice took on a tone of indignation. I almost let something slip there. Listen, stop fishing for details. Otherwise, I and everybody else will definitely be sent to the outskirts to sit by holes and wait for pluxes to come along. Be fair. Fair? I asked for confirmation. Waiting for his nod, I suggested. Let's go over to the table where my fighters are waxing lyrical and ask them how many times they've been probed about our future plans and internal affairs. And then I kick you in the face that number of times. What do you say? That would be fair, wouldn't it? After all, your noble spiders wouldn't dream of asking anything personal now, would they? What do you say, spider? Forget it. I see my photos are of no interest to you anyway. There really are a few good ones, of old spiders warming themselves by... Shove it. Fine, the spider said, sighing, raking the photographs together and producing the next lot. These are really old. Flicking quickly through the thick pile, I put 2 pictures aside and, without compunction, tossed the remainder back in the container. After examining those 2 up close, I took a quick look at their reverse sides, shrugged my shoulders, and threw them back in with the others before wiping the dust from my hands. What caught your interest on those last 2? I only found them recently lying around in a bag of supplies, under a bunch of rags in the side pocket. Was anything else lying around in there? Nope, the rags, 2 photographs, a piece of dry meat, and someone's big toenail. That must have hurt. Must have. So what caught your interest? The dark-skinned man, I replied, with a bumpy skin and a number of spiders dancing gaily. The tall bozo with the pimply tats? I looked at him for a long time, too, when I first saw it. Did you spot his hatchet? Who is he? A spider who lived long ago. So much time has passed since then that nobody knows who he was. And as you like to say, nobody cares. I suppose so. I replied, rising. "Are the nearest trade points far?" "2 levels up in the lift. When you come out, turn left and go to the wall at the end. You'll find a trading gallery there." "Uh-huh." I poked Rek awake and told him to tell the others not to worry. I would be back soon. The orc grumbled something, turned to the wall, and pressed his palms to his mangled tummy, and was quiet. I nodded goodbye to the arachnid historian and stepped towards the lift. I glanced back to check he'd already forgotten all about me, and saw him hurrying back over to my fighters, clutching the box of useless trash to his stomach. The container contained trash, and since that was how it was meant to be. Somewhere in the kingdom of the spiders was another selection of photographs, far more valuable, and that selection was kept in the tenacious care of persons far more important than the clownish spy mem. The last 2 photographs had depicted a dancing, swarthy man, a detailed description of whom I had heard very recently. And I had heard it not from the mouth of a spider, but from the bloodied maw of a petrified bogman. And the bogman had not been describing a spider. No, he had been describing the appearance of another bogman, an important bogman. Just how had he described him? Tall, powerful, swarthy, a tuft of tar black hair sticking up on top of his head, his face a mismatch of tattoos and scars. He had lovingly called the pigs bye-byes or something like that, and made the bogmen dance the calm mate, a group dance involving grimaces, howls, and words in an unknown language. He had also sworn he had plenty of memories from his previous life. It was the same man as in the photograph, to a T. Swarthy, tall, powerful, face scarred, sharpened teeth bared in a wide smile, tuft of black hair sticking up, a dancer who forced others to dance. In the photo, several spiders had been dancing some group dance in a reasonably well-orchestrated manner in the middle of a surprisingly narrow and dark corridor with a strangely rounded ceiling and walls. If you'd asked me, I would have said it wasn't a corridor, but a pipe in which they had arranged the dance party, and they were dancing up to their knees in greenish water. A little way to the side, on the curved slope of the wall, could be seen a semi-transparent outgrowth. Anybody who saw it would think it was a clod of slime, me included. But since coming across the carnivorous gelatinous banana with the throat tentacles and the stench, I would no longer say that, nor even think it. And should one of my guys have asked me, "Elb, tell me honestly, what do you see in these photographs?" I would have answered, "The dancing first chief of the stench, he who lovingly called the piglets bye-byes and created the famous Pamu Poka pig farm, which has long supplied delicious fatty meat to all who desire it." Shit. Although I might have been mistaken. Who was I to know there didn't exist other tall and swarthy black-haired men with scarred-up faces who were into group dances? Perhaps there were dozens. And here I was cooking up all sorts of horseshit. Who was I to know why the rest of the photographs were nothing other than unimaginative arachnid porno? Who was I to know why those 2 photographs had been found by chance after lying for years beneath a bunch of rags and toenails in the side pocket of a bag? I could fabricate a heap of conspiracy theories. I could eject all this bullshit from my head. Or I could simply wait for a suitable moment to pose the cheerful question to my cheerful listeners, and observe their either spontaneously hysterical or indifferently uncomprehending reaction. Meantime, I would go and check out the assortment of goods for sale in the kingdom of the spiders, taking with me only a small knife and my mini needle gun just in case. One more piece of evidence of the spider tribe's chosenness was the trade points. For starters, the trade points here were twice wide as the ones down in the city. Samples of the items on the offer rotated slowly in huge windows. As far as I could see, the gallery was home to no fewer than 10 vending machines. I saw, I could see, but I could not touch, for the gallery was suspended on the wall and separated from me by a platform bearing a large metal arch which hung over an abyss. Plus an observation dome was wandering back and forth above the arch, and another hum somewhere below us. 4 spiders stood by the arch, their elbows leaning on a low railing, same as the city center. No unauthorized access. All the creature comforts, but only for their people, only for the multi-limbed workers patching holes in the heavens' leaking pipes. And here was an ATM, on this side. Also standing against the wall, it awaited goblins who wanted to pay for the meal they had just eaten. "Elb, One of the security guards drew himself lazily up and spat something red into the abyss. I thought for an instant it was blood, but judging by his ruddy, smiling face, the spider had no health complaints and was merely spitting out a mouthful of drink he hadn't swallowed. Then he threw the empty bottle in as well. I was still having problems getting reaccustomed to the openness of people's faces. Some spiders wore masks and goggles, but that was likely a nod to some fashion or other. Either that or a hard-wired habit. They lived in cleanliness, but occasionally worked in a shower of shit pouring from a perforated pipe. "You are Elb?" "I am," I admitted freely. "This way," the spider said, beckoning me with a pudgy paw and glancing furtively at the ceiling, just as the dome was pulling away, humming busily along the wall. I saw no need to be overcautious, so I nodded silently and followed his pointing finger. Across the latticework platform, turn sharply, clamber over the railing, hang for a minute on the top rung of a rope ladder, wait for a signal to climb down a short way, reach for the neighboring ladder and climb back up it onto the platform, on the other side of the security arch. The spider winked and said, "You have 20 minutes of twilight, goblin, and yes, I admire you. I really admire you, man. You carved up those swineherds good and proper. A whole crowd of us stood here in the upper gallery counting the corpses floating by in the gutter. Respect." I nodded a second time and headed for the trade points, sincerely hoping they would not take exception to my filthy goblin finger touching their clean heavenly sensors. If it actually touches them, that is. I mean, what if they don't have what we need? We goblins are a fastidious folk, and just because I have 4 and a bit thousand soul in my account, it doesn't mean I'm going to fritter in on all kinds of They had 10-round cartridges. "You arachnid motherfuckers," I muttered quickly, touching my finger to the sensor. "That's us," mumbled a crooked crone wearing an orange jerkin over acid-green overalls. "So you'd better shut your puss, goblin, otherwise I'll eat you." The cranky lady spider purchased a bottle of some azure-colored drink and hobbled away, but not before throwing me one last scathing look and flipping me the bird. I didn't bother to follow the venerable sky dweller, instead returning to my shopping. I bought a new black belt bag and filled it with 10 10-round cartridges. It had a wide belt, a very generous capacity, and small external pockets for needle cartridges. I then checked all the other weaponry trade points, but found nothing more of interest. After feeding my weapons and cartridges into a machine, the former for recharging and the latter for reloading, I went for a stroll down the trade street. The windows of the food machines were a sight for sore eyes. I had never before seen so many tablets and nutrition briquettes, and in such a rainbow of different colors. Beneath each item was a neat label with a description: isotonics, energetics, vitamin drinks, effervescent drinks in 8 different flavors, 3 categories, and 12 flavors of food cube. The lowest row displayed 6 different flavors of ice cream. The next window along was household wares: shampoos, soaps, creams, cosmetics, scissors, tweezers, loofahs, heel scrapers, and other such bits and bobs. I walked on by, and stopped at a medical machine to cast an eye over the glue, plasters, bandages, and coagulant sprays that were available in various sizes, quantities, and volumes. My gaze then dipped lower and stopped at a row of small packets embossed with long legends consisting of letters and numbers. I did not have time to read them as the spider began waving his arms in an attempt to hustle me. I retrieved my now fully charged weapons from a compartment that opened, noting that the trade point was fitted with an interruption button in case of emergency, took my fully loaded cartridges, and dashed for the bridge. My hurry was not for the benefit of the guard, for normally he would never have let me through in spite of all his admiration. But he had been ordered to render assistance to guests, and render assistance he had, although judging by his slightly distorted face, he was dreadfully concerned for his fighter rank, for the system would certainly punish a slacker, along with the rest of his group. After returning to the authorized area by the same route, I waved farewell to the spiders and went back, wondering why we hadn't simply been invited. That's what the nymph Copula had done, and no problem. But here you had to climb rope ladders. Why all the effort to remind us we're here exclusively by courtesy of their manifest mercy? After descending in the rattling lift and stepping out, I immediately had to flatten myself against the wall to make way for the enormous figure of an arachnid tradeswoman exiting the next lift, the same lady who had kitted York out with so much gear, although it's true the rest of us had bought 1 or 2 items from her as well. It was a good thing I did step aside, for there genuinely was no other way out. She was a woman of monstrous proportions, who had by some miracle managed to squeeze herself into an oversized spider harness. All 4 mechanical arms were fitted with wheels and fixed at floor level, and they bore the weight not only of the tradeswoman herself, who was a good 200-plus kilos, but also that of her huge, overstuffed, homemade backpack, which hung on the harness and contained all her wares. When she came out of the lift, she parked herself in a corner, unclipped her carabiners, put the harness aside, and sat down on the nearest bench. Then she set about taking out her wares, and as she did so, she described each of them in a disinterested and creaky voice. Mind you, every last trace of disinterest was gone from her voice when she tore herself away from her advertising to order herself a large dinner. Or should I say a monstrous dinner? If she carried on like that, she was not long for this world. But what business was it of mine? In the medical trade point, I saw some strange containers wrapped up on the bottom shelf. "Expedition medical kits," the tradeswoman creaked. "Nothing unusual about them." "What's in them?" "Life." "Sounds okay," I said. "And specifically?" "Look." Pulling up a sleeve, the spider lady showed me a gray container stuck to her upper arm. "Slap it on your skin. That's all. It does everything itself." "Can you slap it on any place?" "You can stick it between your buns if you like, just so long as it's bare skin." "And what are those syringes?" "Sedatives, stimulants, explosives." "Explosives?" "You see these?" Rotating her arm a fraction, she showed me 2 sunken red buttons, one on either side. "I do." "You press them both hard at the same time and you get an injection. Gives you a boost. If you're lying down, you leap up and run. You fly." "Even if you're injured?" "One time a headless spider ran 40 yards along a pipe before he collapsed." "So do you want some?" "Have you got any?" "The gray ones are $2.20. The woman replied disinterestedly, wiping her greasy mouth. "The yellow ones are $3.20, the red ones are $5.20. "What's the difference between them?" "Everything." "I see." "Are you going to take them? My markup isn't big." "I'll take 4 red ones," I said, smiling. "Get back in the lift," the spider lady commanded, shoving me towards the cage. "Go find the ATM." "I also need 3 large packets of medical glue and 3 coagulant sprays." "Are you thinking of tearing your skin, Goblin, or your backside?" "We'll have to wait and see," I said, laughing. "You've put a lot of cats among lots of pigeons." "I try." "Don't relax too much at the ball, Midge." The spider-woman's eyes bored into me. "Don't you forget, you're nothing but food to us, a blister full of sweet juice, a zit, squeeze and suck, get it?" "I get it," I nodded. "Don't relax, but what might—" "Anything might happen there, and keep your trap shut. I told you nothing." "I get it, but why just a zit? Maybe I'm a serious abscess." "All the sweeter to suck, you goblin." The spider lady bared her brown teeth. "All the sweeter. Keep your buns together, and be prepared." "Why are you warning me?" "I'm bored," the corpulent tradeswoman admitted freely. "I understand," I nodded. "I understand." Chapter 5. The Spider's Ball. What is there to say? Yorka was not deluded in her expectations. Fresh from the sea of shit, cursorily washed, dried, and dressed up, the goblins and orc headed straight for the stunning and sumptuous ball. The enormous hall with the openwork ceiling and the twinkling steel walls could not have been anything but the throne room. Not the main hall and not the special events hall. No, specifically the throne room. The first thing that gave it away, silently yet at the same time very loudly, was the throne, which was quite a remarkable thing. A wide silver bench suspended in the air 3 meters above the floor, with a tall curved back from which sprouted a fan of spider legs stretching upward. At first I thought it was a curved silvery hand with a large number of very small, thin fingers. But no, it was a heavenly seat, and it was suspended on such thin cables as were not immediately visible, providing the illusion that it floated in the air. An exquisite structure. Tall, announcing loudly and clearly that not every spider should risk lowering his backside onto it. It was a seat reserved for the chosen few. The ceiling. Upon closer inspection of the holes and the strips of metal between them, it became clear that what the anonymous designer had done, using his talent, the improvised materials at hand, and a welding apparatus, was arrange on the ceiling a gigantic silver spiderweb with a single bright golden dot in the center, like the sun. Naturally, the golden dot had been placed directly above the heavenly seat, as though illuminating it with its beams. The designer had also added a good dozen silver droplets, observation domes, running along spider threads. There had been no need to add a real system dome, for it had already been there, hanging directly in the center of the room and turning indifferently from side to side to indefatigably scan events. It seemed insignificant, but the doors, despite being tall, were also very narrow, and I surmised that this ginormous tin can concealed an imposing munition supply. Were the dome to begin shooting to kill? "Don't admire the vampires," I said through clenched teeth in response to Yorka's excited oohs and ahs as she fiddled nervously with the simply unthinkable object in her hands, a tiny black handbag with a thin strap. The idiot goblin girl had taken total leave of her senses and was imagining herself as a woman, a glamorous kitten, an inveterate visitress of society events. Had she scraped the shit from beneath her fingernails? Because if she offered her hand to somebody for a kiss and it smelled of poop. "What is there to admire?" Rek asked in a loud voice. "Shut up, you dicks," Yorka hissed, tugging her short black dress down and stepping awkwardly in white medium-heel shoes. "Don't spoil my evening." "Everybody have fun," I said, resigning myself to the inevitable. "Rek, no groping the spider-men's spider-women. Stay out of trouble." "I wasn't even—" "Do you understand me?" "I understand, Commander." The Hulk nodded and pulled angrily at the tight blue collar of his weird thigh-length shirt. How I understand him. Yorka squeaked something in her delight, grabbed Bask in his green costume, and dragged him off with her. Rek followed them, homing into the smells of edibles. Sighing heavily, I shrugged my shoulders in my oversnug red shirt with its short sleeves and high yellow collar, adjusted the belt of my ironed black pants with their thin red piping, and wiggled my toes with relish inside my sturdy black boots. I had chosen not to don the footwear offered, which was a pair of incredibly long slippers with curled-up toes and paper-thin soles. Did they take me for some kind of cretin? Needless to say, no backpacks or weapons were allowed in the hall. The courteous arachnid cloakroom attendants had even taken a peek into Yorka's handbag. So there I stood in my clownish finery, while before me wavered a fragranced crowd, already beginning to effuse a sultry humidity, the smell of alcohol, and a powerful wave of erroneous conviction in its chosenness. Just allow a goblin to hold the king's cock for a short while, and he will soon consider himself worthy of great honor and accepted into the higher circles of society, and begin to view everybody in a condescending manner, holding in public view the paw that had been graced with a touch of the monarch's meaty member. Awash with an almost overpowering desire to leave, I glued myself to the spot with enormous difficulty, and wiped my lips slowly with a hand. I then crushed between my teeth a quarter of a gray tablet and pulverized it into bitter sour pulp. Shit. But it would help me to stick it out. It would help me to cope with the lazy smiles of these chubby, dolled-up spiders, boozing it up high above a city drowning in shit and ennui, above the outskirts crammed wall-to-wall with feckless worms. What are you doing here, you fuckers? Why are you promenading around here with such pretentious looks on your faces instead of trying to right the wrongs of this fucking world? Do you not notice the dreadful disbalance all around, or do you simply not care? After all, you do consider yourselves celestial beings, don't you? Will you have a swig of this sweet breast milk, Bwana Elb? I recommend it. A brilliantined teen in a pure white shirt appeared alongside me and handed me a tall glass. What is it? The nymph copula's triple-distilled amber nectar, orange concentrate, a sweet and sour energy tablet, and a tenth of a tablet of ultra-pure membac. All proportions adhere strictly to White's own recipe. I guarantee it. The nymph copula's amber nectar. I repeated the words, feeling a fully compressed spring inside me relax. It sounds excellent. It tastes exquisite, too. The youth smiled and, working his tray with dexterity, glided off, weaving his way between the spiders. I took a small sip and blinked my surprise to find that the drink did, in fact, taste truly exquisite. It was not sickly sweet, but moderately so, with a light astringent sour note, and not a scintilla of copula's triple-distilled amber nectar. It was a dangerous brew. You could easily put away 10 glasses without noticing and transform into a dribbling idiot, crashing out on the floor and ferreting away at your fly. So I would allow myself no more than 2. Taking in my surroundings, I saw nothing but the same old, bland, wavering throng. The sip of alcohol and the mini-dose of membac had relieved me of some of my rancor. After singling out the brightest and most inconspicuous figures, I inspected them closely, threw a cursory glance at the still vacant heavenly swing, listened in to the rhythmic music that had struck up, and began to work my way over to the far wall which had arrested my attention. After shoving my way through the throng and inadvertently upsetting a couple of glasses on the way, though paying no heed to the angry hisses of the lady spiders sluiced, I stopped by the wall and tilted my head back. Portraits. Lots of portraits. Of women, going on for miles. All women and women's faces, painted in different styles, undoubtedly by different artists. Each of the ladies portrayed had a distinctive detail on her chest, in the form of an enormous silver spider brooch with a crimson jewel at the center of its thorax. Yet the stone was not attached to the silverwork. The spider's body was empty and the stone free inside it. If you factored in the repetition frequency, the brooches were clearly a symbol of higher authority among the spiders. I would love to have been able to inspect them up close, for the scintillating brooches depicted on each portrait were all delectable, despite the varying levels of mastery. These were no DIY imitations, and the deep red rocks did not look like glass. There were symbols of some description painted there too, but the portraits were hung too high to see properly. "You splashed my female, goblin!" A greasy hand grasped my shoulder, a screw-threaded ring on each finger. Are they sharpened screw nuts? I intentionally let the hand get a good grip on me and the clothes I was wearing before jerking sharply to one side and allowing the collar, which had begun to crack, to give way, liberating my throat. Phew! As I turned around to face the bewhiskered fat fuck, I smiled in thanks. "That's better. Take this." "What?" "This." My fist struck his third chin full on and was buried deep in the flabby flesh. Croaking chokingly, the spider began to sag to the floor as his eyes rolled back into their orbits. I made no attempt to break his fall, but I tweaked its trajectory just a touch, and when he crashed to the floor, I stood up on his belly with my hands folded behind my back and proceeded to inspect more closely the symbols on the painted brooches. On the first portrait, the brooch was especially intricate, which is more than could be said for the rather dull, pasty face of the spider lady herself. If this is a symbol of higher authority, why did I not see it on the chest of the Spider Lady Victoria in those photographs? So, the first letter looks like I, then there's I muttered, doing some fancy neck work in order to take a sip of sweet breast milk from my glass. And what? I and I alone rule in these parts. A sweet female voice from behind me came to my assistance. I turned around and from up there on my blubbery pedestal observed the owner of the assistant voice. A blue one-piece sleeveless dress, topped with a wide white collar and reaching halfway down a delectable pair of thighs. The feet wore sandals with white straps. The hand held nothing but a glass. A silver ring on the left ring finger sparkled brightly. Golden hair splendidly coiffured, blue eyes radiating glee. She was 30-something, well into that decade, yet her body betrayed no hint of sagginess, and the light wrinkles around her eyes only enhanced her charm. "White," I said, stepping down to the floor. "The Supreme Spider Lady White." No. she smiled. "I am but the modest consort of the Spider Chief Mimir, nothing more. How did you know who I was?" "By your words." "Which words?" "I and I alone rule in these parts," I repeated her words back to her. "And what of them? Everybody in these parts knows that phrase." "Yes, but I shouldn't think anybody else pronounces it quite like you," I said, taking another sip of my drink and eyeing her over the top of my glass. I took in the space surrounding her and immediately noticed 3 escorts, comely spider girls, each carrying a small handbag that might easily conceal a mini needle gun. And how did I pronounce it? "With a yearning masked by an insouciance developed over many years," I replied, "with wrath concealed behind your smile." "Those are dangerous words you speak, Goblin." White the Spider Lady's smile withered just a tad. "Dangerous for whom?" I said, raising an inquisitive eyebrow. "For me," she said, her smile back on full beam. "Shall we stroll, Lowlander?" Lowlander? It sounded noble despite its synonymity with dirty lowlife. I allowed her to link her arm through mine, and we ambled unhurriedly along the portrait gallery. "Will your beloved Mimir not be envious?" I asked idly, noting that the 3 escorts were following us and shooing away hangers-on. A gorgeous spider lady enjoys a promenade with a hero and takes him by the arm. "I am holding discourse with the valiant Goblin Elb, the hero who orchestrated the cleanup of the stagnant cesspool and the stench. I am expressing my respect. What is unusual about that?" "Why are you not wearing a brooch?" "You ask dangerous questions, Goblin." White's grip on my arm tightened the tiniest bit. "Why?" "There is no secret here. Only the master of Licht Castle may wear the Labak Kapala, only the supreme spider chief." "So that means there is a glinting brooch on the chest of the venerated Chief Mimir?" I asked, and the spider lady's slender fingers pressed yet harder into my arm. "Quite correct. The Labak Kapala glints on the chest of Mimir, my glorious man-spider, gallant warrior, and great chief." "So he likes to wear women's bijouterie?" I whispered in a very low voice. "Does he like to take a sneak peek of your underwear as well?" "Are you looking to die, Goblin?" White's question sounded sincerely shocked, though her voice displayed no resentment and was not raised. "I'm merely speeding things up a little. I don't like beating about the bush, bowing and scraping formally, testing the water with a toe," I replied softly before raising my glass and announcing stentoriously, "To the great Chief Mimir, drink up your breast milk. May Mimir reign for all eternity." Those spiders who had heard me required only a second to find their bearings. They cast their glances into the air and burst out in a unified bellow, "Drink up your breast milk. May Mimir reign for all eternity." After demonstratively draining my glass, I turned my head in search of somewhere to put it down. A young lad skipped up to relieve me of the burden of the search, furnishing me with a fresh drink into the bargain. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed walking parallel to us an unfamiliar spider who stood out from the general crowd in his unduly bright shirt. Not lowering my voice, but adding a hint of inebriation to it, I continued my toast. "It is an honor to be here, so high up." "You have earned your honor, Hero Elb," White said sonorously. The garish spider began to hang back so as not to drift into her field of vision. Then his path was blocked by a certain black-browed, monocular thug who kicked off by stamping on the spider's foot before grouching croakily, "Hey, Leggy, you trod on my foot." The spider was taken aback and raised his eyes to look at Rek, who was grinding his teeth. "It was you." "What did you say? You don't want to have a drink with me? You don't want to have a drink with a fucking hero? I'm too grimy for you, yes, cocksucker." "Oh, he does, of course he does." A spider in a tall hat chipped in. "He's gasping for a drink. Poor Grizzle a drink. He'd love a drink." "Of course I'll have a drink. With pleasure. You're a hero." "Fine," the orc said, softening. "But prove it. We drink to Bruderschaft, and you kiss my left armpit. As we say in our own clucks, a friend's lips are close to your heart. While you're kissing me, I drink and tenderly slap your lardy butt." Are you drunk, Orc? What bullshit are you talking? You're walking the edge of the abyss here. I'm a celestial spider. You can kiss me below my left nipple, too. Don't wind him up, Grizzle, somebody advised, tittering with every word. Is it so hard for you to drink in accordance with Nullform tradition? What sort of attitude is that to show towards a hero? Piss off! Hey, Orc, pour them out and let's drink, but I'm not going to kiss you. I did not hear any more of the conversation. I did, however, hear the voice of White, who was digging her nails into my hand. Why are you walking so fast, Goblin Elb? What do you mean, why? The question surprised me. We are bringing back the matriarchy, of course. Have you had too much to drink, Goblin? I don't understand a word. Apprehension fluttered in her blue eyes. But it sounds dangerous. It sounds like you want to die today. All I had to do was see the wall of spider ladies, see the brooch, and see you, and everything became crystal clear, I said very softly, smiling widely at a buxom lady spider in orange who was leaning drunkenly against the wall directly below the portrait of Victoria. The portrait had no difficult-to-pronounce Lobak Kapala brooch. I still don't remember you. May we be sent after the ball into the depths of spider country to relax, I said, stopping and staring into those beautiful eyes. Into the sort of depths a single beautiful lady spider with a thirst for power might be able to slip into unnoticed. I only wanted to have a little chat, check you out. That stupid old cow copula considers you a breed apart, and she fancies you despite calling you a malignant jackass. She calls you a jackass who isn't afraid to kill trolls and cannibals. But things are moving too fast. I just wanted to check you out, and I wanted to ask, are you not afraid of those terrible heavenly spiders? And are you... Everything is too fast, Lowlander, although old Copula was not wrong when she said you are no coward, and you have blood on your hands. I can smell it, a lot of blood, but even so, things are moving too fast. Time flies, old age is nigh, the right time is fleeting, the yearning of the universe is in your eyes, White. How can I believe you, Goblin? You can't. Decide for yourself, Spider Lady White. Either find a way to arrange a clandestine meeting or just continue as a pale shadow of the estimable Supreme Chief Mimir. It's up to you. But whatever you decide, I will not bring this subject up again before you do, and I will not bring it up with anybody else, I said, liberating my arm from her grasp and raising my voice just a touch, adding, Thank you for your time and consideration, kind White, faithful consort of the great Chief Mimir. And I thank you and your faithful companions for your endeavors, Hero Elb, White replied, bowing her head. I bowed too, and then I was nearly blinded when the Spider Lady's face burst into a wide, toothy, rapacious, and wildly sexy smile. Do you have no fucking mind at all, Goblin? Are you afraid of nothing and nobody? Life is short, White, I whispered softly and presented her with a similarly wide and serene smile. Life is short, my queen. There followed another long stare, and she retired, in her royal swagger. And it was royal. Only an idiot would fall for her modest attire and soft voice. She was a true queen, a supreme spider-woman debased to the supreme chief's consort. I watched her go, then turned my eyes away and sipped at my drink as I scanned the wavering crowd for signs of anything suspicious. Only two things caught my eye. One was the spider in the garish shirt and bizarre glittery cap with ear flaps. He was drunk, but trying to conceal the fact, and Rek had a hand on his shoulder and was offering him yet another drink. Wait, lowlife, the spider said with difficulty, pushing the glass away. Wait, I need to... He hiccuped, reeled, and staggered shoulder first into a group of spiders who moved apart to allow him express access to the floor. With a dismayed shake of the head, I set off along the wall. I hadn't gone 5 yards before Rek caught me, and the rest of the group joined us a second later. What were you billing and cooing about with that octopedal bitch? Rek asked, causing a disinterested eye over the portraits. Following his gaze, though my own was genuinely curious, I replied also quietly. Nothing in particular. I suggested she orchestrate a palace coup. Are you off your rocker? Yorka said in a protracted whisper. Hey. Bask elbowed her, his brow furrowed and his cheek twitching angrily. The goblin girl wilted in a flash and began mumbling guiltily. How can I keep a lid on it? Elb, you're a freaking goblin. Have you lost it? Really? The zombie sighed heavily and, eyeing his girlfriend with his still cloudy eye, explained. Since we are still alive and wandering around this hall, it means this scenario is to White's liking. But what the hell good is it doing us? What the hell good does a freaking stupid baboon do us? I asked. You mean Mimir? How could you possibly know? You don't even know him. Yorka retorted and polished off the contents of her glass. Gross, this is sheep dip. What are you drinking? Breast milk? What else do you men need? What makes you think Mimir is stupid? Keep your voice down, and no names. What makes you think he's stupid? The fact that she is clever, wily, insidious, and ambitious, I explained, stopping to look at the strange penultimate portrait. A double portrait. Mimir and White side by side. Yet Mimir was somehow elevated above both White and the entire ladies' portrait gallery. So what? Is it so bad to have a clever, wily girlfriend? Or do you prefer to see men in the company of dumb beauties who are always ready to spread their legs? Is that what it is? That's not the point. The point is that White is an insanely poisonous spider lady, the kind who gobbles down her partner after coitus. That is what female spiders do, isn't it? Do I freaking know? Rek asked, yawning. Yes, it is, the zombie said in confirmation. Not all of them do, but some do, although sometimes the male manages to escape. White is definitely one of them. But why is he stupid? Yorka was nothing if not insistent. Because White is still alive, I said. If he had an ounce of intelligence, he'd slit her throat. Personally. He wouldn't trust anybody else to do it. So why hasn't she killed him yet? Because she has a number of compelling reasons not to. Subject closed. And what if she sends her spiders out for us right now? Nah, I said, shaking my head. She won't do that. There's no need to worry about that. There's only one question here. Will she agree to my generous proposal, or will she balk? We'll find out this evening. In the meantime, enjoy yourselves, goblins. Enjoy yourselves. I remained standing under the bizarre double portrait. Mimir had been painted by a conscientious artist who had not a scrap of talent. And White. I was familiar with the artist, for I had already seen his work in the house of Copula and on the wall by the entrance to the frightful Pamu Poka pig farm. It was the same bushwhacker artist, and he still hadn't found peace. First he had decorated all the walls of the whorehouse, then he'd lived for a while in the cannibal swamp, then in the chartreuse cemetery, and then he'd ascended into heaven. What was it that drove him on, never giving him peace? What was wrong with his head? And what about me? What was it that drove me on, never giving me peace? I was going the same way, following in the footsteps of the artist, and here I was already ascended to spider heaven. Was the artist here? Or had he moved on? And did I have to continue following in his footsteps? Shit. There was the voice of Membek inside me again. I emptied my glass and held it in front of my eyes before slowly unclenching my fingers. It landed with a ring on a timely presented tray. Another breast milk? Nothing containing narcotics, I replied firmly, although my hand twitched, preparing to take delivery of the next dose of sweet pig swill. Make it something extremely bitter. Neat moonshine with a drop or two of elf piss? What's that? Something special, Bwana, the youth said meaningfully. Something special. I recommend it. Is it a drug? No, it certainly isn't. It's something special. I can say no more, but it is very bitter and cheering. Okay. It will be here soon. As good as his word, he returned 4 minutes later with a glass, all the while ignoring the appeals of richly attired spiders. When somebody did try to raise their voice, he rewarded them with such a look that they immediately stopped short and took a step back. Anything but simple, these waiters, anything but simple. Who are you? I asked him, taking a tiny test sip of my new cocktail, a colorless liquid with a hint of gold. I distribute drinks, the youth said with a blinding smile. Who are you? I repeated my question, minus the smile this time. I obey orders. Whose? Call me any time, Bwana Elb. The lad smiled, kissed the ends of his fingers, touched them to the wall, and was gone. Question answered. The slick-haired youth had kissed his fingers and touched the portrait of the smiling spider lady White, not the portrait of Mimir. Mimir. Heavy-set, strong, wide of shoulder, forward-jutting cleft chin, thin light hair brushed back, massive drooping lower lip, small gray eyes looking blearily yet loftily at the world. Silver Labak Kapala brooch, symbol of supreme power, twinkling against his black shirt, shining metallic arms rising from behind his shoulders. I did not stop long to admire the portrait of the master of Licht Castle, instead turning back to continue my stroll and close inspection of the portraits of queens. Yes, from Queen Victoria onward, brooches had ceased to adorn their busts. What had happened during that period? I figured I could have a reasonable guess, but I wanted to ask in any case. Oh, to be doing something useful. If it wasn't for this damned ball. And where's the freaking chief? "Another glass of pick-me-up piss?" the servant boy asked, lowering a tray overloaded with empty glasses. "There's a buffet in the center of the hall." "A buffet," I repeated with a grin. "Fuck. We have an abundance of various different canapes. They are a big hit." "Fuck," I repeated, and looking into the lad's intelligent eyes, asked the first of my questions. "This party isn't in honor of us goblins, is it?" "Certainly not. You are nobody." "Stands to reason. So what are we celebrating?" "We are distracting people from their anxiety after what has happened." "Uh-huh. A ball after an explosion. So the shitty palace masses don't bubble over." "You would do better to speak more quietly, Bwana." "And where's the glorious and kind Mimir?" "Oh, he should be here. But he is busy with extremely important business and cannot put in an appearance today. The kind Lady White has bidden me organize for you a suitable and safe refuge for the night, Bwana. Just as soon as you've had enough." "I've already had enough," I said, interrupting him. "And as for your friends, let my friends continue to enjoy themselves. I'm done. I want a decent place to lie down, a large jug of lemonade, a bottle of moonshine, and a plate of your shitty canapes. Would that be possible?" "I shall arrange everything immediately. What kind of shitty canapes would you like?" "Something involving protein, meat, eggs, and put something burning hot in the middle of the plate so that a filthy goblin might dip a canapé in it and chomp it down noisily." "I understand. Everything will be attended to. If you like, stay here for a while. The dancing will begin soon. Or you can make your way to the exit, and I'll wait by the exit. And do me a favor. Warn my chaps that I'm busy, and make sure they don't have to go looking for a safe place to spend the night." "Most certainly." The servant left, and I, reaching the beginning of the portrait gallery, spent some time studying the first 3 pictures of 3 slender spider ladies with high-piled hairdos. All 3 had slanting eyes, dark hair, high cheekbones, and mouths painted intentionally small, and held bright fans in their ring-laden fingers, the fingers that laid the heavens' foundations. The Labak Kapala first appeared worn by the second Spider Queen. By contrast, the first queen held in her hand a needle-long gun, a much more weighty and expressive symbol of supreme authority. I sit high and shoot far, right into your fucking head. Fucking Membak. Casting a final glance at the poshed-up crowd, which was becoming louder and jollier by the minute, I made for the exit and left the heavenly gathering. I was not made to wait long, as the servant appeared 5 minutes later, minus his tray, and led me away along meandering corridors. No windows, all doors shut. I fancied we were gradually climbing higher and higher up a spiral. He led me to a small dead-end corridor with 2 doors, of which he indicated the second, before stepping aside to make way for a figure in a gray cloak carrying a heavy tray. I followed the figure as far as the threshold, leaving the door ajar and leaning against the jamb, and with interest observed the maid, who was making an awkward hash of settling the tray on a low table. The ceiling was low and sloping, and there was another door in the far wall. The bed was large and low and topped with a mountain of pillows. A couple of small tables, 2 soft armchairs, and a deep pile carpet covering the steel floor. Homey. "How often do you serve moonshine to filthy goblins, Your Majesty?" I asked, when the maid had at least succeeded in her tricky task. Drawing back the hood of her gray cloak, White shook out her golden hair and smiled blindingly as she unfastened the drawstring at her neck. "You're a freaking goblin. What are you getting me into, you lowlife, huh? We're all going to die." "What if we don't?" I shrugged my shoulders, peeled myself away from the door jamb, and took a step towards her. What if everything turns out just as it should? What if we even enjoy it? Well, as far as enjoyment is concerned, we're about to find out. This time, the Supreme Spider Lady's smile spoke of anything but politics. And indeed, beneath her eventually discarded cloak, she was so scantily dressed, and the garments she wore so immaterial, that she may as well have been naked. Taking her by the waist, I pressed her to me, and looking into her spidery eyes, asked, "Are you going to eat me?" After, "Who knows, Goblin, who knows?" The Spider Lady replied in a stunningly sexy, husky voice, as she worked her way under my tight shirt with her nails. "Who knows?" As I ran my fingers through her matted, wet golden hair, I asked, "Why is he still alive?" "Mimir? Why would he die? He's young and strong. He has a golden drop on him. Wait, he has a what on him?" "A golden drop, an expedition medical kit. I very recently bought the best of what was on offer here, red ones. Trade point shit." The Spider Lady lying on my chest pulled a face and put her hands under her chin. "I just have a regular one, although I dream of having a silver one with many legs, with a scarlet droplet in the center." "Are you talking about the brooches?" "Of course. They are far more powerful than any you will find in a medical kit, and you can refill and recharge them at any pharmacy trade point." "So why does Mimir carry a golden medical kit? He has the Lobak Kapala brooch on his mighty chest." "It is only for spider folk," White said with a wry grin, and once again I felt her nails on my skin. She loved to scratch and bite, as I had gleaned from the past couple of hours. "I see." New questions were buzzing around my head, but I chased them away by some effort of will, preferring to concentrate on more important problems at hand. "So why is Mimir still alive? His expedition medical kit can't keep him alive forever." "It isn't that simple, Goblin." "So tell me. The more I know, the more I can do, and the quicker I can do it. I'm a goblin of action. Savvy, babykins?" "Savvy." She laughed and wriggled around on top of me, making herself more comfortable. "But I am no babykins, Goblin. I am a Spider Lady." "Do I have to repeat the question?" "Oh, how strict your voice has become. Are you trying to frighten me, Goblin?" "Well, you can't just up and kill the Supreme Spider." Because the Supreme Council will convene forthwith and elect a new chief from among the most deserving. Men, obviously, and obviously the most deserving is—" "I haven't a clue. Who?" "A marksman with a needle-long gun, a distinguished and decorated fighter spider with a plus rating. At present there are 15 such fighters, including me. You weren't expecting that, were you?" "I couldn't even imagine it earlier, but now having touched you to my heart's content, I am convinced that you can stand up for yourself. Muscles, muscles, taut skin." "And a pert tush," White added. "That too," I agreed. "But what does a needle-long gun have to do with anything? Those are the rules. Only a warrior with a needle-long gun can lay claim to the post of Supreme Spider. Once upon a time there were 5 rifles. 2 of them, thank Elf, were destroyed. And deliberately, it seems, although history is silent on the subject. 3 remained. Just 2 now." "Who set the rules?" "Mother." "The system. And where did that rule come from?" "Who knows? But it's impossible to get round it. It has been tried. The system will not recognize a spider as leader unless they have a sufficiently high fighter status and a needle-long gun in their personal possession. A sniper rifle is a scepter, the main symbol of spider power. The Lobak Kapala is mere decoration." "What's with the strange name?" "Who knows? It must mean something." "Okay, Spider Lady, I'll try one more time. When the Supreme Spider dies, the system announces a vacancy for the position of leader and waits for proposals. The competition is played out exclusively among fighter spiders with high positive rankings." "Fighter halfling +4, that is correct." "Is that your rank?" "Oh, yes. I'm a badass little spider girl." "But you have to substantiate it every day. The system doesn't tolerate idlers and issues tasks every day." "Naturally." "Meaning even the king has to go out on regular pluck shoots." The chief, no. He occupies the supreme post. But the other fighters, yes, they are duty-bound, of course. We'll return to the chief and his post later. But do you, white, wise, and most high spider lady, go out on patrol and other such excursions? Yes. I see. And what about Copula, does she? She is the chief of Drainagetown. She has her own supreme duties. In her case, it is social assistance. Meaning? Every day she does her rounds and chats with at least 50 citizens, checking that everything is in order with them. If they have any problems, she ascertains what they are and then helps. The brothel madam is a fucking social worker? So what? Can a sucker not have compassion? I just can't imagine Copula wandering about in the rain, knocking on the doors of accommodation capsules, and saying with a sweet smile, "Good day, Drainagetown Social Services. Is everything in order with you on this glorious and wonderful day?" Are you some kind of idiot? Of course she doesn't do that. She never leaves the brothel. How does it work, then? Are the suckers and inkers not citizens? She takes a quick walk around the corridors of the brothel and asks her sweaty, eager sex beavers if everything is okay. Can he get it up? Has it not washed off? She does that 50 times under the watchful eye of the system, and everything is hunky-dory. Obviously, they respond with a joyful smile that everything is just fine and problem-free. She is the social worker of the year, unfailingly, year in, year out. Cool, huh? Shit, I boggled. Just ask 50 of your own whores how they're doing today, and that's the day's work quota for a city leader? A comprehensive package of social help rendered? Relax, Goblin. Copula takes good care of Drainagetown. Yes, I acknowledged grudgingly. She does seem to do that. That's social services all right in all their glory. She really does take care of it. She's drowned many a dirtbag in the shit, cleaned up the streets. Now you relax. She's my friend, a faithful friend. She's an old woman with a screw thread in her head, so it works out that every official leader has some kind of permanent job to be dealing with. Naturally. And Copula's is social inquiry and assistance where necessary. Yes. So what about the spiders? The chief is obliged to spend no less than 12 hours a day in the crow's nest. That's the very summit of Licht Castle, a large area with an all-round panoramic view, the optimum lookout point. He doesn't actually have to hang out there for 12 hours at a stretch. The most important thing is to make up the necessary number of hours over the course of the day. Better if he can spend an hour longer up there so Mother can appreciate his commitment. So that's why you need a needle-long gun to be recognized by the system, I said, cottoning on at last. The royal post is always occupied by a sniper. That's a long old shift. It seems that way, but if you sleep up there, that's 8 hours gone in the blink of an eye. Have 2 leisurely meals and a fuck, and it's all over. Shift complete, you're free to have some fun. You don't actually have to do anything at your post except just be there. When the system designates a target, you shoot at it, and other than that, you just have to make the rounds with an intelligent look on your face to suggest you're being vigilant. So do the chiefs do their rounds and look vigilant? Rarely, but they're not alone up there. They have assistants. It's an important job. Pluxes often move about in such a manner that Mother doesn't notice them, but the spiders see them and shoot them, every day. Every day? Yes, at least 7 or 8 times, at the very least. More often they find themselves shooting 10 or 15 times. That's on average. And when the shift is over, fresh snipers are assigned. There's always at least one sniper in the crow's nest. But they're just the 2 of them left, Amir and some sour, lost of the sour, yes. Him and her at the top of the tower, and both of them with long hand cannons. That's what this shit is all about, White said, exhaling heavily. They're as thick as thieves, best friends. Do they fuck? No, Losta hates men. She only gets jiggy with female spiders and suckers, likes sticking an awl in them when she is about it, and deep, too. A complex scuzzball, but what you said doesn't quite add up. Why not? You say she hates men, yet her best friend is a man, Mimir. He saved her, eons ago. They've basically been together since the very beginning. They appeared more or less on the same day, ended up in the same group, and got into kerfuffles that only the 2 of them survived. Do you believe in luck like that? What do you mean? A grouper's squad gets into a spot of trouble on multiple occasions, and each time it's the same spiders that survive? That can't be coincidence. It's either luck or providence. I believe they're a cunning pair, but you'll never be able to prove it. So anyway, you still haven't answered the question of the day. Which is Mimir still alive? Why have you not clipped him and pinched his rifle? I can't take it. I'm not the next in line. Be more precise, I said, creasing my brow. Don't make me drag the answers out of you by force. You can try, White purred, and her nails resumed furrowing my chest. I'll try, I promised. What's all this about being next in line? There used to be 5 rifles. They were coveted by many. That's the short version. They're superb weapons, I said. I covet them myself. It ain't happening for you. So what about this next-in-line business? Needle-long guns can be bequeathed via an ATM. I've never noticed that function. It's used exclusively for needle-long guns, so you won't see the function in the menu unless you're the owner of a rifle or someone bequeaths you one. If you are bequeathed one, a subsection appears in the interface, bequeathments. Continue. Many moons ago, when all 5 needle-long guns were in the hands of fighter spiders, and one of those 5 became the Supreme Chief, or Chief Spider Lady to be precise, it became clear to everyone that the next chief could only be the lucky owner of a rifle. 4 of them were known. The 5th would be determined upon the death of the current leader. Get the picture? All clear so far, I nodded. The 5 rifles transformed into a symbol of power. 1 actual, 4 potential. When the chief died, the system offered the post to one of the 5, right? Right. Although if one of them deemed one of the others more worthy, they could decline in the other's favor. Why would anyone do something stupid like that? I'll come to that later. About the 5 rifles, don't forget we are all mortal. We carry out battle tasks every day, and sometimes we die. Pluxes, scalding water, and acid spraying from perforated pipes, falling from a great height, explosions, and whatever else. You never know where death might be lurking in wait for you today. Not so many snipers die, but it still happens. And the rifles remain ownerless. Before, yes, White said, nodding. But they are no good to anyone who just randomly finds them, because needle-long guns must be returned to a weapons trade point. The rifles can only be fired in your hands if Mother gives the green light. Activation. Owner-linked. Right, and that generated a heap of problems. One time when the lady sniper Bolra was killed, her rifle fell down into the city, and it was found by some dumb local orc who gladly set off with it to find the closest weapons trade point. He hadn't taken 2 steps when his stupid head was caved in by a club. To cut a long story short, before that rifle eventually found its way to the trade point, 40-odd mugs died. Goblins, orcs, zombies, chthonics, and spiders. And all for one simple reason. Bolra had not bequeathed her weapon to anybody, so anybody with a rank of +4 or higher could have taken ownership of it. Since then, we have an ironclad rule. Either you bequeath your cannon to one of your favorites, or within a couple of days, you die. All needle-long guns are bequeathed. Every single one, and multiple times. If a rifle has been bequeathed to you, then you can bequeath it to somebody else before you've even received, but only to someone who hasn't previously been bequeathed one and whose rank is 4+ or higher. My head's spinning. It's all very simple, really. Each cannon is surrounded by its own little group of spiders striving for power. There used to be 5 such groups, and the spats were massive and acrimonious. Shocking goings-on. Then 2 rifles disappeared, and with only 3 groups left, the situation calmed down significantly. The fighter spiders stopped accidentally pegging out quite so often, with webs collapsing and pipes falling on heads. Everything was quieter. The number of shooting scepters was reduced. Yes, and this is where we've ended up. 2 needle-long guns and a single cluster. We more or less have 2 supreme chiefs, Mimir and Lost of the Sour. Now, I'm really interested in the fate of Cucker the Seven-Legged, I said, raising myself up and reaching for the lemonade. Will you have a drink? I will. Having drunk her fill and spilling most of it on my chest in the process, the spider lady returned the jug and busied herself licking up the sweetness. I finished off the remains, put the jug back on the table, and tried to pull White, who was slipping ever lower down my body, back up. I failed. Damn. "What were you saying about that freaking cucker?" the spider lady said, breathing heavily as she settled back against the pillows. "Where is he?" "Disappeared." "I see. Let me guess. His fighter rank? Demoted, naturally. Even if he comes back in one piece and with the weapon, Mother will deactivate and confiscate it." White smirked and stretched cat-style. "But what's the point? That no-good scumbag disappeared together with his fucking rifle. Everything was just coming together." "He bequeathed you his needle-long gun?" "Yes, but the bequeathment has been fucking annulled." "But he was going to leave it to you?" "Yes." "And Copula helped you out big time." I nodded, the penny dropping. "How do you know that?" White asked with a shudder. "Only a dumbass wouldn't be able to figure it out," I said with a snort. "Everybody knows you and Copula are friendly." "And?" "And I was told Cucker couldn't live without sweet sex and tried to find himself a new girlfriend every night, and how better to do that than through the owner of a swanky brothel. And what better way to entice him there than to provide free tablets and moonshine, give big discounts, and let him fill your tits on credit, and wipe off some of that debt, and make sure the suckers, in between sweet groans, didn't forget to whisper that the Spider Lady White was the rockingest, and make sure that if the relentless and powerful Cucker had to choose somebody to be his heir, then it was her, White, 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 and the endless gratis harlots in the brothel of the deeply grateful nymph Copula. In short, the nymph was no dumb broad. You're not dumb either. So it can't have been difficult to work Cucker over psychologically. But then the bickering began in the brothel, and then Cucker disappeared. They had that delectable young vixen ready for him. White heaved a sigh. As soon as he saw her, and she's got a real pair of udders, oh man, and her eyes, oh man, hair down to her knees, thighs and ass the envy of even me. Cucker set eyes on her and lost the plot. He would have signed anything. Copula and I held our breath, and then it all fucking went off. The Bogman. An important Bogman with big money. He had soul dripping from every orifice. It would have been a different matter if the cow had refused, but he whispered something in her ear and nodded towards the ATM, and that low-down bitch lost the plot as well. And she nodded. The dumbass didn't know Copula. She got lucky to die that day. The nymph doesn't forgive backstabbing. Did Cucker not make her his next in line? Well, obviously not, and then he disappeared, together with his squad. Mimir? 100%. Did he shoot them all? It's not that simple, Goblin. Licht Castle has eyes everywhere. No, he sent them somewhere, the whole squad, and they never came back. Mimir dispatched a battle squad on a mission and they didn't come back, I said. And an unbequeathed rifle vanished too. Or was it bequeathed to somebody? It was, and still is, to an old cocksucker of 60+ enough already bastard years. Brutal. I know what he's like. He's a freaking bastard who loves flinging bottles down there filled with his own shit, mixed with bolt nuts and metal cuttings. He also likes balancing on the edge of the path and salaciously hammering away at his fifth leg, all the while shouting that he's sending the shitty lower world the seed of life, and urging the city dwellers to raise their faces, remove their masks, and open their mouths gratefully. I so want to give him a kick sometimes. I should, I said frankly. What would be the point? He's attached by a spider thread. I'd kick him in such a way that his bones flew out of his body. Anyway, that's not important. Do you get the idea? Since the rifle should have been bequeathed to you on that day, that means the old man was planning to die? Uh-huh. And what's more, publicly and naturally. Indigestion and all that. And he became the next in line after Cucker for the needle-long gun? Exactly. And then Cucker would simply linger a little longer in the brothel and lose his right to the rifle, the Spider Lady said. What's the point of killing men who think with their dicks? All their ambitions revolve around who they can find to put it in. People like that are eminently manageable. You would become the owner of the needle-long gun, and everything would change. How so? It wouldn't make you the supreme chief. Give me the rifle and I wouldn't even need to kill Mimir. White said. "I've been amassing followers for some time, but without the golden key in my hands, there's no point. The spiders can only be ruled by a spider with a needle-long gun." "Is it time for the main question, my lady spider?" I suggested. I was not mistaken. Resuming her position on top of me, she looked me in the eye and whispered, "Find that freaking cucker, bring me his rifle, and bring Mother proof of his death." "And if he's alive?" I asked, purely out of interest. "Or if his body's been eaten?" "Then just the rifle will do. Bring it to me." "And the old chicken choker? He's next." "Bring me the rifle, Elb. I'll handle things from there," White said, and I nodded slowly, butting her playfully. "Screw you, Spider-Girl. Where am I going to look for it? Do you have any idea where you might have sent Cucker and a squad?" "I do. There's only one possibility, but—" "Yes?" "It's a hero's journey, Elb. Very few get very far along it." "Does the path lead along that pipe?" I asked casually. The spider lady jerked and hissed. "How did you know that?" "Rumors abound. The thing is to gather the pieces together." "You're too clever by half." "Don't you fret. I'm not planning on becoming the chief spider," I said, sniggering, hugging her waist and slowly slipping a hand down her body. "Why not?" "Because I'm clever, and I know what I want. Can we talk about prices, Queen White?" "I've been waiting for this moment. What do you want?" "Answers." "For example?" "I have a lot of questions," I said with a shake of my head. "But I am prepared to ask them only after I come back with a rifle." "Fine, but tell me what they are anyway." "I will ask them later," I repeated. "Is it not time for you to go home, Lady Spider? Will the chief not notice your absence?" "The chief is whacked out, sprawled out, and drooling up there in the crow's nest," White replied contemptuously. "He's a freaking junkie. Recently he missed big fat plucks from 200 meters. Disgraceful." "The chief missed? Fuck him, then," I said, grinding against the lithe, hot body beneath me. "We still have time, yes?" "Yes. So, do we have an agreement?" "You show me the path and tell me everything you know about it, and I set off along it. I find Cucker's rifle and bring it to you. You answer my questions, and after that, continue playing your games by yourself. That kind of agreement?" "That kind of agreement, Goblin," the spider lady whispered in my ear, while teasing the lobe between her teeth. "Our agreement." According to all the laws of being, one ought to relax after food, alcohol, drugs, and sex. But surely these are means of relaxation. Freaking Membak. In my blood once again, and again I felt a deep disappointment in myself, mixed with a no lesser sense of anticipation. What if the next flashback was on the way to leave even the tiniest recollected fragments in my memory? Perhaps one day they might all come together, if not in a complete picture, then at least in a large and integrated one. And I needed that picture. I had to find out what was going on, to understand the reason for the lunacy and injustice that surrounded me, slashing and tearing at my brain. Freaking Membak. Shaking myself out of my somnolence, I stuffed my mouth with the remains of the crushed canapes and turned my hand to pestering the spider-woman who was now nestling against me. Getting no reaction, I got up and, stepping over our discarded clothes, went to have a peek through the second door in the room. I found just what I expected, a tiny shoebox of a bathroom. Just the one tap, and the water crashed down from the full height of the 4-meter ceiling. Freaking arachnid architecture. I dragged White into the bathroom and turned on the tap, and for a few minutes we stood under the jet of lukewarm, though superbly bracing water. I risked a quick taste, understood it was not the same disgusting chemical cocktail served up in the outskirts, and proceeded to drink my fill. Finding 2 bars of soap on a shelf, I washed us both with businesslike detachment, then led White, who had desisted yawning, out of the shower and sat her down in one of the armchairs. Whereupon I realized that her perfect figure had not been a mirage. Everything was delightfully prominent and taut. Perhaps we could postpone the chat for a short while. No. I sat down on the edge of the bed and stared at White, and when I was sure I had her attention, I demanded her information concerning the path. And in full, but only concerning the precise path she wanted to send us along. The more I could glean, the better. preferably with specifics, but bare facts could be, and indeed should be, greased lightly with a film of old tales so that the information slipped easily into the ears. Yes, you must tell me right now. What? No. Can't we put it off for just 2 hours and catch a bit of sleep? Speak. And White spoke, hoarsely and listlessly to begin with, but in a more and more lively fashion with each minute and not skipping details. Before beginning her story, she asked whether I had heard about her menagerie, supposedly situated somewhere within the spider's citadel. When I nodded that I had, she giggled quietly and revealed a secret. There was no menagerie in Licht Castle. It was a fable. She had concocted the idea by herself and realized it, which had earned her no little popularity among influential spiders. And it was thanks to the realization of her banal and practically zero-costing idea that the spider's kingdom gained a reliable and plentiful source of eggs, various herbs, water weeds, and several other food products. Where did it all come from? From the acid bath. That was where, you might say, her menagerie was, or rather her nursery garden. What was the acid bath? This was where the ancient history of the path began. And it all began with an explosion, a not-too-powerful explosion heard during the reign of the first Spider Queen, who was intelligent, curious, amorous, keen of aim, and a cruel bitch according to the accounts of all who knew her. The construction of Licht Castle had only just begun back then, and was proceeding top-down from the royal crow's nest to the foundations to be. The explosion occurred in the middle of the main pipe hub, directly below the steel vault of the sky. A narrow hole had developed in a trunk pipe which had previously been ignored, and acid had started to leak from it. Without waiting for Mother's signal, the unhesitating queen promptly demanded that the hole be welded shut, after which, curious as she was, and also wanting to clear the cobwebs, and forget that 1 short hour ago she had personally castrated her unfaithful lover, Her Majesty decided to take a stroll and inspect the splitting heavens. Cleaning her bloodied knife of flesh torn from her lover, now splattered on a Drainagetown street, she intently observed the work of the spiders, who shrank back from her gaze. Welding apparatuses sparked, and those bright sparks reflected in the workmen's goggles, making her turn away. Despite this, she still noticed something unusual fall out of a crack the width of an arm. Nobody was so sharply switched on as to catch it, and it flew down into the shit. The queen halted the working process and commanded one of the spider welders to stick his arm, shoulder deep if necessary, into the crack, and have a good feel around. The hole effused a mixture of acid and water, and also clouds of acrid vapor which stung the skin and, in time, corroded clothes, and nobody had the faintest idea just how concentrated the acid might be. But to defy the queen, who had just castrated a man? The welder put his hand in the crack quite readily and began scraping out everything it met with. Water, water, water. Then suddenly in his steaming glove appeared some kind of sphere eaten away by the acid. One look was enough for the queen to assess the finding, and a second later she drew her knife and, flourishing it with commendable proficiency, simultaneously set about giving orders to her chaperone fighters. But for a select few. Nobody to this day knows what those orders were. The same goes for the queen's subsequent actions. Her Majesty sliced up 2 of the 3 spider welders for the one simple reason that she was aware of their loquacity. Only the daredevil welder remained alive, and he was then made to commit a sacrilege. Rather than welding the crack shut, doing quite the opposite, that is, widening it a good bit. Or, to be more precise, to patch over the crack lower down, to stem the outflow of acid, and then to widen the upper part of the hole sufficiently that a spider in full battle dress might squeeze his way through. In the meantime, 2 warriors were dispatched to find new welders and materials, under strict orders not to attract extraneous attention, and to respond to anyone curious enough to inquire that a pipe had burst from a drop in pressure, and in the process of damage limitation, 2 hero welders had died, but the situation was under control. The secret was safe. But why had 2 loose-tongued welders been killed? Because of an egg. A steaming, spherical, acid-corroded egg with a soft, leathery shell and a green yolk and thick, transparent albumin that were slightly salty to the taste. The queen was the second to try a taste of the egg. Who was the first? The hero welder. who managed not only to weld over the lower part of the crack and widen the upper part, but also that very evening to subjugate the Spider Queen and toil away at her all night, proving it was not just his welding apparatus that he was handy with. The welder's career took a decidedly upward turn after that. Even before they copulated for the first time, they covered over the widening crack with an imperceptible patch and shunted a platform up against the pipe, piling it with plastic crates and bottles to create a workaday storage space. In a 2 for the price of 1 move, they also created an additional lookout point, justifying the permanent posting up there of 2 dependable fighter spiders to chase away proles in eternal search of a quiet spot for sleep or sex, disregarding the glorious opportunity to do it hanging around on spider threads. On the next day, the fully satisfied Spider Queen returned to the pipe. The upper part of the patch was removed in her presence, and 2 dedicated warriors entered the pipe, wearing maximum protection and carrying torches. After a short while poking around, what they announced was approximately the following. "Freaking elf, there's food in here lying around and steaming, crawling and rotting, fucking and dying." And so it was that the spiders discovered the acid bath. Not all spiders, obviously, only a chosen few, and to this day nobody else had so much as heard of it. Since that day, the spider tribe had diligently safeguarded its secret down the generations and dynasties, all the while making regular visits up there to gather the juicy harvest. And just what was the acid bath? Well, it was a pipe. A very thick pipe, which, volume-wise, was greater even than some corridors. A pipe that ended slap-bang in the middle of the steel vault, where it divided up into a network of much narrower pipes that ran out in all directions. Along these pipes ran a turbid liquid caustic enough to burn through the very thickest and coarsest skin. Diluted generously with, among other substances, acid, the liquid was directed downwards via various gutter pipes and through Drainagetown, where it underwent its first very rough filtration before flowing further down into the kingdom of the gnomes. But anyway, to hell with the guttering. Way more interesting was the part of the pipe that went upward in a cascade of large sloping steps that looked like soup bowls. Each step was 3 meters high, sometimes 4, and each of their back walls contained thin slit-like openings pumping out water under pressure. You shimmied up to this height and found yourself at the edge of an acid basin that required negotiation in order to reach the next ascent. Each basin held a bubbling, spitting, acid-scorched biomass, and the higher you climbed, the less acid and the more biomass there was. At first it was hard to comprehend, for it seemed to be merely a dirty brown mass separating into a thick gray foam. Were it not for an egg which had been ejected downwards and had by some miracle avoided the acidic cascade, the spiders would never have taken it upon themselves to exercise such doggedness in their investigations. Not to mention the fact that there was no air up there to breathe, salvation coming exclusively in the form of masks and respirators, with only the very best filters. And even then the filters did not last for long and needed replacing with frightening frequency. On that first unforgettable expedition, kept utterly secret from Mother, the spiders, straining for air and burning themselves at every turn, managed to work their way up 6 of the steps, and on reaching the 7th, they found the water in the next basin to be much less acidic, and home to a certain number of similar spherical eggs bobbing imperturbably in it. And not only eggs, for there were also ribbons of water weeds, grasses of some description, and something else that was much less imperturbable and much more agile. 2-headed lizards, venomous. As it turned out, their venom was not deadly and its action not long-lasting. Incidentally, if you vomited right into your respirator and were robbed of the power of sight, even just 5 or 10 minutes in that acid hell seemed like an eternity. But the lizards were afforded scant regard, for the spiders had discovered something else even more incredible. The first queen understood this instantly, and after getting a good eyeful of the spoils, drove her spiders onward and upward. On the 8th step there were more eggs and water weeds. On the 9th, the same again. The 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th were scorched by the acid that ran into the 13th basin as an endless fluid shower. The acid was surprisingly potent and made short work of the spiders' protective suits, yet they managed to squeeze around the edge and climb higher still. The 14th step was a long and not quite fully submerged pipe rising at a slight angle. And up here the scorched spider expedition stumbled upon something new, minuscule blue jellyfish swimming in a puddle and growing on the walls of the pipes, ugly clusters of slimy mushrooms that looked like gigantic gray lesions crisscrossed with purple veins. The most important discovery awaited on the 14th step. And at long last, a generation later, it allowed the young spider lady White a sharp takeoff and the swift achievement of her current height. Before her, spiders eating the mushrooms would find themselves tripping and in need of resuscitation after overdosing. It became apparent that the mushrooms up here were anything but simple. In fact, quite the opposite. They were pretty mental, blowing the spiders' heads right off. Before zoning out and starting to puke, they experienced the most incredible high of their lives. And thus were discovered the mushrooms that would later become known as Membak. Unfortunately, they grew slowly. Very slowly, and demand was also high. For many generations, the spider tribe had patiently monitored the tortuously tardy growth of the narcotic mushrooms, and then White had accidentally discovered them and developed an industrial-scale means of feeding them with a cunning mixture of minced pluck's meat and various specific additives. The mushrooms began to grow like crazy, and in no time White was worshipped and adored by the public at large. And rightly so, for she had granted them access to something very important, a mind-blowing buzz. She also industrialized the production of nondescript gray tablets, which found an insatiably ready market in no time. The process was not without its teething troubles, mind, and along the road to success, White accidentally invented several other reasonably acceptable drug mixtures, which even now are popular among outskirts goblins, despite totally fucking up their brains and health. But Membak turned out to be just the ticket. It also turned out to be capable of agitating the memory blocks of volitional nullforms. And speaking of memory, minuscule blue jellyfish in puddles. The story surrounding them was a curious one. The spiders wanted to show the blue freaks of nature to the queen. But how were they to carry them? Certainly not in their hands. All they had with them was bottles, and thankfully the creatures were tiny enough to fit through their necks. As a joke, one of the spiders, the leader of the expedition, put a couple of them into his own bottle, which was already pepped up with moonshine and energy and nuts tablets. The environment proved too aggressive for the jellyfish, and they simply dissolved, a fact that was discovered when the spiders were vacating the area. That spider leader, disappointed by the non-success of his jellyfish marinade, took a look at the now slightly cloudy liquid, then took a big swig from the bottle. The hero was not allowed to drain the bottle, thwarted in timely fashion by his compadres explaining that the creatures might be extremely poisonous, and he closed the bottle and returned it to his backpack. The results of the experiment were reported to the queen, the entrance to the acid bath was sealed off and left under guard, and the expedition headed for home, taking its finds with it and discussing their culinary potential. Nobody thought too much about the drug at the time, but everybody was dreaming of fried eggs with a real green salad. So the first thing was to try them. By the following morning, the news was all over the under-construction Licht Castle that a dark-skinned spider had lost his mind and was now screaming and thrashing around in his accommodation capsule. There was no way to open it from the outside, so he had been left to the will of fate. Fate treated him with clemency, and after a couple of hours he came bursting out of the capsule, surprisingly calmed, discarded the empty bottle, kitted himself up, and set off to nail some system combat tasks. After that, the spider with the scarred-up face paid occasional visits to the acid bath, taking on the long, risky climb to have his photograph taken up there with his squad, laughed freely, and often partook of a bottle of mushroom-enhanced moonshine. And he always checked the puddles for blue jellyfish, until the place was depleted of them, and each time he collected them and took them home to his capsule, where he would thrash about, yell, weep, laugh, and howl, until sobering up after a few hours and stepping out feeling tickety-boo. By the time the first queen decided to find out what malefic shit was actually happening to the spider, and whether the asswipe was experiencing some particular kind of trip, in which case, why wasn't he sharing it, the jellyfish disappeared. Followed shortly afterwards by the swarthy spider himself, vanished without trace, either fallen from the steel heavens or slipping away on his own. It was decided to find out what part of the blue Medusas may have played in events, but ever since then and to this very day, not a single specimen has been found. A close friend of the missing spider, however, was found to be most talkative after a light bout of invigorating torture. Quoting his dark-skinned pal, he said that, dissolved and imbibed, the jellyfish had produced a wild and most ethereal high, and restored huge chunks of memory concerning his past life into the bargain. In drinking the blue jellyfish solution, he regained his memory. Regained forever. Not all of it, of course, but a significant amount nonetheless. And he had gone away for one very simple reason. His squad had caught their commander red-handed, killing an old spider lady, plucking out her heart and eating it. Raw. Right in front of his troops. They, witnessing open-mouthed, the melancholically chewing and, for some reason, naked commander, waited for him to finish his afternoon tea before giving him to understand in no uncertain terms that they would not be keeping their own counsel about this. They would be dropping the dime. Because today he had shipped an old woman, and tomorrow he would make the connection and fall upon them. Or have a pop at the Queen, which would mean certain death for all concerned. The commander, ripping open a flabby, wrinkled thigh, had responded with a brief nod as if to say, "I understand, thank you." Shortly afterwards he vanished for good and has since been forgotten about. Forgotten by everybody except those whose duty it was to record everything concerning the acid bath, that is. Here endeth the story of the raven-haired spider who liked to sup of the blue jellyfish and eat of the flesh of old ladies. But never mind about him. We are talking about the acid bath here. Much has changed since those times. Stairways went up and suspension bridges were suspended, and all in typical spider fashion, solid and sturdy. Regular trips were made up there to provide the mushrooms their very specific feed, as well as to harvest the eggs, mature mushrooms, and the one kind of waterweed that was edible. Originally, they had also had to fight off pluxes up there. But the spiders are not fond of surprises and desire only peace on any farm, so they studied the cascades and installed a mighty fine-woven grill fashioned from thick steel rods. A door was fitted just in case, but it was always kept firmly bolted. And so the pluxes disappeared from the acid bath, with the exception of the chubby small fry, which didn't count and were easily crushable underfoot, and which squeezed their way in through the narrow gap left at the bottom of the grill. Also entering through the gap were these surprisingly, though only momentarily so, vile creatures, a bit like turtles with their shells torn off. They carried semi-transparent humps of pulsating flesh on their backs, and used their wrinkled flippers to swim with. On reaching the first puddle in the cascade, they laid their eggs. Then they scrammed. The eggs, floating slowly in the turbid waters, quickly gained mass, and then burned up in the acid downpour. Or rather, they used to burn up. For now the spiders gathered them by the dozen and by the 100 before they had a chance to. What the hell does this have to do with Cucker? That was the only place he could have disappeared together with his squad. And then only if he had gone beyond the safety grill and higher than the 17th step. Why would he do something stupid like that? There were no concrete facts here, only hypotheses, but White knew for sure that Mimir was literally obsessed with a mythical blue jellyfish. He had promised a generous reward to anybody who would bring him even one alive. Mimir was a junkie, you see, and he dreamed of ever bigger and ever more intense trips. Every day he demanded that White conjure up a new mind-bending mixture, one that would carry him away as far as possible and not bring him back for as long as possible. It just so happened that Cucker had fallen gravely foul of Mimir over the knife fight in Copula's brothel, and the chief was well within his rights to send the battle group out on an extended reconnaissance mission to make amends. Which is precisely what happened. There was just one fact fogging the situation. On the day after Cucker's squad disappeared, Chief Mimir, on learning the news, waved it away and muttered that there was nothing to worry about. The same thing happened on the second day, and the third, and the fourth. On the fifth day, Mimir announced he hadn't a clue where the arachnid battle group had gotten to and ordered a search. This was a crisis. Was it really possible the bogmen had killed our favorite spider? And combat spiders often visited the acid bath. Beyond the 17th grill was a perfect spot for plux hunting, and a perfect place for adding pluses to one's rank. That's where White had gotten promoted. That's where many had gotten promoted. You exited through the 17th grill and were immediately confronted with a number of different paths. No matter which one you chose, you would run into pluxes. Big ones. The system was simple. Come across a really big plux, kill it, lower it down on a cable, present it to the system. Getting your face or hands gashed up was no big deal, for Grateful Mother would stitch you up for free and reward you with a handsome bonus while she was at it. Added to which it was a good way to gain some experience in fighting pluxes. Occasionally a spider would not return, for there were not only pluxes in the acid bath. White herself had seen nothing, but she had heard plenty of tall tales. What with all the deadly, dangerous, semi-transparent, and tentacled beasts, the snake-like creatures, and the out-of-nowhere acid combers, the perils were legion. That said, deaths were rare, and the spiders had long since stopped venturing beyond the 20th cascade. Beginning at the 18th, there were entire networks of pipes, veritable labyrinths with marks on the walls, and in all the decades passed since then, not a single blue jellyfish had been found in any of the 20 cascades. It was as though they'd had never been there in the first place. Mimir could easily have disappeared Cucker with a single word. The chief had a very special relationship with the system, and all he had to do was say that Cucker had killed that young tart, and the system would bring him in for questioning. The truth would soon come out, and then, perish the thought, a string of prior unpleasant misdemeanors would come to light, and he would be dismembered, his flesh limbs, his mechanical arms, and his stupid head lopped off. One word from the big man, and Cucker was a corpse. But if Cucker could dutifully sniff out a precious blue jellyfish... And that was all the available information concerning the acid bath, plus theories concerning Cucker. I heard the Queen out and nodded slowly. Okay, at least it sounded interesting. And there was no way I could now not pay the acid bath a visit. If it was the door to somewhere, it had to be investigated. White continued speaking, continued recounting, and I produced short nods to signal that I was logging away the technical data being presented. What kit would be needed, what the marks on the wall meant, how to open and close the door to the acid bath, what time of day was best to visit, and much more besides. When the ambitious lady spider had finished, I remained seated for several more minutes to digest the information. Then I asked a couple of follow-up questions and received answers to them. Okay. And finally, so, what was the explosion all about back then in the acid bath? How come it was so powerful? How is it connected to the recent explosion? And is it possible that the explosion eons ago in the stench? The answer was discouraging. It was absolutely possible that it was all connected. Pretty much certain, in fact. It was just very unlikely that there was malintent behind it. But there had been no technical failures either. After all, it wasn't bombs that had exploded. No, it was monsters that had exploded, and with monstrous magnitude. This information had supposedly been corroborated by a dying miner and 2 goblins after the last explosions. In their scorched and agonizing condition, they had croaked about some beast that was vaguely similar to a gigantic gelatinous sausage or banana. They had watched the bizarre monster develop a faint glow before it suddenly began flashing frantically, squealing and even saying something intelligible and frightened. Then there was a terrible explosion. Intelligible, I said when White had finished. Shit. Uh-huh, she smiled. Big bad shit. So what next, hero? We gather our things and part, I said, rising. You've been nowhere to be found for too long. Agreed, White said and pouted. Although we could just one more time. Do you actually want to be queen? I'm gathering, she replied, terse and businesslike and dressing actually rather briskly. Although what did she have to put on? Drape her cape over her immaterial gossamer wisp? Is your faithful servant boy waiting outside the door? Yes, as are Loopsy and Tenna. Who are they? I pricked up my ears. You've seen them, my ladies-in-waiting. I left Monla upstairs, monitoring the crow's nest in case Mimir should send for me. Loopsy and Tenna are in the next room, so just in case anyone asks, we've been having a girly get-together. Describe them. Not all of them, just Loopsy and Tenna. Why? Describe them, I said, adding a note of harshness to my voice. White suddenly began purring and pressed her body to mine. Can you say that any more strictly, so that your voice slashes and rips? Describe them, I repeated. Tenna is short and has black hair. Loopsy looks a bit like me. Even her hairdo is enough. I cut her off. When we're on the way out, if I ask you even the stupidest question, answer it, and answer obnoxiously. I don't understand. Concentrate, I barked, stepping away from the spider lady and taking a step towards the door. Just remember whatever I ask you, and keep in mind that I do not wish to offend you. That's important. I still don't get it. You'll get it in a minute, I promised, opening the door. We are leaving. You would be well advised to remain in the room for the moment, Buana. The servant boy stepped out of the twilight. His face displayed concern, and I clocked it instantly, although I understood it was only mild, which meant that White was not the reason for it. Okay, we'll figure it out a bit later. Looking now at the second door, I gave the girls coming out of it the once-over, and rested my gaze on the one who really did look like her mistress. Except that the similarity was no accident. She'd clearly had to put in some work there. Waiting for them to exit the room, and without turning to White, I asked, "And what is Mimir like in bed? Is he a good fuck? Goes at it hammer and tongs? Can't get enough?" A second's pause, after which White said in a mildly surprised, tense, and unimpressed voice, "Rubbish. Absolutely freaking rubbish. Comes before he's even gotten his underwear off. Pathetic attempts once a fortnight." "I see," I said, nodding. "So, Loopsy the whore, how long have you been sleeping with Mimir? How long have you been keeping an eye on your mistress and reporting everything to the chief, you freaking skank? Huh?" Loopsy squeaked dazedly. "I'm not, I took a step forward and struck her shoulders with my palms, knocking her back against the wall. Then I held my elbow to her throat, impeding her breathing and speech. Looking into her terror-widened and meticulously mascaraed eyes, I growled, "Answer me, bitch. How long? I'm going to rip out your intestines right now. How long?" I love him. I love—" She did not finish the phrase because a punch to the stomach knocked the wind out of her. I released her and watched thoughtfully as she slipped down the wall before turning to the servant boy and stating matter-of-factly, "You finish her off. I'll slice the bitch up," he replied in a similarly calm manner. "Lady White found this flea bag on a trash heap, gave her everything. How did you figure it out?" At the ball I noticed 2 female spiders with their heads on swivels, and this whore Loopsy couldn't take her eyes off me and White, so eager was she to hear all the details. My suspicions were confirmed just now when White said Mimir was crap in bed. Loopsy's face said that Mimir absolutely did not come prematurely in his dirty underpants. "Did you lie to me, White? Is Chief Mimir actually a sex monster?" "Put a sock in it, goblin." Standing opposite the crumpled girl, the spider lady teetered slightly, and for a fraction of a second I thought I saw an enormous multi-limbed spider-woman shadow on the wall. Her taloned fingers clenched and unclenched, and a brief but savage convulsion rippled across her beautiful face. "Mimir, my angel, my soaring angel!" Loopsy wheezed, taking a number of different-colored tablets from her pocket and popping them into her mouth. "He taught me how to fly!" I paraphrased, "He got you hooked on drugs." Loopsy did not hear me and continued. "And you fucked a filthy goblin, White, you bitch. We heard your cries. The walls were ringing. Producing a smile for you has been so nauseating in recent weeks. Seeing your face—" "Have you heard anything of Cucker?" I asked, interrupting the confession. "Cucker promised to bring me some of the Blue Legend," Loopsy said, smiling and scoffing down another pile of tablets. "But Cucker went down in flames. Cucker didn't come back. Cucker died, and you're gonna die too. All of you. I would advise you not to touch me. I am protected by an angel's wing, and nothing can—" She didn't finish. After stabbing her remarkably fleetly just below the heart with his knife, the servant boy waited for a few seconds, and only then did he slowly withdraw the blade, and immediately cover the wound with a scrunched-up handkerchief. "You had better leave, my Lady White. Tenna, escort the Queen. If anyone asks, you haven't seen Loopsy." "If anyone asks, tell them she left for a short while, mumbling something about an angel twinkling in the distance," I added. "Sounds good," said the boy, nodding. "Say just that, and I'll take care of the body." I liked the way he spoke, surely, all businesslike, with a sense of familiarity, too, in the spider fashion, and this was, after all, the Spider Kingdom. They really did not like midges up here. Elb. White nestled into me from behind, drew her claws across my ribs, and engulfed me in a cloud of alcohol fumes mixed with something sharp and hot. If it works out for us, if only it works out for us, then we— Make no mistake, there is no we yet, I said curtly. Leave. 30 seconds later, the spider ladies were gone. Leaving me alone with a dead junkie girl, the servant boy absented himself for a short time to check the Queen's escape route. I could not help but notice the similarity in behavior and discipline between copulous servants and whites. Both their closest circles consisted of quiet, self-confident, loyal, and incredibly talented, slick-haired young men. Coincidence? No freaking way. It couldn't be. It was a barely noticeable but important curiosity, and I tried to fix it in my head, which was still buzzing from moonshine, memback, and sex. Buona Elb. What's up? I cut to the chase. Your polished mug speaks of trouble, although not too big and nothing to do with white. Your group. Yes? In the bathroom, after you left, the orc wreck evidently decided to let loose and overstepped a number of boundaries. He managed to offend a good number of spiders, freely groping the ladies and mounting serious resistance when the spiders attempted to escort him from the premises. At that moment, the remainder of the group, Yorka and Basque, weighed in. By the time I arrived, a mass brawl had already broken out. Are my guys unharmed? Dozens of cuts and lacerations, but all superficial, although I cannot vouch for the condition of their internal organs. 3 spiders were laying the boot into them as they lay on the floor. 3 spiders known for kicking them while they're down. Yes, they stunned them with cattle prods, but evidently that wasn't enough for 3 of them, so— Show me the 3 guys who didn't think that was enough, I said coldly. Where are my soldiers now? In the cages, under guard. Do not worry, Buona. A couple of my little spiders are watching over them. No harm will come of them. Medical assistance? I saw to it that they were given bandages, medical glue, and painkillers. They haven't been to a med block? No, they haven't. Everybody has to simmer down a little. Wreck fouled up big time, and this is a reasonably predictable reaction. The mayhem would have begun much earlier had the spiders not remembered that these were glorified heroes standing before them, personal guests of Mimir himself. But anybody's patience has— Lead the way, I commanded, fetching my backpack from the second room, the 2 spider girls' hidey hole. Perhaps it might be worth waiting a while. The situation is still quite heated. There is also envy at play here, for none of the prominent fighter spiders are as renowned as your gang of pathetic goblins who have crawled out of the gray sewage-swamped outskirts, if you catch my drift. Lead on. As you wish. Don't clam up. Tell me all the details. Who kicked off first and how? Who laughed? Who shouted, "Kill the fucking goblins"? Who gave other interesting advice? Speak. Certainly. As the youth spoke in his monotone voice, I continued to dress, holding my armor plates to my limbs and binding them on with sticky tape. Once kitted up, I donned my backpack and slapped the red block of an expedition medical kit to my skin, intuitively fixing it at the base of my neck rather than on my arm. It looked none too attractive, but when I covered it with my shirt collar, it was almost unnoticeable. Next, I examined each of my needle guns to check if they were working. They'd been out of my sight for quite some time, and if they had been tampered with, it was better to know beforehand than when I was already aiming at somebody's stupid head and pressing the trigger button. And the chances that I would find myself firing it in the very near future were high. Loading up my guide with my fighter's belongings, except for Yorka's recent purchases, which I threw in a corner, I nodded and we moved out, taking the narrow spiral staircase down to the foot of the heavenly citadel off Licht Castle. Chapter 6. The spiders had their own prison. A prison with the not unusual but nonetheless unsavory name of Discharge. The penitentiary hung in the open above the courtyard in front of Licht Castle, and was nothing much to look at. A number of cages hanging on chains, platforms piled with all manner of crap around the edges, and by the footbridge leading to the cages stood a guard post covered with a sheet of steel just big enough to shelter 3 guards. The lighting was bright, allowing a good view of everything, But the thing that immediately stood out was the discharge of the establishment's name, which oozed down the steel chains and trusses as a stringy, multicolored ooze and seemed to come from all over the celestial citadel. When I reached the bottom of the stairway, I rudely pushed past my guide and strode thunderously across the shaking footbridge, closely inspecting everyone I saw and immediately separating them into categories. On the bridge stood 3 merrymaking spider couples with glasses and bottles in their hands, and judging by their facial expressions and snippets of their conversation, they had simply not been able to find a more interesting diversion. They were of no interest to me. Let them stand their end. "Hey, you grimy-ass bitch," a pudgy long-haired spider in a belly-hugging red waistcoat said as he pointed a finger at a figure drawn into a ball on the floor of one of the cages. "Let's hear it again, that groaning and grunting. Everybody liked your show. Why don't you just die and we'll—" He collapsed to his knees on the walkway as a result of them being struck ferociously. Then, grabbing him by the hair, I pounded his face a dozen times against the narrow steel railing, splitting the skin, breaking his nose, and knocking teeth out. When the wheezing, bloodied shitbag fell face first onto the grill surface, I gave a small skip, before landing heavily boots first on his head. The spider was silent, and I continued on my way, with my needle gun now out and at the ready. "Open the cage and let them out," I ordered curtly, feeling an uncontrollable paroxysm warp my face. "What do you do?" A sleepy spider jumped up from a bench and immediately checked himself when his throat ran up against my needle gun at the same time as my piggy was aimed at another 4 spiders standing by the cage in torn dress suits. "If this cage does not open in 3 seconds, you're toast." I smiled into his distorted arachnid mug. "1. Open the fucking cage! Open it!" the spider shouted. He grasped immediately that it was no joke. Behind me, the chubby spider continued to quake and hammer his smashed-up face against the metal. "Commander." Bask lifted himself a little and exhaled with a moan. "Up, fighter, to the exit," I commanded. "Yorka, get your pretty little ass up. Wreck." "I messed up," the procumbent orc wheezed. He looked like a well-tenderized chunk of meat generously smothered in medical glue. "I fucking messed up again." "Do I have to repeat myself?" "Oh, death, where is thy sting?" the hunched-up Yorka said before giving a twitch and beginning, moaning all the while to straighten herself up, her hands clasped to her tummy. 3, I said, pressing softly on the trigger. A fraction of a millimeter and the spider would be a goner. The cage door clattered open and away from it stepped a drunk spider with a puffed-up eye. His face managed a conciliatory smile as he shrugged and said, "Listen, Elb, give it a rest. What's done is done. You need to relax." "Someone kicked my fighters after they'd already been stunned. Who might that have been?" I asked into space. Space was unmoved by my question, and the heavily laden youth behind me was also silent. But nothing could stop Yorka, who was howling from the pain, tearing her to pieces, and pointing at the smiling spider. "He kicked me in the stomach, loads of times." "But—" the spider began, his smile widening. My piggy oinked twice, and the spider bent double and crashed down onto the grill, scraping at his pierced belly with his hands. "And that one kicked Bask in the face while he was covering me," Yorka continued, pointing now at the second spider. "Stop!" the lank spider shouted as he dropped to his knees. "Stop! They were all drunk!" Click, click. I'd not gotten fully to grips with my needle gun. Or was it the alcohol making itself known? I had aimed at his chest, but hit his throat and cheek. Twice. Perhaps I was aiming there deliberately. "And that bitch tried to gouge out Rex's eye with a shard from a shattered glass. She nearly did it as well." Seeing the pain, blood, and agony, Yorka remained implacable. "Mama," a coy-looking female spider said, slowly closing her eyes and stopping statuesquely still. "Mama, you need to think who you're picking fights with, Goblin. We are spiders. We can get any— Ow!" She fell flat on her face with a thin shriek, 2 needles sunk in her chest. "To the exit," I repeated. "I messed up," Rex said again, unable to get to his feet. "Fuck." "Up," I barked. "On your feet, fighter, and to the exit." "Don't accidentally press the trigger, hero," the jailer said very softly and very emotionally, the barrel of the needle gun still sticking in his throat. "Go. I'm not going to keep you here. Just don't kill me. Just lock me in the cage and be done with it. Put all your gear on the table, I said, motioning towards it with a nod. And get in the cage with all your friends. Step lively and keep your paws where I can see them. You stay out here, I said to the servant boy. You can show us to the elevator, then I'll let you go. I'm not going to put up any resistance, Bwana, the youth said. Although I do agree with Gallipot, whom you've just killed, that picking fights with the spiders is not a great idea. I'm not picking fights, I smiled. I'm expressing opprobrium. Help them out. Our associate possessed exceptional strength. Heavily laden though he was, he nonetheless helped Bask hobble to the stairway, before going back and dragging the groaning Yorka, and finally Rek there as well. Then, under my invigilation, he delicately closed the cage door and locked it with a large key, which he then threw on the table before assisting my fighters in their navigation of the stairway, while I stayed behind for a short while. Inspecting the cage, which swayed gently far above the city, I carefully studied the winch and the chain threaded through it. There's the stopper. There's the handle. Just a couple of straightforward actions and the cage would plummet to the rain-drenched city streets, taking the screaming spiders with it. And judging by their fast, sobering faces, they understood this fully and had frozen in awkward, expectant poses, unable to take their eyes from me through the bars of the cage. I turned away, stepped over the body of the pudgy spider, and headed off up the steel steps. Catching up with Rek, I helped him gain a little ground and ignored his fragmented mumblings. When we got to the top and set off along a narrow path with wire railings, the youth asked quietly, "Are you sure it was worth it? You could have arranged a meeting with Mimir. After all, you are heroes and everything. You could have worked something out without all the blood and murder." "We could have done it differently?" I said, feigning skew-mouthed shock. "Freaking elf, why didn't you say so before?" "You're kidding," the youth said, nodding his understanding. "Where to next?" "The fastest route down to the center of the city," I said, unscrewing my face. "And in 6 hours' time you have to facilitate the most important part, the ascending return journey, which must be just as fast and end as close as possible to the entrance to the acid bath." He did not ask any stupid questions, and he did not point out the obvious fact that my group was incapacitated. Chunks of tenderized goblin meat. He simply nodded and was lost in thought, not forgetting in the meantime to assist my shuffling fighters in maintaining their balance on the narrow path over the abyss, and managing all the while to keep his own balance quite nimbly. When after another dozen steps, Yorka blanked out, and I took her in my arms and saw her filthy, beaten face, I commanded shortly, "Faster!" "Yes, Bwana, but—" These beasts were thrown in those cages to die, though not all of them. By all appearances, Rek and Bask would recover. Whereas Yorka, convulsive waves had begun to wash over the malign goblin girl's body. She was dying. Should I stick a red medical on her? Press the buttons. Yes, I'll do that if we run out of time. I'll do it for all 3 of them. But while they can still walk by themselves and while Yorka is still breathing, I'll try to avoid that. "Faster," I repeated. "Faster!" Following the guide dog and becoming ever more irate because of our enforced tardity, I nevertheless managed to contain myself and not put a couple of needles in the spider welders that were suspended beneath the pipes. They were guilty of just one thing, their membership of the spider tribe. Although how were they any different from regular goblins? They weren't, except for the winches installed in their backsides. After a dozen paths, we stopped by a small metal crate. The youth threw the door open to find a large winch inside. No explanation was necessary, but I listened to him anyway, specifically committing to memory the details of our upcoming ascent, while simultaneously watching one of my partners die in my arms. I was the first to go down from the heavens, clutching the incessantly moaning Yorka to myself, and landing 3 yards from a med block with a welcomingly wide-open door. Although not open for us, apparently, for a man was being dragged in there with tightly bound stumps for legs. One shove from me sent the goblins sprawling in the dirt. I stepped inside, lowered Yorka into the perforated dentist's chair, and walked out backwards. Before the door shut noiselessly, I managed to see twinkling steel arms descend from the ceiling towards the girl's body. The system was in a hurry, and that was bad news. Bending down, I picked up the cripple, who had ceased moaning, but was instead now shouting from his pain. I counted how many doors there were, 5, approached the furthest one, and carried him inside. Plonking him down in the chair, I slapped his chest and said, "No offense, zombie." "None taken," he replied, removing his mask. "Everything's cool." "Good man. If we ever run into each other in a bar, a bottle of moonshine on me, for your understanding." I walked out and put my rain cap on, together with my mask and goggles. Then I looked up and saw 2 descending bodies. They unhooked themselves 3 yards from me and collapsed in a heap on the gray-brown, sewage-swamped steel floor, where they lay absolutely still for about 5 seconds. Bask stirred first and began to rise. A hunchback, chthonic, close by half rose, before flopping back down in disappointment, the illuminated red lenses of his goggles shining dully under his hood. "Yorka," the zombie said gruffly. "She's being treated," I replied, shoving Bask into the next med block. "When they finish darning you, there are sleeping capsules 10 yards to the left. Hole up in there and wait for me, understand?" Do you understand me?" "I understand, Shut up and get patched up," I advised before the door closed. Rek was next. The orc said nothing, his head dangling loose from his limp neck. He was not so much walking with his legs as springing bizarrely on unbending sticks. Not a fighter, but a piece of shit on stilts. I dumped him in a med-block chair, checked the door was locked, and went to the 4th med-block, through whose doors was leaving a hysterically guffawing girl with an LED wreath atop her shaved scalp. Wiggling her derriere, she tried to nestle up to my shoulder, but I took a step back and the prowling sucker fell into the dirt. Ignoring the resulting sulphurous invective, I lay down on the crooked bed and cast an eye at the ceiling in expectation of a question from the system, which had been in no hurry so far to ask anything at all. There were no questions concerning my battered warriors. The info swimming in front of my eyes, however, could not have been more conclusive. Membership of group. 11. HFLB plus 2N. Leader of group. Status normal. 91. HFLB plus 1. Member of group. Status 13. HFLB plus 2N. Member of group. Status normal. 714. HFLB. Member of group. Status. What delightful diversity of color. The jury was still out on Rek and Yorka's statuses, because the system had not had time to properly assess the damage inflicted. Shit. 11. HFLB. Overall physical condition, normal. Recommendation: continue strengthening and recovery injection complex STUS-4M. Injection: MAKZO-3. Injection: nutritional mixture P1. Limb condition and status. URL normal. Recommendation: injection REF-TO. ULL normal. Recommendation: injection REF-TO. LRL normal. Recommendation: injection REF-TO. LLL normal. Recommendation: injection REF-TO. Additional information: nutrient deficiency, mild toxicosis. Evidently, my body had moved up a level since I was being offered another new injection and nutrient cocktail. Needless to say, I agreed to everything offered. Strength, stamina, speed, sap. I needed everything, and as much as possible, and as soon as possible. Injection. Almost painless. Except that along with the injection came that familiar flicker in the eyes, the flicker of an impending flashback. Membak would not pass up the chance to remind me of the past. Perhaps I might even see something light and kind. It would make a nice freaking change. Old Green loved to read. In fact, it was the only thing the old dark-skinned junkie did from dawn till dark, as he sat there, a wizened lizard at the border between shadow and gloaming, on the half-demolished roof of a dying high-rise. Nobody knew how old he was, nor how old his well-thumbed e-reader was, nor how many books he had gotten through in his life. But everybody knew that Green could read a whole book in a day, and that he had been sitting there for 5 years. Rarely breaking from his reading, Green watched over a small vegetable patch and chicken coop here on the roof, 3 yards from his old awning and primitive rainwater collector, whose purification unit was far from the best. Under the awning was a knackered old mattress and a nearly empty and always open canvas bag containing personal effects and a heavily darned cloak. Several solar panels were fixed above the awning, and that was the extent of the farmstead. What absolutely nobody knew was where the smiling old Negro had come from. He arrived one day on the boat of the old lady diver Chloe, who the following year did not return from a dive, a great pity for me personally. She was a fine woman, truly fine. Fine like old Green, who had a whole arsenal of amazing stories, and told them so artfully it was sometimes difficult to know whether he was retelling something he had read or something that had actually happened to him. He narrated with enthusiasm and without recompense, and after every story he never failed to ask us urchins what instructive meaning we could derive from what he had heard. And we knew that the most intelligent answer would not go unrewarded. A scrumptious, crunchy reward, perhaps a sweet onion, a carrot, or a daikon. Which is why we, sitting in a semicircle before the old man, strained our stupid heads like nobody's business in our attempts to produce a really smart answer, an answer worthy of a carrot. We tried, but we did not hurry. Each of us had only one chance, one attempt, and the winner would have to eat the prize on the spot. There could be no putting it off until later, no divvying it up with your less successful friends. "Eat it yourself, man, eat it yourself," the old man would say as he tapped a naughty black finger against my forehead. "Eat it yourself. Do it." And so I ate. I soon learned not to make a dash for the front rows, and while each of the others were presenting their answers, I carefully studied the all but unfathomable face of old Green. I quickly understood that it was not worth hurrying with your answer, even if you were absolutely convinced you knew the correct answer. Which was rarely the case, for Green did not ask easy questions, and they all involved some kind of trick. Although at the very beginning, when we were just getting used to this old man who had appeared out of nowhere, he had begun with simpler stories and simpler questions. The answers were easy, and I often found myself treated to a crunchy, sweet vegetable. What was the key mistake made by the wolf wait the 6 goat kids? He left a live witness, the tiny 7th kid, who gave the wolf away. Why could you not trust the kind and smiley king? Because he was a king, and kings are not to be trusted, ever. What was that chatterbox dwarf Rumpelstiltskin's problem? His damned tendency towards verbal diarrhea. Shut your face, dwarf, and shut up as well. But these were easy questions, and the prizes were small. The older we got, the harder the questions became, and the bigger prizes. Then that smiley old bookworm Green went and killed Kokol, a fat and eternally drunk ogre who had one time been the best diver but had hit the bottle. He began beating his wife every day and even went so far as to kill his eldest daughter. He told everyone she had fallen down the stairs and cracked her head open, and we even saw the supposed stain. Later I overheard some women gossiping about how he had killed her because she'd refused to open her legs for him. That's what they said, but they continued to smile whenever he walked by. Then a year later he dragged his second daughter up onto the roof, ripping her clothes off and screaming blue murder about how he fed them and he was their master and they would do as he commanded. And that's when it happened. Old Green just suddenly appeared behind the thug's back, made one quick stroke with a hand, and stepped away again. Kokol shuddered and looked quizzically around before slapping a palm to his neck as though crushing a mosquito. Then he took a couple of unsteady steps, fell to his knees, and crashed headfirst to the concrete floor. After that one single time, Kokol never stood up again. Some men came, hiding faces full of shame from the old bibliophile, and removed the corpse, after first straightening it out with some difficulty. And from that day on, I listened to Green's stories with doubled interest and racked my brain until my head rang to find the correct answer. Why is the ugly princess better than the beautiful pauper girl? Because the princess is a golden ticket to the elite. Hold on tight to her tits and blast off on a most pleasant journey to the upper layers of the atmosphere. Why do we smile at a passing murderer or rapist? Because we're afraid. Exiting the med block, I stood for a moment to give my fading recollections time to leave at least a minuscule deposit on the walls of the deserted chambers of my memory. Making sure I stood steady on my feet and that my veins had reacted positively to the chemistry introduced by the system, I replaced the filters in my mask and, turning, stepped into a narrow, dark Drainagetown side street. I noticed I was walking in the twilight at exactly the same moment that I noticed 3 idiots pressed to the wall, who had evidently figured that their long black rain capes would serve as legitimate camouflage. Clutching the handle of my knife, I looked straight ahead as I walked. How come it's always the morons and the well-wishers who die first? Because they're morons and well-wishers. Good riddance to 'em. Why had Old Green killed Kokol? Because now Kokol's wife washed Old Green's clothes and often slept naked on his knackered old mattress. And despite her old age, nearly 30 already, allegedly, she had exquisite dusky breasts. And she had a kind smile. And she had begun to smile much more often. Coming out of the twilight corridor, I paused for a moment next to a chthonic perched by the wet wall and rinsed my bloodied blade in the piss raining from the heavens before sheathing it and moving on. I let drop just the one word. 3. The chthonic gave no reply, but when I turned back a few seconds later, his spot by the drain was vacant, and I just caught the hem of his rain cape flickering momentarily in the dark of the corridor I had just exited. Minutes later, I was entering the nymph Copula's house of pain and pleasure. The guards boggled in their curiosity, but all I had to do was remove my hood and mask, and they immediately lost all interest. Not out of fear, but because I was a welcome guest. Madame's orders. I got no further than the first zone, where I was met by the same brilliant-teened youth from before, that familiar arachnid grin on his lips. "Mistress Copula has ascended for a short while," he said, wasting no time on greetings. "To the spiders' parade?" "A cabal with a girlfriend, I presume. The female tribe is forever weaving its web. It is up to us to destroy it." "That sounds like a threat, Buona." "May Copula and White live many long years," I snickered. "How may I be of assistance?" "When my group and I step out along the web they have woven, we are expecting to disappear for a certain amount of time, but I desperately do not want to lose rank, if you catch my drift. Mistress Copula is aware of your situation and has asked me to pass on that she will be putting in a word for all of you with Mother. For the moment you are gone from Mother's sight, you are all on a long special mission from the nymph Copula. Do you know the maximum length of the mission, Buona?" 100 hours, I said, about facing, thanks to the old woman with the hole in her head. "A little meat and lemonade for the journey, straight from the Jolly Plucks. It's still warm." "You bought it for us?" "I bought it for myself," the youth said, shaking his head and handing me a container and a bag full of bottles. "Is there a problem? Perhaps I can ask a waitress to hawk a loogie into the lemonade." "Only a fool argues with a waiter," I said, accepting the gift with a smile. "And this is fish, freshly fried." He placed a second container on top of the first. "The chef wishes you luck." "What do you think of Copula?" I asked, packing the food away in my backpack. A familiar question for a familiar boy. "Long may she live and reign. It is her shadow alone that instills order in this miserable town. She is a kind and generous mistress." "Did you learn that parrot fashion during the night?" "I repeat it every night before going to sleep, so I don't forget. Is there anything wrong with that, Buona?" "Women start believing in success too early. That's why they become dumber, more bitchy, and more Amazonian. Copula is fully aware of White's plans, and she is also aware that I've undertaken to help, right?" "Right. And since that's the case, perhaps she might behave a smidgen more politely and ceremoniously towards the Spider Chief, King Mimir, as though perhaps King Mimir were going to live and rule for many years to come. Your words are heard, understood, and accepted, Buona, and I shall convey them. Good luck. And the same to you." Marching once again with a squelch through the stinky, rain-soaked streets of Shittown, I chuckled to myself beneath the mask covering my face. Old Copula, an old witch with a hole in her head. Since she had known when and why I would come, and since she had found time to prepare such delectable gifts, I reasoned that she might at least not have made me flex my legs unnecessarily. She could have dispatched a runner with a gift and added some news to warm a goblin's heart, something along the lines of, "Copula will protect you." The old lady, however, had wanted me to come in person and ask. And then she had not graced me with an audience, although in truth she did have a valid excuse. Women in politics were a deadly combination, sometimes even for the female spiders themselves, if they got too involved in web spinning to notice just how dreadful the spoils were that they had ensnared. I reached the appointed spot without incident, climbed into a capsule, and exhaled quiet relief as my muscles began slowly to relax after such a long time without rest. I lay like that for 20 minutes. Then I turned onto my side and snacked on a goodly-sized chunk of meat, washing it down with lemonade. Only after that did I allow myself to fall asleep. Another superbly greased winch returned us to the heavens. The cable was thicker this time and coped easily with the 4 of us. I was the last to step onto the grill walkway welded to the fat pipe, which roared with a mass of liquid passing through it, and I spotted a number of faceless figures hanging over the path. My hand petted my needle gun. The servant boy set off with a mollifying smile. "They're sympathizers, and they're looking around, not at us, ensuring the secrecy of the mission." "I see," I said. "Jettisoning random workers, and their deaths will be witnessed by other workers who will then also require shooting, yes? Screw that for a game of soldiers. Take your Christmas decorations down and let them go home. We need one guide, and a brisk pace along a direct route to our objective. But in a quiet and businesslike manner, just fighters hurrying somewhere, nothing more." A moment's hesitation, and he nodded. "Agreed. Can you keep up the pace? After your recent—" "We can," I said on behalf of all my fighters. I had barely exchanged a word with them since they had woken and gotten themselves ready. Why would I? Give their brains a while longer to boil and bubble in turbulent musings and reflections of what had happened and what they might have done better. So onward. 1 or 2 slashes and the dangling spiders plummeted earthward, to be lost in the thick cloud of warm vapors rising from the city, which could not rise to the heavens due to the powerful downflow of air. The city streets twinkled through gaps in the reeking nimbi, and behind us the spider citadel of Licht Castle glinted menacingly, though we could not be seen from there, a fact which took me a few seconds to understand. We were led along a roundabout route under the cover of other pipes and platforms. Without turning around, I listened attentively to the sound of my fighters' footsteps behind me. Any fool would understand they were struggling to move on their stiff and beaten limbs. They moved like broken puppets, yet they moved without complaint, if you didn't count their soft grunts and diabolical afflicted hissings. It was a wise decision not to hang around in Drainagetown, the guide said over his shoulder. The clouds beneath us had thickened and curdled so much that they now rained back down heavily on the city. A spider hanging on a thread a little way away clasped his raised knees with his hands and melancholically disgorged his overstuffed intestines, adding a certain gravity to the rain. "Are we already being searched for?" I asked. "Oh, yes. Already dubbed evil beasts who dared to bite the spider's hand of friendship?" "No, but that will come. Mimir has sworn to get involved personally and has issued orders that the goblins be brought to him, alive, in the crow's nest. In the meantime, he has also ordered the noble spiders not to jump to any hasty conclusions, and he announced that in connection with what has happened, there will be no more talk of rewards for the time being at least. The mythical 50,000 has definitively dissipated," I said, laughing. "Now there will be no cause to hand it over with a sore heart. Does that affect you?" "I am merely a victim of the evil goblin Elb." "Excellent. When we get to the entrance, there is to be no getting jumpy and no reaching for your cannons," he warned. "The post is manned by our guys." "I wouldn't dream of it," I said with a shrug. "I trust you don't think it brings me pleasure to kill at the drop of a hat." "Certainly not, Bwana. How could I possibly think that?" The youth's voice betrayed a scarcely noticeable note of mockery. "Queen White did provide us with a bag of fresh food to bring with us." "Yes, I know that. Did she give us anything else?" "Some medicines." "That's good. And we have no use for extra munitions, correct?" "Correct," I nodded. "Correct." What with the damned system recharging needle guns exclusively at trade points, there was no particular point in stockpiling weapons and ammunition. What we had with us was more than plenty. At some point, we would have to go back and find a trade point, and then we could worry about reloading our magazines. The guide slowed down slightly and called, "The heavens smile radiantly." The response was prompt. "White's smile warms the heart." Idiots, I said. Absolute freaking idiots. The guys are missing a bit of romance. Idiots, I repeated, and potentially already dead idiots. If romance is the primary motivator up here and not personal gain, then your conspiracy is doomed to failure. Is this the entrance? Quicker! A spider in a trench coat hissed as he shifted aside an absolutely unremarkable round manhole cover. Don't forget your masks! Step lively! Step lively! One by one, we squeezed through the hole and found ourselves on a grill-paved path running above bubbling sewage. As our torches burst into light, they chased back the darkness, and the first thing they alighted on was the fast-closing steel manhole cover. The special knock! The youth standing on the other side reminded me, and the manhole closed, disconnecting us from the spider heavens, Drainagetown, and everything we knew, and leaving us to the mercy of the thick acid vapors. Forward, I ordered mutedly, setting off along the gently rising path. The timer switched on. We had 100 hours, starting not right this second, but the second the kind nymph Copula informed the system, shortly before midnight tonight, that she had dispatched 11's group on a particularly important mission. The system listened to Copula, just as it listened to Chief Mimir when he sent spiders on long expeditions to the acid bath. But our credit of trust was not limitless. We had a little over 4 days, 100 hours from the moment Copula made her announcement. In that time, we had to collect our faculty sufficiently to carry out reconnaissance and find Cucker the Seven-Legged's missing squad and needle gun, a symbol of potential spider authority. If only we had time to lie up a bit longer in Drainagetown. But very soon the spiders would begin their search for us in earnest, so we would be lying up here. Fortunately, according to White, there were places to rest up here, and there were no foraging parties in the acid bath at the moment, since all forces had been thrown into eliminating the consequences of the recent accident. Keep close behind me, I ordered, replaying White's description of the place in my head, for she had been a regular visitor here. Do not touch the walls. Breathe deep and long. Spare your filters. Avoid arm movements. Keep them down by your sides. We walk like tin soldiers until we're out of the acid cloud. Do you understand, goblins? Yes, Commander. Yes. We understand, Rex said with a heavy sigh as he fell into line at the rear. Chapter 7. Was progress through the acid bath hard going? Not in the slightest. What difficulties could there possibly have been when the entire ascendant cascade was furnished with sturdy steel walkways and staircases, which were themselves thoughtfully furnished with railings, as well as wide canopies in those places where streams of acid burst forth from the ceiling? The spider tribe had long been frequenting the acid bath, and in the manner of any sapient crawling species, they made themselves well and truly at home here, defending their paths and creating a minimal semblance of reasonable living conditions. Perhaps even more than minimal, because when we got to the 14th Cascade, home to that very same fungal pipe, we ran up against the steel wall of a barn. There really was no other word for this somewhat crooked, though significant and robust-looking structure, which stood on tall stilts and was welded together from sheet metal cutoffs. The roof slanted and the walls were not overly high, but inside there was enough space to accommodate 6 or 7 spiders in full combat gear, with room left over for plastic crates, while wire baskets, cables, ropes, hose, buckets, and other similar gear hung around the walls. The air in the barn almost didn't stink on account of a current of warm air flowing from the other end of the 14th Cascade and in through a gap that had been specially left in the end wall. The barn stood there on its stilts, with its back end facing the slope down to the 14th Cascade, and in the back wall were a couple of slit-like windows with wide benches beneath them, making it possible to observe goings-on below even from a reclining position. Most convenient. Also there in the back wall was a tightly shut door. Out of the window you could see a cable with a wire basket attached, coming from the upper part of the door jamb. Clever. There was your quick means of lowering loads, particularly heavy and cumbersome ones, such as large dead pluxes. Cover it with plastic, clip it to the cable, push it down. The plux whistles right down to the very bottom where it's collected and laid by the exit to await collection. Had anybody ridden this ride and lived to tell the tale, If so, what had the consequences been? Because the cable passed through a couple of spots with a good number of acid-spluttering nozzles. We entered the barn via the second door, which was wide and conveniently situated in the side wall, and no sooner had we done so than my fighters collapsed onto the benches, falling immediately silent. I was forced to give each of them a kick, and a reminder that it was generally good practice for a kind commander like my good self to make my goblins eat, drink a bunch of water, and take medications before permitting them a short nap. They took my gentle advice with wheezes and groans and managed to force something down their gullets before pulling the charred peaks of their baseball caps down over their faces and falling silent as grave dwellers. I remained on watch. Somebody had to do it. Taking a bottle of lemonade and a huge fish and fried egg sandwich, copula plus white, a melange of two styles, I took a studious turn around the barn and remembered the words of the amorous spider lady who dreamed of getting a toehold on the Tree of Power. A large welded container of drinking water in the corner. Check. Open the tap and your hand was met with a jet of cool, clean water. A cupboard beneath the container containing a stock of regular nutrition briquettes, energy and salt tablets. Check. The cupboard also contained a dozen packets of very cheap wipes. Check. But most important, next to the container, something that looked like a large luggage rack was stacked with the things the spiders would not be needing as they climbed higher. What was the point of taking stuff with them if they were going to be returning here in any case for a rest? Nobody would dare touch the things on the rack, except for the rightful owners, that is. Should anybody so much as just take a quick peek, the rat would be killed and thrown out into the acid rain. Right now, the rack was empty. White had not forgotten to remind me that after Cucker's squad disappeared, no backpacks had appeared on the rack. This was, however, far from unusual, for if Mimir had sent the spiders out blind, they would have left no traces behind them. Only complicit parties, Mimir's loyal servants, who would never squeal on their master, could be allowed to know of their presence in the acid bath, at least while he was still in power. I glanced at my hand and was not surprised to discover that I was rolling a chunk of a gray tablet between my fingers, and with such force that I might have been subconsciously trying to force the drug into my system through my skin. Have I lost it? Have I fucking lost it? Yes, you have fucking lost it. Or maybe not. I relaxed my fingers and dropped the mem back to the dirty floor, then crushed it into the steel with my boot, before huffily sinking my teeth into the fishy yumptiousness. Food was my drug, fish, eggs, and meat. I chewed and swallowed and was again unsurprised when my feet took me all by themselves back to the food containers, and my hands all by themselves grabbed a couple of large chunks of meat. Food. Since we had begun receiving certain injections from the system, thoughts of food and drink never left my head. I would wake up hungry and my first thoughts would be about food, and only then about problems. Food, 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 food. Thoughts of food span endlessly in my subconscious, and I had never once forgotten to top up our reserves of food cubes and isotonic tablets. Is that strange? No, I think it's absolutely normal. It's my instinct shouting, my body yelling, my body that is altering in leaps and bounds because of our unforgiving exercise regime, constant injury, injections, and other hardships of life. Done chewing, I left the barn and shut the door behind me. Needle gun at the ready, I walked along the long cascade, which was a real botanical garden, a dark and foul-smelling botanical garden. Beneath my feet was an incredibly wide pool full of water weeds. Welded to the walls were steel shelves bearing piles of shit that were topped with growing mushrooms. That said, had I been the first person to discover them, I would on no account have called those things mushrooms. What the walls were bedecked with was clusters of slimy venous tumors, inside which mushrooms, certain saprogenic processes were constantly in motion, scrapings and bubblings beneath the semi-transparent membrane, all born of a desire to break out and dig one's mucus-slathered claws into some petrified goblin's mug. In the middle of the pipe were two neat rows of metal tables on which lay butcher's knives with short, wide blades. The tables were glistening clean, and beneath them were stacked clean, empty crates and containers with tightly closed lids. Approximately 5 yards away, right by the end of the 14th cascade, a large sheet of plastic sheltered several more containers, whose transparence made their contents immediately evident. They were stuffed to overflowing with rotten mincemeat mixed with something orange, green, and red. Wipe the spider lady's signature feed, a substrate on which the mushrooms grew like there was no tomorrow. A shake of the head, and I turned slowly around, taking in the enormous pipe that had been transformed into a narcotics laboratory. Here was where the raw materials were grown, harvested, finely chopped, and sealed hermetically in containers before being shipped down to the spidery citadel. And there, somewhere within the heart of Licht Castle, was where the little gray tablets were manufactured. Speaking of tablets, in among the provisions from White had been a baggie that smelled decidedly of Membak, and upon closer inspection was revealed to contain violet-gray tablets. The baggie bore a smiley, a lip print, and a long legend. Extremely pure, no adulterants, onset intense, but short flashbacks, short but frequent. My shoulder gave a twitch and withdrew my left hand from my pocket, where the baggie now lay. I took a step backward to allow a cluster of tiny albescent eggs to float past my boot, and soon they became entangled in the water weeds and began to drift on the mirror-like surface of the water. Salad, omelet, and drugs, all from the same pipe. Genius. At the end of the cascade was a grill, closed by a regular bolt which could be opened from either side. The grill was made of steel and would withstand a battering from any plucks, even the massive one I'd seen on that nest cleanup. Beyond the grill was a narrow stairway leading up to it. How I wanted to keep going upward, but I restrained my impulse, for I could not abandon my fighters. They were so dead to the world that they'd be oblivious to pluxes and spiders arriving unawares. I returned to the barn, listened in to my sensations, and realized I did not want to sleep. What to do if you can't sleep? Push-ups, twists, grips, squats, chin-ups, brush-up, knife fight moves, you name it. But the point was not the name, the point was to do. As much as I could manage in the next 2 hours. And so I did, not forgetting to keep a constant eye on the condition of my body. My left arm worked a dream, the elbow bending and unbending fluidly. Tight rolls of muscle had formed in my lower back, and I could bend and straighten myself without issue. The crunching sound was gone from my knees. My hands had become muscular paws enwrapped with veins. Hanging from a metal bar protruding from the roof, I could easily chin 30 wearing my backpack in full battle get-up. Push-ups, squats, side jumps. I repeated all the movements on a loop until I was sweating buckets. Then I took a breather before another couple of rounds and another breather. Needle gun and knife work. Draw, aim, retreat, aim from around the corner, advance, retreat again. At a certain point, I was picked up and carried by a wave of euphoria as my body buzzed from the most agreeable workout. Instead of the 2 hours planned, I ended up training for 3, and even then it was an act of will to stop. Then I barged into the barn and unceremoniously roused my fighters one by one to make them take their medicine and drink water before letting them go back to sleep. I then busied myself hastily with the cleaning of my gear and myself, not sparing the spiders' water and towelettes. An hour later, clean and replete, I woke Bask. I looked into his eye, which was girded by a crimson scar and looking less opaque now, and asked, "Can you see me?" "Yes." The zombie could not hold back his smile. "I can see you, clearly." "Welcome back to the world of the sighted, zombie." "Thank you, Commander. If it wasn't for you, you can thank me after you sliced open the belly of that bitch Eve, or if you had second thoughts about hacking up that juicy-ass slime bag." "I'm going to kill her," Bask replied succinctly. "I like your attitude. How far can you see?" "Fuck knows. I haven't gotten around to conducting tests yet." "Look out the window. What do you see?" "Stairways, then a little bridge, canopies. Some kind of acrid shit spraying down, steam spewing out." I nodded, satisfied, and said, "Okay, I'm going to get some sleep. You're on watch. The side door is bolted. Don't open it. Your main job is looking down, but don't forget to have a look the other way, too. We might just be paid a sudden visit by an extremely angry squad of spiders. Unlikely, but still, I understand, Commander." Have an energy tablet. Wake me up in 2 hours, no later. But 2 hours, I repeated. Gotcha. Stretching out on a bench, I folded my elbow under my head, put my boots up on a crate, and was out like a light. Bask did not let me down, although I had no reason to doubt his reliability anyway, for the zombie was consistent, driven, and motivated, and would never fall asleep on the job. And he would not omit to keep a close watch on all potential vectors of surprise. When I took over watch again, I spent 2 hours wandering around the cascade, allowing my slumberous team to recover fully. The system's injections worked wonders. After just a few hours, your battered intestines were once more in a condition to rumble and permit the passage of food through them. 10 hours of calm, and your battered liver was once more ready for action. When I woke my fighters, they looked sleepy, lethargic, and hungry, but by no means at death's door. Giant bruises were still in evidence on their bodies, but it wasn't as though we were entering an elven beauty contest, or even going to a spider funeral. "Commander," Rek began in a hoarse voice and avoided my eyes. "I know you've been told all sorts about me and the others, but it's not just your—" "We are on a combat mission, Orc," I interrupted him. "We can chew the fat later. Right now, it's time for medicine, a little food, and a lot of water. Then a light warm-up before we move out." A wide smile of relief appeared on the Orc's green-black mug. Rubbing a sunken belly, he hobbled over to the backpacks, throwing tablets in his mouth as he did so. A veritable cocktail, it seemed to me. Medicines together with nuts and energetics. Well, yes, his stomach would work out what to send where. The remainder of the group, also not concealing their relief, followed him. 40 minutes later, we eventually left the mushroom farm I had grown so bored of, stepped out through the grill, and began our descent up the next stairway. Progress along the steel path was not such tough going. Hung at ceiling level and swaying in jets of water, a number of electric lamps were screwed into a thick, dark red cable that ran along the convoluted ceiling of the pipe. I could only wonder at the spider's frugality, which allowed us to economize on torch charge. This time, in order to study my fighter's behavior, I brought up the rear. Our memories might have been erased, but it was more difficult to erase subconscious behavioral habits than recollections, although I had no proof for my theory. All I had was the vaguest of verifications, and that was thanks to my own drug-induced flashbacks. This was me, Elb the Goblin. From day one on this paltry world, I had behaved provocatively, obnoxiously, and aggressively, and I had always been prepared to prove that my aggression was not exclusively verbal. I would gladly break the limbs, spine, or neck of any bastard who stood in my way. How natural was such behavior? The majority are completely different. Brow-beaten, resigned, amazingly calm, missing that genuinely internal fury whose fire rages undeviatingly and doesn't wane even in sleep. I sensed that fury not only in myself, for the hot and furious internal fire raged inside each of my 3 fighters as well, albeit with varying levels of brightness, but nonetheless I could sense the heat in their souls. It might sound silly, but that's just the way it was. We really were vastly different from the majority, and I was sure it had to do with our pasts. If you took a really experienced soldier, erased his memory, and rebirthed him as an outskirts goblin, would he be afraid at the first sign of a fight? Or would he weigh in there with his habitual aplomb? Would I have been born here as the malicious trouble and skirmish-seeking goblin elb if I had spent my previous life shuffling papers in an office by day and getting trolleyed in bars by night? Unlikely. Even now the behavior of my rhythmically stomping fighters was telling. York and Bask were looking ahead and down more. That was easy to explain, for in the most part they were watching out for not very big pluxes, which is what they were most afraid of. Rek looked to the sides more and also ahead on occasion, but rarely down. On a subconscious level, the Orc was on the lookout for problems not so much from beasties as from enemies that were more cunning and more dangerous. Rek was afraid of people, and the way he moved spoke volumes. It wasn't any way I'd show him, a couple of paces sideways, left shoulder leading, half-bent arms held at stomach level, as though carrying a long-range missile, strange manner of placing one foot in front of the other. He He was still giving his head the occasional shake, as if in surprise, and sometimes running his fingers over his left collarbone. Then I realized that I sometimes did almost the same, shake my head but without touching my clavicle. Why were we doing that? I didn't understand to begin with, but then I realized that the behavior only made itself known out in the field where I was generally shocked by the silence. That was exactly what Rec and I were wanting for. Voices in our ears telling us the operating scenario, precautioning, informing us of losses and so forth. I was clueless as to what York and Bask had done in their previous lives. Rec, on the other hand, something in the dark void of my mental acid-burned memory said that Rec had served at least a few years in the police, and not in the most peaceful of places, and he had been forced on multiple occasions to venture down dark corridors with his weapons held at the ready and alarmingly babbling voices in his ears. It was only a guess, though, nothing more. When I thought the fighters were fully awake, enough to be able to remember specifics, I explained the combat task in detail, including the backstory. We were soon at the 17th Cascade and bravely wading knee-deep in water to skirt round a frightful testudinate critter. Then we walked the whole length of the pipe at an easy pace and stopped in front of a massive steel grill. The penultimate lamp was a couple of yards behind us, and the ultimate a couple of yards ahead, attached to the grill itself. There was enough light to see a dark ribbon of water flowing from under the grill, the goo covering the strong bars, and the goo covering the taloned paws scraping at the metal on the other side. A fruitless attempt to get at the tender and, for some reason, not frightened meat on this side. Pluxes. 4 gray pluxes just over knee-height at the withers, full-bodied and viperous beasts, chomping at the bit to chomp at a bit of leg flesh. No needle guns, I reminded the group. Yorka reluctantly slung her weapon behind her back and unstrapped her club in its stead. "We have to kill them one way or another," the goblin girl said with a sigh. "You," I said. "Your commander will be standing to the side." "Shall I open it?" Rec asked. "You disappoint me," I said. "What's wrong?" The orc twitched, surprised, and his eyes twinkled such confusion that I immediately understood he had clean forgotten the fracas at the spider's ball. "Backpacks," the zombie replied for me from over by the wall, while slowly running his hand over some sacks hanging from it. "Very well packed. They really bust a gut here." "Damn." I took a step to the side and squished a tiny plux into the steel with a crunch. Yorka snapped the spines of another 2, and Rec on his way over to the backpacks thwacked a small orange one that had been struggling with the current before being washed headlong out under the grill. 2 beclawed paws flashed between the bars, missing the orc's pant leg by millimeters. Beasts, voiceless as a nightmare. 3 sacks on the wall. Large, homemade, uncomfortable, but well-stitched and complete with large outside pockets. Hanging on ropes, hanging in full view. This was no secret stash. It was a storage space, and the first evidence that Cucker's spider squad had been here and passed through the grill. Although in truth I did not understand this straight away. First we took the sacks down one by one and searched thoroughly through their contents, very soon coming to believe in the generosity of fate. Each sack held reserves of drinking water, food cubes, dried meat, and various tablets. Separate pockets contained medicines, medical glue, plasters, bandages, and meters of wide sticky tape, as well as the already familiar expedition medical kits, medium-priced. Several packets of wipes, spare goggles, and loaded magazines. Impressive and thorough preparation. And it was here that I realized it had been Cucker's squad, when in one of the pockets I came across a large magazine loaded with real spikes. A 5-round affair. I weighted it on my palm before putting it back and sniggering. Size did matter after all. After having a bite to eat and taking our fill of water, while we were chewing, the pluxes had been joined by another 2. We hung the strangers' backpacks back on the wall and got to work. There were more pluxes now, and I had to get involved in the scuffle. It was with a certain disinclination that I took hold of my awl and club, when what my hands really wanted was to reach for the needle gun. Well, yes, what could be simpler? Click, click, click. All done. "Come on," I said, taking up position 2 yards from the door. The goblin girl bent over to reach for the door, unbolted it, and drew it to the side. It slid half a meter and the first pluxes immediately rushed through, and immediately got brained by our clubs. I stepped in just the once, when one specimen decided to go for a personal best by clambering up a mountain of corpses and jumping onto Mask's face. I knocked him off with my club before spiking him twice with my awl and letting him go. Well, naturally. The snarling orc was flinging dead pluxes away from the entrance, while Bask and Yorka peered into the gloaming and simultaneously crushed the chomping minnows attempting to chew through their boots. Once again, White had not lied. There were indeed more than enough pluxes here. I was first to go through the grill, and I did it with mixed emotions. Joy, fear, excitement, at the possibility of something truly atrocious happening. This was no place for goblins. The outskirts was the place for goblins. Drainagetown at a stretch, perhaps, or the lap of luxury that was the spider's domain. But no goblin should ever stray beyond the grill at the 17th Cascade and the deadly dangerous acid bath. Fuck. That's why I didn't like imagination. They might have chosen simpler names for things. Then there wouldn't be that chilly sensation over the ribs from the names alone of places like the Stench, the Cesspool, and the Acid Bath. They had named the cemetery Chartreuse, and it sounded so pleasant that you instantly wanted to be there. Except preferably in the capacity of a visitor, as opposed to a permanent resident of that boneyard. After stomping for 10 paces over the impotent floundering bodies of small fry pluxes, thus sparing them from the acid shower further down, we stopped in a sandbar by the first fork in the road. On a wall cleared of encrusted filth were several arrows and sets of instructions. Left, 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 dead end, pluxes. Right, right, left, dead end. Right, left, straight. Bitching thresher, plux central. Right, left, straight, left. Acid ass, jump, jump. Right, left, up. 19K. Acid rainbow, hoods, run. We go this way, I said, pointing a finger at the number. Nobody argued. It was perfectly clear that if Cucker had indeed been hoping to bag himself a mythical blue jellyfish, then he needed to have been exploring previously uncharted territories. There was no reason whatsoever for him to be ferreting around relatively well-trodden dead ends, and I was not exactly itching to experience the dubious pleasure of spending time in the acid ass or the bitching thresher. I spotted Rek putting a hand over his brutalized maw as his eyes skimmed the word bitching. The orc was evidently stepping up his game. He was no doubt seconds away from showing Yorka which road would be the most suitable for her. Using the walls for balance, we followed the arrows along a couple of pipes, ascended through the steaming and stinking water, and taking a run up to hurdle the torrential, watery barrier that was the acid rainbow, found ourselves at the bottom of the next flight. Clinging to the cable railing, we scrambled up to the next intersection, where we came face to face with a ginormous gray plux. 100 kilograms worth thereof. It looked so formidable I didn't give a second thought to sinking a needle in its conveniently presented side, aiming for the creases around its shoulder. The beast gave a jolt and jumped, but its injured paw let it down, and the giant convulsed. It collapsed, hitting the ground awkwardly and finding itself in the crosshairs of some frightened goblin's frenzied clubs. It was a big, big beast. We still had a ways to go on the familiarization front. On the other hand, if we were to haul a trophy like that down and present it to the system, we were almost guaranteed bonus equipment and free medical services. Stepping over the plux's shattered paw, I looked at the next set of signs. The system was the same. Straight, straight, up, number 20, caution. Straight, left, certain death, tangerines, brain suckers, monsters. Straight, right, eggy dead end. Again I knew which road was ours. I could have been wrong. Perhaps Cucker had not risked going up, preferring to lead his squad into certain death. Then taking a dozen hefty beasts to the chief, showing his battle scars and confessing, "We searched, we battled, we ripped our assholes wider, but we found no jellyfish, O Great One." But something went not according to plan, and in certain death they met their death. Perchance, but while we were still bubbling and full of energy, we would climb higher. If we understood later that we had strayed too far from our safe haven, we would return for a rest before investigating the lower levels. At least that was my sensible plan. It didn't happen. We found a skull, and despite the fact that it was hollowed and more or less picked clean, the odds were that it was reasonably fresh. Tiny patches of darkened flesh here and there, but most interesting was that the skull was hanging by its teeth, which were latched onto a cable hanging from the wall. The jaws were clenched together vice-like, but given another couple of days, the ligaments would finally rot away and be unable to support the lower mandible, causing the skull to splash down into the water. In the meantime, it continued to hang on its cable and knock on the wall like a cheerful booming rattle. Another couple of steps, and just around a gentle bend in the pipe we saw some feasting. No, not pluxes, indolent turtle-like creatures with humps of see-through flesh. They were not predators, but carrion feeders, and they were pecking away at some large object, bunched together around it to form a barricade against the flow of water, so they could savor the treat. Even from this distance, I could see it wasn't a spider they were eating. This corpse was bigger than that. "Shitting shit," Rex said with a croak as he observed the feasting animals. "What the freaking freak is that, Commander?" "We're about to find out," I said quietly, having a careful look around the pipe. Why were there no pluxes here? It was unlikely they were so kind and generous as to concede the feast to the turtles, but the pluxes didn't even seem tempted by the meat. Why was that? There was no visible danger. My torch beam slid slowly over the wet walls of the pipe, hovering for a while over every suspicious-looking spot. There was no way to set up an ambush here because the water was thigh-high. Why the turtles and their meat had not been washed further down was obvious. There was a grill in the way which protruded above the water and against which they were trapped. "Forward," I said, and leaving my torch as far as possible from my reach, I waded upstream with difficulty. I was not afraid of the ugly dining turtles, for we came across them many times on our journey, and they never even so much as acknowledged our presence. Carnivorous or otherwise, turtles were very definitely not hunters. And so long as they ate no tainted meat which might go to their heads, they would never present a problem. And that is just how it was. The turtles reacted to our approach in no visible way whatsoever. They simply continued to eat, pecking off small piece after small piece of the king-size mountain of meat. "Blow up and—" Yorka began but did not finish her favorite expression, deciding to express herself otherwise. "Fuck, the poor thing." "I can but agree," I said matter-of-factly as I looked at the corpse lying before us. If this was born of a regular woman. 2 legs, 2 arms, 1 head, shoulders, abdomen, knees, and elbows. When you looked at everything separately, it was a corpse like any other. Slightly chewed, admittedly, and the water had worn away at one side, but there was still plenty to feast your eyes on. It's just that all the normalness was lost when the brain eventually awakened to the fact that lying before you was a giant. Male. 3 meters plus tall, arms disproportionately short, though legs not exactly pumped either, excessively long thighs, swollen knobbly knees, very short lower legs, incredibly wide feet. Barrel-shaped chest, massive head with monstrously overhanging eyebrow ridge, chin so wide the mouth could easily hold a bucket's worth of muck, and a head that looked sewn on to the certainly large, though not exactly wide of shoulder body. If you could imagine the body before us scaled down to a more average size, it would be immediately evident that in life its build would have been absolutely underwhelming. "What a monster!" Rex sighed. "More likely the victim of some congenital or acquired disease." Bask disagreed with the orc and fell to his knees. "Gigantism or something like that." "Were you a doctor in a previous life?" I said off the cuff. "No," the zombie replied assuredly while continuing to examine the dead body. "I was definitely not a doctor." "How do you know?" the orc asked distrustfully. "I just feel it." Bask shrugged his shoulders and drew himself up taller. "This is not a monster. It's a giant, but not a monster." "It's a giant," I agreed, stepping closer and flicking the hair from its intact forehead with my hand. "And he's been shot." "Now that is all," the orc said with a whistle. "It looks like—" "Need a long gun," I said, sliding my hands under the back of the giant's head and immediately finding the exit wound. Fantastic power. "So, Yorka held her hands out. One more time. This is a regular goblin who simply got lost here, contracted something horrible which transformed him into an enormous monster, and then got shot by someone with a needle-long gun. Am I right? No, I replied. Or maybe yes, there's so much poisonous shit floating around here. Could something happen to us? The question was clearly rhetorical, and Yorka immediately pulled on her mask, although it wasn't particularly smelly in the pipe. The water was nearly pure. I did not respond, merely sighing and continuing my examination. Knickers. Immense knickers. What did they call them? Some wacky Middle Ages relic? Sewn together from rags and patches. I guesstimated the temperature in the pipe at approximately 17 degrees. Too cold to wander around just in your skivvies. The feet were bare, but the skins bore the telltale strips of pressure having been applied. So he had worn footwear, and in all likelihood clothes, too. But everything had been removed after the giant's death. The body displayed signs of injury as well. Deep wounds on the left upper arm and several furrows on the torso. One wound still contained a snapped-off allspike, while another went straight through to the liver. 5 deep stab wounds in the thighs. I did not inspect the back. I had no desire to squirm my way through the chomping turtles or attempt to turn the monster over. It was fairly clear that even without the shot to his head, the fucker would probably have kicked it anyway as a result of blood loss and the seriousness of his wounds. I did not know if Cucker's spiders could be called idiots, but it seemed they knew how to fight and were not afraid of opponents that dwarfed them. So, a full combat squad of well-equipped spiders. How many opponents like this would you need to deal with them? I had apparently fallen so deeply into reflection that I had begun speaking out loud without noticing. You mean how many big guys like this would you need to take on a squad of spiders? Rek asked, looking at me. Wait, what makes you think the spiders got dealt with? Maybe they just felled this fucker and continued calmly on their way in search of jellyfish. What makes me think that? Well, firstly, they still haven't returned, despite all their deadlines having passed. I replied readily. You don't risk a combat group like that, and besides, there's the loss of the needle-long gun. Cucker would not have agreed to that. Neither would the rest of them. Turn themselves back into pathetic arachnid worker goblins? I don't think so. Even for the sake of a wicked trip for Chief Mimir. If the spiders didn't return, it means something very bad happened to them. And secondly, the skull biting the cable, I said, pointing at the perpetually rattling rattle. Leave a comrade an arm's severed head hanging on a cable? I wouldn't do that. Thank you, the orc said. If anything happens to you, I won't hang your head on the wall clattering like a rattle either. I'll just sink you in some dark corner. Deal, I snickered. This is where the spider's lost, Rex said. Unlikely, I shook my head. But this is probably the place where it all finished. I reckon the spiders fled, Rek. They lost a scuffle and ran away. And not everyone made it. Some were laid low earlier, some later, and maybe only Cucker managed to get this far before the finale. Are you deducing all this from the hole in his forehead? Yes, they got him with a rifle, put a hole right through his noggin. That's the needle-long gun, and only Cucker can fire it. Shot, killed, ran on, Rek continued for me. Nearly got as far as the slope, and that's where they got him. But he clung to the cable with everything he could, even his teeth. So they just cut his head off. Something like that. You mean his empty head knocks against the wall in mourning? Bask said, sniggering. As a warning? Maybe it's him, maybe it's one of his squad members, I said. After the attack, they took the bodies away. They did everything in a hurry. Took off the clothes, left the head, dragged the spiders' corpses and equipment further up. Why were they in a hurry? Fuck knows. But there are pluxes around here, and if there weren't too many pursuers, that's good enough reason not to linger. Besides which, they might have been bearing injuries and in a hurry to get medical assistance. Or they just didn't have any need for the head of a stupid spider. But they needed the body? They needed the body. Meat. To eat? I see no other reason to lug 100 kilograms of spider meat on your back. So spider brains don't count as meat, they're a delicacy. I know little to nothing about their dietary predilections. Maybe they just don't like picking them out, or they just stupidly forgot about the head. And they ditched their brother's corpse. Mind you, it is 200 kilograms worth, I suppose. You're not humping that very far. We can keep guessing until we're blue in the face. Anything might have happened here. We move on, but from now on I take point. You stay 5 paces behind, and no arguments." After waiting for their nods, I took a last look at the slowly disappearing corpse and set off further up the pipe, sticking to the wall. We'd lost our even tempo and were now moving in fits and starts, stopping randomly every now and then to have a look around and listen in. Those wretched locals had looted their fellow tribesman's corpse and left only his dirty underwear, as a result of which their level of technical sophistication was an unknown factor. Judging by the underwear, it was extremely low, but was it not just possible that in life the man had simply liked a bit of breathing space for his little fella? His skin had been subjected to a good chewing, and there was no evidence of him having carried any equipment, although his feet were very informative and had been shod in very strange shoes that were bound to the feet with straps. What did that mean? There was a chance that whoever had stumbled upon the combat spiders was not technologically savvy enough to be wary of a shot to the chest from a distance of several hundred meters. It was the light. Giant or no giant, you needed light. However dim, light was necessary for a comfortable existence. We were not psychologically suited to life in total darkness. Oh, that essential, that desired and so treacherous light. What did the locals use? Flashlights, flaming torches, night vision devices? Had they been learning to use and communicate via anal echolocation? I needed more information, as soon as possible. The next lead soon made itself known, also on the wall. A wrenched-off spider's leg. Steel and short with a carabiner and a talon at one end and a busted link at the other. Judging by the height of the carabiner, the spider had continued climbing by hooking his talon onto a barely noticeable protrusion. There the poor thing had hung, and down from there he had been torn, losing his arm into the bargain. Why the spider had climbed up there in the first place was a mystery. The roof of the pipe was not high enough to make it worth the effort. He had either lost his mind in fear or attempted to adopt a higher position to shoot a particular somebody from the rear ranks. Still nothing but guesses. But we were on the right track, and judging by certain signs, we were moving in the direction of the next cascade. "Interesting," I said reflectively, going down on one knee at a sharp bend in the pipe and aiming my needle gun at the cascade, which took its beginning roughly 5 meters from me and looked like a fairground attraction for suicides, pulsing with deep red light. A 7 or 8 meter section of the pipe was developing holes. On the other side, flickers of scarlet flashed, leaving flare spots on the insides of my eyelids. Water illuminated in red flowed in torrents from the same place, from out of the holes, creating the illusion that we were inside a blood vessel. Here the pipe took a steep turn upward, and in order to continue our ascent, we would have to climb using the holes as handholds and footholds. However, my interesting did not concern the pipe. No, it was something else that had caught my eye. On a luxuriantly illuminated latticework bed lay an ugly, naked giant. He was being massaged by the tumbling deep red water, and his face was skewed in the grimace of his nearing orgasm. In fact, he was masturbating frantically, paddling the waterfall with his feet and wriggling his pelvis, overwhelmed by sensation. I made my decision quickly. A couple of brisk hand signals, and I lurched forward fast. Not running, mind, and trying not to splash. The wanker's dream rumbling massage sluice assisted me with his blinding flashes and noise, allowing me to approach quickly and unnoticed. After scrambling up a short way, I threw myself to the side and landed bang on target, boot soles first on the giant's quivering crotch, transforming his rhythmic "ooh, ooh, ooh" into a constrained "oh, oh, oh, oh" as his feet swang up and he slid frolicsomely to the foot of the cascade. Rex skipped over, and with one quick movement, the blade of his axe came to a rest against the giant's throat, scraping along the skin and shredding it. "Did you come?" I asked, pushing the barrel of my piggy into the giant's screwed-up left eye. His right eye gawked at me, frightened, uncomprehending, and blinking rapidly. Yeah," the guy forced out, trembling in shock. Well, it was understandable. There you were, lying in the bath, minding your own business, relieving the stress of a long, hard day, when suddenly, smack, an unshaven man with a needle gun lands on your balls. Not exactly what your moist imagination had conjured up. But what your moist imagination had conjured up was that busty bitch. Have I disrupted your erotic fantasy? I asked, happily applying greater pressure to the needle gun. Are you going to start pumping your pump to images of me now? Huh? Huh? Maybe you could let your little friend go? I changed my tone to sympathetic mode and stepped up onto the man's chest. You've nearly strangled the poor thing. I wasn't. Hey, outsiders, goodness. We are outsiders, I said, studying the prisoner, my delight mounting with every second. He wore homemade clothes, jerkin, trousers round his knees, already familiar underpants. His feet were bare, but Yorka was currently in the process of retrieving from the pool a small backpack hanging from one of the straps of which was a pair of boots with straps. A fair-sized club 1.5 meters long, and fashioned from a number of reinforcement bars tied together with wire also hung there. A hefty and fearful weapon. Not every man would be able to wield it, yet in the giant's paw the club would look little more than a twig. That said, I saw no needle gun or anything else of technological interest. Who are you? I asked gently. Who are you, you jaunty little wanker in your underground jacuzzi? Ought I to be telling your girlfriend what her boyfriend gets up to in the bath? I'm Mook. Mook? Mook. The giant nodded cautiously, knocking his chin against the axe pressed to his neck. Oh, don't. What are you, a goblin? I'm a deva. A what? We are devas, the giant bleated. Great and terrible devas. Devas? I repeated, looking quizzically at Bask, who could do nothing but shrug his shoulders. How interesting. And what are devas known for, apart from your advanced self-gratification technique? We just live. Did you kill a squad of spiders, Mook? I asked casually, drawing my knife from my belt. Pants. Put on my pants, the giant said. I was not, however, about to grant him any moral solace. May his outgrowth show his woeful self further. Additional psychological pressure was rarely superfluous. Did you kill a squad of spiders, Mook? I asked, squatting down on his chest, bringing my knife hand down and pricking not too deeply his... whatever I happened to prick. There were vast swaths of body to work with here. Ah! Thick skin. The honed blade cut through it with ease, but then came up against some resistance underneath it. You killed a squad of spiders. I was now stating a fact rather than inquiring, and at the same time applying pressure to the inserted knife. Ah! A real sweet phantasmagoria of sadomasochism, yes? I said, smiling warmly into his enormous face. Has that sweet lump made its way to your heart yet? You feel humiliated but happy? Ah! Mook, maybe a bit deeper. Don't be shy. We killed them. It was us. Take it out. That hurts. It hurts. What's with the take it out all of a sudden? I said and tutted. The main thing here is to get used to it, and then you'll start to like it. Let's do it like this. We'll think up our own personal safe word for us and us alone. As soon as you whisper it in my ear, I will stop immediately so that nothing out of the ordinary happens to your magnificent body, okay? What? Ear, I ordered, and Rex swiped with his axe. A third of an ear floated away on the crimson cascade. Ah! What is your safe word? Why are you doing this? Why? I'll tell you. Don't. Ah! I spent a couple of not exactly the worst seconds of my life poking my knife around in the ever-widening wound. Then I allowed the guy, along with our eardrums, a moment's respite. Your safe word, your salvation from pain and mutilation, should be speedy and concise answers to my questions. Got that, Deva Mook? Yes, I get it. You killed the spiders. Definitely, 10 of them. Yes. Where are their bodies and their equipment? We took them home with us. Why the bodies? Did you eat them? Rarely. Honestly, rarely. Only on Carnage Day. And then only if we find some. This time we found... Fuck! What is Carnage Day? A celebration. Our sacred celebration. Carnage Day? A sacred celebration? Yes, listen, we are normal folk. Good folk. We don't eat other folk like us. We're not cannibals. But you chowed down on the spiders. What were we supposed to do? It was Carnage Day when we came across them. We had no choice. We have no fear. There can be no discussion, only fighting, rage, and blood, because it's a freaking sacred celebration." My face was sprayed with spit. "We've never even been down this low before. What is there to do here? It was the rage that brought us here. And we didn't all get lucky. Shitting Carnage Day. Carnage, carnage. We are peaceful, Devas. We didn't want to kill them, and we didn't want to die either. We didn't even want to eat, but we had to. Or, to be more precise, we wanted to eat on just that one day, so we did. But then, fuck!" His whole body shuddered, and the giant covered his face with his fat-fingered hands and burst into tears. He was now not afraid to push aside my piggy, which was still poking into his eye. I snorted and lingered for a short moment before climbing down from his sobbing, quaking chest and taking my place beside the astonished orc and zombie. Jutting out his sneering lower lip, Rek came to a conclusion. "Woman. He's basically still a child," the zombie said quietly, bending his neck oddly to look at the weeping giant in a manner of a carrion-eating bird eyeing a dead body that has magically come back to life. "He's ashamed of what's been done." "Ashamed?" Yorka barked, for an instant ceasing her observation of the upper part of the crimson jacuzzi. "And he's not ashamed of spanking the monkey in the middle of the street? Geez, blow up and die. Have you completely lost it, goblins?" "Devas," I corrected her, giggling. "Hey, Mook, pull up your underpants. The girl's embarrassed. Well, either that or she's getting excited." "Hey," Bask said. "What is there to get excited about?" the girl said. "Pull your underpants up, crybaby. What the fuck, Elb? How come it's always this way with you?" "What have I got to do with it?" I asked, sincerely surprised. "Everything. We come here to the dread dark of the acid bath to look for the scary beasts who whacked a squad of spiders. And what do we find? A masturbating teenager." "Oh," Mook groaned, his face still covered. "Oh shit, I'm dead. I'm freaking dead." "He's a little older than that," I said, and deciding that the situation had somewhat eased, ordered, "Deva Mook, arise. Sit over there by that wall." "Oh," the Deva said, shaking his head. I took a step towards him, put my boot hard into his thigh, and said, "Get up." The giant jumped up awkwardly, and transformed at once from a recumbent crybaby into a 3-meter mound of meat hanging over me like a cliff. He had not yet managed to don his underpants, and Rek and I took an involuntary step backward. Somehow reminiscent of a passive herbivore, the giant plodded over to his designated spot, finally pulling on his underpants and trousers, sat down, crossed his legs, dropped his hands to his lap, and froze, fixing us with a quizzical look. "Let's have some more details," I said, smiling endearingly and extending him a bottle of lemonade. "Have a swig of this sweet stuff and take a few deep breaths. Then you can begin to speak." "Thank you. Thank you." The bottle disappeared inside his fist and crackled plaintively as he squeezed its contents into his mouth. And I mean literally squeezed, not letting the neck touch his lips while he was about it. When the last drop was gone, he returned the flattened bottle to me before hastily rinsing his hand in the water and wiping it on his chest. Rek flinched, but I halted him with a sharp gesture. Nobody wanted to cause us any offense. This was something different and nothing to do with us. His movements were mechanical. He had done that many times before. I looked at the bottle and asked instinctively, "What's wrong with the bottle?" "Plastic." The giant's face screwed up in a grimace of revulsion. "Filth." Superb. Plastic was filth. And who was this announcing it? A man whose balls were this very moment dangling in sewage. Seeing our puzzlement, Mook tried eagerly to explain. "Invisible filth which kills gradually, passes through the skin, passes through the stomach, and gathers here and here." He knocked on his forehead and his chest. "And then you die. It's always like that, always. But what can we do? We must look after ourselves. Be afraid of plastic. It settles in the brain by the picogram and then drives you mad. I drank because it tasted good and I was thirsty, but in doing so I have brought the date of my death or insanity closer." "So—" When I saw the fanatical and somehow childish sincerity in his eyes, I realized that a slightly different approach was needed here. I stepped away, demonstratively holstering my weapon, hunkered down, and asked softly, "Tell me about your people, Deva Mook." "I'm not going to show you my house." The words were pronounced with the resoluteness of a doomed man. "Torture me, kill me, I won't tell. I'm a Deva. I'm one of the family. I will not betray it." "We're not going to tell anyone what you were up to here," I said, waving a comforting hand. "Less stress, Mook, less stress." "I'm not talking about that." The Deva twitched like he'd been stung. You came here for vengeance, didn't you? You came here to kill." "Nah," I said, shaking my head. "I'll tell it like it is. I couldn't care less for whoever you killed here. They are nothing to me. The only people I might kill for are all here in this pipe, and that does not include you." "I cannot believe you." Again that sense of fatality. And again that pure language. Pure in the sense of curse-free. Chat to any goblin even us, and every other word will be shit, bitch, idiot, die, cocksucker. It's part of conversational etiquette. But Deva Mook spoke purely. He had gotten all his cussing out of his system not long ago. But who watches their language in a situation like this? Even the most virtuous of us can become peeved if you interrupt us fantasizing about intercourse with a lovely female. Again that shock. When I want to find your home, and I will cope just fine without your assistance. All I have to do is roam a little further up these pipes, and one day I will come across another Deva abandoning himself to his fantasies in a scheduled nook. And one day I will meet somebody who will show me the way to the place I'm looking for, if I don't accidentally find it myself. But not today. Not today, I agreed. But let us not be hasty, Deva. Could you just tell us about your people? You don't seem bad guys, right? It's just worth giving you a wide berth on Carnage Day, yeah? That's right. We don't touch anybody, we just live here. Live. Nobody ever used to come this way at all. But just over a year ago, one of the doors somehow came open. The one with the screen. It had never been opened before, and it happened on Carnage Day. I was there. You were there? Yes, the giant said with a shudder and a squirm. Everything went black in front of my eyes. I was running. Everyone was running. We were shouting. We were searching. We always searched, but usually we never found anyone. And then we would all calm down and everything would be okay again, every single time. But not that time. You came across some strangers. Yes, they were on the other side of that door with the screen. The door opened and there was a bunch of small fry just like us, looking at us. So we started running and they started firing. Look. The giant poked a finger at his right bicep, where 3 red spots stood out on his light skin. They opened fire first, but even if they hadn't fired, it was Carnage Day. You reacted? We brushed them aside. On Carnage Day, we become stronger and faster and fiercer. We are afraid of nothing. All day? No, just for 30 minutes. Half an hour, I snickered. Half an hour? Cucker's bad break happened. Half an hour, that's all. If we don't kill anyone, if no blood is spilled, just half an hour and we just run. We don't touch anybody. We jump over rats and shovels and bang on the walls, and then we just stop and return home. And that's it. But here was that door. I remember breaking a neck. I squeezed it and something cracked inside, and out of his mouth came... The giant shuddered. Yuck, yuck, yuck. He looked at me like... And I smashed his head against the wall and then crushed his eyeballs and I bit a chunk out of his neck. And then I was vomiting for a week. Although that day we ate. We have digressed, I said, interrupting his delivery. You said you jumped over rats and shovels. What do they look like? Like usual. The Deva was surprised and his fingers stirred. The rats have different colored scales, and the shovels have no skin. They're like bubbles. And they lay their eggs in the water. Deva Mook was describing plunar zarls and shellless turtles, and if we had managed to leave the turtles, shovels, calmly behind, then the pluxes. And the rats don't touch you, don't attack? Rats attack us? The Deva said, dumbfounded. Of course not. Why would they? Indeed, I smiled. Why would they? You don't eat them? Sometimes. Shovels, too. There's lots that can be cooked, but you'll never find anything tastier than meat shrooms. We only eat meat after the rage on Carnage Day, tradition and all that. But that day you had to eat something else. I steered us back on topic. Yes, that day we really did kill. And during this rage, you don't shred everything in your path. You don't touch the rats and javels. Never. I don't know why, but we only attack outsiders like you. Although I've only heard that from the elders, and they've never even seen any outsiders. We just heard that's what it was like before. But we didn't see any outsiders. We didn't kill anybody. Yes, you did, I said, shrugging. Anything might have happened. Tell me about that moment. The door opened and you had the rage. You attacked them, knocking the first arrivals off their feet and killing them. But what about the rest? Did they run away? Yes. To begin with, they opened fire. They killed Molk, Mikla, and Losha. Then they ran, those that were left, and we ran after them. We ran for a long time, along the pipes and down the stairways. In some places, the pipes are narrower, so we couldn't run. We had to crawl. And the spiders were able to get away. I twigged. But then the pipes got wider and you were able to catch up with them. Yes, towards the end, when my head and arm were already wounded, we caught up with the last two and killed them. We might not have caught them up, but one of them suddenly froze in mid-step, mumbling something about freaking Membak, and hit the deck like he was dead. So we made sure he was. He was having a flashback, I said slowly, sensing my fighter's eyes boring into my back. And he blanked out at the most inconvenient moment. What? He had a what? It's not important. What about the last spider? The first one, the one who fell, had a spear in his hand, and he pierced the other one's foot with it, although the other one had almost gotten as far as the stairway, and we were pooped out. Cucker's fucking bad luck, I said, shaking my head. It wasn't his day, and you killed him too? He killed Lom first, shot him right through the head. Then we grabbed him and dragged him away, clubbing him. He died quickly, but he held onto a steel cable with his teeth, and Milne cut his head off. We ran back snarling, and then the rage was over, so we went back, took Lom's clothes, paid him our last respects, and left. Is it just me, or do all their names begin with M or L? Why didn't you take his body? We had no strength left, the Deva admitted. The rage drains you of every last drop of energy. We could hardly walk. We took our dead because it's sacred flesh to be used as food. It cannot be discarded. Uh-huh. So why didn't you go back later? We ran out of time. You ran out of time? We ran out of time. All this repetition is exhausting, I said. What has time got to do with anything? After a body's been dead for 6 hours, nobody except the elders can touch it. That's the law. It's taboo. So Loma could only be retrieved by the elders, and they're very old and very weak, and they couldn't do it. And the body just remains there to decompose in the pipe. I nodded. I see. Not decompose, Mook corrected me. Devas do not decompose. Dead devas are eaten away little by the javels and the water. Not in the pipe, of course. We head for the Nga-Ruka, and there we find eternal rest and disappear forever. So... But the Lom will rest in the pipe for a long time to come, a very long time. So you killed and ate the spiders. You didn't eat them all, though. We just had a nibble. Oh, yuck, everyone was sick. If it wasn't for those sacred customs... Shit, Bask said. He had put the Deva's backpack down by its owner's side, signaling that he'd found nothing of danger or interest in it. Everyone else was dispatched honorably to the Nga-Ruka. We're not animals. We mourn them and continue to do so. This is bad luck for both sides of the conflict. Beautifully said, I acknowledged. But I repeat, I could not care less for the spiders. Their bodies are in the Nga-Ruka. But what about their gear? Clothes, backpacks, equipment, weapons. You took all of that, didn't you? Of course. We like to keep the place tidy. So where did you put it all? We don't need all that stuff. It's a sin to keep such a lot of clutter. So where did you put it all? The same place where all the unneeded stuff in this world goes. And where is that? Shit, I think I know, but I so want to be wrong. The Nga-Ruka, eternal rest. Fuck, Rex shouted. The big gun, the one I used to kill Lom. I had still not lost hope. The Nga-Ruka. The Nga-Ruka, I repeated. And what exactly is the Nga-Ruka? Eternal rest. What does it look like? A pit, the giant said, shrugging. A bottomless pit. The ancestral homeland of the Javels, the sanctuary of 1,000 waterfalls, the droning music of death, the Nga-Ruka." I looked thoughtfully at the coyly smiling Deva. These idiots killed a squad of fighter spiders because of some seasonal condition flaring up. They took the corpses and gear home where they squeamishly held a sacred ritual, which acquired an unusual depth of reality on this particular occasion, as they had to bite chunks out of the spiders. And then they honorably dispatched the corpses to a bottomless pit called the Nga-Ruka. Closely followed, probably not quite so honorably, by all the spiders' belongings, including the Cucker the Seven-Legged's freaking needle gun. "Are you disheartened?" the giant asked. "I can help. Have you heard about Japa? And about the sacred words On Namah Shivaya? Would you like to hear more?" "I want to hear the coordinates of the Nga-Ruka," I said with a heavy sigh, "and I want to hear them now." "But it's just next to our home. I cannot." "Listen to me, Mook. You seem like a clever guy and a good Deva. Do you know who I am?" "Who?" "A malignant goblin. When I kill, I get a kick like you have never gotten from gripping your lotus flower between your fingers in your bath with its underwater lighting. I am also unbelievably impatient, know jack shit about Japa or Shivaya, and become more malignant when I don't get what I want. If you show me the Nga-Ruka, I shall let myself down there, take the things I need, come back up and leave, causing no harm to any Devas. It is not your souls that I am here for. But if I am forced to wander through this chaos looking for that damned pit by myself, I will get so angry that when I find your home, I will slice up all you Devas without exception. I will have my own rage and my own carnage day, and my fighters and I will have a contest to see who can lop off the greatest number of massive heads." "Those are terrible words you speak." "The truth is what I speak. I am someone whom it is better not to anger without good reason, and you have no good reason. Lead us to the Nga-Ruka." "But nobody has ever been down there." "Lead us," I repeated. "What if you don't find what you're looking for?" "Then we shall leave without laying a finger on anybody." "The Nga-Ruka isn't actually bottomless." The Deva's admission was unexpected. "It's just very deep. Luna told me in secret." The first piece of good news for the day. "Luna was also supposed to come to the water in the beautiful scarlet light today, but she didn't, and I waited and waited." "And you decided to give yourself a hand," I said, nodding. "I can only applaud your decision. I would have done just the same myself." "But it's better not to tell the other Devas about him." "Your secrets are safe with me, Devamook," I promised. "Lead us to your home, and let the wise elders answer the question for themselves." "Okay, you have promised, but I beg of you, not a word to anyone." "Naturally, not a single word." I sighed with relief and rose. "Let's go. First up, show me the door with the screen that had never been opened." The door with the screen. 1 hour later, I knew it was a strong steel door, now shifted to one side, creating a wide entrance, and equipped with 2 screens, one on either side. Beneath one of the screens was a familiar-looking sensor, and scarcely had I touched my finger to it than on the screen appeared some familiar and some unfamiliar lines. Connection to Global Control Network, none. Decision-making, local resource. Decision, positive plus conditions. Conditions, minimal player level, novice 1. Game challenge completed. Outcome, victory. Reward, opening of door 3227 AD. Connection to Global Control Network, none. Decision-making, local resource. Decision, positive plus conditions. Conditions, minimal player level, novice 1. Now that does surprise me, I admitted, stepping aside to let the others scan their fingers. "Why are you placing your fingers on a sinful, if sacred object?" Our massive escort with his bandaged leg asked in surprise. "And how did you make the screen come to life?" "Have you never touched it?" "Once." The giant's admission was accompanied by embarrassment. "Just once." "Well, yes, Luma didn't come and you decided to do it yourself. So, what did you see?" "Nothing," the giant replied with even greater surprise now. "The screen didn't come to life." Do you often see green lines in front of your eyes? What? Do you receive daily tasks from the system? What? From Mother. Mother exists. Uh-huh. Does she give the Devas tasks? She did, just the once. Live here, tidy up here, clear blockages here. And the Devas try. The Devas are strong. The Devas clean the pipes every day. Although there are so many terrible murderous things here. Every day, plastic bottles. Every day, little pieces settle in the brain. Lead on, Devamook, lead on. I was learning more and more with each step. There was still some information missing, but since Mook was walking, let him walk. I could not give him the opportunity to change his mind and condemn us to long roamings of the dark alleys up here. So, strangers, you accidentally bumped into Devamook? The gray-haired old man asked, slowly running his hand along the 3 very long gray hairs growing from his age-sharpened chin. What was the youngster doing down there so far below? We came across him by one of the lower pipes. He was brutally sharpening his sword in a blue study about the fate of the Deva people, I replied after a tiny pause. His double-edged sword, Yorka added out of the blue. Rek bent over and was lost to a coughing fit, and Bask considerately clapped him on the back while hiding his own distorted face from prying eyes. I did not get a close look at his sword. I snickered. This younger generation is well-bred. You can be proud of them. Thank you, stranger, the elder giant said, closing his eyes. Thank you. We try, but Mook has no sword. Club, I said, correcting myself. Uh-huh, Rek said in my support. He was brutally polishing his club. Now it was Bask's turn to cough and bend double. You have journeyed far, strangers, the elder said with a smile. Allow me to invite you to our table. Please partake of our modest but hearty spread. Let's have a look then, I said, smiling in response. I had barely taken 3 steps before the rambunctious goblin girl hissed angrily in my ear. Where the hell are we? How should we behave? I don't have it in me to be polite. You don't have to, I replied. Behave as you normally do. We can't behave the same as they do anyway. Impressive, though, Bask said, looking around excitedly and touching everything by force of habit, while simultaneously counting his steps. Impressive. And frightening, Yorka added, stepping slowly behind the zombie. We're so small. Yes, I agreed. This is what it means to feel like a tubby minnow. It's fine, Rek roared, staring at the buttocks of a particularly large Deva who could easily boast 4 meters of height and who was hanging precariously over the orc. Oh, shoot. There was no way it was a hereditary thing. I had already managed to glean on the way that the Devas, just like all the other known denizens of the steel world, did not bear children. It was impossible to conceive. There had to be another reason why the Devas came into this world that size. The possibilities are few. All the existing giants in the world had been rounded up and sent here. Or somehow or other they had created giants out of regular people. I was not, however, about to tie myself in knots over the riddle. Well, not right now, at any rate, for I had more important business to attend to, although I did spend a couple of minutes checking out the Davis' haven. A village. A clean, well-tended, oval-shaped village built around a round central square. This is where we were heading, as it soon transpired, directly to a modest white wall standing in the middle of the square. No signs, no symbols, just a white wall rising approximately 15 meters towards the ceiling, although in order to actually touch it, the pillar would have to be at least twice the size. If I had to label everything around us with one word, it would be a klux, a residential klux, but one without tables and chairs. The roles of tables and chairs were played by heavy-duty steel blocks welded to the floor of the square, and serving as residential buildings were strong freight containers, which over the years had lost their paint and markings. Huge steel crates with doors flung open at the ends. The Devas could not stretch out fully in these houses, but sleep was perfectly possible. They were just like accommodation capsules, perfect shelter for what seemed to be the most important enemy around here, the streams of water tumbling from the ceiling. Although it was pure water. Or at least it was not harmful to the Devas I knew, for I saw a giant standing on the street tip his head back and, catching a minuscule little waterfall in his mouth, swallow it thirstily. As we strolled, Mook, walking alongside the elder, chatted incessantly, which was in fact the reason I had agreed to stroll as far as the dining table. I had no intention of staying for lunch. When we got to the gigantic laid tables, I waited for an invitational signal before stepping up and tearing off a piece of some yellow waterweed. Putting it in my mouth, I chewed, bitter, nodded my approval, and stepped away from the refreshments. We really must hurry. Where is the pit? The Ngaruka? The very same. You're requesting permission. I'm not requesting, I replied, correcting the old man. I have never requested anything, and it is with enormous difficulty that I maintain my affability, despite it being far easier to hold my needle gun to somebody's temple and ask them to show me the way to the pit quick smart. I do not wish to offend, but we were not exactly chomping at the bit to come here, and we came here in search of our own. We wish only to expiate our offenses. We Davis committed an irredeemable deed when we killed your— I couldn't care less about the dead spiders. We came here in search of a rifle, a big, long shooting thing, and the sooner we find it, the more time we will have to sit and exchange pleasantries about our respective worlds. What do you say? That way. The old man waved a pointing hand, and I immediately strode off in that direction, paying no attention to the other gray-haired giants that happened to be on the square. I was way interested. I seriously wanted to check out everything on the square, ask 100 questions, and receive 1,000 answers. But I could not tarry, for I did not know how long it would take to find Cucker's needle-long gun. The search might last all of a minute, peer into the pit, and instantly see the rifle hanging from its strap. Then again, perhaps it won't be all that simple. The Ngaruka was situated a kilometer from the Davis's clucks, and was nothing you might call a pit, but rather an oblong vertical shaft, and it seemed obvious to me that at some time in the past it had been the shaft of a gigantic elevator. Later they had removed the cabin and cut the cables, and the shaft had remained. It was quite an impressive size, approximately 10 meters by 6. The smell. There was no smell whatsoever, but the shaft sucked air in, so it was too early to say. On the way there, our 2 smiling giant escorts confirmed Mook's information that the corpses of Davis were not susceptible to corruption. Their bodies did not decay, and their bodies were not accepted post-mortem by the system, despite the village having one fully operational med block, which any Deva could visit at any moment. But if you put a corpse in there, the system would leave the door open, and that would be that. For this reason, an exit had long since been sought out and found, the Ngaruka. You tossed, you forgot. The needle-long gun had also been tossed. Was this irony? A caustic jest? For some, the rifle was a symbol of higher authority, a scepter. For others, an unnecessary household item whose place was on the scrap heap. I peered into the shaft. It was dark. Now we would benefit from our economy of torch use. I unshouldered my backpack and uncoiled a rope before giving a mildly ominous-sounding command. Prepared to descend into the Ngaruka fighters. Pondering for a second, I added, Rek, check the internal walls for handholds. If there's a chance we can climb down and back up without ropes, we'll all go together. If not, 2 can stay up here. Yeah, right, the orc barked. And what if they cut the ropes? We would never do that, one of the giants said, and looked at us dumbstruck. How could you say that? Handholds, the orc said dully. For 10 meters down, definitely. After that, it curves away. There's also a dead Deva hanging with his head downwards, turtles feeding on it. In which case we go together, I concluded. Chapter 8. The first 10 meters was easy. The rope didn't even come into play, what with a more than sufficient holds on the walls. And just as we were beginning to tire of the descent, my torch beam lit on the rung of a stairway beginning at the first bend in the shaft. Along the stairway stretched the yawning jaws of opened brackets, suggesting that cables had been run down here in earlier times. Lots of cables before they were all carefully demounted. We continued our descent by the stairway and by the light of 2 torches. Since the Pluxes don't bother the Davis, maybe we should get a few to join our group, Bass asked out of nowhere, hanging on a rung that was a mite higher than me. No? Like a living wall? They don't bother the rats, and the rats don't bother them. The system, I said. Damn, yes. The system would definitely throw a wobbly at an outrage like that, the zombie said, sighing. It would chase the Davis back down there and seal up the acid bath. They wouldn't be able to seal it sufficiently, I said, lowering myself further down and hanging by one arm. The meat, the Plux hunting, the eggs, the salads. The acid bath provides so much of everything. The spiders couldn't cope without it anymore. They'd find somewhere to cut a new entrance. So long as they know the general direction, they'll find a way through to any place they like. True enough. And I should think that's all the acid bath provides, I added. How so? Where do you think the spider's brooches come from? The first queen isn't wearing one in her portrait. You think they found them in the acid bath? Easily, I replied, feeling for the next step. And then they took the risk of selling them via a trade point. The system recognized the object wasn't local to down there. But it couldn't be returned, there was no point recalling them. And anyway, why spoil relations with the queen if they could be consolidated? And it activated the medical kit brooch. But that's just a guess. I'm just saying the acid bath may have presented the spiders with no little interesting junk. I wouldn't refuse a rummage among it for curiosity's sake. A store, the orc said, perking up. Definitely. They must have a secret cache containing all the junk they've found but don't want to publicize. I am a commander. A store. Look at the trade points they've got. They're not just for rummaging. You could live with these spiders, York mused. They've got so many home comforts. Are you talking about the clothes and the food? My question was rhetorical. I've had it up to here with that shit, goblin, Yorka hissed, pressing herself to the wall. Up to here. What's so wrong with home comforts? What's wrong with me being able to choose myself some fruit juice or a food cube that I like? What's wrong with a young woman like me being able to buy some normal-looking and normal-colored panties? Or slap some decent moisturizing cream on her leathery face? Or breathe and see normally without a mask and goggles? What's wrong with me getting showered with shit? Yes, I want that, and what's wrong with that? It is possible to live among the spiders, and if you don't get that, you dumb goblin, it's because you're a man, and I'm a woman. That was almost convincing, but that's beside the point. You could never live among the spiders, I said firmly, stopping and swinging my torch beam to the side. It fell on dead Deva. You'd be better off in the outskirts of the acid bath, or the White Steel. The White Steel was the name the Davis gave to their settlement. Well, obviously, why strain the imagination and torture the brain unnecessarily when slap-bang in the middle of the central square stood a White Steel? Perfect. The settlement of White Steel. A quaint name, one that would never compare to the bitching thresher or the stagnant cesspool because it simply did not sound authoritatively scary. Why? This time it was Basque's turn to be genuinely interested. Basque, whose style of descent had impressed me most of all. The zombie had wasted no energy, neither hanging on the holds nor making overly fast movements. On regaining his vision, Basque had gained a certain grace, and he had just descended the wall like a seasoned lizard, stopping to spend just a few seconds on spying out the next few holds, before climbing gently down them and freezing again in search of the next few. We live in a steel cage with sturdy walls and bars, I replied. And the spiders are the only ones with instruments powerful enough to break through these walls. Electric welders, gas burners. Did you see the acid bath? The spiders have done one heck of a job of rigging everything up. The steel bridges, the lean-tos, the protective meshing, the hanging walkways, the shelters, the containers. Everything made of steel. They're prisoners just like us, with deleted memories just like us. They just preferred to build themselves a monarchical state, indulge in a bit of political tomfoolery, and build a food and drugs farm while they were at it. Yet they didn't make the effort to bore themselves a path to freedom, a path to the outside. Shit, Rex said. I didn't get it. Fuck, of course. Accumulate a bunch of cylinders, gather up gang of capable welders and fires, and head directly up, boring through wall after wall. A storm, a storm. Freak bitches, it's a storm. Show us the sky. Show us freaking freedom. Calm down, for fuck's sake, you idiot, Yorka was ruffled. Why have we stopped next to a corpse anyway? And why are the spiders not making a bid for freedom? Could there be something wrong with them? I reckon they simply have the right food and water, I said, dully drawing closer to the corpse. Or they get brainwashed regularly during medical examinations, or everything together. It's anyone's guess, but one thing's for certain. If prisoners are not trying to escape, there must be something wrong with them. And since that's the way it is, I wouldn't bother setting up home with them. Otherwise, one day you'll be just like them. Path to freedom, Bask chuckled, hanging close by. Commander, have you thought about the very worst-case scenario? Since we're having this conversation alongside the ass of an old dead Deva. What are you jabbering about? Had you not thought that this is freedom? The zombie said, waving his free arm in the direction of the shaft in the Deva's butt. Maybe the whole world is like this. We crawled through one prohibited wall. We crossed the acid bath. And where did we come out? Freedom? No freaking way. Yet again, we're trapped within steel walls. The only new things around here are the gentle giants, the non-rotting corpses, the javels, and a mass grave. Where do we go from here? Continue on up? Then to the side again, then take an only recently discovered path downwards, and then up and to the side again, until we lose all sense of direction and purpose and end up back in the outskirts, being greeted by the amazed, familiar faces of filthy goblins humping gray slime? You become a bit of a chatterbox, the orc noted. You need your eye gouging out? I'll gouge your eye out, Yorka snapped. Nah, I shook my head. No, Bask, if only everything were that simple. But can you not feel it? Do you not understand? Understand what? The earth tremors. The tremors getting stronger and stronger. Look about yourselves, goblins. Listen in. This world is collapsing. I don't know what kind of goblins lived here before us, but they were way luckier than us. They lived through the dawn of Drainagetown and the Spider's Kingdom. Now it's a total clusterfuck. An explosion that created the stench and simultaneously facilitated the birth of a tribe of cannibal bogmen. An explosion that ripped through the steel heavens and rained down corpses, plucks, and shit on the city. The waterfall still hasn't let up. The spiders have 2 sniper rifles left, maybe 3 if we find Cucker's cannon. The streets of Drainagetown are knee-deep in shit, and each year brings more and more. And what about upstairs? Every pipe, small and large, is held together with patches. Even the metal is fatiguing. Did you notice the corridor before the door with the screen, that pipe? Something was sticking out of there, something that looked like a huge car jack holding the ceiling up. We saw it. If that jack wasn't ratcheted up, there would be no way through to the door with the screen, Bask said quietly. So the system dragged a reserve jack up here to support the heavenly vault? Even the metal is fatiguing, I repeated. And the thing about the absence of global connection to the control network, did you see that on the screen? Yes. The system has no access to that door, and the door's computer granted permission for a game challenge to a random spider who approached it in a daze. I reckon the spider squad was homing in on the creaking sounds coming from the jack cranking up, and they saw one of the walls of the world disappearing and creating a passageway through to the door. If Cucker had had a smidgen more luck, the spider tribe would now be in contact with a new tribe and a new race, the Devas. But Cucker's freaking bad luck? Anyway, screw Cucker. The point is that the world is falling apart, and that's normal because we live inside a man-made structure, goblins. Man-made. Somebody erected these walls here. Somebody created us as volitional nullforms. Somebody cut off our arms and legs. Somebody created and launched the system. And since that is the case, one day this world will come to an end. Why? Because every single thing will one day age and break. And the more complex the thing, the sooner it will break. A steel club will serve you well for centuries, whereas a sophisticated sniper rifle will be unfit for use much sooner. Anyway, pack it in with the chatter. The Devas haven't got any scars on their arms. They have their own limbs, Yorka noted. And there are no observation domes up here, apart from the one hanging above the white steel, and that's been on the blink for years, Bask added. The Devas don't fit in around here either, I said. It's like someone shoved them up here out of desperation. What do? Clean the pipes, clean the grills, clean everything. They're a bit odd for cleaners, don't you think? Massive, ungainly, prone to fits of uncontrollable bloodthirst, bodies that don't decompose. They're also very strong and don't live more than 50 years. After 40, they begin to age very quickly, Bask said more quietly now. What do you mean? I asked in surprise. They're gray-haired old men. That old man who took us to the square is 39. He said so. He's lying, Yorka said. Definitely lying. I'm not sure, the zombie said. It's not normal to be that big. Let them call themselves a people of Davis, but they're still people. The same as us, just very big, and it wouldn't be normal for us to be that big. They're people? I asked, unconvinced. Their bodies don't decompose, and their thirst for blood? Okay. Bask, hold my torch and shine it on my hands. What are you going to do? A small field autopsy. What are you looking for? The zombie's voice sounded sincerely interested and void of squeamishness. A chip, I replied concisely. Rek, switch on your torch and let's have a dig around in this arm for a chip. Why? Yorka asked. And why don't they stink? Although right now it's probably the best. I did not bother answering. I was busy forcing my knife into the death-darkened skin and making a deep incision along the full length of the massive arm. Not the easiest of tasks. The Davis's skin was surprisingly thick, as I had already noted with the body of Loma, who had taken a needle-on-gun needle in his forehead. The flesh beneath the skin was even less yielding to my knife, and I got the impression it was reinforced by the thinnest of steel meshes woven into it. My fighters were silent, observing the process anxiously. After 10 minutes, it was clear the arms contained no chips, so Rek and I began on the dead man's head. We'd had the chance to cave in at Davis Enormous's head in much more convenient conditions back in the corridor. But zeal had driven me on, and now we had to chop one off with an axe as it hung freely in the shaft. Bingo! A pile of bloody gunk slowly settled on the orc's palm. The flake of a chip, like a large, fat, black pumpkin seed, slid slowly down the juicy, meaty slope of the pile. I picked it up and inspected it closely. Size-wise, it was twice bigger than any I had seen before. Apart from that, it was no different, so what was the deal with the extra dimensions? The volume of the Davis brain was hardly likely to be a factor. If microcircuitry grew in size, which flew in the face of its very nature, then it did so exclusively out of necessity, when greater capacity or capability was required of a device. I did not jettison the chip, but squirreled it away in the outside pocket of my belt bag. We have to move faster. The Davis also— Conversation closed, I said. The zombie closed his mouth and nodded his understanding. And we move silently, I added. Yes, our path was illuminated by 2 torches, but not all beasts were blessed with eyes. Some could orient themselves using sound alone, or vibration, or smell. Smell. I'd gotten a fair noseful of the dead Davis foul scent, and I could say with confidence that it did not include the stink of putrefaction. At all. Even had the David died very recently, it was still strange. Any living organism corrupts at least partly after death, and the process is accompanied by a smell. Even rotting plants stink. I don't know how I know, I just know that the stench of dying rainforest is horrific. And particularly so because you don't see the source of the smell. It's everywhere, surrounding you on all sides, creating the impression that the whole world is dying and decaying. The Davas are different. Dead Davas don't stink, but they do smell. What of? Something sweet and rich. What does a dead Dava smell of? I asked, unable to contain myself. Cake! The zombie replied, giving me to understand that the question was torturing him as well. Donuts! Yorka rushed to give her answer. The R smells like donuts sprinkled with powdered sugar. The brains, slightly soured dough, I said, coming to Rek's assistance. That's it. I see, I sighed. Hey, what a stroke of luck. Rek, shine your torch down there. 2 torch beams wrestled part of the shaft from the darkness for a short while, illuminating an interesting section which contained the corpses of enormous Davas. And despite the fair size of the shaft, they had still contrived to get hung up on the walls, dangling from their flailing limbs or speared right through by spikes and hooks sticking out of the walls. The result was the net of corpses beneath us now, which had managed to trap no little booty in its snare. The first thing I saw was a headless spider hanging above the net in a 7-limbed battle harness. It clung to the wall with its steel legs, the body hanging about 2 meters from the most congested bit. The top it wore was slashed at the belly, and the belly itself had been cut open and stitched shut again. Cucker was right below us, regarding us sadly with the stump of his neck. "Mook said they ate his liver," Yorka said above me. "Damn, I've seen that shit so many times and I still get a lump in my throat." "They ate a sliver of liver each and put the rest back," Bask said, fleshing out his girlfriend's story. "Whoa, shit, is that Cucker minus his head? And the head's not around. Probably flew down there." "His head is up there, chewing that cable." "Ah, of course, and it didn't turn out too good for the body." "Cucker's bad luck," I said. "Bitching bad luck. But to hell with Cucker's problems. Where are the rest of the spiders? And where's the rifle?" "I can see a needle gun." "Me too. I've got a clear view. I just can't figure out how it got there. And again, goblins, where are the rest of the corpses? The other 9 fat, chunky spiders, where are they?" "Slipped through the net?" "All 9? I was doubtful. "No, on my order, hold on tight." "Maybe—" "Shut up," I shouted at Yorka. "Listen to me." "Yes, sir." "Tie yourselves on securely, then check your weapons and gear. Wreck, tie up the ropes and the cables. Run them through a carabiner so you can still pull the rope through. 2 go down, 2 watch and cover. Bask, you come with me. Wreck and Yorka, stay up here." "Commander, maybe I should go with you." "You're heavy," I explained, looking at the corpse of a David that was slowly rocking at the edge of the net, with its tongue lolling out of its open mouth. "And you're strong. If anything happens, you can pull me up. And Yorka can pull Bask up." "Maybe he can pull me up?" the goblin girl suggested. She was growing bolder, and slowly but surely acquiring a taste for it. "You do have a needle gun," I reminded her. "Tie a torch to it. If it comes to it, don't be shy with your needles. Bask, are you ready, zombie?" "Let's move." "Let's move," I said, wrapping the end of the rope around my waist and giving the other end to Bask. "Tie yourself on to me. Be careful stepping on the corpses. Try not to touch their stomachs." "Why?" "Maybe the Devas themselves don't decay, but their last meal sure as hell does," I said, looking at a fatso with a decidedly distended belly. "Gas. Stinking freaking gas. And when that gas comes out, the balance of an already precariously balanced corpse might be upset and— I understand. About that needle gun, what about it? You think it dropped down there when they fell?" "Maybe," I said. "Maybe it happened like that, and it purely accidentally landed in the only illuminated spot. No, Bask, this is no place for a happy-ending fairy tale. This is freaking reality, and in reality, the aesthetic illumination of an object can mean only one thing, that someone is trying to sell it to you. And the price? We descend slowly. 1 second, look beneath your feet and quickly pick out a foothold. 2 seconds, look through the holes between the corpses. 3 seconds, look at the seductive needle gun. Just count in your head." "I understand." I was not mistaken about the shaft being an elevator shaft. Judging by its dimensions, it had been a freight elevator, and judging by the height of the car, an elevator for people, and wide but not too tall loads. I understood this by the half-open steel doors in the wall. The size of the car must have corresponded to the size of the doors, mustn't it? And if that was the case, the elevator cannot have been intended for Devas who are more than 3 meters tall. A wall-mounted LED torch shone palely on the other side of the partly open doors. It did not have enough power, and the dim light winked, but it was sufficient to make out that a corridor began there. And 3 yards into the corridor, bang in the center of a spotlight, lay a needle gun in its holster. A piggy. I could see in detail the decoration of the holster. Multicolored, embroidered spiders in strange poses, seemingly copulating. Cucker's holster. I turned back to have a look at the headless corpse and swore under my breath. Shit. "Shit," Bask whispered his agreement, stepping onto a spider's wet ass, then up into the small of its back. "Where are the original legs?" The metal limbs were in place, as were the flesh arms, but from the thighs down there were no legs. Broken bones protruded from stumps, and threads of stinking meat hung from them. Cucker's bad luck. He'd got snagged above the net, and whoever had been down here before us, undoubtedly coming from the other side of those same doors, had been unable to remove the whole corpse, or climb the wall, although they did wrench off and take away the legs, together with the thigh holster, which was then discarded on the ground. "The anonymous shit-eater is not very tall and cannot jump," I announced rather loudly, "but is nonetheless strong. Bask, look." "I can see." Cucker had clung to the wall with the steel frame of his harness and a couple of hands, and he'd been pulled so hard that the steel had bent in a couple of places. His legs had given way first, and if his body had been just a tad more rotten, it would have been torn apart around the midriff area. Okay. Again I turned towards the doors, and stepping onto the fleshy bridge with extreme caution, I stood there for a second before changing my mind and returning to the wall. I moved further along the wall while crouching. Bask shone his torch at the passageway. His face was tense, his single eye winking, and his empty orbit twitching nervously as a dark trickle ran slowly down his cheek. I saw no point in telling him to calm down, and I just kept moving steadily and surely towards my target. There is no better encouragement than the calmness and cucumber coolness of one's compadres. Reaching the sliding doors, I took hold of one edge and applied some light pressure. It didn't budge. I pushed a bit harder, but also to no avail. The gap remained so narrow that I would have to squeeze through sideways, having first removed my backpack. And I could not do that. Screw the backpack, but in case of a swift retreat, the narrow murine crawlway would soon become a trap. And I had not signed up for that shit. I hadn't the faintest idea whether the needle-long gun was there or not, for it could easily have fallen even further, meaning we were wasting time right now. On the other hand, I could not descend further until I was sure the rifle wasn't there, and I could not see yet an enemy lurking in the dark who might easily crawl out into the shaft and wait patiently for us to climb back up. For which reason I stretched out my leg, jammed it up against the other door, and pushed hard. A squeak, and the trembling door budged half a centimeter. Another push, and another. Inch by inch and squeak by squeak, the metal shifted until I figured that the almost meter-wide gap was enough for me. If we went one at a time, nobody would get stuck. "Commander, come closer, but stay on the corpses," I ordered, not looking at Bask. "Shift a touch to the side." "How much?" "Stand so that the door closest to me almost covers you as best it can. Anything left sticking out, cover with the shield. Shine your torch through the slit in the shield." "I left the shield with Yorka." "Don't do that again." "I thought it would get in the way down here. Too much weight." "Don't do that again," I repeated. "Shield, now." "I understand." The zombie tipped his head back and began mumbling. Yorka called out to him, and Rek barked his displeasure. I closed my eyes wearily. Freaking initiative, freaking I thought. That's what calamity usually begins with. I waited, shunted a bit closer to the gap, removed my torch from my belt and shone it into the corridor, examining the floor and particularly the spot of light. Well, that's all clear. The floor was clean in the middle. Well, I say clean, but there were bits of metal littered here and there, as well as a few bones, the threads of some not quite decomposed clothes, and clusters of wires with their insulations stripped. A little bit of everything, and very picturesque it looked, too. It's just that there was one key feature missing from the middle of the corridor: dust. Around the scattered, or rather carefully placed, so as to create the impression of an untrodden path, trash, there was no dust, while alongside the walls there was. And what's this? A large knife lay 3 yards from the needle gun, a hatchet with a long straight blade, a sturdy, reliable weapon and instrument. Beyond the knife was another object, something like a belt bag. What an interesting trail of breadcrumbs. Advancing my face to the gap, I took a deep breath through my nose. And another. And another. I managed to catch the faintest whiff of corruption, a shadow of the smell of the stench. That is exactly what any self-respecting corpse ought to smell like. No, that won't do. Scratch Plan A. I switched off my torch, leaned back against the door, looked at the zombie, and hand-signaled for him to shift another bit. Nodding, Bask hissed at the dawdling Yorka and shifted another bit. Calmly and loudly, I announced, Screw this hole. We can't go any lower because the torches are already dying. We climb back up. And screw the reward, it isn't worth it. This hole needs filling in once and forever." "What?" Yorka asked, dumbstruck, and immediately squealed when she received a slap round the back of the head from the orc. "Hey, what the hell? Hey, I get it. So get climbing then." "Correct decision, Commander," Rex said. "Fuck the risk. I'm pulling the rope." "Okay, just pull carefully. There are loads of snags. Bask, move on up." "Yes, Commander." "Move out," I said, and also leaped into action, intentionally making enough noise to create the necessary sonic background. What for? Down here was a classic trap, simple and naive, but requiring intellect to set it up. And what if that intellect was additionally enhanced with sensitive hearing and an understanding of verbal speech? The zombie half stood and was about to move towards the wall, but he either imagined something or just wanted to have a gander, and he staggered a step to the side. A whistling sound. The sound of a strike. The cry of Bask. The frightened wail of Yorka as she launched her shield. Hanging from her arm were her needle gun and lighted torch. The angry roar of Rek, who snatched the rope from Bask and pulled sharply down, stretching it like a string. And me? By this time I had, in 2 heartbeats, already jumped to the other side of the doorway over a trembling thing which had appeared in the gap. A fat, heinous, and tough-looking thing. Bracing my feet against the wall, I took a grip on the obedient door and yanked. The door gave some more. "Shit!" Bask shouted, stabbing the left part of his chest repeatedly with his awl. "Shit, shit, shit!" "Ah!" I shouted in his support, throwing all the force given to me by the system in my training behind another angry jerk. And what a jerk. The doors closed, with a boom, and our clamorous ensemble of dumb dilettantes was harmoniously enhanced by the howl of a new voice, which added little sense but plenty of volume. "Arr! Bask!" Yorka squeezed out between shrieks. "Shut up!" I shouted. "Rek, wind in my rope and chuck it down there. I can't move. Yorka, you idiot woman, keep shining the torch and stop shouting. Bask, status?" Okay, I'm fucking okay." Dangling between 2 stretched ropes, Bask had a grip on whatever had stabbed him in the chest and was trying to tear it off while simultaneously urging calm. "It's okay. It hit my armor. I'm in one piece, but the thing almost got away with me. Almost got fucking away. Shit." "That's life," I said with a wheeze, tensing my legs. "That's life. Yorka, more light." "How? I've only got 1 torch." "You can shine it out your ass for all I care. Just give me more light, goblin." "Open wide." Rek, who had finished securing my rope, shoved his torch between Yorka's teeth. Straining my neck to look back, I doubled my efforts to hold the door, startled by a whitish, smooth, slimy, and crazily twitching tentacle that was trapped between the doors. Brown streaks flowed slowly through the white, gathering into drops which broke off and flew in every direction. The thing was as thick as my wrist. "Should I cut it?" "Cut it." "Maybe I should take your axe." "An axe for something hanging? Cut. Bask, status." "No change." The zombie's voice was calmer now, but still ringing. "Shit, why did I give the shield to Yorka?" "I'm cutting." Stop, don't cut me, you freaking bitches. Don't cut me, let's talk." "Jeez," I said, turning to my statue-still fighters, but not loosening my hold on the door. I could afford a pirouette, for the tentacle had ceased its twitching and was now frozen between the doors like a mosquito's schlong stuck in a closed scallop shell. "Don't cut me!" "Stab the fucker," I requested of the orc. Rek was all too delighted to draw his knife along the twirling appendage, carefully cutting a slice of meat. "Ah!" The wild, vibrating, and resonating howl could not possibly have belonged to a person, if only because even the most vociferous person was unlikely to be able to scream with 2 voices at once. "Who's that in there with you, you underground louse?" I asked, when the howl abated. The dead deva below me turned its head with a crunch to peer at me with cloudy eyeballs, and its lower mandible slowly came away. "I wasn't talking to you," I said, smiling at the offended corpse, which at once had second thought about its beef with me. "Let me go." "Let our man go first," I ordered in response. A second. Another. Bask breathed a sigh of relief, tottering backwards and not taking his eyes from the tentacle hanging in front of him, which ended in 3 very long, thin white talons. "Good." I nodded my approval. "Well done. I'll repeat my question. Who is that in there with you, louse?" Another interesting question here was, why were there 2 voices crying out in pain when the piece of flesh had been cut from just the one tentacle? "I'm alone. I'm going to cut your member off at the doors. I'm alone in here, alone, and it wasn't me who attacked you. I'm not going to attack you." "Are you taking the piss?" I asked. "You're alone in there, but it wasn't you who attacked us. Does your biting member have a mind of its own or something, and gets turned on by skinny half-blind zomboids?" "Hey," Bask said, offended, and stepped away from the tentacle. "Yes," the shout came from the corridor. "That's it. Listen, I can explain everything. I can show you everything. Just let me go." "Not happening," I replied. "Have you gotten any arteries in this thing? Will you die when I chop it off?" Listen, you're the commander, so make the right decision." "I've already made it, and now you're going to die." "It wasn't me who attacked you. It wasn't me." "It wasn't you who attacked us?" "No." "In which case, do you mind if I chop off this long thing which has been attacking my fighter?" "No, that'll kill me. Are you taking the fucking piss?" "It's you who's filling our ears with crap here." "Give me a couple of minutes. Open the freaking door and shine your light on me and you'll see everything for yourself." "A talking piece of shit on the other side of the door is asking us to spotlight it," I said thoughtfully. "Okay, on our terms." "What?" "Don't move. We're going to bind your rancid sausage with a rope and fix it to the wall. Then we can continue our acquaintance." "Maybe we could just cut the tip off?" Rek asked with a sigh. "Maybe we will," I said, sensing fatigue in my stressed spine. "Bind it to the wall." "Just a second." "Bask, help him." "Okay." "Yorka." "What?" "One torch on the door, the other on the guys." "Yes, sir." The adrenaline-pumped guys acted quickly, decisively, and lustily, and needed just a few minutes to bind the appendage fast, putting their backs into it good and proper, after which they reported the task's completion. I released the door and immediately began rotating my numbed shoulders back to life. After loosening up, I drew my piggy from my belt and knocked politely with the stock on the metal of the door. "May I come in, louse?" "Listen, just without all the prejudice, okay? Just because I'm not the same as everyone else, it doesn't give you an automatic excuse to shoot me." "What are you anyway?" I asked, as Rek took the axe from my back and positioned himself by the other door. "I'm a prism." "What the hell do we want with surprise gifts?" "Not a present, a prism. I'm a prism, forcibly modified." Well, yes, we bump into motherfuckers like you every day." "Really?" "I'm opening the doors." "I repeat, no prejudices. And bear in mind, it wasn't me who attacked you. I'm not the sort of fucking cretin to attack 4 fighters with needle guns." "I'm beginning to understand less and less of your story," I said. Rek put his foot against the door and pushed. Squeaking, the door opened a touch. This was the moment of truth. We all stared at the tentacle, but it didn't move. "I'm not going to put up any resistance, and no prejudices, okay? Just don't, please." "Are you not going to crawl out to greet us, show us your ugly mug?" "I can't." "Are you shy?" "I'm stuck here, stuck fast." "Are you bullshitting us again?" "No, I'm stuck fast. Take a look for yourself." It was time to reveal the mystery. I leaned my shoulder against the door and shifted it a tad further before ducking down to enter the corridor, my head almost brushing past the tentacle, which had begun to tremble. My torch beam illuminated the needle gun bait lying in the corridor, then I moved it over the tentacle as I took tiny steps forward. A tug on the rope attached to my belt, and Bask said, "If anything happens, I'll pull you out, Commander." "Understood," I replied, stepping cautiously along the black corridor alongside the shivering length of meat. "Lower Yorka down." "Just no prejudice—" "Shut it," I said, and the voice from the darkness obediently desisted. Step. Another step. Step over the needle gun with the embroidered holster. Another step. Another. Stop. A small intersection. Up ahead was a lowered steel partition which bisected a green arrow drawn on the floor. To the right it was dark and smelled of decay. The tentacle went to the left. It smelled from that direction too, though more of shit than decay. The stranger was silent. So. I took a step, turned, and lit up the dark space around the corner. I stood and peered, and after about 10 seconds, was able to concoct an opinion about what I was seeing. Oh, shit. "Don't kill me," the hideously ugly thing lying on the floor said in a susurrous voice. "Don't kill me. Give me a fucking chance. I've been through so much." "Shut up." "I can't shut up. If I don't say anything, you'll look at me in abhorrence and shoot me in the head." "In which one?" I wondered, stepping closer. Rex stuck his face round the corner, shuddered, and grabbed his axe. "Chop the cocksucker." "Stop! Stop, you ugly bastard! Stop!" "Who are you calling ugly, ugly? Have you looked in the mirror lately?" "Shit." Bask peered over Rex's shoulder and repeated my own recent expression of surprise. "Keep it under control, but don't hit it yet," I ordered, briefly shining my torch into the space behind the thing to see another dead end containing a ginormous puddle of shit and undigested bones. Shit-splattered human bones creating a fantastical open-work structure, which in profile looked like a light-filled city of the future, shat out by some terrible beast. And what was in the right-hand corridor? Oh, yes. I gave a wide smile, took a long step, and picked up from the floor the blood-caked needle-long gun of Cucker the Seven-Legged. Oh, yes! Children, we have found the candy cane. Who wants first lick? "Sorry, Elb," Yorka said, sniffing, but nonetheless keeping her needle gun and torch trained on the challengingly silent beast. "Sorry, I screwed up again. Where's the shield? It fell." I sighed, stroking the weapon. Sift through all this garbage. By garbage, I meant another pile. Not a pile of shit this time, but a pile of torn clothes, broken equipment, emptied backpacks, plucks, hides, and claws, and other unidentifiable objects. The pile was covered in brown slime and had had time to dry. Even the needle-long gun had produced a sticky, crunchy sound when I peeled it away from the floor. What do we take? Only needle guns, any kind, and ammunition, knives and awls, if they're good quality. Judge for yourself. Anything you deem worth it goes straight in your backpack. Whatever doesn't fit, put in a pile over there beneath that torch. You've got 10 minutes. I'm on it. Don't you want to have a gander at the beast? An ugly fucker is an ugly fucker. It's just a beast. Shoot it in the head, Elb, then we can leave. "Hey, girl, have you lost your freaking mind?" the monster said, wriggling on the floor. "Don't judge by appearances. You're not exactly a supermodel yourself." "You almost killed her boyfriend," I explained with a grin. "Oh, shit," the monster said after a second's pause. "Listen, it wasn't me, it was her. This dumb nippy bitch who's connected to me by mutual nerve endings. It was all her. But she's not guilty of anything. She's just stupid and hungry. Very hungry, like me. We didn't want to kill anybody. Okay, I'm lying. Talking crap. We did want to, but what does it matter what we wanted? It's one thing to want, but it's quite another to do. And I didn't do anything. I didn't manage to restrain her." Yeah. I nodded, admiring the needle-long gun in my hands. This is a real fucking weapon. It was long, with even a slightly ergonomic stock, a bizarre long bulge of a sight, and an even longer barrel of a fairly hefty caliber. The wide trigger was just asking to have a finger laid on it. I could not deny myself the pleasure of aiming the rifle. I aimed it from side to side. Wow. A pity it was above my station, for the time being at any rate. "You know, I didn't want to. Listen, leader." Yeah, I said, nodding and lovingly stroking the rifle. "What have I done to deserve death? I haven't killed anybody. Yes, I've tried, but inadvertently, instinctively. But nothing happened, did it? Everybody's alive and well. And a bit of fear is good for the heart. It gives you two options, die on the spot or grow stronger in the heart. Give me a chance, huh? Help a poor wretch. You can see for yourselves I'm kissing the shitty ground before you. I'll return the kindness. Not right now, but—" "Kill him," I said, knitting my brow. "How much bigger is he going to bang on like that?" "No problem." Rek was overjoyed and swung with his axe. "Stop. Thwack. Don't." "That's some stubborn shit he's wearing," the orc said, surprised and raising his axe once more. "But I'll break through it this time." "No, you won't," Bask said. "Want to bet? 3 food cubes. 5 and 3 nuts tablets. You're on." "What are you talking about?" "Strike." "Hey!" "You didn't break through it," the zombie said, shining his torch where the orc had struck. You left a mean gash, though. My winnings, please? Best of 3. I'll double your stake. The blade slipped a bit is all. Go for the head, Yorka said in anger. Why are you torturing the poor thing? Just stick it in his forehead. Great advice. I didn't want to kill your boyfriend. It just looked that way. Or his throat, the goblin girl added coldly. Well, are we doubling the stake, zombie boy? Go for it, Bask nodded. But go for the same place again, not the throat. Okay, go for it, bitches! The ugly monster's voice changed sharply, acquiring gravitas, anger, and sincerity. May you asswipes be soiled with my blood and shit. May you bastards choke on my shit. Come on, hit me. Can't cope hand to hand? Hey, you dumb gorilla. Can only work with your trusty axe, yes? Is that all life has taught you, you fucker? Go on then. What are you waiting for? Hit me. No, wait. Don't strike, I said, tearing my gaze from the weapon in my hands and turning with renewed interest to the captive. So what else do you have to say, you wretch? It takes one to know one. Maybe you can go hand in hand with me. Bring it on. You think I don't have it in me? Maybe you do, but I'd rather die in battle than have you chop me up like a pig. Maybe I'll even get a scratch in you, jeering bitch, and the scratch will become infected and you'll die from the infection, or they'll have to amputate your left leg. I see you've already selected your target. I snickered applaudingly, squatting down and laying the needle-long gun on my knees. What do they call you, you disgusting wretch? Gabby. Remember it, Gabby. Now you're shouting, bound and shouting, but it wasn't us who bound you, Gabby. All we did was bind your member so that you couldn't grope our fighter with it. It wasn't... I don't even know what that thing is. Is it my arm? My tail? Maybe you didn't bind me, but I'm still bound. I am bound. I can't argue with that, I agreed, surveying the lair and the dead end. Do you like living like this, shitting where you eat? I told you I'm bound. So I see. Although another word seems more appropriate. You have grown into this corridor, become a part of it. That's true. So maybe we can put a stop to all this shit? I asked lazily, producing a nutrition briquette from my belt bag and beginning to nibble at it with a crunch. Why live like this when one strike of the axe will erase the problem once and for all? I want to live. Why? To shred! Shred! The ugly beast began to shiver once more. Shred who? I don't know. I don't remember. I'm a prism. My memory has been deleted. Forcibly modified, I said slowly as I extended a second food cube towards the enormously wide, befanged maw. Want one? Yes, thank you. His voice betrayed no affectation, only tiredness and hunger. The concentrated calories were momentarily transformed into moist dust, which disappeared momentarily down the monster's throat. So who are you wanting to shred since you don't remember? I'll remember. I didn't know there is someone to remember. I don't know, it's just a feeling. I don't know how to explain. I just don't know, but I do know there is somebody I need to return a favor to. Forcibly modified. Sounds like a punishment, doesn't it? Yes, I think it does. So maybe there's a good reason for all this? For them turning you into a pile of shit. Rek began to guffaw. I nodded. Perhaps they turned you into a pile of shit for a good reason. Perhaps you're a rapist, or a cannibal, perhaps a serial killer, or it's some other shit you've done, huh? No! But how do you know? I can't know. Give me a drink. How? I repeated. I don't know how, I just know I'm not like that. Give him a drink. I looked at Bask, and bung a salt tablet in his mouth. Last meal? The zombie asked, looking at me. Everything by the book. I smiled. Okay, wretch, let's suppose you've convinced me. What does that change? You haven't suddenly stopped growing out of the floor like a fucking fungus. Let us just kill you and you can stop wasting our time. You've got to chop me out of the shitting corridor and take me up there. Up there I can trap some rats and slugs. I've eaten everything around here and nothing comes down here anymore. What about the Deva's corpses? These giant fuckers? Even they. They're inedible, Gabby said wistfully. Bitter? The problem isn't the taste. I really tried, but their flesh is impossible to chew through, and if you do manage it, it just passes through you and comes out the other end the same unviolated pieces. It's like they're made of steel. Rek clicked his fingers and said, Have you tried giving them a second chance? They fall out of your backside and you shove them straight back in your mouth. They might be soft a second time around, you never know. I'll give your backside a second chance. Maybe then you'll learn how to use your axe. Step aside, Commander. I'm going to learn how to use my axe. Certainly, I said, dropping my shoulder and stepping aside. Perhaps we should get back to that pleasant chat, Commander. Gabby hastened to inquire, as his tentacled paw fuck-knows-what began to tremble. Commander, huh? Quick on the uptake. Desperate desire to live. Should we untie him? I asked, looking askew at Gabby's manacled tail. No, came the stern reply. I told you I can't always control it. That is no tentacle, I said. It has joints. 3 joints, overall length 7 meters, strong, fast, precise. Gabby began most willingly to list the advantages of his grotesque biological hardware, which had very nearly pierced Bask right through. It's something like a tail, or an arm. The tail or arm of an insect. Correct. Are you? Maybe I already am. Halfway for sure. If we don't kill you but help you, tear you from the walls, take you upstairs, what then? That would depend on your plans. What are your plans? Eat another couple of dozen large rats, complete my evolution, and hot-foot it back along the same path that brought me here, back towards the light. What light? I don't remember, but the first thing I do remember is light, and the salty taste of the steel floor, and I'm wet. I don't touch anybody. The only important thing is to eat and evolve. Then I will leave this place and never come back. How many innocents have you killed? Me? You're the first living souls I could possibly have eaten. Before you, the first lot that were anything like you is those 10 who landed on my abdomen. But they were already dead when they were thrown down here, and I ate and slept. Oh, how I ate. We'll help you, I said decisively, producing another food cube. Won't it be painful chopping you into bits? Chop the white bits. It might be painful, but staying here is not an option. Are you serious, Elb? Yorka stuck a knee in my back. That's a sentient sack of shit with a long and dastardly arm. It's only charitable to put it out of its misery. So how come killing a worm isn't charity? I asked, raising an interested eyebrow and turning my head to look Yorka up and down. That's also charity, no? Why should they suffer without arms and legs? Rape whoever you want, troll whoever you want. That's different. A worm is a person. We must pity them. You pity worms for their helplessness, their similarity to you, and your fear of taking their place one day, I yelled. People are uncharitable lice, whose only pit is for those who appear small, cute, and at least vaguely similar to themselves. Goodness, a girl without legs, the poor thing? Or dear, a bird with a broken wing, we must help it urgently. Oh, an old lady has fallen over, somebody pick her up. Oh gosh, they want to hang that rapist and murderer? That's inhumane. Let's organize a protest. Oh dear, there's a slimy, moaning, sapient sack here. Gross, kill it out of charity. Well, at least it's something. Birds with broken wings don't eat corpses. It appears you haven't seen that many birds, I snorted. Chop the white bits, Rek. Definitely don't touch the brown bits. That shit looks like shit. I guess all bets are off, the orc checked with the zombie. I suppose so. What now? I chopped through this slippery stink in 10 minutes. You can time me. No way. So? I'd triple the bet. Deal. If you need me, I'll help you chop. You're better off reserving your strength, Bask, I said, rising to my feet and stepping back towards the wall. That goes for you too, Yorka. 1 second, 2. Yorka couldn't help herself and asked the predictable question. Why? You've still got the shield to get back, I said with an unpleasant smile. The one that fell further down the shaft. The one that Bask decided to give to you for some bizarre reason. I'll get it, the zombie said, lowering his head. I don't give a shit which of you goes down there and which covers, but you will get the shield back. And in the process, you will take no risks, you will do nothing that is not obviously doable, and if you come across a serious antagonist, you will retreat forthwith. We're on it, the girl replied gloomily. You're free to go, I said with a wave of the hand. Are you sure? More than. Gabby the Louse is not about to begin creating problems. He needs our help. Maybe you could stop calling me a louse? I don't think so. I shook my head as I gave the terror lying on the floor of the corridor a good look over. After all, it is what you are, isn't it? Because I attacked you? That's why I'm a bastard louse? Yes. You're actually a nit, which is the egg of a louse, the zombie called back on his way back to the shaft. An egg with an intellect and an arm. And a second head, I added. Or is that a cyst with whiskers? Fuck knows. Whoops. I chopped a pink bit, Rex said, skipping hastily away from the ooze that was now spraying out of Gabby. Jeez, it stinks, you filthy cocksucker. Will you never talk to wipe your arse? How can I possibly reach around to my ass, you fucker? What with? Shut your face or I'll chop you a new arsehole. Commander, he's got she outgrowths everywhere. My sympathies to him, I said, although I can't even begin to imagine how much it must itch. Or can you not feel it? The hell I can't. It's frickin' murder. Day after day, itching and scratching, itching and scratching. Tell me about it all right from the very beginning, I said, and the more interesting and detailed you can make your story, the more little treats I'll feed you. It's a deal, although there really isn't that much to tell. I shall be the judge of that. Shining my torch for the orc, I carefully inspected the incredibly strange creature lying in the corridor. After all, a louse is a louse. It would be simpler to call it a pulsing pink and white sleeping bag fashioned from living flesh, which had disgorged from within itself these fat, white whip-like things, which were now attached fast to the floor and walls, in turn attaching their owner fast to the floor and walls. The whole nefarious scene looked like a generous dollop of rank mayonnaise had been ladled over a long, deformed vegetable. All this had then been allowed to set before having a long, articulated tail stuck on one end and an almost human face stretched over with transparent jelly stuck on the other. A human cannot have totally green eyes, that is, without division into irises, pupils, and the like. Nor a mouth like that either, stretched unnaturally wide and armed with teeny-tiny needle teeth. And the nose was nearly non-existent, a flattened prominence with 4 holes for nostrils. The tastiest part looked to be growing out of the left temple and was either a second head or a tumor. The semi-transparent pink appendage was equipped with long, wiggling whiskers, the 2 clearly undeveloped green eyes, and a somewhat loud, chirping mouth. The mayonnaise mantle was now set so hard that it easily withstood a couple of axe swipes. And all this shit has yet to evolve? I asked, my hands tracing the contours of whoever or whatever Gabby was, sprawled all over the corridor. I'm an egg, a cocoon. I do know you will have to evolve soon. Status notification. You have an interface? Why wouldn't I? That said, it's only got one section. My status, that's all. Begin your story, Gabby. Why Gabby, by the way? Because I used to grab and eat everything, that's why. So why not Grabby? Fuck knows. Do I begin? Tell all. And Gabby began to tell. Disconnectedly at first and not concealing the emotions that haunted him still, but as the house stopped jumping from one thing to another, so his voice became more even and precise. He had awoken from pain, a crazy pain tearing at his insides. He tried to jump to his feet, and he realized that instead of legs, he had a pair of pathetic stumps. Same deal with the arms. Although his lower back, which had previously clicked strangely and unpleasantly, had become surprisingly flexible. Also, he had the broken end of a spear sticking into his belly, sticking deep, and a bizarre green-white slurry, the antithesis of healthy red blood, trickled slowly from the wound. He twitched and fell on the spear, driving it deeper. Not on purpose, you understand, but in its shocked state, his body had jiggled all by itself and his limbs had given way. A flash of pain, bright, blinding hot, and he blacked out. When he regained consciousness, he was falling. In this state, the sensation of falling allowed him to collect his faculties. It is said that if a person dreams of falling, they will automatically wake up. Perhaps it was the same here. And so he came round, to find himself lying in a deep puddle on a steel floor. Hoiking himself up, he groaned and looked at his belly and saw that the spear was gone, but the hole had become wider and more frayed. At that moment, something strange had occurred. He lost control over his body. It was as though he had been moved away from the control lever and into the viewer's seat, and he saw the grimy, salty puddle muck come closer to his face, and then he was taking greedy gulps from it, taking great mouthfuls of water and muck and tiny water weeds. After taking on board at least 10 liters, he crawled ahead into the dark. He crawled slowly but surely. And again he felt the wild, searing pain from a wound or wounds, and again he lost consciousness. Yet, plunging into the darkness, he sensed he was still in motion, being drawn further and further down the corridor. He came round again to find himself lying in a damp corner and guzzling down a scaly beast with a mouth in its belly. An expiring torch winked above his head. The beast was still alive. He was eating it alive, having skewered it with his left hand, which had transformed into a long spear with a needle-sharp tip. His teeth had penetrated the tough-looking scales with ease, and his mouth was flooded with the yummy green blood, while the torch flashes made him wince with pain, and his brain was flooded with sensations of warm content. He was eating his fill. He did not immediately pay attention to the strange chirping that appeared to be coming from within him, despite his mouth being occupied with food. Done eating, he cast aside the gutted and scrupulously licked-clean hide and lay down, his spear arm down by his side. And he regained control, which allowed him to look around, examine himself, and relax, for there's nothing stranger than realizing you are not the master of your own body. It was precisely then that he'd become aware he wasn't dreaming and that he really was not a person, but something akin to a larva. It also seemed his stumps had become even shorter, with the exception of his left arm, which had turned into an ominous spear and adopted a new resting position somewhere behind his back. Hysterics were on the way. Poisonous, shrill hysterics, when you writhe around on the floor, beat your head against the wall with a howl, and demand answers or at least a freaking clue. What the fuck was going on? Why was he a freaking larva, not a human? Why? And scarcely had he posed himself this question than before him appeared those very same with green lines. Interface activation successful. List of 3 most recent events. Multiple limb amputation successful. Dememorization successful. Interface activation successful. Menu. Status. Rank modified forcibly. Current status Prism. Stage 1. Evolution towards Stage 2 in process. Terrible lines, yet surprisingly calming. And hot on the heels of calm came anger. A strange and powerful anger directed towards somebody in particular. Not something, but somebody. Then the anger had been replaced by a firm conviction that he would survive. He would survive any shit, any bother. He would evolve to the second stage and see what happened. But even if he stayed this way forever, he would do everything to regain his memory and find out exactly who it was that he hated with such an intensive vengeance that he was willing to be a caterpillar. Just how sure he was that all this wasn't a figment of his shocked mind. The mind was frail, and in order not to go completely to pieces, the mind occasionally needed a goal, something to orient itself by. So even if his goal was fictional, even if he had nobody to hate except himself, he would nevertheless strive towards that goal. No sooner had he come to this decision than he fell asleep. It was as though he had been switched off. When he awoke, he realized he was in a different place, somewhere in an impenetrable darkness, and moving slowly towards the source of a sweet scent. A strange and fearful double sensation, a sweet and delectable aroma that promised abundant food accompanied by a terrific malodor. It turned out he had stumbled upon the corpse of a giant slug, which, he found out much later, the Devas called a javel. On that day, as a non-participating witness, he witnessed his own body sink its teeth into an enormous pile of dead and decaying flesh. Something within him shuddered with horror and the urge to vomit. Yet his mouth continued to chew with gusto, his throat continued to stuff itself with rotten meat, and his eyes continued to seek out ever sweeter and more tender pieces. While the torch clamped up at ceiling level continued through the rancid meat jelly to illuminate the generously spread table. He'd spent a long time there. Just how long he couldn't say because he'd spent most of it asleep, and each time he slept for longer periods. His drastically altered body had seemingly taken pity on him and cut off his overly intelligent consciousness. Why stare into the darkness for hours listening to the crunch of his changing body? Sometime around then he'd noticed, understood, and accepted the fact that a second head was growing from his temple, and an obviously non-human head at that. It was the head of some insect without an exoskeleton, an almost sentient piece of trembling, chirping flesh with just one aim: to find food. Gabby happily admitted that he would not have survived were it not for the thing on his temple. Malice is malice, but far from always is it sufficient. People are prone to despair and apathy. But an insect could not give two hoots for these feelings. It just carries on doing its thing, guided solely by primeval instinct. Then he metamorphosed to the second stage, although minor changes were happening all the time. His skin, for example, had become rougher and developed hard little tubercles, which gradually merged together into single shields that looked dreadfully like fingernails. Thick, yanked-off fingernails scattered about his whole body. But he was used to it. So what had evolution given him? Lots. His body had filled out and become stronger. His limbs had disappeared, leaving only his left arm, which halted its journey around his body when it reached his lower back, where it remained, gaining quickly in length and power, and taking on the form of a mighty scorpion tail. Only the venom was missing, but the 4 sharp white claws dealt admirably with the armor of even large, scaly beasts. Fatigue no longer worried him. He could crawl along corridors slowly and steadily for hours, when previously his haggard body would give up after 10 meters. You just try crawling without any arms and legs, even if you do have a modified backbone. Eventually, his wanderings brought him to something which at first he took for a great treasure, but which later became a nightmare. He found an elevator shaft filled with the corpses of devas, feasting on which were these slug-like things which looked like turtles with their shells removed. The descent took him quite a while in the end. The first few meters passed just fine. Then his tail snapped off and he plunged down into the dark, but was fortunate enough to have his fall broken by a net made of corpses. Just then he realized he had made a terrible mistake, and there was no way he could get back up. However, he was surrounded by so much food that all his worries dissipated in an instant. He tucked in, bringing an end to his half-starved state of existence. He had as many javels as he desired. And there were pluxes around here too, and he made them his priority target, because otherwise the fleet-footed bastards were apt to get away. First he killed the little orange ones, for they were clever motherfuckers and had learned to boss their much stupider colleagues about. The next discovery was a whole floor blocked off, a T-shaped lair crammed full of javels. He moved along the corridor, feeling like he was trapped inside the most delicious sausage in a steel skin. About 5 meters into this sheer gluttony, he blanked out. For a long time. A very long time. We're not talking a few hours here, more like a few days. The information in the status, so long ignored, was once more relevant and alarming. Rank. Modified. Forcibly. Current status. Prism. Stage 2. Predbog. Evolution towards Stage 3. In process. The last line had appeared recently and indicated that the body was already progressing towards the next metamorphosis. And his second head's instincts, distinctly felt by Gabby and sometimes accepted as his own, indicated this was a warning that must not be ignored. Urgent preparation was required. Then had come the big oh dear. Gabby understood it was time to vacate the pit, which had fed him so well and so long there was nothing left. He had just gotten to the end of the dead end, having eaten everything alive on the way. Behind him were only devas, and he had tried them and understood that rocks were easier to digest than this strange flesh. The prism had turned around, headed for the exit, and zoned out. He had slept for no less than a week, and upon waking had beheld a terrible sight. Himself stuck fast to the floor and walls. Instincts often come to the rescue. Then again, sometimes they fail. And this was one of those times. He realized something had gone very awry. He racked his brain for a long time to figure out why, but the fatal riddle was unsolvable. Although his brain itself might have been to blame, for what if the bitch was overusing energy and not leaving him enough for the transformation? Or perhaps due to the presence in one body of drastically different types. Although to begin with, Gabby had hoped his energy reserves would be enough for the metamorphosis, even given such a scenario. But they weren't, and the terrifying days and weeks dragged on. Truly terrifying. When you sense the approach of a hungry death, when you see a rat run past but can't reach it, he was ready to die, and contemplating putting a hole in his head with the aid of his own tail. But just then gifts rained down from above, spider corpses, followed by rats. He saw only a part of the corridor, but he had learned to wield his tail not half badly and could use it to sniff out the particular warmth radiated by edible objects. The corpses seemed to him bright scarlet coals, the rats produced a dull orange glow, The devas, a pale blue one, and the javels were perfectly red and tasty. Working his tail, he raked the corpses towards him one by one. He raked in a fresh one, ate it, zoned out for a few days. He raked in a second one, not quite so fresh this time, ate it, defecated, zoned out for a couple of weeks to the stink of his own shit. He raked in a third, rotten meat, ate it, forced himself to stay awake by an enormous effort of will. Then he understood the meat was rotting and being devoured by the rats, so he needed to act. After regaining absolute self-control, he spent a number of days trawling the place with his tail for all edibles, creating a stockpile of corpses and rats which he killed. He also gathered together all the equipment. With an enormous mound of rat and person meat before him, he had a little nibble and blanked out. When he'd come round this time, the mound was gone, but a drying pile of shit crackled behind him. Maybe evolution wasn't such a beautiful thing after all. As it happened, it was an extremely nauseous process. He knew he had slept long, but not exactly how long. During that time, he had grown taller, his entire body had become covered in a thick layer of slime, now hardened, and he could no longer feel most of his internal organs. He felt like all his organs had been replaced by a smooth, stretchy, bubbling mass. But worst of all was that the freaking transformation had not been completed. Fortune had smiled on him, but her fucking smile had not been sufficient. His tail saw some meaty remains hanging on the wall. Last time it had harvested the legs, but the torso remained and contained a considerable amount of food. As he attempted to reach for it, Gabby asked himself a question. Why has this human corpse also ceased to decompose? Then he saw the red meat turn blue and inedible, and guessed that perhaps the vapor produced by the giant's corpses had somehow preserved the tortured man, turning him into a wall plaque, an ugly memorial dedicated to him. What bizarre bad luck. Everybody had been eaten except just the one guy who had been left to rot very slowly. It was about then that his one-track food-oriented mind had suddenly entertained a new thought. Since there are people here, spiders with metal legs, maybe more will follow, and alive rather than dead. Although I'm not fussed. I'll take them in any form. The weapons and equipment he had confiscated looked expensive. Maybe somebody would come looking for them. He would have to lay a trail, and when the unsuspecting tasty morsels followed it. And so he had laid his trail, and eaten a couple of javels he'd happened upon, and zonked out. For a long time. His second head had remained awake, however, keeping an eye out for rats, javels, and danger, and taking care not to disturb its companion. He was awakened by the sound of quiet voices in the shaft. Then he saw the torch beams, and he understood that breakfast was served. But not everything had gone according to plan. Although he had made the acquaintance of the renowned Elb and the mildly less renowned fucking bastard Rack, whose axe work was less than proficient, and they would help him get out of this shit in all senses of that word. Yes? Well, they could, couldn't they? I grinned and nodded. We'll get you out of this shit. We'll take you upstairs and we'll feed you, but you do understand it isn't for free, yes? But I don't have anything. Even all this stuff is yours by the looks of things. That light, I said. Where did you begin your journey into the darkness? Do you remember the way? I'll find it, Gabby the Knit replied with confidence. I'll definitely find it. I know the general direction 100%. I did blank out in a few places, but at that time it was never for long, and much of it seems foggy, but I'll find it. I'll lead you out. And then what? Then we'll work it out as we go along. Know just one thing. We will not kill you without good reason. We might ditch you if it turns out you're actually the useless human-faced piece of shit you look like. I understand. So you're not concerned about my appearance? The fact that you look like a piece of shit with a human face? Uh-huh. That is no rarity in these times, I said. Do you have strong teeth? Why do you ask? We need something to tie the rope around. Well, obviously, but not teeth, surely. Your balls? I suggested. He hasn't got any, Rex said, guffawing as he swung his axe for the last time. Ready. Taking a thin cable, an heirloom from the spiders, from the floor, I threw one end to Rex. Catch, try to pull him out. Just a second. I turned to Gabby. If it's painful, tell us. Painful? Fuck pain, I'm getting out of this hole at last. Elb? What? If I turn out to be of use, can I join you? Why not? I said, shrugging. I always dreamed that one day my team might include a hump of shit on a lollipop stick. And a human face. and a human face. The knit is bound. Grab a hold, everybody. Chapter 9. Gabby was not easy to budge. If previously, according to his tale, he had been an incredibly flexible maggot, he was now a 200-kilogram keratosic colossus. That said, the problem was not so much his weight as his inconvenient dimensions and the lack of anything to grab hold of. We dragged him as far as the end of the tunnel and stood for a while next to the net of dead devas, trying to figure out what to do and how until it clicked that we could do nothing without ropes. Then we began to spot for handholds, and Gabby, concerned we might jack in the whole endeavor, helped so actively that I was forced to tell him in absolute seriousness that what my team really needed was a mute fighter. The louse heeded my words and fell silent. Looking down the shaft to where York and Basque's torches flashed, I took the axe from Rek and, without so much as a word of warning, chopped 2 pairs of holes in Gabby's body. Then, gauging the size of the horny septum between them and ignoring Gabby's pain-induced hissings, I threaded cables through the holes. I gave one to Rek and attached the other to my waist, and we began our ascent. Peeping out, we saw a giant escort waiting melancholically and whispering sweet nothings to an enormous brain-sucker. The immobile Plux even seemed to be listening, but as soon as it saw the tempting, juicy peach of my head, it forgot all about sitting still and made a beeline for me. Climbing a tiny bit further, I waited patiently for a second before popping a burst of pig needles in its ass. The Plux collapsed onto its side, twitched, and was quiet. The Deva shook his massive head reproachfully and muttered something that sounded very much like a mantra. And right before our eyes. Have you no shame in front of outsiders? Why don't you just go ahead and fucking meditate for all to see? Climbing out, I beckoned the Deva with a finger, and he obediently approached, stepping cautiously around the dead brain-sucker. Handing him the first cable, I pulled on a second pair of gloves, before Rek and I took hold of the second cable. "Pull?" the giant asked. "Wait," I said with a shake of the head. "The corpse net is not stable. The hanging bodies might fall, and our guys are down there. They might get hurt." "Commander, are you even listening to what you're saying?" Rek asked after a short pause, before bursting into hoarse laughter. "Do you know what you just said? The corpse net is not stable. The hanging bodies might fall." I shrugged my shoulders, leaned in, and barked down into the pit. "Get out of there already." "How? I haven't got any arms or legs." "I'm not talking to you." "You forgot to untie my tail." "Shoot," I spat. So we did. "Hey, Basque, untie his tail as well, from the wall, but don't untie his tail and bring it up." "Okay, we've got the shield. Get your asses up here." 10 weary minutes later, our fighters rejoined us. Basque silently showed off the crap-cake shield, and Yorka, wet through, was also gloomily quiet, but clicked her torch on and off repeatedly. Light, dark, light, dark. "Pull," I said, and threw my weight against the cable. It yielded surprisingly easy in my hands, and I almost crashed down onto my back, and from the pit came the jubilant howl of the ascending louse Gabby. "I'm flying!" "Shit," Rek said enviously, dropping the cable and looking at the edge of the pit. There, back bent and legs slightly akimbo, stood the Deva, working his giant hands with ease to pull up the 200-kilogram load. Alone. 200 kilograms, hand over hand and quickly. Mounds of muscle flexed beneath his dark skin, activating Rek's salivary reflex. I myself was so engrossed in the spectacle that an important command nearly slipped my mind. "Pull," I said, nodding to Basque. They dashed off along the corridor, holding the tail rope tight. I was not about to take any risks. A minute. Another. The Deva took a heavy step backward and cautiously lowered the egg to the ground at the edge of the pit. Thank you," the delighted louse said. "My pleasure," the giant replied politely, casting a curious eye over his catch. "What are you?" "Thank you." Gabby, squinting through his jelly, could not stop. "Stop saying thank you and get busy," I said with a frown. "Doing what?" "Eating." I took the dead Plux, brought it up to Gabby's face, and stepped back. Let go of his tail and stand back. "Food," Gabby whispered and opened his mouth wide. Wide. He opened his mouth so wide that my head would easily have fitted in it. The second head appeared from out of the jelly, surged forward to the sound of the outer membrane crunching, and sank its teeth into the brain sucker's body, penetrating the scales with ease, peeling away a section of the hide and thrusting itself into the flesh. "There are needles in there," I said, remembering the fact somewhat tardily. "I don't give a shit," came the visceral reply from inside the corpse. I shrugged and turned to my fighters. I beckoned them to the nearest wall, sat them down side by side, sat myself down opposite, and once more lay the needle-long gun on my knees. "So fate has dealt us a golden egg. And a predatory one," Bask noted. "He's a carrion feeder," the orc said scornfully. Yorka, wiping her face angrily with a handful of towelettes, remained silent. I wondered what she had gotten splattered with. "What makes you think the egg is golden, Commander?" the zombie asked. "Maybe it's rotten?" "You may well be right," I said. "Let's not be hasty with our conclusions. But whatever the case, our plans have changed, radically. If before I wanted to return to the Spider Kingdom and chill for a bit, before visiting the Devas again and inspecting their domain a little closer, now I want to follow the route that Gabby the Sweet Louse followed. In fact, I'm itching to be off. It can't be that long if the guy crawled it on his belly and took long pauses and dead ends to fatten himself up and metamorphose. He would never have crawled anywhere if he'd found enough food in one place. If I understand correctly, he moved from one feed to the next, killing and eating whatever he came across on the way." "Yes," the orc nodded. "A carrion beetle. While there's still food around, it won't go anywhere. Why bother?" "That's good for us. We won't have to traipse all the way to that salt light. So now we split up, to stay here to protect and feed Gabby the Louse. As I understand, when his body runs out of fuel, his stupid head switches off the clever one due to its gluttony." "Strange." Rek jumped in again. "It's the other way around with me. When my stomach's full, my brain doesn't work at all." "Are you done?" "Sorry, Commander." The orc shut up. "I'm going down no matter what. Someone come with me." "Yorka and I will stay here," the zombie replied in a trice, looking sidelong at the smiling giant who was watching Gabby feast. "Are you sure? We'll cope." "That's not what I'm talking about." I shook my head. "I'll be blunt here. I'm looking for a way out of this freaking steel jungle. That salt light." "The lamp that burns above the puddle of rancid piss?" Yorka asked. "Yes," I said. Gabby somehow managed to remember that light. "Which is why that's where he snapped out of it for the first time," the orc added. I nodded again. "Also true, it could be a decoy. We shall see, but if it is a way out, we leave through it and keep on going. We don't even look back. And we move until we can move no more. And we have no thoughts about returning to our disgusting, comfortable goblin world. Do I make myself clear, or shall we go through it one more time?" "Fuck it," the orc responded without a second's thought. "So," the zombie said cautiously, "why are you looking at me?" "That bitch Eve is still alive," I reminded him, "and you have your sight back. Just the time to nip down to Shittown, find the establishment where she sucks the flaccid cocks of her benefactors, drag the freaking bitch out through the back door, gouge out her beautiful eyes with a rusty bolt, then chop off her arms and legs before launching that shitbag alive into the welcoming arms of the chthonic and watching him disassemble her into tiny parts. After that, we'll have time for a couple of quick shots of moonshine in the bar. Then we come back up to the heavens and higher. And in the meantime, Rek and Yorka can feed the beast." Silence. Pensive silence. "To hell with that bitch," the zombie said with a smile. "Shit," I said, rising. "What do you mean, Commander? It's just not that important. Tramp so many kilometers around the acid bath just for that? Screw that bitch. Fate will bring us together again eventually." "Uh-huh." I nodded dispassionately. "Rek, backpack on and let's move out." "Moving out, Commander." "Don't go anywhere until we get back," I ordered and stepped off into the corridor, shouldering my rifle. "I told you so," Rek said with a wheeze as he caught me up. "I told you. They're yapping little puppies. What vengeance. Do you think he wants to feel her cheekbones crushed beneath his fist, or hear the crack of her rib bones? No. He wants to fuck more frequently, eat more richly, and live more calmly. So does Yorka. He's fixed his eye, he can see again, and his residual anger's gone. Why tear somebody to pieces if with his rank he could spend the rest of his life shooting pluxes, gaining bonuses from the system, and sleeping warm in the arms of a woman? Get thick with the spiders and life becomes sweet, all ice cream and pissin' on goblins' heads. Are you jealous or something? Hell no. Live the quiet life with a mouthful of sweet ice? Fuck that shit. I don't need sad shit like that. Want some lemonade? Is there any left? Uh-huh. And either put the tablet in your mouth or sling it, Rek advised. Looking down, I swore and discarded the gray tablet of Membak that had somehow magically found its way into my hand and was already grimy. Shit. Shit all around. Soft, pliable, compliant shit with evanescing principles. The frickin' corpse net is not stable. You did it? White whispered, nestling into my back and rocking the needle-long gun in her arms. Shit, you did it, Goblin. You're a freaking hero. My hero. Don't screw up your chance, I whispered, my lips brushing her ear. Be afraid, Spider Lady. Screw you, everything will be just fine, you'll see. I hope I don't, I said with a snigger, before stretching and rising from the bed to dress. Turning over, gripping the rifle between her thighs and enveloping the symbol of authority in her breasts, the lady spider regarded me thoughtfully over the top of the muzzle. What? I asked. Stay. What an insatiable spider-woman. I'm not talking about that. Stay with me, Elb, you and I together on the throne at the top. At the top of what? I asked, glancing at her over my shoulder. At the top of a pile of shit? It's better than nothing, and it will be our shit. Don't screw up your chance, Spider-Woman, I said, pulling on a new black t-shirt. You're not staying. I can't. I shrugged my shoulders. I can't. I'm being drawn further and higher. Why did you come back then? Why spend the time bringing the rifle to me? Because I promised. Freaking stupid principled goblin, you're not going to die a natural death. Look who's talking, I snorted. You've got some dirty games ahead of you and then some. Fucking politics. So help me clear out some of this shit. Be my cover. I'll help you, I nodded, but in my own way. And how's that? I helped you with your orgasms, didn't I? Screw you. Were you faking it or something? Screw you, Goblin. Stay. I've never asked anybody for anything twice. I've never even asked anybody for anything at all. I leaned in towards her and ran a hand across her cheek, peering into her spider eyes. Be prepared to leap into action, Spider Lady. She began, but I was already out the door and didn't hear her. After flying down a short corridor, I climbed a spiral staircase, stopped by a wall, and barked into the dark niche. Climb on out. How did you know where I was? The slick-haired lad asked as he emerged from the darkness. In lieu of a reply, I asked, in no hurry to take my belongings from him. Could you help with a couple of small matters? No problem. Really small? Routine? Darning socks? Something like that, I said. Listen, remember, and at the same time ponder and prepare a concise answer. Listen. I began to list what I wanted, and the longer I spoke, the less calm the lad's face became. Are you sure, Buona? I asked you, didn't I? I knitted my brow. So where's my comprehensive answer? It is already prepared. I can even lead the way. Lead on. I followed my guide over a steel walkway and, looking down at the fires of the city beneath us, remembered something else. It's nothing big, but it's important to me. If for whatever reason I'm not back within a couple of days, can you do something for me? I'm all ears. Somewhere in Drainagetown lives a certain wily and calculating bitch, a beautiful young tart with no principles. She sounds ideal so far. If I'm not back in a couple of days, find that sucker and permit her to die in spine-chilling agony, and let her know that she's dying because of her past sins. For you, Buona, I shall carry out your request personally. What are these sins? What is her sweet name? She spent some time luring worker goblins into the stagnant cesspool where they had their arms and legs hacked off before being sent to the stench for fattening. She worked for Troll, and she worked together with a certain junkie, but he died a long time ago. The bitch's name is Eve, but apparently she goes by Lilith now. A sucker called Eve or Lilith, the servant lad said. Heard and understood. It shall be done. Good. Here we are. Stopping next to an absolutely unremarkable wall, he pointed to a couple of spots and said, Twilight will be here in 3 minutes and 20 seconds, for 4 minutes and 7 seconds. Then Mother's Eye will be here for 1.5 minutes, but then she turns it away for 7 minutes before the whole cycle repeats itself from the beginning. Got it. Are you sure? Such a sharp acceleration of events. Take care of the old fart and air, I said. And tell White to squeeze her juicy booty into some silk panties and hurry along to get involved in some high politics. But don't tell her anything. Just send her out to some crowded place and let her buzz from one group to the next like a tired fly with a cocktail. You've lost me there. She must be truly surprised and shocked, I explained. The fewer false emotions on the Queen's face, the more the rabble will believe it. Wise. And what if you die in the process and it doesn't work out? Then I will figure it was they who turned the spiders against my sweet little goblin children. Let White spit squeamishly on my corpse. You yourself mustn't be there, but you arrive later as if you're returning from... fuck knows. You just show up late. Got it. I'll wait by the entrance to the acid bath. I'll set off from there at a lazy pace. Good. I turned away to study the walk closely. Then, eyeing the clock and waiting for the right moment, I began my ascent, easily finding handholds as though they had been left on purpose. Higher and higher up the licked castle wall. It's considered good form to knock upon entering somebody else's house, or at least call for the master of the house. In a word, the master had to be informed that outsiders were encroaching on his territory. My knife did this for me. Hauling my legs over the windowsill, I let myself down gently behind a singing woman with a needle-long gun in her hands. I throttled her with my right elbow and thrust my pig stabber into her left side, yanking the handle several times to scrape the blade around inside the wound between her ribs. Then, waiting for a few seconds, I lowered the dead spider lady gently to the floor, removed the rifle from her unresisting hands, and slung it over my shoulder. Looking around, I saw 2 doors with a couch opposite them, and dumped the corpse face down on it before hitching up her robe to reveal her thighs. I approached the first door and listened. I soon understood it was an entrance door on the other side of which was a staircase. Downstairs was a guard post and several spiders were conversing. Watchful guardsmen protecting the high rankers. Good lads. Keep it up. From behind the second door came the sound of running water. Nobody seemed in a hurry to vacate the room, so it turned out I had been wasting my time in preparing the eye-candy thighs on the couch. I applied a little pressure to the door with the handle of my knife, and it gave way. I was about to open it when a vague movement to my left made me turn my head. I looked dumbstruck for a second at the dead lady who had risen. Swaying and clutching at her lacerated heart, she looked at me with cloudy eyes and opened her bloodied mouth to scream. I skipped over to her in a heartbeat, knocked her off her feet, crushed her freaking throat, and throwing all my weight behind it, stabbed my knife into her eye. Die. What the fuck? The body beneath me became filled with a crazy strength. My face was slapped with a tit that had freed itself from her robe, her claws raked at my cheeks, and I caught a flash of a red triangle stuck to her skin. Shit. Now everything was clear. It took her half a minute to calm down, and all that time she continued to twitch and attempted to stand, despite the fatal injuries to her brain and heart. This was one real freaking zombie. I rose, looked at the lacerated body, gave myself the once-over, all covered in blood, and strode angrily towards the door. Barging it open with a shoulder, I stepped inside. A fraction of a second was enough to evaluate the situation, and I grabbed hold of the barrel of a rifle that was aimed at the ceiling, stock resting against the bottom of a bath in which a large man with a frozen look on his sagging face was luxuriating. He was bathing with his scepter, and on a small table close by was a scattering of various-colored tablets. A roaring rumble of hot water spouted from the tap, drowning out all other sounds. Idiot. Leaning over the bath, I slit his throat from ear to ear and shoved my knife into his eye. After waiting for his body to stop thrashing around, I pushed the fucker's head under the water and held it there for a short while, watching the water bubble red. The chief did not rise, and neither would he, what with not having a medical kit on him. Good. Stepping over the side of the bath, I turned the water off, and standing on the dead chief, I took a shower to wash away the liters of other people's blood I'd been soaked with. Feeling refreshed, I turned off the water and stepped out of the bath. I looked around to check that the corpses were continuing to remain corpses. Then I left the crow's nest via the same route that had brought me to it, taking the 2 needle-long guns with me. Fuck! The brilliant-teened youth sat quietly, watching eagerly as I carefully wrapped the needle guns in plastic, using generous amounts of sticky tape. Get the idea? I asked, not looking up. Vaguely. You're going to take them away, to the acid bath? Further, to the Davis, the giants. Rek was kind enough to tell me, the lad said, raising a hand. I know all the details. What did I do? The orc asked, tearing himself away from his knife sharpening. You told me. That's true. I'm going to take the rifles to the Devas, and they have the Ngaruka. The funeral pit, said the servant boy. That's right, an elevator shaft filled with shit instead of rotting corpses. There's a passageway in the wall of the shaft, a T-intersection dead end. That's where I'm going to hide the 2 needle-long guns behind a big pile of shit. Got that? That's a difficult address to forget, but why? Because right now you know absolutely nothing about any of your so-called allies, I said. They smile, but they're just waiting for an appropriate moment. White must first eliminate all the other heirs to these needle-long guns. Then she must triple-check each ally, and only then give one of them a rifle. And it must be a faithful comrade in arms, somebody like you. Heard and understood, although might it not be better not to give them to anybody? There should only be one scepter. Yes, I think that too, I nodded, and there's less temptation that way. If the system changes the conditions of the task for the Queen, forget about the other needle-long guns. There should always be just one rifle. If not, you'll have to get at least one of the other rifles from the cache. Otherwise, White will remain forever a prisoner of the crow's nest, a queen in a golden cage, when she still has narcotics to manufacture. I hear you, O wise Bwana Goblin. So off you pop to the spider citadel. We wove and wove and wove our spider net. The youth sniggered to watch me sling the packed-up rifles behind my back. Wove and wove, all the while trying to work out how best to take out Mimir, what to do with his heirs, and what to do with Lost to the Sour and her freaking heirs. And you just up and sever all the lines in one fell swoop. None of the heirs can lay claim to the spider throne because all the scepters of power have disappeared. Why didn't I think of that before, damn it? Because you were merely pushing figures around on a board, playing with them, when they really needed taking out. A deep thought. Keep an eye on White, I said, before entering the welcomingly open and acid-oozing hatchway. Of course, came the answer from behind me. I'll wait for 2 days. If you don't come back, I'll cut up that bitch Eve in your honor and offer up commemorative prayers as I dance on her corpse. The hatchway closed behind me. Geez, I'm tired, I said with a sigh, stepping onto a rattling iron bridge. You should have been sleeping instead of fucking, Rex said, stepping ahead. And what have you been doing these past 6 hours? Fucking? Can it, then? Where are these Davis supposed to be waiting for us? By the door with the screen. We need to hustle, Commander. It would be very sad if the system lowered its heavenly jack again and closed off the passageway. Let's pick up the pace, then, I agreed, adjusting the rifles slung behind my back. Pick up the pace. Chapter 10. Traveling through the acid bath accompanied by 2 Davis was a stroll. A slow stroll. Of course, they ran faster during their rage on Carnage Day, but now they stepped evenly and heavily. For this reason, no sooner were we through the door with the screen than Rek and I sped up and peeled away from our smiling escorts. The Davis did not complain and promised to tell the elders of the White Steel everything they had heard and been requested to do. My message was short and simple and went roughly as follows. Expect guests, Davis. Expect envoys from the Spider Lady White, whose mission is to negotiate neighborly relations between 2 glorious tribes. I myself was not planning a return to the Davis settlement. We passed very close by it, grazing it at a tangent, and stopped for a few minutes in a corridor with a doorway through to a former Klux, which was now home to the giants and stacked full of enormous freight containers. The Davis were the first commune, the first tribe I had come across in this world that had no direct contact with the system and were not offered its daily work or combat tasks. They received no pay and had no trade points to spend it at, but they did receive once every 10 days complimentary DIY popper packs. These included thick plastic plates, regular knives, scrapers, hammers, huge cuts of fabric, needles, spools of thread, and various other useful bits and bobs. All of the very lowest quality. Nothing ready to use except the tools themselves. And light bulbs. Once a month the Davis received 20 medium-sized spherical light bulbs, which shone with an even yellowish glow for precisely 29 days. When the bulb's charge and glow ran out, they were honorably dispatched into the Ngaruka funeral pit. The giants had built a whole ritual around it. Shortly before the light bulbs were extinguished, the exact time of which they knew, they carried them in a ceremonial procession to the pit, where they waited for them to flicker out right there in their hands before sending them on their last flight to the accompaniment of chanted mantras. I saw no spheres there, but that was nothing strange. They were the size of my fist, and not many, if any, would get caught up in the dead men's net. Where did the Davis get all these riches from? From the base of the white steel that gave the settlement its name. There, by all accounts, were some inconspicuous white doors which opened 3 times a month, bringing gifts. Junk, 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 and light bulbs. Junk, 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 and light bulbs. Sew your own underpants, carry inconvenient disposable torches in your hands, scrape the dirt from the pipes and corridors, smile and chant mantras, devas. Such is your certain great mission. As far as I was concerned, the devas were deadwood. Nobody had known what to do with them, so they were shoved into one of the freest and darkest back streets of this mad steel world. Why? Because it was dumb to have pipe cleaners that size. They wouldn't be able to turn around. What was needed was motivated volitional nullforms like us with daily tasks and rented limbs. Then the pipes would sparkle. After a last look at the giant settlement, I about-faced and walked away. I needed urgently to inform the 2 fighters staying behind of something important and conciliatory. About immunosuppressants, don't. We've already jabbed ourselves, Bask said, calming me. How? Medical kits? Yes, but it was unexpected and painful. Then we got the notification. In front of your eyes? Yes, what did you want to say? Each medical kit contains 3 doses, meaning we have 3 days to play with. You have 3, reckon I have 4. 1.5 days there, 1.5 back? More like 24 hours there and the same back, I said, realizing the zombie was calculating our limit. That's what it would be, but don't worry, I've just asked for and received gifts of another 4 red medical kits from the immensely grateful spiders. So we have plenty of time, but you will miss your course of strengthening injections. Reckon I've had boosters. Bask shrugged. And he was right. What was the alternative? Send this pair down and wait for them to come back? I don't think so. But the system was cunning. It had not been able to restrict us with its steel walls, but it had been able to shackle us with a chemical leash. There was still the Deva's med block. Maybe we could get the necessary injections there. But I wasn't up for checking. What if they raised the alarm? The goblins have fled. Where's Yorka? Feeding gray pluxes to Gabby. Ready? I looked sidelong at the zombie, turned away, handed the rifles to Rek, and nodded in our direction of travel. You get ready, too. The orc pulled a face and nodded before tightening his backpack. Since the recent mayhem at the Spider's Ball, Rek had begun to behave with greater composure. I would have been glad, but I was convinced it was only temporary. He was like a kettle on the hob, with the whistle down and ready to explode when the anger steam in his skull became too much. Then there would follow a couple of weeks' calm. I'll cover. With a sigh, Rek began his descent, while Bask and I stood at the edge of the pit, lighting the orc's path for him with our torches, and regarding the already familiar picture of the dead man's net. Bask did not reply, and I did not repeat the question. The orc disappeared for a short while into a passageway off to the side, and when he reappeared and stepped onto the bridge of dead bodies, he gave us the thumbs up. I shouted, "Smash the torch in the corridor, close the doors as best you can, and then demolish this." "Will do, but what's this?" "The frickin' unstable corpse net," I said with a laugh. "You jump up and down on the corpses and we'll hold you with the rope." "I hear you." The tiny spark showing us the position of the corridor died out. The closing doors screeched. Then the orc cautiously approached the bodies, selected the most suitable spot, and got jumping. A number of heavy jumps, and some of the enormous bodies began to rotate and separate. The corpses seemed to be arguing with and turning their backs on each other, unhitching long-standing embraces, casting friendly hands from shoulders and releasing others' fingers from teeth. Another couple of jumps, and several of the dead Davis broke away soundlessly and plunged downward. Following them, as though infected by their friend's example, went the remainder, leaving the orc dangling on the rope above the abyss. "Pull him up." With our combined forces, we pulled Rek out. As I heaved on the rope, I remembered the ease and nonchalance with which the Deva had hauled the incredibly heavy Gabby out of the pit all by himself. That power, those dimensions, that thick skin, they were no accident. He couldn't merely be a consequence of fortuitous assembly, surely. "Yorka?" Bask waved a hand, and we left the Nga-Ruka, the name of which had now taken on a different sense, since becoming a repository for the royal rifles. Bypassing 2 sparsely lit corridors, we came to a wide, round space, brightly lit from directly above by a constellation of 5 miraculously intact lamps. Gabby continued to eat. But now he did so unhurriedly, pinning a live Plux to the floor and slowly sucking its insides out through a hole in its scaly armor. The creature, being devoured, scratched its claws on the steel floor and the louse's armor. But it didn't help, and the Plux continued to lose weight in full view of everyone. When Gabby cast aside the emptied hide with a flick of his head, Yorka, following its short flight and crash landing into the wall, noted in revulsion, "You'd be better off dead, louse." "Like hell I would," Gabby said, baring his fangs. "Just because I don't wipe my mouth with a tissue, that means I need killing, right?" "You sucked up a live Plux. And what would he have done with you?" he parried. The rats do like to suck live prey, do they not?" "That's precisely my point. It makes you no better than a rat." "What about you? You sit here in this dark corridor afraid of everyone and everything. How are you any better than a thieving rat?" "I'm going to put the stock of my gun into your face in a minute," Yorka said, "so you'd better put a sock in it." "He's got you rattled," I sniggered, standing stock still a couple of yards from Gabby and looking in surprise at the safety system. Zowie. Now that is some paranoid nonsense. "What were you thinking of, for fuck's sake?" Gabby said, looking at me. "Just when I need a cart under my ass, they tie my tail to a sled." "So it won't hit anything," Bask said, stopping next to Gabby. "That's not a sled. They tied a weight to your butt. Jeez," Rex said. "I'm not complaining, mind." I don't know where they found everything, but Bask and Yorka had managed to whip up an amazing construction, and now it lashed it very tightly to Gabby's tail using loops of cable. It looked like a bizarre sandwich, a sheet of plastic on the floor, on top of that a small and slightly curved sheet of steel, then the tail, a section of grill on top of that, and all topped off with the backpacks and a bunch of rusty bits of metal. The structure was actually quite compact, and the weight was such that the extremely dangerous tail would stand no chance of letting loose a sudden scorpion-swift sting. "We still have to drag him away," the goblin girl grumbled as she stood up tall and stretched wearily. "We were haulers before, and we still are. Only back then we had to pull metalware from the walls, and now we have to pull lice along dark corridors." "A good job," I said, convinced of the structure's durability and utility. "Rek, put your backpack with theirs. Yorka's right. We have to haul it with us one way or another. Are the straps ready?" "They are." "Did you get any sleep at all?" "Quite sufficient, actually." "We had a reasonable chill, too," I said. "So let's get back to it then, goblins. Our great adventure continues." "It's that way." Gabby, well-fed and not wanting to be prodded, motioned with his chin towards one of the 3 corridors that led away from the area. His tail trembled and its anchor moved several centimeters. Taking one of the straps, I threw it over my shoulder, looked at my team, and nodded. 1 step. 2 steps. Straps taut, Gabby began to move, the plastic sheeting beneath him swishing against the floor, and 2 freshly charged torches lighting our way. The journey continued. The load, now moving, was no longer a load, but a fellow traveler. The most important thing was not to stop. Although, as I was now once more convinced, the system's injections worked wonders. 2 of us pulled Gabby at once, swapping over every hour. Fortunately, when it came time to hand over the strap, I felt no serious tiredness. The blood flowed back to my muscles, chasing away the numbness and relaxing them. 10 minutes leg stretch, and I was once more ready to haul, should the necessity arise. When I remembered myself in the days directly after my birth, I wanted to puke with revulsion at what I'd been back then. For the first few kilometers, Bask kept a confident tally of his steps, not losing count once. We traveled along a network of partly waterlogged pipes, without having to bend our heads. Gabby was dragged along behind us and did not think of complaining even when he got soaked in the stinky water. What did he have to complain about? The odd Plux or Javel managed to find its way onto his dinner table, after which would follow several minutes of voracious rumblings and the sleeping squeakings of the second head. He was also pleased to have washed his backside at long last, because he was beginning to worry that anal putrescence might set in. Not the best way to die. We tramped another kilometer along a much narrower but higher pipe, which slanted upwards. It was like an oval tunnel and had several turns in it. I caught something glinting down a side passage and decided to announce a small breather on a small grill-floored area raised above the water so that Bask and I could check out the source of the light. I can't say I was particularly surprised to see a screen and a door sunk into the wall. After touching the screen, I chuckled as I studied the information that appeared on it. Connection to global control network, none. Decision-making, local resource. Decision, positive plus conditions. Conditions, minimal player level, novice 1. Result, rejection, incompatible level. My turn. The zombie was on fire with desire, and he quickly touched his finger to the screen. He was also met with disappointment. Neither of us was compatible with the cryptic level Novice 1, yet in order to pass through the door that led to the Davis, the spiders had to accept a game challenge and win it. And the level there had been the same, Novice 1. Conclusion, any volitional Nullform was capable of reaching that level, or one of the spiders was not quite a volitional Nullform. Let's get out, I ordered after appraising the dark side corridor and the splatterings of dirty white slime on the floor. Let's hustle, Bask said with a yearnful sigh as he prodded the screen with his fist. Who knows what's behind that door? Commander? I'm listening. Maybe we should slow down a bit? We really are going too fast. We're flying. If you ask me, we're crawling like javels, I said, shaking my head. Too frickin' slow. Bask sighed, shrugged, and fell in behind me. But it didn't stop him continuing. Not everybody is this fast and angry, Commander. So let them get faster and angrier. I adjusted my needle gun, so they don't get left behind. Is that clear? Absolutely clear, Commander. Clear as day. Back on Gabby's path and swapping over more often now, we carted him another kilometer before he pointed joyously at his former lair. Another dead end piled high with shit and Plux hides. The dead end itself was not more than a couple of meters long, but before it, the pipe widened into an oval area with a floor grill raised above water level. It was as though these drainable areas, capable of holding no few people, had been created here deliberately to provide the opportunity to dry off, change your boots and socks, and have a bite to eat. Above each such section were a number of dead torches, which served only to confirm my suspicion. What are these areas all about? Rest spaces for personnel? And in the end, which Gabby had previously resided in, why was there so much evidence of cables having some time been run along there, and why were there a number of steel patches in the wall? What had stood there before? A trade point selling hot, strong coffee and protein bars. I would have liked a hot coffee, but we had to do with salted water and a tiny piece of one of the gray tablets provided by White. I was too far gone. The system may have relieved my withdrawal symptoms, but the more time that passed since the last injection, the more I shook. And I didn't want to get high, just to be free of the symptoms. Convinced we were on the right path, and that the louse was not lying or getting us lost, we continued on our way. Then we came to the first hard bit. The slope continued up at the same angle, but the floor became slippery. Hands on the walls, trying anything uneven for purchase, reckon I wheezed as we dragged the quietened Gabby, while Yorka walked up ahead, and Bask kept an eye out behind and on our backpacks. The narrow pipe concerned me. Were somebody to attack the rear man, it was by no means certain we would reach him in time. And how could we let go of the louse? The armored egg would shoot down there like a bullet through a barrel, taking out everything in its way. So far, the only unpleasantness was coming at us from up ahead. Pluxes, small pluxes. Yorka swiped incessantly with her club, crushing scaly rats and throwing them down. Following her, we stepped over dead pluxes and finished off others not quite dead, while the gurgling Gabby picked up the tenderized meat with his teeth from right under our heels. He swallowed quite a large beast whole, requested a stop, looked around, wiggled his slimy lump of a second head very creepily, and explained quietly in response to my clear, malicious bewilderment that we had to hold him so he didn't tumble gaily downward. Somewhere a little way up ahead is a slightly crooked grill-floored area. You could have made a stop there, the orc said irately, leaning his shoulder into his strap. Quiet. What? I asked. There's a pipe leading off to the side and down, and it produces a delicious smell. Well, for me anyway. Wild wafts of perfectly rotted carrion. Such a stink that my stomach almost jumped out of my belly and skipped off to find the source. Did you check to see what was there? No? Why not? Something stopped me, Gabby said gloomily, and his ugly face spasmed. Some instinct whispered loud and clear not to go there. It wasn't worth it. And you obeyed your instinct? Yes. Did you spend a long time at the junction? That time? Hell yeah. I even managed to sleep off the couple of dozen rats I'd eaten. Weren't you afraid to fall asleep? Yorka asked, shaking her head in surprise as she stood above us and illuminated us with her torch. She illuminated us just as I had taught her, directing the beam over our heads at the top of the pipe, not at us. I had instructed the whole team to use their torches the same way, and never to shine them in their comrades' eyes. "What is there to be afraid of?" Gabby said with a snicker and cast his eyes in the direction of his left temple. "When I sleep, my second head doesn't. I wake up to find myself already guzzling." "And nothing came out of that stinky pipe?" "Javels, big fat ones, but not a single plux." "Why did you suddenly remember it just now?" "Can't you smell it?" Gabby was surprised. "That wild stink, so flavorsome." It was now my turn to sniff and goggle in surprise. But no smell of corpses. When he realized none of us could smell the stink, the louse hastened to explain. "I mentioned it because for some reason my visual memory is worse than my olfactory memory. Come to think of it, is there such a memory? Never mind. While I was leading you here—" "He was leading us, huh?" Rex said with a grin. "While you were dragging me here, the signposts for me were alternately visual and olfactory. I was leading you with my nose. And before this I recognized all the smells. There were differences, of course, but only small ones." "What about this one? Has it worn off?" "That's the whole point. Not at all. It's become much stronger. 10 times stronger. It stinks like the whole world shat itself and then died just by that intersection." "Bask," I called to the zombie who was standing behind Gabby. "Are you listening to this?" "I can't smell anything except this motherfucker's bony ass," Bask said blackly, standing with his torch directed upwards. "He doesn't control his bowels, and something's always fucking seeping out of them. Maybe Rex should walk behind." "Maybe you should piss off," the orc said. "I'm all in here." "And you think I'm fanning around? I'm stepping in shit mines every other step, and then there's this damned tail." "It's not my fault," Gabby said. "Everybody shut up," I ordered and turned to Yorka. "Take my place, follow me to the intersection, and there we'll work it out. We're not exactly prowling, but we move quietly anyway." When the goblin girl had gotten a hold of my strap, I checked my needle guns and moved ahead, putting several meters between myself and the group. The following few hundred meters produced nothing of interest. Even the pluxes were gone, although the transparent asses of Javels hung from the vault, and I knocked them down with my club, knowing that somebody would come along wanting to taste the slimy fruit. The smell. Rear Gunner Bask was the first to sense it, proving his sense of smell was not totally kaput, despite it not being quite so useful since he'd regained his sight. Then the smell— no, not smell. Then the stink in a flash became so powerful I could almost see it as a billowing wall. There was no further need to snuff it out, so we took a short breather to quickly don our cursed filter half-masks. The stink was cut off, and our slowly recovering nostrils were treated to a flow of fresh, invigorating air with a mechanical tinge. The brown-smelling, billowing wall mirage vanished without trace, and we got to the next area without impediment to find a corridor door leading away from it. A narrow corridor sloping downward from which cool air was being squeezed out in waves that freshened the forehead most pleasantly. I so wanted to tear my mask off and present my sweaty face to the delightful breeze. Only that was where the wild stink emanated from. Making a quick decision, I gestured to Rec to join me, leaving Bask and Yorka with a louse, and splaying 5 fingers to indicate how long we'd be gone. "It smells of food that's already been eaten and shat out, but retains some sweet undigested chunks," Gabby said, closing his green eyes. "Do you get the hint? That you're a psychopathic shit-eater?" Yorka asked, extending the louse a tiny gray pluck skewered on her awl. Her voice was muffled by her mask. "I'm a connoisseur carrion feeder. My hint meant that something predatory has been here, or maybe still is." I shook my head, and Rec and I switched off our torches before stepping into the corridor. "What do you think's down there, Commander?" Rec asked in a whisper. Yet again his voice betrayed no hint of fear, only unhealthy curiosity and perhaps a sweet little childish hope of stumbling across a moderately strong aggressor and tearing it into juicy, bloody scraps. "The smell's familiar," I replied in the same hushed tone. "I know it too. Corpses." "Lots of corpses," I corrected him. "Here we are." This time Rex's voice sounded disappointed. I remained indifferent as I stopped and looked at the hurdle we now faced. The orc was right. The journey had turned out to be comically short, our path blocked by a wall with a ventilation grill in it. The narrow gaps between the bars were suddenly filled with an even yellow-green light. I tapped the orc's shoulder and put my index finger to my mask. Rek nodded his understanding, and we continued our reconnaissance as slowly and quietly as possible. There seemed to be no water around, so there was no mud to speak of, just slightly damp strata of age-old dust springing softly beneath the soles of our boots. Nothing crunched, nothing rumbled, but the grill drew slowly closer. Perfect. When we reached our objective, I had to grab Rek's hand before it grabbed the grill, since there was so much dust it might easily have fallen like snow and covered everything on both sides in a gray blanket. Cautiously bringing my face close to the grill, not so close that my nose left the safety of the twilight and poked through to the other side, I looked directly into the stink, and I froze in stupefaction as I tried to wrap my head around what I was seeing. A room. A large, square room with a very high ceiling from which hung an enormous bunch of grapes fashioned from green and yellow lamps. The fine chandelier illuminated the room softly yet strongly, which allowed me to admire the main element of decor, a massive ball of meat which looked like a deformed beehive and lay in the far corner. A gigantic lump of smoky gray meat, streaked with thick, almost black veins. Overall size, it was a veritable hill, 15 meters high and slightly longer in diameter. The whole thing pulsed rhythmically and sprayed a cloudy green slurry from its many dark orifices. An old and sturdy Plunar Zarl nest. The orc was transformed into a flabbergasted and googly-eyed statue, hands clutching thighs, mouth agape, forward step halted in midair. Rek was also struck dumb, but he remained composed and continued to study the scene. Convinced there would be no shrieks of surprise to give us away, I returned to my own observations, letting my gaze wander down to the bottom of the terrible nest. The steel floor was all but invisible. It was partly covered by water from a waterfall pipe just below the ceiling, but the larger part of the floor was awash with pluxes of various sizes and colors that were scurrying expertly hither and thither. The whole range was represented, from true giants to indistinguishable small fry. Our window was ideally situated also just below the ceiling, so we had a view of the whole room. When my mind eventually overcame its fear, my reason began to divide what I saw into sectors, straightaway singling out the two most interesting plux-free sections of the room. The first was a square approximately 6 meters by 6 and ruled with fresh diagonal orange-black markings. Judging by the dark gaps around the perimeter, it was a loading platform, an open elevator. And right now it was up on the top floor. The second part was the corner of the room serving as a latrine. Stretching towards it was a line of gray and white pluxes, the likes of which I had not seen before, which carried lumps of shit and other nesting waste in their mouths. When they got to the corner, they dumped their burden and retreated. The discarded lumps plopped into the water, where they drifted slowly towards the drainage grill mounted in the wall. Sometimes a particularly small plux would stumble and fall in, and the poor unfortunate would also be drawn into the dark behind the wall to begin its journey around this massive and terrifying steel world. Roaming into the corridors, it would sooner or later run into a hapless goblin with an arm to sink its teeth into. But who gave a shit about pluxes borne away by the current? The latrine was the source of the stink, but the stink was not the stink of plucked shit, but rather the stink of an enormous mountain of human bones. A real mountain. Well, okay, a hill. I could distinctly make out dozens and dozens of skulls, some whole and some crushed. They were covered with shit, and some had teeny pieces of flesh hanging from them in places, while others had long since been picked clean of all that was fleeting, but had become overgrown with something akin to limescale. Rek grabbed me by the shoulder pad and squeezed until the plastic cracked. Then he mumbled, "Fucking plex, fellows." "Where?" "In the corner. You see the breastplate? Red, with black bits." "And?" I had already noticed a protective jerkin, and now I squinted slightly. I could make out a poorly distinguishable symbol. "There's a plux, with a knife, an awl, an axe, a spear, and a spiky protruding middle finger all stuck into it and fanned out. It's the battle emblem of the Plux Fella Brigade, the one that disappeared." I nodded and looked at the breastplate littered with fresh-looking skulls. "How did they end up here? Ow!" "I only see one entrance," I said quietly, then gave a jump when I noticed a movement in the center of the room. "Look." The grapes hanging from the ceiling began to flash before switching back to steady mode. This resulted in a sudden mass animation in the horde of Pluxes, which began to jiggle about chaotically, but soon froze in a circle around the orange-black square. A second, another, and the square clattered down with a short clanging sound. "This is some bad shit," Rick whispered. "Some bad, bad shit." "Shut up." "Uh-huh, but this is shit. Can it?" The orc nodded, and from under his mask I heard the deep and even breathing of somebody trying to get a grip on their emotions. I was doing much the same, while my gaze was clamped on the black hole and my ears on the weak hum of invisible motors. I did not miss the moment when the cargo platform returned, and I was immediately impressed by the 6 figures standing in the center. Correction. 3 of them were standing, a barefooted woman with loose golden hair and a white sleeveless blouse and very short shorts, her face concealed by a half-mask, and 2 powerful-looking men in sturdy steel armor, helmets, spiked shoulder pads, steel cod pieces, cuirasses, vambraces, steel boots, and other such trappings. 2 strong, resplendent, 2-meter-tall, and black-bearded knights. All appearances suggested that the weight of the armor meant nothing to them. They had needle guns on their backs, knives on their belts, holstered oinkers strapped to their thighs, and switchblades fixed to their right vambraces. And I was sure that somewhere underneath all that lot, medical kits were stuck to patches of skin, red ones at the very minimum. The remaining 3 knelt. Their hands were bound behind their backs, and blindfolds covered their eyes. The visible parts of their faces were askew, a reaction to the stink that was hounding their nostrils. 2 guys and a girl. All of them clearly on something if their indolent expressions were anything to go by. One of them decided to barf and sprayed the pretty orange strip with off-white vomit. What the fuck? Goldilocks' arms. The penny dropped. Her arms looked familiar. And while they might, for they shared the same bizarre black patterns that decorated Yorka's new arm, this sexy bitch was totally covered in a fresco of beguiling tattoos, and the lower hemispheres of her pumped buttocks, which peered out from under her very short shorts, were clearly patterned with black and red stripes. Gnomes. These were gnomes. Pluxes. All the Pluxes froze. Absolute stillness. Only the meaty nest continued to slurp and chomp and ejaculate green gunk. The carnivorous beasts were motionless. They did not hurl themselves at the soft, tasty half-wits who had come to visit, but merely froze expectantly in a respectful circle. The barefooted Goldilocks stepped gracefully forward, threw her hands up and crossed them above her head, and swaying from side to side said something in a resonant sing-song voice. A second passed before a humongous orange Plux plodded heavily towards the woman, parting the sea of scaly small fry. A true giant, a new phenomenon for me. More than 2 meters at the withers and more than 4 long. A monster, a hideous beast with a throbbing tumor on its head. A step, another step. The titanic tangerine stopped half a meter from the calmly expectant girl, then slowly rose up onto its rear paws and opened the vertical slit of its fearful maw wide. Goldilocks lowered her hands and stepped forward, and the monster moved to meet her, closing its mouth as it did so. Then it came slowly back down onto all 4s and froze. "What the?" Rex said, nigh inaudibly. I could only sympathize. "What the?" The orange Plux giant came to life. Slowly it raised itself, shook its torso from side to side, and took a couple of small steps. The tumor wobbled rhythmically and vibrated. Then the Pluxes came to life as well, and moved towards the center of the lift, where the prisoners remained kneeling, while the knights backed off as far as the wall, to freeze there as sparkling statues. A wink. I shuddered as I watched a tidal wave of beasts wash over the trio, crushing them. Blood sprayed. A short female cry sounded full of pain, then was cut off. Again the orange monster rose onto its hind legs, spread its front legs, and opened its mouth. And in its mouth we saw Goldilocks, alive and reclining on a springy, meaty couch, behind the back rows of fangs with her hands sunk into strange holes. As she wiggled her shoulders, so the Plux wiggled its body and opened its mouth wider. The Pluxes circled around the giant in some bizarre dance, which lasted perhaps 2 or 3 minutes, during which time the mauled remains disappeared from the elevator platform. Even the blood was gone. Then gradually the Pluxes slowed down and began to separate, many hurrying back to the nest to share the meat feast with Mama. The orange beast sat down slowly and awkwardly in front of the elevator, and once more opened its jaws for the wet but joyously smiling bitch with the inked arms to step gracefully out. Not a scratch. Her sleeveless blouse clung to her damp body, giving definition to her beautiful breasts and highlighting her nipples. Flashing a smile at the knights stepping toward her, she massaged her temples, stretched, and threw her arms behind her head, thrusting her cans out in front. Then she bent forward and froze, pressing her chin into her chest and looking at the crimson spots spreading out over the wet fabric of her top. Click, click, one on target, one wide. Reload. Another 3 clicks. All 3 on target. Reload. 3 clicks. 2 wide, one somewhere near her ear. I tugged at Rex's arm. "We're out of here." As we backed away from the grill and beat a hasty retreat, I still managed to see the orange giant leap laboriously forward and cover the collapsed woman with his body. The tumor on his head quiver, the Plux horde begin to run amok, and the knights snap out of their stupor, start shouting, shoulder their needle guns, and aim them at the grill up near the ceiling. Something rang out behind us, echoing along the pipe in an angry roar, and volleys were fired at the grill, but Rek and I continued to run and without turning back, reached the intersection in record time. "We're out of here," I repeated this time to everybody and grabbed a hold of my strap. "Which way, louse?" "I do have a nip." "Which way?" "That way." Gabby understood the situation immediately and fell silent. "What happened?" Bask asked, walking ahead and lighting our way. "Well?" "Elb killed an inked gnome," Rex said. "Stuck her with nearly 10 needles, and rightly so." "Yes, but what happened?" Yorka hissed. "What the fuck is going on again?" "Forward," I said with a scowl, shoving her with my shoulder. "Forward." "Forward," Rex said. "He killed a tattoo, and the gnomes kind of respect tattoos." "A tattoo?" "Take a look at your arm," the orc said. "The one the gnomes were willing to part with crazy money for." "Shit!" "Quicker," I said. "Quicker, goblins. The gnomes are a mite peeved. I can feel it in my derriere, so wiggle your buns before they get shot the fuck off." Chapter 11. We weren't running for long. In fact, we were hardly running, more like scrambling down a freaking steel slope. We passed yet another grill-floored area without stopping, and at the next one the slope leveled out, before turning upward again and to the side. This was where we stopped. Javels lurked beneath the grill, snoozing in the water. York and Bask dragged them out through the bars, stripping them into slices as they did so, and then proceeded to feed them to Gabby. Meanwhile, Rek and I lay down alongside the louse's tail, trustingly turning our backsides to our comrades and our eyes and ears in the direction of any potential adversary. I say potential, for our foes could only have gained in number, though it was probably truer to say in the direction of anybody potentially following us, which I very much doubted anyway. There was only one way out of the room housing the Plunar Zarl nest, and that was via the cargo elevator that went down to where, according to the stories, the gnomes inhabited the lower levels of this glorious little world. I was sure the proud knights would try to get their hands on the cheeky bastards who had dared to shoot their tattooed girl, who had so recently been barfed up by the orange Plux. But it was one thing to want to find us, and another matter to actually find us. They would need to know who they were searching for, but all they knew thus far was that somebody had been hiding behind the ventilation grill where the shots had come from. But who? And how many of them were there? They would also need to be able to access the upper decks, the Devas level. Although I wouldn't discount those freaking fanatics' doggedness. Sooner or later the gnomes would get to the place we had fired upon them from. And sooner or later they would have a word with the gentle giant Davis who would tell them everything they knew about the Outlanders. They would show them which direction we had left in, and the gnomes would set off after us. How many would there be? A squad, absolute minimum. Although I would bet on 2 or 3 squads, for the gnomes could not know how many of us there were, nor anything about the route we had taken. They would also need to load up with provisions and equipment. That would take some time, so there was no reason to expect an attack within the next few hours. The trouble would begin when, having visited the place where Gabby the Louse had seen and licked the salt light, and having either found or not found anything there, on our way back we bumped into some very angry gnomes. That was when the trouble would begin. But why look so far ahead? The Davis level. This bastard layer cake of a world seemed to me simultaneously odious yet beloved. Gnomes, goblins, spiders, devas, mysterious spiders at the very top. And no matter how strange it might sound, the greatest injustice of all was that the world, or whoever's brainchild this was making do without the deva giants. What did they have? Nothing. An enclosed steel space, a tiny settlement with freight containers for houses, the mind-numbing and unnecessary cleaning of pipes, the sewing of underwear from shitty gifted fabric, vacuous wanderings, and the chanting of mantras. Even the outskirts goblins, whom I had previously considered the most deprived of the deprived, had much more in terms of entertainment. It might sound silly, but there was not a goblin who couldn't at least go into town and buy themselves a shitty ice cream. How's that for a summary of life? Life is not life if you can't buy yourself a shitty ice cream. I listened to the even hum of the pipe for about 30 minutes, during which time everybody had some food cubes and a drink of water. Meaning everybody except Gabby, who finished up his meal with javels and washed it down with water from the bottom of the pipe by extending his neck turtle style and hanging his head down from the edge of the platform. "Move out," I commanded, slinging my strap over my shoulder. "Gabby, how much longer?" "Seconds," came the lively reply from the replete and content louse. "But don't be offended if your torch beams uncover a puddle of rancid piss, including mine. Who knows how long I lay there with a spear in my belly?" "Nobody's going to be offended," I said without turning around. "We're bound to find something there. After all, you did crawl out from somewhere." "Yes, I did," Gabby said, watching his body slide down from the grill. "From out of an ass," Bask said as he stood alongside me. "I need to limber up." "So limber up," I said. Yorka pounded ahead, launching a small javel in Gabby's direction on her way. Rex stayed back. "Maybe I'd be better at the rear, to listen out," the zombie said. "The pipe is like a resonator," I said. "Even a deaf person would be able to feel something, a vibration or a waft of air. If you want to move silently in conditions like these, you'll either have to fly slowly or walk very slowly. Not to mention visibility. A powerful torch will light up everything within 20 meters. You'd never be able to hide in time. I hate pipes." "I suppose that's why you're crawling deeper and deeper into them?" Yorka asked mockingly. "We do need to know where the lice and other shit that fall on our heads come from," I parried, stating the truth. "From above," Yorka said. "What's not to understand about that? Shit falls onto our heads from above, everywhere and all the time, unless you believe there's somewhere where it's different." "I'd at least like to take a peek at the radiant faces of the heaven-dwellers," I said, shrugging my shoulders. "Are you not interested in getting to the heart of the matter?" "I am a bit," Bask admitted. "The more new stuff we come across, the busier my head is with digesting information, and the less miserable these steel walls seem. Having said that, I could live quite happily at Copulus Place or in that Heavenly Hooters Spider Pub." "What?" I asked in amazement. "The Heavenly Hooters Pub? Not the Skyboobs Canteen?" "No, it's the Heavenly Hooters, surely. That's what it means, isn't it? No?" "Possibly," I said. So what's Licht Castle, then?" "Also something to do with the sky," Zombie said, wheezing. He looked deceptively massive in his protective gear. I sighed mournfully and said, "When are you going to grow some muscle?" "I'm eating, and it's not just growing, although it is a bit. Maybe people like me just can't put on weight." "The Hogmen Bogmen would disagree with you," I said with a chuckle. "Maybe they have some secret diet?" "Ugh, no way, gross." "Gross," Yorka said in his support. After wincing so sharply, I thought she'd stepped on a bare electric wire. "I'll work it out for myself," the zombie said, shaking his head. "I can imagine what they fed those poor suckers with, and what they did with them. Bastards. You know, Commander, you did a great deed, and you involved us in it. Even if we all die right here and now, we won't be forgotten. We cleaned up the stench." "And the cesspool," Yorka added. "The cesspool was no big deal." Bask waved a dismissive hand. "Just a foggy hobgoblin. It was dying slowly anyway. How much longer would Troll have lasted? I couldn't see back then, but judging by what I heard—" "He lived on painkillers and narcotics," I said. "His insides were all out of whack for years." "But the stench, on the other hand," Bask continued. "How many lives has that taken? How many folks has it turned to mincemeat? We did a grand deed there." "I don't think so," I said. I looked into the zombie's surprised eyes and asked, "Who's guilty in the death of a pig? The swineherd who slaughters it, skins it, and chops it up, or the customer who comes along early to select the juiciest and tenderest cuts? Well, who's guilty? I repeated. The pig man who only slices up one pig and won't touch any more, or the customer who shows up unexpectedly and demands not one but 3 whole pairs of tender titties and, let's say, 7 blue eyes? Okay, I get it. Demand. That's right, fucking demand. Fucking business, striving to satisfy every demand, even the most disgusting. You heap so much praise on that old nymph copula. Do you really believe her brothel would refuse to serve a pork chop to a distinguished client? Do you believe the Heavenly Hooters pub has never fried up those very same freaking titties and served them with a garnish of mushrooms? So nobody is to blame? Everybody is to blame. Give it time and a new stench will spring up. You can't solve the problem by merely destroying pig farms. A much more fundamental approach is required. But while the system still encourages everybody's passion for gobbling up those like themselves, this passion for cannibalism will not go away. While we're wandering around up here somewhere in a dark Drainagetown backstreet, a new meat dealer wrapped in a rain cape is watching his minions hunched over a drainage grill, butchering some idiot girl or helpless old man they managed to catch. We walk another couple of kilometers, the meat will be sizzling in the frying pan, and the bastard will be sitting at his table polishing his fork and licking his greasy lips. And tomorrow the meat dealer, who has gotten rich and found himself a couple of cohorts, will be receiving orders for twice as much meat. Shit, Yorka said. You've just shat all over our achievements. Isn't that right, Goblin? Shit, Bask said before shuddering and hastening to continue. No, wait. What does that mean? The system encourages everyone's passion for cannibalism. What are you talking about? The system also kills the freaking butchers in front of us and tasks people with killing them. The system hates pigmen and cannibals. Have you heard any news about a series of high-profile arrests and systemic dismemberments since we caught that bastard wagon driver and delivered him for questioning? I asked. What about you, Yorka? Have you heard anything? Not that I remember, the girl said, slowing the pace. No, definitely not, but we've been too busy, as if you would give us time to warm our ears in the city cluxes. Exactly, the zombie said in her support, although his face betrayed the beginnings of deep thought. We would have heard something, I said. When the moneyed and the famous are arrested, all the deadbeats start shouting about it joyously. Kill a goblin or a zombie and they will be mourned for 2 seconds and forgotten. Kill a halfling with money or a position and they'll be discussed for a week. And if the system dismembered a rich halfling for cannibalism... What a life you have there, Gabby said. Geez, it's fair enough me eating human flesh. There was nothing else for it. Personally, I would refuse it and let my second head do everything. But you get fed and watered, Bask told me. I shrugged. Bask repeated the gesture and said, We haven't heard anything like that. Strange. Something must have happened, I continued. Large fines, ATM blocks, seizure of assets and reserved capsules, etc. But the system didn't dismember anybody, it just gave them a slap on the wrist and the chance to make amends. And that's the way it will always be. If you just eat pork, the demand you create is not that big. You're merely a shitty consumer, and nobody cares if you order 3 pairs of girls' tits for lunch rather than a simple fatty pork chop. I'd wrench that bastard's cock off and feed it to him fried, Yorka hissed, punching the wall of the pipe. But even that isn't the main factor. What is then? How come our meal is still edible? I asked matter-of-factly. What do you mean? Look behind you. We're dragging around a dreadful bastard, a hybrid goblin insect with a penchant for shit. Thank you very much, came the offended response from behind. It might be true, but it's still rude. What about the Devas? Even Gabby couldn't eat their flesh, and he eats rotting carrion. Remember how he told us he'd polished off the last of the spiders when their flesh was already so soft it foamed like liquid soap and dripped off the bone? Yes, I remember. After meeting the Devas, I couldn't help but wonder, I said. There's a very obvious question. We live in a world where fascinating manipulations are carried out on the human body. People are treated like construction kits, their genes played with and mixed into wacky cocktails. So riddle me this. How difficult would it be to enhance our bodies, give us regular free injections of some hormone-like thing or some other substance that would simply make our flesh poisonous to any motherfucker who chose to eat it and result in a case of bloody diarrhea? Prisms, javels, and pluxes don't count. Let them eat us. but so that any fucking goblin who tried to eat another goblin would shit himself unconscious before having to crawl to a med block and begging to be put out of his misery. Yet the system doesn't do that, and the flesh of one goblin remains a sweet treat for another. Tell me, Bask, why is that? The zombie shrugged his shoulders in silence. Yorka said nothing either. Gabby mumbled something, but just then a fair-sized jovel wandered into his path, and he preferred to tuck into that rather than elaborate on his mumble. I looked at everyone in turn and chuckled. What, is nobody going to come up with some touching nonsense like mother moves in mysterious ways? Yorka, you called her Mama, didn't you? Get lost, I'm on watch. Fair enough, I said with a sigh and turned away. Rec, everything okay? All okay. Quiet behind, dripping shit up ahead, and the crack's getting wider. What crack? In Gabby's arse. Maybe that's enough already, the Lao said with a jerk of the head. I'm not that easily offended, but put yourselves in my shoes. Oh, shut up, Rec barked. I found myself laughing at your arse 8 times now. I'm serious, it's got a crack in it. Not right on the butt, but a bit higher, and it's slowly getting bigger. Yorka, take a look, I said before switching my attention to Bask, who was clearly about to slow down. You just keep moving, my curious friend. We're on a haulage mission. Squeezing past, Yorka climbed up onto the louse's back and perched up there on the pile of solidified mayonnaise and shining her head torch shouted, Ugly boy's not lying. There is a crack, and there's something pink and bulging inside. Should I pierce it with my awl? Please don't, Gabby the Louse said, surprisingly quietly and surprisingly politely. I beg you. Keep your knickers on, Roach, the orc said, laughing. We're not going to hurt you. 15 centimeters long, 3 centimeters wide, the goblin girl said, continuing her report. Whoa, it just got a couple of centimeters longer. Maybe Gabby's eating too much. Sounds logical, I said. Gabby, what's on the menu? Same old, same old. The process of evolution to stage 3. Maybe that's it, I said with a sigh. Let's get weaving. We must reach the target before Gabby becomes a butterfly or degenerates into 600 tadpoles. Then nobody will show us the way. Damn. I looked at Gabby in surprise as he continued slowly and looked at me with his own curious eyes. I never thought about it like that before. If that's true, I'll disintegrate into a pile of tiny beasts and they'll run off, and each of them will carry inside themselves an echo of the fading last cry of your disappearing personality, I said, laughing. If I divide into more than 2 pieces, please kill me, Gabby said. Are you sure? I'm more than sure. Kill me. If I transform and retain my consciousness, I'll decide for myself. But only hope has kept me alive recently. The hope that all this shit will eventually come to an end and I will cease to be a maggot. We shall soon see, I replied, drawing to a halt by a fork in the road. Which way? Left, Gabby said with confidence, and we turned and began to move downhill. The journey down was not long, although what was up and what was down around here, everything was subjective. Walls, grills, walls. Only the water helped, showing us downward slopes and upward slopes on its way down to the foot of the world. There was a lot of water, a lot. It did not seem right to call it slush, since it didn't have the disgusting semi-solidity, the stickiness, or the offensive smell of the gloop that poured down continuously on Shittown. Albeit dirty, what we were wading through now was at least water. Then there was the smell. We breathed full lungfuls, greedily sucking in the significant fresher air. And with every kilometer walked, I sensed ever stronger a vaguely familiar smell, which I could not yet identify, but which, aside from being familiar, I somehow knew was something much more. I was so caught up in my attempts to identify the smell that I very nearly missed the moment when Yorka's torch, lighting our way up ahead, suddenly skidded against the wall of the pipe and fell nonchalantly downward. I observed the skidding spot of light with the same nonchalance. There's nothing worse than nonchalance in your teammates, for it is infectious, but even worse is blaming somebody else for your own inattention. I reacted at the last moment, and all I managed to do was give her a mighty boot in the back, launching her forward. She ran a few steps, trying to maintain her balance, but fell, dropping the torch. A quivering shadow slid over her and disappeared. "Help!" The zombie's voice was all fright mixed with rage. Paying no attention to his howl, I unleashed a volley from my hip along the curved wall of the pipe, emptying a whole magazine. The piggy now empty, I drew my knife with my left hand while gripping my shoulder with the right. Then I walked over to the wall and swiped my blade hard along it. Have you lost it, Commander?" A brown-gray disc peeled away from the wall and began to convulse, and on its upper half a distorted female face appeared and disappeared. A whistle. I was shoved in the chest 3 times, whacked in my thigh, and slashed across the shin. My shin pad failed, the pain burned, and I lurched forward, falling onto my bent leg and slicing the pipe with my knife again, top to bottom, taking the disc down with me. "Oh, shit!" the orc yelled, jumping up and running along the wall, dragging his knife along it. The scrape of steel blunting itself against steel was replaced by the rustle and crunch of a springy mass being sliced, which was then joined by a thin and barely audible squeal and some snippets of words. Yorka was back on her feet and releasing a volley of needles, which rang against the opposite wall. Bask threw himself at her to protect her from the long, thin vine that was dangling from the roof of the pipe and had nearly reached her throat. Lying on my back, I emptied another cartridge upwards and reloaded. I tipped my head back and saw a face trickling towards me, like a giant drop with a lifelike smiley drawn on it. This was what I had sprayed with needles, and it was immediately clear that it was no liquid. It was perfectly fragile flesh, rolled out into a very thin pancake. I was sprayed with something warm and pungent. Then the meat pancake peeled itself from the ceiling and attempted to reach me with thin, flat arms, ending in very thin, transparent claws. Dodging, I struck it with the stock of my needle gun, then pitched myself at it and crisscrossed it with my knife. Freaking mimicry. Untie my tail, and I'll help you!" The orc was shouting deliriously and pounding something large and flailing into the water. Yorka, also shouting, dropped her weapon and tried to remove the vine paws from the thrashing zombie's neck, unaware they were coming for her too. "What did I teach you?" I asked croakily as I reloaded my needle gun. "What did I teach you?" A crick-crack of needles. Reload. A real flame burning in my leg. I couldn't feel it anymore. It was a cluster of pain. I guided the muzzle of my needle gun over the walls and ceiling, shooting repeatedly. Then the freaking pancake fell on me, closely followed by Yorka, who trapped the beast against my chest and began stabbing it with her all the while shouting, "Fuck, fuck, fuck, fuck!" I could feel the tip of her awl pricking against my plastic armor as it skewered the writhing, squealing beast. Stretching my neck to shoot at the ceiling of the pipe above Gabby, I put several holes in a beast that was reaching for him. Then my needle gun died. I dropped it, reloaded the piggy, and throwing Yorka and the expiring monster off me, fired at Rex's back, which had a huge, almost black pancake clung to it. Taking a needle, the pancake flexed back outward and beat the air to a whistle with its ultra-thin limbs while an angry face appeared in relief in the center. I lobbed a knife at the face, striking it smack in the forehead. Rek turned around, pressed his back to the wall, and began fussing his back against it, at the same time swiping his knife at the paws that had emerged from the water and were wrapping themselves around his legs. Yorka was yelling in fear. Bent double, she fell into the water, blood pouring from her neck. With a wild shriek, Bask ripped a living panel from the ceiling, folded it, clutched it to himself, and perforated it again and again with his knife. Shit. Rolling over onto my belly, I crawled over to Yorka on my elbows, using just the one foot since I couldn't feel the other. When I reached her, I tore the tattered protective collar from her neck and pressed my hand to the deep wound. I took a roll of sticky tape from my belt bag and began wrapping it around her neck, with my hand still in place. After a couple of rounds, I removed my hand and replaced it on top of the tape before continuing to wrap. There was no evidence of arterial damage, but the wound was deep. And the poison. Freaking poison in a wound so close to the brain and heart. After emptying an enormous tube of glue over the area, I turned around to evaluate the scene. Fuck. It was like a post-hurricane scenario. Everybody was injured without exception. Rek had borne the brunt of it, although he was smiling delightedly and paying no heed to the slashes across his mug. He didn't get it yet, the idiot. "I can hear something," the zombie said hoarsely as he crawled over on all fours and shoved me away from Yorka. "Back where we came from. I can hear those same fucking shrieks. Yorka, are you alive?" "Don't shake her." I pushed him away from the quietened girl and shouted, "Rek, my backpack, the antidotes." "Which ones?" "All of them. Jack yourself first and be quick about it." "I gotcha." Black spots before my eyes. Weakness. The orc ran over and shoved tablets into my mouth. Then he did the same for everyone else, whole handfuls indiscriminately. Chewing like a thing possessed and pulverizing the bitterness between my teeth, I force myself to half rise and begin striking at my lifeless leg. Come on, come on. My leg surrendered with bad grace, bent, and allowed me to stand. I stooped to fish my weapon from the water, reloaded the piggy, slung the useless needle gun behind my back, and tucked my faded torch into my belt. Gabby, where's this freaking assault light of yours? A bit further. Straight, and left. You'll see it. Listen, this is obviously not our destiny. Leave me here. I'm serious. You've got 2 men down. Shut up, I said, leaning over Bask. My fingers slid through his blood. It turned out I was wrong, and it was actually Bask who had come off the worst. I picked him up and carried him over to Gabby, and with a grunt threw him onto the louse's horny back. Turning around, I received a slap in the face from Yorka's lifeless hand as Rek threw her up to join the zombie. The slap was somewhat invigorating. Slapping the other cheek for good measure, I took hold of the strap. Pull. Leave me, it's just some kind of light. I don't know what's there. Gabby chuntered. Rek and I were not listening. We were pulling and treading on pliable, flat bodies. Injection. Another. I twitched and looked at my chest, listening into sensations, and a broad grin appeared on my face as I leaned into the strap with triple my previous strength. Forward, goblins, forward, I said through my teeth. Alongside me, the similarly joyfully grinning orc with a sliced-up face also threw his weight against his strap. Those fucking medical kits. Now this is strength, he said. This is strength. I could only agree. Fuck! Yorka's yell was loaded with spleen and pain. Fuck! Fuck, it hurts! Oh shit! Something's glinting behind us! Hold on to Bask so he doesn't slip off, I shouted, leaning into my strap. And shoot if there's anything to shoot with. There isn't. Get a move on. Bask, wake up! Hang a left here. We turned sharply into a much wider and much lower corridor. But everything was kind of misty-washy, and I couldn't see any detail. But I could see it, the bright light shining dead ahead. And I strove towards it with everything I had, encouraging the orc with croaks and guffawing at Yorka's husky curses. Injection. Another. It seemed the antidote had no effect, but the medical kit was trying. Even if it wasn't a cure, it might at least take the edge off the agony. Forward, forward. The spot of light widened. Water splashed beneath our feet. The view was blurring. The voice that rang out displayed surprise, fear, and compassion. People? We're goblins, I replied, trying to make out anything at all through the ever-thickening gray mist. Goblins! Oh, shit! My legs buckled under me, and I fell flat on my face. My head plopped into the wet and salty light. A pleasant bitterness filled my mouth, and my eyes and wounds burned. A splash. Strong arms picked me up. I received another injection in my neck, and a reproachful voice chided me softly. What are you playing at, not treating the Shever's poison? You're already as brown as my heel. We need injections, too, Yorka shouted from somewhere a long way away. Injections over here, Grandpa. Who is that with you? I'm Gabby. That is some unhealthy-looking shit. I reckon you're better off ditching that here. Nobody's ditching anybody, I said, rising onto all fours. I wanted to add something, but the vomit creeping up my throat fountained out and flew directly towards the light. Ralph! We're together, Reg said in my support. We're together. I reckon you're idiots. I'm not going to argue with you here, I replied, collapsing once more and rolling over onto my back. I'm not going to argue. We are idiots and then some. I don't know who you are, but there are beasts on the way here. Help me up. You just lie still and don't say a word, the sober voice said as a rope was passed under my chest strap, brushing against my cheek. You just need to relax a little. Hey, you up there, lift. A tug, and I was raised above the water. Take Gabby as well. He's ours, you hear me? I'm theirs. Take me too. We're going to take everybody. From above came the screech, clang, and knock of some mechanism, and spinning on the rope I slowly rose to meet the bright light. I slipped out of consciousness, and back in again, then out. The aggravating thin whine in my ears became unbearably loud, and somebody began to drill and hammer their way out from under my frontal bone. Wreck! Here! My fucking crotch is bleeding. If they touch my family jewels... Yorka. I'm below you. Bask's here with me. I'm holding him. I'm holding him tight. He's breathing. Gabby? They're tying me up too. Thanks, Elb. Thank you. Okay, I said, relaxing. Screw you all. Now I can zone out. Dropping my arms, I closed my eyes and allowed myself to relax, and as though it had been waiting for precisely that, the light became brighter still, washing over me in a blinding white wave. What an exhausting day. I'll just hang here for a couple of minutes, then we must move on. First things first, we need to know who is pulling us up and where to. And then, the unstable corpse net. The freaking unstable corpse net. This concludes Nullform number 4 by Dan Mikhailov, narrated by Jeffrey Kafer. Copyright 2022 by Dan Mikhailov. English translation copyright 2022 by Colin Parker. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Magic Dome Books and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.